I bought a bottle of Sprite for $5, but there was an extra $50 in my bank account. I couldn't quite believe it and quickly took out a calculator. Spending $1 gets a cashback of $10, spending $10 gives $100. If I spend $1 million, won't I get a cashback of $10 million? Looking at the more than $2 million in my account, I immediately clicked on my wife's shopping cart on Amazon. Ding, the host spent $2,000 for the wife, cashback $20,000. After a while, an extra $2 million appeared in my bank account. After this trip, I only spend about tens of thousands, plus the previous cashback. There's now almost $7 million in my account. That's not enough to buy a house in the Magic City, but it should be more than enough to buy a car. Soon, I fell asleep holding Zhao Qingxue. Early the next morning, Zhao Qingxue saw several unread messages shown on her phone. She was startled, wondering if it could be her boss trying to reach her. But when she opened it, she was relieved. No one in the company group had mentioned her. All the messages were from the circle of friends. Because the message was from a Pineapple 12 Pro Max, it got a lot of people's attention. But their focus was on Zhao Qingxue's Moments post. Many people cried out in surprise at the picture. This is Tiffany's summer limited edition wedding ring, right? Didn't know that Zhao Qingxue was a low-key rich woman. They all knew that Zhao Qingxue was living a tight life. Due to having a poor boyfriend, the two could only save money like everyone else to buy a car and a house. Some people envied her, naturally, some did not believe it. Looking at the picture in Zhao Qingxue's Moments, Jin Jiwen sneered. After opening the chat box, he mocked, "Is this bought by your boyfriend?" Seeing the message from Jin Jiwen, Zhao Qingxue didn't really want to reply. But Jin Jiwen, as a major client of the company, often had to deal with, so he had to reply. Seeing Zhao Qingxue replying very quickly, Jin Jiwen insincerely praised, "Your boyfriend is really rich. In fact, he had already investigated my background. My father is a public servant, and my mom is a convenience store owner, not to say very poor, but definitely not rich at home." Jin Jiwen sees the ring Zhao Qingxue showed off as not like fake, then it can only explain, "I bought this ring at a loss." Seeing Zhao Qingxue not replying to his message, Jin Jiwen dialed a call to manager's son. "Do you have time tonight? I have 2 bottles of good wine, let's have a drink." Hearing the affirmative reply from the other side, Jin Jiwen's mouth raised higher. This manager's son happened to be my immediate boss. Alarm went off and I was awakened, rubbed my eyes, and found 2 big eyes staring at me. So I reached out and scooped her up, and she immediately rolled into my arms. Zhao Qingxue full of smiling, "Lazy pig, get up, little bunny has made breakfast for you." I chuckled, "Really? But this morning I want to eat little bunny." Zhao Qingxue proactively moved her lips towards me, and then resignedly closed her eyes. I smiled and gently bit her lips. After a delicious breakfast, Zhao Qingxue was propping her chin and looking at me with interest, ready to plan where to go in the afternoon. We both had weekends to date after graduation, but this time Zhao Qingxue wanted to go somewhere different. She suggested going to Happy Valley, or we can go to the underwater world. After speaking, she did not forget to take out her cell phone to check the strategy, to see where the admission and car fare combined is cheaper. I laughed and took her hand to go out, and then told her that I had already thought about it. Zhao Qingxue followed me cluelessly, thinking about yesterday's additional expenses, and did not forget to remind me. "By the way, you're not allowed to take me to such a high consumption place today. If the meal is over $20, I will not eat a bite even if I starve to death." I nodded and had no problem. "Today, I'll take you to a low-cost place." Seeing my assurance, Zhao Qingxue felt relieved to follow me. However, when we arrived at the destination by subway, seeing the huge sign of the 4S store, Zhao Qingxue was stunned. "Is this the low-cost place you were talking about?" I nodded and led her inside, saying casually, "Let's buy a car for about $100,000. We wouldn't even look at those $1 million sports cars." Zhao Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, "Ah Chen, what are you up to?" I didn't reply, just led Zhao Qingxue in, completely ignoring her pitiful look. However, Zhao Qingxue knew that I had always wanted to buy a car, so she just took it as accompanying me to take a look in advance. The first floor of this 4S shop was for ordinary cars under $1 million. The second floor was for luxury cars over $1 million, and the third floor was for members only. I took Zhao Qingxue to the second floor. When browsing the first floor, Zhao Qingxue was very cautious. But when I led her to the second floor, she was relieved. Because she was very clear, maybe I could afford the cars on the first floor with a bite and some installments, but I couldn't afford even a tire on the second floor. With no psychological pressure, Zhao Qingxue walked around more freely. Then she set her eyes on a red Porsche Cayenne. "This red car looks pretty good." Seeing that she liked it, I went on and on about it, saying that indeed, the power of the Porsche Cayenne is outstanding. It's equipped with the latest design, a turbocharged engine. After listening to my introduction, Zhao Qingxue looked serious and told me that she just thought the color was nice. No matter what the reason, as long as my wife likes it, it's fine. I then called over a car salesperson and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne. How much is it? The car salesperson had noticed us when we came in, but they in this business are all astute. They can tell at a glance whether a customer can afford a car. Although she was smiling, there was a hint of perfunctory tone in her voice. This car, with insurance and all, the cost would be about 2 million. I patted the body of the Porsche Cayenne and said casually, "It's quite cheap, I'll take this car." Hearing this, both Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson gasped at the same time. "Sir, what did you just say?" I replied calmly again, "I said I want to buy this Porsche Cayenne." It was then that the salesperson realized I was serious. Zhao Qingxue was crazily pulling at my sleeve, almost tearing my clothes off. I acted as if I hadn't noticed, and calmly told the salesperson, "Let's swipe the card." The salesperson immediately changed her attitude, bowing and saying, Good, please come and sit in our VIP area for a while, I'll go and do the paperwork for you." After I nodded, I looked at Zhao Qingxue, who was still reeling, and found it quite funny. I gently ruffled her hair, and said, "I mainly bought this car because my wife liked it so much. I thought she could use it for commuting." The salesperson watched me with a face full of affection for Zhao Qingxue, and felt like she had swallowed a mouthful of dog food. But no matter how much dog food was slapped on her face, she had to eat when it's time to eat. After all, the one who pays is the boss. Soon after making the payment, system prompt, "Congratulations to the host for purchasing a Porsche Cayenne worth 2 million for your wife. Reward 10 times cashback of 22 million. Bonus award, 1 Ferrari." When I heard this prompt, I was overjoyed. I thought the revenue from this would be 20 million. But who could imagine, there was even a bonus of a Ferrari worth several tens of millions. I couldn't help but lick my lips. I really don't have any resistance to this kind of sports car. At this time Zhao Qingxue was chatting next to me, but I was lost in thought. Then, she angrily popped a grape into her mouth, and angrily said, "If you ignore me again, I'll choke myself to death with this grape." I, coming back to reality, was made to laugh and cry by what Zhao Qingxue said. So I had to hold her and comforted, "Wife, what kind of house do you like? Why don't we buy one too?" Zhao Qingxue quickly said to Qin Shang that for the time being, let alone the house, this Porsche Cayenne is probably going to cost you all. I waved my hand and said, "It's okay, you speak up so that I can have a direction to work hard." After thinking about it, Zhao Qingxue said that our house doesn't need a good location. I have checked and found that buying a house in the city center is better than buying a large flat in the suburbs. I nodded and silently remembered the big flat layer in my heart. Little did she know that Zhao Qingxue was just casually saying it, because she looked at me and felt extremely heartbroken. After obtaining the certificate, Aiken bought me a diamond ring and a car. Maybe he emptied all of my father-in-law and mother-in-law's wallets. Just when Zhao Qingxue was serious, her mobile phone vibrated, and her little sisters, Shihan, sent a message on the screen. Shihan said whether or not to go for hot pot this weekend, and I found a super delicious restaurant. Zhao Qingxue asked for my opinion. I saw that the hot pot restaurant was not far from here, so I readily agreed and asked Shihan to wait. After we picked up the car, we went over. As I bought the car this time, I paid in full for the sales and completed all the procedures and insurance in the morning. After agreeing on a time, Shihan drove first to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Her family's conditions are quite good. Just after graduation, I bought her an SUV for $100,000. Although the car is not very expensive, it is enough. Zhao Qingxue used to often ride her car and go shopping before. Suddenly, when buying something, Shihan sent a message on his phone, and Zhao Qingxue replied to us saying. Shihan turned his head and looked at it, feeling a bit puzzled. There was no one at all. There is a red Porsche Cayenne parked nearby. But just as she was stunned, Zhao Qingxue jumped directly from the co-pilot's seat. Seeing Zhao Qingxue, Shihan was immediately startled. They all have Porsche Cayenne, and they work so hard to run Uber. They really deserve their money. Hearing Shihan's roast, Zhao Qingxue's mother immediately explained that my husband bought this car for me today. As soon as these words were spoken, Shihan froze in place. And if you don't care, stop joking. Alright, how could your Aiken possibly afford a Porsche Cayenne? Shihan doesn't look down on me by saying this. If I bought a car worth 2 to 300,000 yuan, she might not be surprised. But this red Porsche Cayenne costs over 2 million yuan. Especially this morning, she also saw Zhao Qingxue's diamond ring on her social circle show. Ah Chang, just graduated, where did you get so much money to buy rings and a car? I poked my head into the car. You guys go ahead, I'll park a car and get on the horse. Zhao Qingxue ran over all the way and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Intimate to my husband, go back quickly, I will miss you. It's rare. You two are really enough. Both of you have been here for 4 years. Don't be so bored. But she immediately realized that it was actually Ah Chun inside the Porsche Cayenne. Can it be that she really bought it for Qing Shue? Watching me park, Zhao Qingxue reluctantly watched me leave, then took Chi-han's arm and prepared to pick a spot. But to everyone's surprise, Chi-han continued to ask, "This car really belongs to you?" Zhao Qingxue smiled and said, "Actually, I don't want her to buy such an expensive car, but she insists on buying it for me, and I can't do anything about it." As Zhao Qingxue's best friend, Chi-han also met me a long time ago. In her sophomore year, she felt that Qingxue and I were a perfect match when we were together. But as graduation approached, she didn't think so anymore. After all, her face couldn't be a meal. The two sat at the dining table chatting for a while. Chi-han said that it's really nice of you to have such a boyfriend. A few days ago, when I was divining, they said that I would marry Tai Sui. It will probably take 3 lifetimes in my life before I can find a man. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qingxue became interested and quickly calculated a divination for herself. No surprise, even if the other party agrees that our marriage will not go smoothly, we may have a lot of trouble in the future. And at that moment, I walked over directly, grabbed my phone, and transferred $1,000 to the other side. Zhao Qingxue is angry. He is a master, how could he accept your money? But who would have thought that the money would be collected in the next second? After reorganizing the language, it was sent again, showing that couples can't doubt their love for each other in just 1 second. I smiled with satisfaction as I watched the result. Chi-han, however, said that you were in charge of your husband, so why did you transfer $1,000 to him without saying a word? Although Zhao Qingxue's flesh hurts, she saves face. I think the $1,000 on the plane is worth it. Why don't you also send the master $1,000 and ask her to recalculate it for you? 7 cold hemp, this $1,000 is my 4-day salary. Why don't I just add 2 boxes of gas? After finishing our meal quickly, the 3 of us arrived at the parking lot and Chi-han sat in the driver's seat, taking pictures randomly. After filming enough of the 9 palace grid, I reluctantly left. Zhao Qingxue originally wanted to go shopping with Chi-han, but to her surprise, she received a call from her mother asking her to come home for dinner in the afternoon. It will take 2 hours for Zhao Qingxue's family to pass by here, so they have to bid farewell to me and Chi-han and go home alone. After separating, I parked my car in the underground parking lot of the community. Just halfway through, I saw a Ferrari Rafale parked on the roadside of the community. There are still many people from the surrounding communities joining in to liven up. An old man said that if I'm not mistaken, this car is estimated to be worth millions of dollars. 2 security guards were smoking and saying, "Where would such a good car come from in this rundown neighborhood? It's not like any brat offended the boss. They came knocking on him, right? I bought a Porsche for 2 million yuan. I couldn't believe there was an extra 20 million in my bank card, so I immediately checked the system message. In addition, I also rewarded a Ferrari worth over 20 million, Rafa. I saw many curious people surrounding the car. A cleaning lady approached and asked if this car was expensive. The security guard waved his hand and said, "It's not expensive, it's just over 20 million yuan. Auntie was so scared that her mop fell to the ground. It's difficult. I haven't read a book, so don't lie to me." The security guard sneered and didn't believe it. "Go back and ask your son." Quickly, a staff member appeared next to him guarding. And there was another one who was panting and climbed out of the 3rd floor. The staff member of the car guard took out his phone and searched for the phone, saying strangely that it was too strange. This community is just a rental area for migrant workers. How could anyone afford the Ferrari and Rafa in our store? Another person said that there have been more people hiding tigers and dragons these days, but we must not underestimate them with the eyes of a dog. I heard the conversation between the two and only then did I confirm that this Rafale was my own. So I walked over and smiled, saying hello, I'm Aiken. The staff was originally preparing to make a phone call, but unexpectedly they heard me say hello. She was stunned for a moment, then looked at me up and down. She looked tall, thin, and white, but she didn't dress like a wealthy person at all. After verifying my identity, the staff handed me the car keys. And if it gets dirty or bumped, please feel free to go to their store for service at any time. I smiled and spun the car key around my hand, then asked how you plan to go back. The 2 staff members were momentarily stunned. They didn't expect that wealthy people like me would care about their small problems. So they felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Let's take the subway." After a long sigh, I added the contact information of the 2 people and then transferred a $200 red envelope to each person. The 2 of them were flattered and quickly thanked each other. They were just giving away a car, but there was an unexpected gain. I waved my hand, got on the car, and walked away, feeling the soft and ergonomic pull. I drove her around the community in my seat and suddenly realized that this car must be very good for a ride. I had to take my wife for a ride tonight. I just thought to myself, and the next second I received a call from Zhao Qingxue. An anxious voice came from over there, saying that my mother had discovered that her household registration was missing. Yesterday morning, in order to obtain the certificate, I secretly took out my household registration book, but this morning when my mother flipped through it, she found Zhao Qingxue. My mother originally wanted to scold her with all her might, but then she realized that her daughter had stolen her household registration book, so it was too late to scold. So I found an excuse to eat and tricked her into going home and keeping her locked up. Zhao Qingxue is currently locked at home and can't get out at all. He called me, but secretly hid in the bathroom and made a phone call. I was startled when I heard Zhao Qingxue say this, but I quickly calmed down and comforted her with a few words. Zhao Qingxue is so anxious that she's almost crying. You must not come. My mother speaks very poorly, and she will scold you later. I know what Zhao Qingxue is worried about, gently comforting her that she will eventually pass this hurdle. After that, we can be together openly and honestly. Originally, Zhao Qingxue wanted to say something more, but at this moment, there was a loud knock from her mother at the door of the restroom. You've been in the restroom for half an hour and haven't come out yet. Can you possibly fall into the restroom? Hearing her mother urging her, Zhao Qingxue had to hang up the phone and come out. Jiama glanced at her and sneered, I know you're talking to that brat on the phone, but that's okay. I have already called your uncles and aunts and asked them to come over. If this kid doesn't agree today, he will break her bones. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhao Qingxue was so anxious that she cried. How could you do this? Call the 7 aunts and 8 aunts over to discuss, even if it's embarrassing, the most important thing is that they even want to hit people. The thought of my swollen face and blue nose made Zhao Qingxue feel extremely heartbroken. I quickly advised my mother not to be poor, and she was also very kind to me. Zhao's mother suddenly became angry. Look at the neighboring girl next door. I found a wealthy second generation in college, and now they have given me at least 5 million on their wedding side. Zhao Qingxue covered her mouth when she heard her mother's words, and tears rolled down her face with a whimper. Suddenly, a doorbell interrupted the confrontation between the two, and at the door stood Zhao Qingxue's 2 aunts and uncles. After Zhao's mother invited 4 people in, she resented me so much that I couldn't bear to be happy anymore. My daughter and a poor boy secretly obtained a marriage certificate, and now they are all cooking raw and ripe rice. Uncle looked at Zhao's mother and asked third brother, how poor that kid really is. Upon hearing about Chen, Xiang Zhao's mother couldn't stop crying and quickly cried until they were in the magic city, without even a household registration book. I have time for my daughter to talk to her, and I feel heartbroken when I look at her life. Would you be willing to let your daughter marry me? After several people unified their strategic policies, Zhao Mama was satisfied and called out Zhao Qingxue. Today, she must divorce me. Zhao Qingxue's eyes were red with tears as she said she had arrived at the entrance of the community. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, her mother immediately grabbed her 2 sisters and rushed out with her brother-in-law, looking at their posture as if they were going to eat people. Zhao Qingxue was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she quickly followed suit. But soon she was glared at by her mother, stayed at home, and even locked the anti-theft door at her doorstep. A few people arrived at the entrance of the community and didn't see me. Instead, they saw a Rafale parked on the side. There are still many people watching. One of the mothers was holding her child, and the child clenched her fist and said, Mom, when I grow up, I will also buy you this car. Upon seeing the Ferrari, Uncle Zhao Qingxue stopped and was filled with envy as someone in your community still drove a Ferrari. Although Jiama doesn't know how much this car costs, she is still a bit proud of what her uncle said. She has already told you about it. The environment in our community is still pretty good. A few people, go Weishin, talked a few times. I didn't notice either. After the Ferrari door opened, I came down from above carrying something. When Zhao's mother discovered me, I had already walked up to her and said that I had come to see you, Mom. Zhao Mama was momentarily stunned, then her gaze froze and she said, Is this car yours? I nodded. Yes, this is the new car I just picked up. Uncle Zhao Qingxue was stunned on the spot. Is this the poor and scumbag son-in-law in Zhao's mother's mouth? I picked up a car casually, and surprisingly, it started at over 20 million yuan. Although I haven't seen Uncle Zhao Qingxue before, seeing her standing with Zhao's mother makes me understand. They must be relatives of Zhao Qingxue's family or something like that. At this moment, her mother was still angry and habitually said to me with a stern face, You still have the face to come over. The 4 people next to me were all stunned by this operation. The young man was tall and handsome. Still driving a sports car worth tens of millions. What is your unique attitude? Uncle Zhao Qingxue immediately realized and quickly pulled Zhao Mama to the side, asking if your brain had been kicked by a donkey. Look at the car that the young man is driving, but it's a Ferrari Rafale. A car worth over 20 million yuan. Are you sure her family is just an ordinary one? Zhao Mama has some doubts about whether it's real or fake. Can this car be worth over 20 million yuan? You're not lying to me, are you? Uncle Zhao Qingxue is in a hurry to pat her thighs. Why are you so deceived? If you don't believe it, take a photo of yourself and check with Dunyang. If it's less than 20 million, I'll come and apologize for the inconvenience. Zhao's mother still has a face full of disbelief, whispering so softly that it's impossible. Qingxue told me that her family is just an ordinary family. How could they be so wealthy? Uncle made a decision to put away your stinky face and not let Zhao Mama talk. She walked over to negotiate with me on her own, with a smiling face and a warm attitude, and introduced everyone around her. I like my wife so much, of course it's impossible for me to put on airs in front of her family, and I warmly called out in a circle. Uncle took out a cigarette from his pocket and asked me if I smoked. I nodded and naturally took it over. After speaking, I took out a lighter to light my uncle's cigarette. Men, when smoking, many things naturally go well. Looking at Zhao's mother's anxious expression, Uncle carefully considered that I heard Qingxue's mother say that you and Qingxue secretly obtained the certificate. Yeah, what you two did was not authentic. If you're not married, don't tell both parents. I was not cunning at the time. I was humble and blamed our young age and recklessness in our actions, even when my uncle taught me a lesson. I need more guidance from you in the future. We talked a lot at the door, and if it weren't for my uncle's daughter getting married, she would have wanted to snatch me over and become her own son-in-law. After all, I'm not only handsome, but also very wealthy. I can't even find such a top-notch golden turtle son-in-law while holding a lantern. Immediately, Uncle took the initiative to initiate an invitation for us to go home and have a conversation together. Even if Zhao Qingxue's mother doesn't agree, it's not possible. I nodded and smiled, then took out a few boxes of bird's nest and moutai from the trunk of the car. I first put aside the gift for Zhao's mother and father, and then gave bird's nest and moutai to 4 relatives respectively. Auntie was immediately dumbfounded. It was so special that it turned out to be a box of top-quality golden bird's nest from the exhibition. Because she is in business and knows how much this thing is worth, it is said that she only needs 1 or 2 to start with 1 or 2,000 yuan. And now this box is packed in 1 kilogram, wouldn't it cost tens of thousands? What kind of family does this child belong to? Actually, what surprised me was not only Zhao Qingxue's 2 aunts, but also her 2 uncles who were also surprised by the moutai I gave them. Although they are all moutai is actually divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. For example, the bottles I gave them were all moutai, a 50-year-old liquor with a market price close to 20,000 bottles. After spending so much time together, the 4 of them completely overturned their views on me. He was extremely enthusiastic about me, and even blamed Zhao Mama for not calling Zhao Dad back. Zhao's mother has been dumbfounded dozens of times on the side, without any initial domineering demeanor. Immediately after, it was mentioned that Zhao Ba would be taking extra classes for the students over the weekend, and he is expected to be back in the evening. Uncle looked at me affectionately, indicating that you are not in a hurry to leave. If you are not in a hurry, you can stay for dinner today. We have already become a family ahead of schedule. I nodded and a group of people came to Qingxue's doorstep, chatting and laughing. Opening the door, Zhao Qingxue was stunned when she saw this scene. First, he nervously glanced at me and found that it was intact. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and carefully looked at his mother. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's appearance, Zhao's mother didn't make things difficult for her, but instead let everyone come in and talk. Zhao Qingxue, who didn't know what had happened, panicked and ran back and forth to cut fruits and pour tea. The next second, she realized that things seemed to be different from what she had in mind. How could it feel like everyone was so enthusiastic about Ah Chen's attitude? She secretly glanced at me. I gave her an okay gesture under the table. Although Zhao Qingxue didn't know what had happened, she felt relieved when she saw this gesture. After sitting down, all the lobbyists invited by Zhao's mother began to turn against me and advised her to keep me, the golden turtle's son-in-law. Especially now that the marriage certificate has been obtained and the raw rice has been cooked to maturity, don't jump anymore. This has made Zhao's mother feel embarrassed, and she whispered in a low voice, I don't have high standards either. I just didn't expect Aiken's family to be so wealthy. I really thought her family was so poor that they couldn't even afford it. Of course, Zhao Mama couldn't have said this in front of me. She just made an excuse and wanted to test her. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's mother's words, several people scolded her. In the end, Auntie couldn't bear to watch anymore and pointed to the gift for Zhao's mother to Aiken. What gift did you bring to Lao San? What did you give him? I waved my hand in just a few small gifts. They're not valuable things. Let's open them and take a look. I hung my mother-in-law from a tree and beat her for 3 days and 3 nights, but she refused to let me marry her daughter. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at a Ferrari worth 20 million yuan, all of her relatives turned against me. One by one, they flattered and even wanted to see what gift I had brought to Zhao's mother. I don't care at all. Let's open it and take a look. It's not something valuable. Apart from a box of top-quality golden bird's nest, there is also a handbag with the logo of Fengxiang printed on it. Zhao's mother quickly took the gift and opened it to show to a few people. She originally thought it was nothing, but when she opened it, she realized that there is actually a set of pure gold jewelry inside. Not only is the design very beautiful, and just by looking at the design, you can tell that it weighs at least half a pound. Auntie first said that you, the child, are too sincere. Judging from the shape of this jewelry, it should have been designed by a well-known designer, right? Auntie said I'm really envious. My son-in-law didn't even buy such good hardware as the one he gave me back then. Her two older sisters and the envy of her brother-in-law greatly satisfied Zhao's vanity. She finally couldn't put on airs in front of me, both surprised and happy. I see this and it means that as long as my mom likes it, it's okay. If you don't like this style, let the designer design it directly. Then I also took advantage of the hot iron and sat down next to Zhao's mother, picking up a pair of bracelets and putting them on her arm. Does Zhao Mama look good when she puts on that 100-gram gold bracelet with a joyful taste in her mouth? I answered that it must be very beautiful, otherwise how could Qingxue be so beautiful? It's all because of your genes. Under the bombardment of my money and sweet words, Zhao Mama completely fell into trouble and never mentioned the matter of divorcing the two of us. Instead, he walked over and handed the marriage certificate to Zhao Qingxue, asking her to keep it well. Zhao Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, and I finally completely took care of my mother. Zhao Mama patted her hand and reminded me that I would never object again, as long as she treated you well. But her family's conditions are so good, you don't want to tell her, I'll make it clear. Zhao Qingxue smiled bitterly in her heart, but still accompanied her with a smile. The main reason is that Ah Chang is relatively low-key, and she asked me not to be too flamboyant in my daily life. After staying at home for an afternoon, Zhao Qingxue's father also returned. Auntie came up first to express that your daughter is doing well and has brought you a top-notch golden turtle son-in-law. Hurry up and go home to have a look. Zhao's parents had just finished their classes and walked into the community when an acquaintance greeted her from a distance, with a hint of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their tone. But she didn't know about it, so she forced a smile. I'm really muttering in my heart, has Qingxue been persuaded by her mother to find a wealthy second generation from outside? Actually, when Qingxue and I are together, Zhao's father thinks it's pretty good. In her opinion, my family is not too good, but it's not bad either. The parents are both strong and healthy, with no major illnesses, and will not add any burden to the young couple after marriage. It's just that Zhao's mother always thinks I'm not good, constantly nagging in her ear that I'm a poor kid. Zhao's father's own conditions are not as good as Zhao's mother's, so everything big and small is up to Zhao's mother to make decisions. But Zhao's father was afraid that Zhao's mother would force the child too hard, and in the end, he went down a wrong path. But as soon as she walked in, the atmosphere at home immediately startled her. But my family, including Zhao's mother, has undergone a big change in their attitude towards me, wishing they could praise me to the heavens. Before Zhao's father could react, he was pulled out to eat by his uncle. The dining location was chosen at a mid-range hotel next to the residential area, and this time it was the guest with the uncle as the main guest. After sitting down one by one, everyone turned their attention to me. You two are already married. When are you planning to buy a house for your wedding? Everyone is looking forward to it. Only Zhao Qingxue sitting next to me had a worried expression on her face. She knew very well about my financial strength. In order to satisfy me, I kept spending money to rent Rafa and bought so many expensive gifts. I estimate that I am now so poor that I only have one pair of shorts left. How could I still afford a house? Just when she didn't know how to answer, I waved my hand and decided to plan the wedding. As for the house, I plan to take Qingxue to take a look tomorrow. When it comes to the house, the few of us discuss it endlessly. Those prices of tens of thousands per square meter made Zhao Qingxue tremble with fear. The current housing prices are really outrageous. I hugged Zhao Qingxue and smiled, thanking everyone for their kindness. My family Qingxue prefers cleanliness, so I didn't plan to consider these houses in the city. I planned to buy her a large flat or villa. Everyone was instantly surprised, and the large flat floor belonged to a villa-style mansion. Basically, it's one floor per household, and the ones with good locations also have a viewing function, which is about the same as the price of a single house in the city. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingxue was stunned by what I said, although she did say before that she wanted to live in a bigger place. But she really didn't have any illusions about living on a flat floor, and I put this sentence out in front of her family today. That must be a real purchase, but how can I afford such a high price? I looked at Zhao Qingshua's worried eyes and couldn't help but pat her head. How about buying a villa for you? Zhao Qingxue quickly shook her head and said goodbye. I think an ordinary large flat floor is quite good. I suggest we go pick a house tomorrow and write your name on the house. The conversation between the two of us, as if there was no one around, made the surrounding couples feel like they were all interested in the magazine. Everyone is from the past. Although they have been living a frugal life, they have lost all their lives. However, they also came from a sweet relationship in the beginning. When they were in a passionate relationship, they must have said very well. When it comes to getting married, it's inevitable that there will be an unpleasant scene over money. Who would have expected that these things wouldn't be a problem with me here? Buying a large flat floor and writing the woman's name directly is equivalent to giving the house directly to the woman. This is absolute trust. Auntie couldn't help but sneer at her husband, saying, "Look at him, look at you," and there's a bit of disdain on the corner of her mouth. Because when the two got married, there was a month-long dispute over whose name was written on the house. Now when I see that I just bought a large flat floor and only wrote Zhao Qingshua's name, I'm almost envious. If she were in her 20s or 30s when she met someone like me, she would definitely be upset. After a lively meal, it was getting late and everyone was also planning to go home separately. After seeing off several elders, Qingxue and I sat in the car. It wasn't until then that we completely relaxed. She hugged my neck and kissed my face. It was still my husband Aiken who was amazing. I just rented a Ferrari and took care of my mom. I looked at her clear and innocent eyes and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Do you think I'm renting it? Don't you think I'm going to buy you a large flat floor, which is also fake? Zhao Qingshuo snorted coldly and said that your acting skills are good. But who am I? Don't pretend, it's just the two of us here. Seeing that Zhao Qingshuo didn't believe it, I didn't force her either. After tying her seatbelt, I stepped on the gas pedal with one foot. The next day, as soon as Zhao Qingshuo walked into the office, she was surrounded by several colleagues. They all asked when they were planning to have the wedding, and also, hurry up and take a look at the new diamond ring that your husband bought for you. Zhao Qingshuo has no plans at the moment, as we haven't bought a house yet. A few people were chatting, and the topic somehow reached the car. A colleague named Ying asked Zhao Qingshuo, if you don't want to buy a house, you can buy a car first. My boyfriend works in car sales, so let her give you an internal discount when the time comes, which can be much cheaper. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingshuo smiled slightly and said thank you. My husband has already bought a car for me. I just haven't obtained my driver's license yet. Once it's obtained, I can drive to work. Although her tone was relatively calm when she said this, she couldn't help feeling a bit proud when she said it. A few little girls immediately shifted their attention to her upon hearing this. Zhao Qingshuo took out her phone, found the picture, and smiled as she bought a Porsche Cayenne. Because Zhao Qingshuo did not post on her social media about buying a car. So everyone naturally thinks that even if they buy a car, it's probably just a few tens of thousands of dollars worth of transportation. But who would have thought that when someone made a move, it turned out to be Porsche? Excited, several little girls approached Zhao Qingshuo and eagerly hugged her phone. Seeing the commotion caused by a few people, the manager scolded them a few times. Although they obediently returned to their work position, they couldn't help but gather a small group to continue discussing. They all didn't believe it. But the girl named Ying spoke up, "You were all wrong. This car is really hers." And at first Ying didn't believe it either. But when she looked at the Porsche Cayenne, she secretly took note of the license plate. After checking with my boyfriend, I found out that it was really Zhao Qingshuo's information. Upon hearing Ying's words, colleagues fell silent for several seconds. After a long time, a person jumped out and asked, "Is this car really only written with the name Zhao Qingshuo?" She didn't ask this question, it was okay, and the question exploded. What kind of a mortal boyfriend did she find? Why is Zhao Qingshuo so frugal when she is so wealthy? A few people are chatting enthusiastically. Zhao Qingshuo, who works hard, doesn't even know that she has become a topic of discussion. The object received a message from me shortly after. I said I'm unemployed now, so it's so sad. Can you go eat with me at noon? As soon as she saw my news, Zhao Qingshuo became nervous, anxiously asking why you lost your job. Why should you be fired if you work so seriously in your daily life? I didn't explain too much. I said I would talk about it during meals, and after sending the message, I quickly packed those messy things into a paper box. Two colleagues saw that I really had to leave, so they quickly walked over and patted my shoulder. Comfort the manager that he has been in a bad mood these past few days. If you go over and apologize to her, this matter will be over. It's hard to find jobs nowadays, and people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Because I am kind and have decent work abilities, I am doing well in the office. If it weren't for me declaring that I had a girlfriend long ago, I would probably have formed a female licking dog team now. The manager actually values me a lot, but strangely enough, he started picking on me from the moment I walked in today. Other people can also tell that they intentionally gave me small shoes. So I deleted the licking dog team on the spot and fired the boss. Then he said to his previous buddies who had been working hard, I'm going to see a house with my wife recently, and I don't have time to work. It's good if I resign. My colleagues suggest that you go and apologize to the manager, and we will plead with you again. The manager will definitely not drive you away. Faced with their plea to stay, I walked very resolutely, and in the end, I only left one sentence: I won't leave you here, there will be a place for you to stay. My colleagues saw that I was heartbroken and had no choice but to go out and see me off. But they didn't notice. I pressed the elevator button on the basement floor, and they realized that I had reached the parking lot on the basement floor. Basically, only those who have cars will come here. Those who don't have cars will take a turn from the first floor and take the subway. They all thought I pressed the wrong button and wanted to turn off the elevator and go to the first floor. But I watched as I walked out of the elevator, took out the car key from my pocket, shook it, and then opened the door of a nearby Ferrari, Rafa. A few colleagues suddenly felt a bit confused, and it was a long time before they finally said, "Is this really your car?" I nodded and calmly swayed towards the few people. After saying goodbye, I stepped on the accelerator and left. The few of them watched as Rafa left and let out a bitter smile. It turned out that the clown was actually me. Emotional people came to experience life. At this moment, the manager glanced at my workstation through the crack in the door and found that I had already left. He leisurely brewed a cup of tea and then called Jin Ji-won again. Jin Ji-won over there didn't expect manager's son to be so efficient. It only took him a while to get things done. Manager's son sneered and pouted, but he was just a bug. I asked her to leave the company for a few minutes. As soon as Jin Ji-won heard that this matter had been completed, he couldn't help but laugh. He quickly said, "In a few days, I will bring my pockmarks over and make sure you also appreciate it." Manager's son gave a somewhat lewd smile. She had already heard that I had a particularly beautiful girlfriend. This time I heard Jin Ji-won say that after he got the person, he wanted to bring it over for her to appreciate, so I was overjoyed. However, the thought of me losing my job because Jin Ji-won took a liking to my girlfriend also made me feel a bit overwhelmed by the misfortune of being a beauty. Spending $1 can earn $10, but I'm not happy at all, because my wife was provoked by a wealthy second generation just after work. So I was furious, and today I will definitely teach this guy a hard lesson. I saw Jin Ji-won holding a bouquet of huge roses and leaning against a McLaren to greet Zhao Qingxue. Although she doesn't look very good, she really looks good after dressing up today. At least the white-collar workers next to Zhao Qingxue can see that her eyes are shining brightly. A few white-collar workers looked at Zhao Qingxue with jealousy and left unwillingly. Zhao Qingxue felt a headache as she looked at the sudden appearance of Jin Ji-won. Others thought she was charming, but Zhao Qingxue found her disgusting and greasy. So she directly assumed that she didn't see Jin Ji-won. Unexpectedly, Jin Ji-won did not let her go and directly held the rose in front of her. Zhao Qingxue immediately angrily said, "I am a person with a husband, please show me respect." Jin Ji-won shook his hair, thinking he was handsome, and then handed out a rose to bid farewell. "Is it so heartless? Do you want to show respect and go out for lunch with me?" Zhao Qingxue's face became even colder upon hearing this. "First of all, I have to go out for dinner with my husband, and I don't have time at all. Secondly, I don't eat alone with male creatures other than my husband." Jin Ji-won was well aware that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After refusing her lunch invitation, he didn't force himself and instead asked Zhao Qingxue to accept his rose. But who would have expected that in the next second, it would be in her dazed moment. The rose in my hand was suddenly snatched by someone and then dropped into the trash can in a parabolic shape. Before Jin Ji-won could react to what had happened, I stood next to Zhao Qingxue and inexplicably hugged her slender waist. Then, speaking of my woman, I would buy her flowers. "You don't need a little karami like you to be here to pay attention. You see me coming." Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up first, and then she looked at Jin Ji-won with a hint of pride, saying, "My husband, don't get in the way here." Jin Ji-won's eyes were hurt by this gaze, and as soon as she thought of my recent behavior, she clenched her fists and sneered. "You may be able to afford roses, but can you give Qingxue the life she wants?" "I'm sorry, I just happen to be able to afford it." After speaking, I hugged Zhao Qingxue and walked towards Rafa, who was parked not far away. Originally, Jin Ji-won turned his head and wanted to mock me a few times, but when he saw my pull, his mouth opened wide and he choked on what he wanted to say. "This is simply impossible." Although Jin Ji-won's family is not particularly wealthy, they only have assets worth billions. Her father can only afford her a McLaren worth over 3 million yuan, but she has carefully investigated me. With such an ordinary family, How could they possibly afford a Rafale worth over 20 million yuan? Are you joking internationally? Moreover, although this car may sound like it costs over 20 million yuan, if it doesn't matter at all, you wouldn't even be able to buy it with money. A group of white-collar workers standing around envied and said, "It's really outrageous." The one who came behind is the real golden turtle son-in-law. The one in front is clearly a toad. A girl said, "If it were me and two wealthy second-generation people were competing for me, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams." As the female protagonist of this farce, Zhao Qingxue not only didn't feel so happy in Lafarge, but also felt a bit nauseous. She muttered to herself, "Has Jin Jiwon lost his mind? I already have such a handsome husband, and she still wants to pursue me." Her speech is so disgusting, it's too appetizing. After reciting, he rubbed his stomach and then said to me, "Husband, what are we going to eat?" Unexpectedly, my next sentence blinded her. "What's the rush? Let's go see the house first." Zhao Qingxue stared at her beautiful big eyes and said, "What are you joking about internationally? Aren't you even losing your job? What are you using to buy a house?" I smiled and said, "Of course I sold you to buy a house. My wife is so beautiful that she could have switched to a larger flat floor." As I spoke, I contacted my college classmate Qi Jingchun. Because the two of us played games in college and had a good understanding, we played in a double row together. After graduation, I saw that her social media was focused on real estate sales, so it's better for her to watch it instead of just looking for it in a nonsensical way. Qi Jingchun across from me couldn't believe it. "You're really good. Chen has only graduated for a year now, and you're actually going to buy a house. I haven't even saved the down payment yet, but on second thought, let me know if you have any requirements. There is a suitable absolute first notification for you." After asking, I didn't have too many requirements and just wanted to buy a large flat floor, preferably one with a good surrounding environment. Qi Jingchun was stunned on the spot, originally wanting to tell me about the requirements for the layout and so on. I didn't expect that when I first came up, she said she wanted a beautiful flat floor. After careful consideration, she didn't want to hurt me either. Helplessly speaking, I do have a few good large flat layers in my hands. It's just that the location is quite remote and the price is high. Would you like to change to another one? I will cut off the railway with a large flat layer. Take me to take a look now and see what you think is the best set. Seeing that I was very persistent, Qi Jingchun couldn't say anything and agreed on the spot. The two of us met in Pudong, and I stepped on the accelerator to bring Zhao Qingxue directly to this area. Due to the good environment, many real estate projects and high-end residential properties have been developed in Pudong, and the housing prices here have reached 70 to 80 million yuan per square meter. What is this concept? I once combined Zhao Qingxue and I could save so much in just 1 year. It's estimated that after struggling for a few years, we can't even buy a toilet. Zhao Qingxue realized that she had arrived in Pudong too late. She looked at me parking in a daze and then took her to Qi Jingchun to meet her. She foolishly asked me, "You really don't want to sell me, do you?" I looked at her bewildered and innocent eyes, which were very cute. I couldn't help but pinch her cheek and say, "How could I be willing to sell it? You came here today specifically to spoil you." Then, while she wasn't paying attention, he quickly kissed her face. As soon as Qi Jingchun came over, he saw the two of us scattering dog food and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Chen and sister-in-law, you two should be separate. Do you know that the days of a single dog are very difficult?" I'll stop talking nonsense when I see this. Where is the large flat floor you're talking about? Zhao Qingxue's face turned red from what Qi Jingchun had said, and she kept drilling into my arms, wishing to hide the person inside my body. I smiled and hugged Zhao Qingxue, feeling that my wife looked better and better the more I looked at her. Qi Jingchun shook the key in his hand and said, "Come with me. There are still 2 sets left at the Dilan mansion, so I will take you to take a look now." Zhao Qingxue cautiously walked into the residential area of the Dilan official residence, looking at the environment like a large park. After taking a deep breath, she said that the air was really good. I was quite satisfied with the environment here, so I lowered my head and asked Zhao Qingxue if she liked it. Zhao Qingxue nodded hesitantly and said, "I like it or not, but the housing prices here are a bit outrageous." I waved my hand and said it's okay. Let's take a look at the house first. The large flat apartment that Qi Jingchun mentioned is on the 5th and 6th floors. Each one has a usage area of up to 300 square meters, and what impressed Zhao Qingxue the most was the particularly spacious hall, which she was very satisfied with. I was planning to buy it directly, but before I could tell Qi Jingchun, I heard footsteps ringing from the door. It's another real estate salesperson who brought a man and a woman to see the house. Although men don't look very good, they wear imported leather shoes worth tens of thousands of yuan. And women are also wearing high-end silk dresses and carrying Chanel, classic handbags. The incident of coming to see the house happened to happen, so let's take a look together. Unexpectedly, as soon as the woman entered the door and saw us, she rolled her eyes. "What kind of house are you taking us to see? How can any cat or dog come? Your company's management is too lax, isn't it?" The salesperson quickly apologized and prepared to take them to see the set upstairs. Then, with a reproachful look in his eyes, he glanced at Chi Jingchun. "What's going on with this person? He didn't even say hello in advance when showing people around the house." Chi Jingchun clearly knows the salesperson and they don't deal with each other. Therefore, upon hearing these words, Chi Jingchun sneered and said, "Let me take someone to see the house first. If you want to see it, go to the back and queue up." The salesperson heard this sentence and looked at me and Zhao Qingxue. Then he mocked and said, "It's really interesting. Why do you bring these two poor dogs to see the house? Can they afford it?" Before Chi Jingchun could speak, I stood up and cursed, saying who the poor dog was. That woman was also startled by me, covering her chest and sneering, saying that whoever is poor should be called. "Don't even look at what kind of rag you're wearing, you might not even be able to afford a toilet, right?" After finishing speaking, he instructed the salesperson next to him, "What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and drive them out, they've dirted the air here." As soon as the salesperson heard the woman's words, he quickly nodded and scolded me so much that he couldn't afford it, so he quickly rolled away. "If you guys keep sticking around, I'll call the security guard." Seeing the salesperson's narrow-minded demeanor, Zhao Qingxue bit her lip and lowered her head in a somewhat insecure manner, indicating that she had given up. Anyway, she had already seen it. "Let's go." I can see that Qingxue's tears have accumulated in her eyes. I have been with her for 4 years, and I am not willing to let her cry. I didn't expect to be told by 2 passers-by to cry today, so I was immediately heartbroken, and at the same time, my anger was raging in my chest. Without hesitation, I stood up and grabbed the woman's wrist, pushed her out, and then said to get out of my house. "From now on, this is my home." The woman was startled by the sudden scene and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Her boyfriend and salesperson were originally trying to help, but seeing how terrifying I looked, they didn't dare to touch me. "I'm mocking you from afar. Can you afford it? If we take action again, we'll really call security." I stared coldly at the 3 of them, took out my bank card from my pocket, and handed it to Chi Jingchun, saying that I had bought this house. "Go and handle the procedures for me now, just swipe my card directly." Originally, Chi Jingchun was thinking about how to deal with these 3 people, but I didn't expect to drive them out in the blink of an eye. I was still in a daze when I saw the bank card I handed over. Now she's even colder. Does Aiken really want to buy this set of large flat floors? But the problem is that this set of large flat floors costs over 20 million yuan. Even if it's a down payment in installments, it would cost at least 4 or 5 million yuan. Does she have that much money? I watched her stand there foolishly, and immediately urged her to do something in a daze. "Hurry up and go to Chi Jingchun." It was only then that he realized and turned around to handle the procedures for me. That woman was a bit foolish at the moment. She had intended to say something, but in the end, she stomped her foot. After tidying up the clothes, I told the salesperson to leave. "If possible, let's go see another set." "I won't say a word, I apologize. I also want to buy the one upstairs." Then he turned to Chi Jingchun and said to work together, "Buy me the one upstairs as well." Women are so angry with my words that they don't know what to say. After all, they are really rich. This time, she completely took a blind eye. She thought it was just 2 poor people who came to see the world, but who could have imagined that they were hidden wealthy? I didn't sympathize at all when I saw the woman trembling with anger. "Hurry up and stand at my doorstep. The powder has fallen all over the ground. You don't think it's dirty, I still think it's dirty." A woman is said to be almost infuriated. You can say that a woman is morally corrupt or despicable, but you must never say that a woman is ugly, and a woman stomps her toes in anger at the door. And I couldn't stand them at all, so I went over and slammed the door shut. After closing the door, the happiest person was not me and Zhao Qingxue, but Chi Jingchun. I saw her laughing and saying to Brother Chen, "You are also amazing. Seeing these 3 of them, do you look like a rainbow on your face? Your expression is simply too exciting." But only after she finished laughing did she realize that Chen Gu, "Do you really want to buy this large flat floor? I'm so happy, of course. You have all the bank cards in your hands, and I'm just joking with you." Chi Jingchun looked at me with some disbelief, never realizing that I was actually the wealthy second generation hidden by her side. I couldn't help but smile and immediately said, "Don't talk so much nonsense, kid. Hurry up and go handle the procedures for me." Chi Jingchun turns around happily, and then becomes naughty. As instructed, the system prompts congratulations to the host. Spending 21 million yuan will result in a 10 times cashback of 210 million yuan, and an additional reward of 10 school district houses will be given. Please check that I spent 20 million yuan on a wedding house. but there were actually 2 billion more in the bank card. I couldn't believe it, so I immediately checked the system message. In addition, the system even rewarded 10 sets of school district houses. I was a bit confused on the spot. According to the current housing prices in the Magic City, every house given by the system is worth over 10 million yuan. After completing the procedures quickly, Shi Jingchun handed me the property certificate with a worried expression on his face. Because my wife's name was written on it, she couldn't figure out what I was up to. As soon as I received the property certificate, I handed it over to Zhao Qingxue next to me. At this moment, Zhao Qingxue is completely in a state of confusion with a bit of confusion. Although I kept saying that I wanted to buy her a large flat layer, she never trusted this matter at all. Because she thought I had no money at all, but who would have thought that I not only bought her a ring worth over 200,000 yuan, but also a Porsche Cayenne worth over 2 million yuan. What's even more outrageous is that now, I even bought myself over 20 million big apples, which adds up to spending almost 25 million. Suddenly, she realized where I came from with so much money. So all afternoon, when Zhao Qingxue went to work, she was all in a daze. The efficiency of work has been reduced by more than half. When she got home, she grabbed me as I was packing up, looking at me with a serious face and her lips narrowed into a line. I noticed that Zhao Qingxue's face didn't look very good. When she encountered something strange, she asked Qingxue, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Qingxue tightly grasped my sleeve, her eyes flickering with water. She asked what I would say next and what you would answer. Looking at her serious demeanor, I was a bit amused and even said with a stern face that if I didn't tell the truth, I would let you eat me tonight. Zhao Qingxue clenched her small fist and ultimately asked if you had gone into that profession. Listening to her question, I didn't understand what it meant for a moment. Zhao Qingxue said in a deep voice, "I suspect you are becoming a fan now. You have gained so much money for no reason and will be arrested. How about I accompany you to surrender, at most sentenced to several decades?" As you speak, the water in your eyes becomes brighter and brighter. I looked at her and burst out laughing. Then he hugged her and gently said, "Look at what you think, how could I possibly do that?" Zhao Qingxue still looked at me with grievances. "Then how did you get your money?" She got the property certificate and returned to the office today, but the more she thought about it, the more wrong it became. It seems like on the day I received my certificate, I suddenly became very wealthy. There won't be such a good thing as money falling from the sky. The only thing that comes quickly is written in the criminal law. I patted her head and said, "Do you know Bitcoin? I heard it was particularly valuable when I was in high school before. Then I spent New Year's money to buy 200 of them, and I only remembered this when I received the certificates a few days ago." I certainly can't tell her about the system, but Zhao Qingxue is not that easy to fool. After thinking for several days, I finally came up with this excuse. Zhao Qingxue blinked her eyes with some confusion. Bitcoin is so popular, of course she knows what it is, but can this thing really afford a house or a car? Looking at her still feeling a bit skeptical, I took out my phone and checked the current market price for her. The current Bitcoin is 350,000 coins. I bought 200 coins before, but now when I sell them, I make a net profit of 70 million. Zhao Qingxue calculated with her fingers, and the money was not a small amount. Even in her dreams, she couldn't dream of so much money. Immediately, Zhao Qingxue smiled and hugged my neck, almost tears of joy as she said, "That's great. I didn't do anything wrong." After listening to this, my head was covered in black lines. Shouldn't the point be that we have money now? I was softened by her words and was about to stir up trouble when my phone rang. Zhao Qingxue quickly pushed me away and answered the phone. Ling, the courier agent on the opposite side, said, "Miss Zhao, come over quickly. I'm almost overwhelmed by your delivery." Zhao Qingxue's face was full of question marks. What is the situation and what express delivery can I have? The other party's sister Ling said, yes, most of the warehouse belongs to you. Come over and pick it up quickly." After listening to what Sister Ling said, Zhao Qingxue was very puzzled. She hasn't bought anything recently, so she immediately opened her phone, and the messages sent by various express deliveries started with 50 or 60 codes. I looked at my wife with a gentle gaze and said that you fell asleep that night, so I helped you clear your shopping cart. Shouldn't you hurry up and pick it up now? Although being cleared of the shopping cart was a very happy thing, Zhao Qingxue now feels a bit dizzy, because she has a habit of adding things she likes to her shopping cart. But sometimes it's just a label and there's no intention of buying it. Especially in the shopping cart, there are many luxury items that she can't afford at all. After realizing it, Zhao Qingxue quickly opened a certain treasure on her phone. After discovering that her shopping cart was really empty, Zhao Qingxue didn't know what to say for a moment. I had to pinch my arm in a fit of anger and say to go down and get the delivery for my mother. The two of us held hands and soon arrived at the courier collection point. Ling Jia was sorting out the express delivery that came today when she saw Zhao Qingxue coming over. Without looking back, he pointed to the innermost pile and said, "It's all yours." Zhao Qingxue's mother, she's just a small courier collection point. But her own express delivery almost occupies half of her territory, and there's almost no place to stop squeezing here. At this moment, a person happened to come to the convenience store to buy something, and looked at Ling Jia's store piled up with parcels. I envy how good the express delivery business is. Just accepting express delivery every day can earn a lot of money, right? Ling shook her head and said that a package only costs $1, but out of these hundreds, 70 of them belong to the girl next to her. Then he looked at Zhao Qingxue helplessly and curiously asked, "Are you getting rich? Why did you buy so many things all at once?" Because usually, these parcels are organized by Sister Ling alone. So, she inevitably sees some information on the delivery bag. In addition to high-end clothing, shoes, and bags, there are also various cosmetics and makeup products, many of which are internationally renowned big brands. If you want to buy all of these, it will probably cost over 100,000 yuan. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at me, then reluctantly realized that it was my husband who bought it for me. But in my heart, I was thinking to myself that I should take my time when buying things. What's wrong with buying so much in one breath? Ling Jia was taken aback by Zhao Qingxue's words, and her envy in her eyes was almost overflowing. She sighed and said that men of this generation only hurt their wives. But my several nieces haven't seen how good their husbands are, and you little girl is too happy. Being envied by others, Zhao Qingxue was very happy in her heart. While looking at her express delivery, she secretly turned around and glanced at me. Suddenly, our eyes met, and Zhao Qingxue quickly coughed and said to bring the old lady over. "With so many parcels, how can I move them back? Why don't I come over and help?" After being happy, Zhao Qingxue's next headache came. With so many parcels, it was impossible to move them upstairs all at once. It was estimated that at least a dozen or so trips would be needed. And we have already decided to move tomorrow. Moving up now, we still have to move down tomorrow. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Qingxue only picked up a few preferred parcels, and the rest planned to be directly loaded into the car tomorrow. Looking at the back of Zhao Qingxue and me leaving, Sister Lin was very envious and turned to take a photo of the delivery note and send it to the lifestyle group. There is also an accompanying sentence. Do you see that one person owns the express delivery of Shaoshan Ban? Originally, everyone didn't feel much about the picture at first, but when they found out it was for someone else, they immediately became sour. When I got home, Zhao Qingxue packed things with me and chatted with Chihan at the same time. Chihan over there is a bit speechless. Why is it so slow for you to reply to messages? Does he not love your best friend anymore? Looking at the message sent over, Zhao Qingxue smiled helplessly at the plane and replied that I need to tidy up and move tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chihan immediately enthusiastically asked where you were going to move. Coincidentally, I will take a day off tomorrow and come over to help you move. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed and asked someone else to take a leave to help her move. It was so embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Shihan said it's nothing at all. Who made you my best friend? How could I be willing to make you tired? The next day, Shihan appeared downstairs in his small car. Although she insisted on helping with the move, which was a bit of a way to avoid work, looking at the situation today, she really came to move. I'm not polite either. The things were packed last night. As for helping me move downstairs, I have already hired a moving company, so I don't need to worry at all. Zhao Qingxue pointed to the convenience store opened by Sister Ling and said, go move over there. You really don't need to move things at home anymore. Shihan didn't understand Zhao Qingxue's meaning at the first time. In what situation did you also move the convenience store downstairs while you were away? Without saying a word, Zhao Qingxue pulled her into a convenience store, showed her the packages, and then carried her one by one to the car. Can Shihan be so foolish? Not only does it include Dior's $9.99, but it also includes Chanel's suit. After realizing it, I crouched down and started flipping through the packages one by one. The more you look at it, the bigger your eyes become. What this special Target is all about is what women dream of. Although she buys it every month, she can't even afford such an expensive one with that little salary. The pile of parcels in front of her is simply her dream. After arranging the personnel for the moving company, I saw Zhao Qingxue personally moving the express delivery. I quickly walked over and picked up the package from my hand. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shihan jumped out with a bunch of messy parcels in his arms. I really can't bear it anymore. This express delivery is really every piece of my dream. I moved for about an hour and everything was packed. Originally, Shihan planned for me to drive her car when she came over this time, and she was just rubbing against Zhao Qingxue's Porsche Cayenne, but when she asked me to get in her car, watching me helplessly, I turned the Ferrari key in my hand, and then I said I wanted to drive my own car. Looking at the car key in my hand, Shihan was very uncertain about it. How could it be possible? Is this a Ferrari Rafale? I snapped my finger at bingo and then led Zhao Qingshua's hand to pull the trigger. Then, he threw the Porsche Cayenne key that Shihan had been longing for to her. Don't you really like this car? Then you can drive it over. As for your car, just call a substitute driver to take it back. Looking at the Porsche Cayenne key in his hand, Shihan felt a mix of flavors and a bit confused inside. What kind of situation is this? Zhao Qingxue told herself, isn't Aiken from an ordinary family? Have you ever seen an ordinary family hold a Porsche Cayenne? And there is also a Rafale worth over 20 million yuan. I finally accepted the fact that I drove the Rafale, but after Shihan drove a Porsche and arrived at the Great Horizon with a large truck, her whole worldview, it has been reshaped again. Even if her heart is big, she has discovered something wrong. Ah Chen is really rich. These things in front of us can't be easily accomplished by ordinary people. She originally wanted to ask where I got so much money, but considering her position as a best friend, she didn't have the right to ask. So she honestly closed her mouth and widened her eyes to admire the beautiful scenery outside the window. Before I moved in here, I had already had someone clean it up, so all I needed to do was move the things in. In order to stay with Shihan, he pounced on the cashmere carpet next to the bay window without hesitation. Rubbing my face against it, my face is filled with happiness to the heavens. Let me die on this cushion. I am already a useless waste. As I was moving things, I looked at her and hooked my lips to feed her. Hurry up and start working. You're so lazy that you can't find a boyfriend. Shihan turned his head and looked at Zhao Qingxue sitting next to him playing games. Hurry up and help me speak. Aren't you also doing nothing? I said she has found a good husband like me. Can you compare with Qingxue? Shihan was so angry at my words that he turned around and hugged Zhao Qingshue's arm, saying, I'm telling you the truth. You didn't have a meal at Hai Di Lao today. Don't expect me to forgive you. After tidying up, we haven't had a chance to go out yet. Zhao Qingxue was hurriedly called back to the company by a phone call. I didn't want her to go back originally, but I was very angry with the manager across from me. I couldn't even persuade her to leave. As for Shihan, he picked 2 lipsticks from a pile of parcels and was preparing to slowly pluck Zhao Qingshue's wool. The screen switches to Zhao Qingshue's company, and as soon as she enters the company, Zhao Qingxue feels that the atmosphere is not right. The boss just saw her and threw the book in his hand onto the table. Then he coldly said, Stop pretending here. If you don't apologize to Jin Xiao, get out of here now. I have 2 billion in my bank account, but I can't be happy at all. Because my wife is in the company, she was asked by the boss to spend the night with clients. So I drove my Ferrari worth over 20 million yuan, and Rafa waited for my wife to be fired on the spot. The boss was in the office, and the manager pulled out a room card, saying that you should understand what I meant. If Jin Xiao's sister doesn't order clothes from our company, then you should leave. Maybe you, after earning money, would your boyfriend still be willing to eat this meal? Before the manager could finish speaking, Zhao Qingxue threw the room card directly in her face. The manager didn't expect Zhao Qingxue to be so bold. By the time she reacted, she was already trembling with anger. Her voice was very sharp, and the sound insulation in the office was not good, so people outside also heard her angry voice. In everyone's eyes, Zhao Qingxue is like a little white rabbit, and no one can believe she would do such a thing. Soon, Zhao Qingxue walked out of it. I didn't say anything to them either. I rubbed my eyes and ran out. Zhao Qingxue's figure had just disappeared. The manager followed out with a gloomy expression on his face. A group of onlookers quickly returned to their seats and pretended to be working. The manager did not leave directly, obviously feeling quite angry. Then he cursed Zhao Qingxue in the direction he left, saying that as a bitch, he still had to set up a memorial archway. Dressing up beautifully every day is just to seduce men, isn't it? The manager's insults were very malicious, and some people in the office couldn't bear to hear them anymore. They might as well walk into the hallway and hide quietly. And here you can just see the company entrance, a few people chatting and their eyes fixed on the company entrance. I don't know when, but a Ferrari had already parked at the entrance. Rafa and his team said, What is Zhao Qingxue's Porsche Cayenne like? Perhaps for ordinary people like us, it may already be considered a luxury car, but in the eyes of true billionaires, the one below is the true luxury car. A few people laughed and said, seeing Rafa's car door open, they all wanted to see what exactly opened Rafa's door. The man received the message from Qingxue and left the car door, then was instantly focused by their gaze, and the women suddenly became obsessed with flowers. The scene of encountering a male god through fancy brain teasers in my mind was almost non-existent. I was sitting on the ground ovulating, but before they could finish their brain teasers, their eyes would all be straight the next second. Because they saw that Zhao Qingxue, who had just left the company, immediately threw herself into the arms of their male god, and they were almost crazy about it just now. The male god was holding Zhao Qingxue in his arms and coaxing her, and the few of them looked at each other. Everyone's face was filled with shock. It seemed like Qingxue's boyfriend. No wonder she dared to throw something in the manager's face just now. I don't know when, but the manager appeared behind a few people and coldly said to me, "Why haven't you all seen anyone? It turns out you're hiding in the hallway looking at the scenery." A few people were startled and were about to say something when the manager looked out the window. At this glance, her already domineering face froze. Obviously, she also saw Zhao Qingxue downstairs, who was being hugged by me, as well as the Ferrari parked next to her. Rafa watched as the manager's face turned increasingly dark, and a few people were afraid of turning into a punching bag, so they quickly ran away. And the manager could only stand alone, looking at the scene below with a pale face. It was a long time before she gritted her teeth and said, "I see." I said, "How could this little girl be so capable? She has a relationship with a wealthy man." Her tone sounded very disdainful, but envy couldn't be hidden in her disdain. "Because my genuine love is something she has never seen before." Watching Qingxue pounce into her arms, I instinctively touched her head and then carried her into the car, carefully tying her seatbelt. Zhao Qingxue was unhappy all the way. I used to work well, but who knew I lost my job just because of a rotten peach blossom? I saw this and chuckled softly, saying, "What's wrong? Do you think your husband can't afford to support you?" Being comforted by me like a child makes Zhao Qingxue feel a bit embarrassed. But at the same time, it's also very sweet, okay? Actually, I didn't need much, but she looked at me with her head tilted in confusion. "Isn't it true that boys become bad when they have money? How do I feel that the richer you are, the better it is for me?" I patted her head and said it was a boy, "And now I am your husband." I was just about to take her to eat something delicious when I received a call from Li Hao the next second. Seeing these two words, the corners of my mouth couldn't stop rising. Without hesitation, when I answered the phone, I said, "Aren't you guys enjoying yourself everywhere? How can you still remember me?" Li Hao's voice carried a hint of melancholy as he said goodbye. I was supposed to have as much fun playing as I wanted. But my dad insists that I'm getting old and wants me to go home for a blind date and get married. Do you think I look like that person? Do you curl your lips to get married? That's a good relationship, and then someone will take care of you. An impatient voice came from across. "I hate women the most. They manage me all day long. Who do they think they are? Stop writing. Where are you, kid? I'm here to eat with you." I said my brother is coming to find me, and I will definitely help you clean up the dust. How about going to cousin? As a famous Michelin 3-star restaurant in Mordor, Li Hao agreed to come down on the spot. After all, there is a constant stream of people coming here to eat, regardless of the taste, but the price is definitely not low. And this time, I happened to take the opportunity to take Zhao Qingxue and Li Hao to eat. As soon as the car stopped at Tanga's doorstep, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but whisper to me, "Is this it? Why does it look like it's even more expensive than the Western restaurant last time?" I naturally hugged her shoulder, "And now this price is just a small deal for your husband. I'll just sprinkle some water on it." Zhao Qingxue snorted coldly and said, "You're really full of bad luck. Why didn't you tell me about Bitcoin earlier? It made me dislike that Western restaurant for being too expensive last time, and I didn't even dare to let it go." I threw the car key in my hand to the parking assistant, then nodded and took Zhao Qingxue to the reserved private room on the second floor. I told the waiter that everyone was here, and after serving the dishes, I sent the room number to Li Hao. Half an hour later, Li Hao arrived late. Arriving in a special big city is like a big city, where traffic jams are so fresh and elegant. I joked, "You shouldn't have gone to the coal mine to have a good time, right? How could you be so black?" Li Hao sat across from me casually, originally intending to continue arguing with me. But the next second, I saw Zhao Qingxue sitting next to me, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Have we seen this sister somewhere before?" As soon as I saw Li Hao's gaze, I knew she had a common problem, so I quickly revealed Zhao Qingxue's shoulder and said it was your sister-in-law. "Li Hao, this person is similar to Jia Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. Since kindergarten, I have learned to mess with relationships between men and women." As soon as he heard me say it was my sister-in-law, Li Hao immediately said honestly, "Hello sister-in-law, I'm Xiao Li." Zhao Qingxue smiled and nodded, indicating that she had already said hello. Li Hao watched as I hugged Zhao Qingxue, looking like a baby. Then he chuckled and said, "My sister-in-law is really beautiful, even more beautiful than the one you told me in college." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qingxue next to me looked at me with confusion. Did he even talk about a girlfriend in college? I was very helpless by Li Hao. After pushing her, I scolded, "You so much. Don't talk nonsense. This is my girlfriend from college, she is now my wife." Originally, Li Hao said this just now, just to act as a shield from me. I didn't expect that I still have such a skill, so she was shocked by my calculation. How did you manage to face the same woman every day for almost 4 years? I mean, can we be the same as you? Without a new sister in a day, there's no fresh blood. Even a goddess is only worthy of being a fish in your pond. After speaking, I lowered my head and lightly pecked at Zhao Qingshua's mouth. Li Hao covered his chest and laughed foolishly, saying that it was just my true heart breaking into many pieces, each piece falling in love with a different person. We both reminisced about our high school life and shared our experiences over the past few years. We had a great conversation and felt like good friends. After coming up, we also had a few more drinks. Zhao Qingxue had already eaten enough, but she didn't urge me to go home. She just silently listened to the two of us talking on the side. Occasionally, when I hear Li Hao talk about my embarrassing situation, he even secretly covers his mouth and chuckles. Because we drank some alcohol during dinner, the two of us chatted happily. So after finishing his meal, Li Hao wants to switch to another venue to continue high. And I know, what she meant by high was nothing more than going to nightclubs and bars. Actually, I don't like going to such noisy occasions, so I asked Zhao Qingshua's wife if we should go. Li Hao next to him saw that he had to ask his wife about such things, so he immediately screamed beside him, didn't he? Your status at home is too low, isn't it? Sister-in-law, I can tell you that this man can't handle it. Listening to Li Hao forcing me to do a lot of things, I interrupted her directly, then hugged Zhao Qingxue and smiled, saying who said my wife was meddling in me? I voluntarily listened to her. Originally, Li Hao thought that Zhao Qingxue looked soft and weak, but in fact, she was a female tiger. But now when I look at my attitude, she twitches her lips. Chenggu, corruption is the original sin. Zhao Qingxue looked at me helplessly and said, you guys go play. I'll go home alone, and that's all. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshue's loss, Li Hao happily patted his thigh and took out his phone, ready to call her a car. But the next second, I'll hold her down. Before she could react, I hugged Zhao Qingxue and turned around before leaving. How can I be willing to let my wife go home alone? Of course, I have to personally see you off. This result left Li Hao dumbfounded and he immediately grabbed me, immersing himself in the high school conversation. Shen, you weren't like this before. I'll ask you, I'm still not your sweetheart. When I was with him, I had no interest in women at all. Why did you fall into the gentle countryside after only 4 years without seeing each other? It's so scary. I turned to Li Hao and said, you can take a taxi back to the hotel yourself. I have to accompany my wife home. At first glance at Li Hao's appearance, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to change her mind and say, I'll go with you all. I quickly interrupted my wife, don't force yourself too hard. Li Hao next to him is still struggling on the brink of death. Is it difficult to go to the nightclub? If you want to go ahead. As we chatted, we arrived at the bar and spent a total of $13,600 this time. The front desk over there just printed out the order, and Li Hao quickly paid the money without even taking out the money from my bank card. I wasn't polite to him either, I just smiled and didn't speak. As a wealthy second generation from another city, Li Hao brought money with him when he came to the Magic City this time. The house and car were nowhere to be found, so I had to take a taxi to the bar. He knew my family was from an ordinary background, so I definitely didn't have a car either. So I thought we could take a taxi together. Just before his car even called, he saw a cool Ferrari approaching the door. Rafa, Li Hao immediately sizzled a few times and then hit my shoulder. Chen, have you seen it? Otherwise, how could we say this is the Magic City? The Ferrari in front of us cannot be taken down without a few tens of millions. I nodded when I heard his words, then calmly walked over and took the key from the parking assistant's hand, saying that my wife and I have left first. You should hurry up from behind. Li Hao never expected that this Raffaele belonged to me. He was shocked and couldn't speak for a moment. It wasn't until I left and roared that he stomped his foot and shouted angrily, Ah-chun, you're really not interesting enough. I haven't done Rafa in my life yet. An hour later, my Ferrari pulled over at the entrance of the nightclub. Zhao Qingxue had never been to a nightclub before, only knowing that this was a place for drinking. But the cake in front of the billboard at the entrance caught her attention. It was written on it that only the top 3 consumers would receive it, so it was too stingy, right? At this moment, Li Hao also ran over and his gaze fell entirely on the woman who had just entered the nightclub. I saw him standing still and lightly slapped him in the face. Li Hao finally woke up from his daze and smiled, saying, let's go. What I ordered today is the lowest cost, 18,000 card seats. I guarantee you two can enjoy it. After passing through the security check at the entrance, a few people arrived at the front desk and provided the reserved table number under Li Hao's name. The waiter checked and called over the salesperson in charge of the reserved tables. Typically, those who come to nightclubs are acquaintances, and when booking a table, they usually communicate in advance with the salesperson on WeChat to reserve the table directly. Li Hao had made the reservation through a certain group, so the salesperson knew without looking that they were first-time visitors and warmly introduced the table situation to them. The tables I'm in charge of are the best positions. There aren't many people here yet. You can choose whichever table you like. With that, the salesperson led them to several tables in the center of the nightclub for them to choose from. These tables had a great view, being close to the dance floor and offering a view of the entire stage. As it was still early, there were only 2 DJs playing slow-paced beats on the stage with some light music. Originally, Li Hao wanted to choose the most prominent position to stand out, but Zhao Qingxue didn't like it, so they ended up choosing a table by the wall, separated by screens on both sides, providing some privacy. What would you like to drink? Would you like some soft drinks? Since there weren't many people at the moment, the salesperson, seeing that Li Hao seemed well off, enthusiastically attended to them. Come on, let the lady order first. Handing the drink menu to Zhao Qingxue, Aiken asked in a low voice, do you have anything in mind? These are so expensive, I can't decide. Flipping through the menu, there was nothing priced below 500, which made Zhao Qingxue hesitant to order, especially since it was her first time in such a setting and she didn't know which drinks were good. Let's have 10 bottles of wild geese. As a nightclub veteran, Li Hao quickly ordered 10 bottles of wild geese and muttered to himself, we must also get a few bottles of Red Bull. Hearing Li Hao's order, the salesperson chuckled, wild geese with Red Bull, a remedy for all sorrows. Red Bull with wild geese, not worth it in this world. Li Hao gave a thumbs up, bro, why don't you join us for a drink? We're a small group today. Sure, I get along well with bro here, I'll drink with you today. It was common for salespeople to sit down and drink with customers, as it could lead to selling a lot of alcohol in one night, potentially gaining a regular customer. You ordered 10 bottles in one go. Can we finish all of that? Seeing Li Hao order so generously, Zhao Qingxue was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be a waste if they couldn't finish it all? Miss, the minimum consumption for this table is 18,888. 10 bottles of wild geese only cost 6 to 7,000, it's not expensive at all. The salesperson could tell that Zhao Qingxue was new to this kind of place and kindly explained, also suggesting, Miss, if you can't handle strong drinks, you can mix wild geese with Ovaltine milk, it tastes great too. Many ladies drink it this way. Oh? You can mix alcohol with Ovaltine milk? I want to try that. The idea of mixing alcohol with milk intrigued Zhao Qingxue. The salesperson nodded with a smile, of course, if you're interested, I can recommend other ways to drink, so you can try various flavors and find one you like. After ordering 10 bottles of wild geese, Red Bull, Ovaltine milk, Li Hao also ordered several bottles of whiskey, beer, various snacks, and with the complimentary mineral water and fruit platter from the salesperson, the table was filled to the brim. Where should we sit today? As time passed, the nightclub gradually became lively, with beautiful girls passing by, catching Li Hao's attention, as he seemed to like each one. However, when a young girl in a hot leopard print low-cut short skirt hugged a man's arm and walked past the booth, he suddenly stiffened, not staring at her thighs as usual, but lowered his head and started drinking. It's Ming Ji. I heard Ming Ji is planning to show off tonight? It was obvious that the salesperson knew Ming Ji with the big gold chain, so when he saw him coming over, he stood up to greet him. Yeah. Ming Ji nodded, glanced at the 4 people in the booth, and his gaze lingered on Zhao Qingxue for 2 seconds. Your new guests? Yes, a few of my brothers, first time here today. Ming Ji, do you want to meet them? Going to the nightclub is all about having fun, so it's normal to introduce each other. Since the salesperson had already spoken, Aiken nodded to give face and greeted him. However, when Zhao Qingxue wanted to greet him, he hugged her and didn't let her move. Zhao Qingxue pushed his chest, but he didn't budge, so she sat obediently. The problem arose with Li Hao. He didn't want to pay attention to Ming Ji in the first place, but since the salesperson had already spoken, if he pretended not to hear, it would be disrespectful, so he had to look up and nod expressionlessly to Ming Ji. Ming Ji. Oh, who do I see that looks so familiar? It turns out to be Hao. Before Ming Ji could speak, the leopard print girl next to him smiled and looked at Li Hao, speaking in a familiar tone, clearly indicating that they knew each other. Avril, do you know each other? Upon hearing Avril's words, Ming Ge raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Hao remained silent. It was Avril who smiled and linked arms with Ming Ge, saying, "We know each other, it's the little boy who used to chase me, but we broke up a long time ago." "I see, it's quite a coincidence to meet here today, let's have a drink together later." Ming Ge didn't think it was a big deal, so he sat down at a booth not far from Li Hao and the others. After Ming Ge and his group left, Li Hao drank a bottle of beer and slammed the bottle on the table. Seeing this, the salesperson quickly apologized. "Bro, it's my fault, I didn't know you knew each other beforehand. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. It's my mistake, how about I punish myself with 3 bottles? Li Hao remained silent with a stern face. Without further ado, the salesperson picked up 3 bottles of beer from the table and drank them all. After seeing the salesperson finish the drinks, Li Hao's expression softened slightly. He waved his hand to dismiss him and sat alone, countless girls flocking to him. Ming was also very generous, opening 10 bottles of Spades A one moment, and 10 bottles of Champagne King the next, almost pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Many salespeople went over to take photos and post them on social media. What a waste seeing the constant delivery of alcohol. Zhao Qingshu was sitting next to Aiken obediently ate snacks and drank milk. Aiken looked at her tenderly. "My wife is right. Humph, I don't know what Ming sees in that bitch to make him so infatuated." 2 heavily made-up girls sat at the next table, probably unable to squeeze into Ming's table, so they sat there chatting indignantly. Ming just likes her seductive ways. "By the way, have you heard? That bitch's ex-boyfriend is also at this nightclub. I also heard that just now that woman, in order to please Minggu, even said that her ex-boyfriend was not good in that aspect. Is it true?" "It's true, I heard it with my own ears. She said she wasn't with Minggu for money, but because Minggu is good in that aspect." "Do you think Minggu wouldn't like her when she's so flirtatious?" 2 women were talking as if no one else was around. To play, often drinks with them. Everyone also considers him a big shot, and he often spends tens of thousands in one night. After this event, under the soft and hard tactics of Avril, he also promised to spoil Avril. No matter how much money it costs, he must bring the cake to Avril tonight. "Don't worry, if I said I will bring the cake to Avril, I will definitely give it to her, why rush? There are not many bosses who came today, so 100 bottles of Spades A are definitely in the top 3 of tonight's expenses, but even if he gets first place, there are still 2 spots left, right? There is also second and third place. Did my expenses today make it to the top 3? Minggu over there is watching closely for the top 3 expenses, and Li Hao on this side is the same. Actually, Li Hao, although he usually likes to go to nightclubs to have fun, he actually likes to play ambiguous games, and he is not very interested in showing off wealth by spending on alcohol. So even though he is rich, he rarely spends more than 20,000 in one night at a nightclub. This time he opened 100 bottles of Spades A in one go. Obviously he was provoked, and he was venting his anger against Minggu over there. The salesperson certainly knows some things, and quickly said, "You made it, tonight, barring any accidents, you will be the top spender. What about second and third place?" "Well, let me see, as of now, Mr. Li, number 99, has spent 450,000, Minggu has spent 150,000. Barring any accidents, it will be you 3. Is the spending level in your nightclub too low? Spending just over 100,000 can get you into the top 3? Thinking about that cake, Li Hao gets angry. Well, not all bosses are as generous as you. This situation also makes the salesperson very difficult. But a Chen, who has been sitting next to Zhao Qingxue and hugging her, suddenly spoke up. "Can you reserve a VIP table for me? We are already full, no more seats available." The salesperson didn't understand why a Chen asked like that, shrugged helplessly. "No more seats?" A Chen's mouth slightly curved up. "Then if you reserve a VIP table for me, I will order 99 bottles of Spades for you?" "Ah, let me coordinate for you." The nightclub salesperson certainly cannot make a living on a basic salary. The big money comes from reserving tables and earning commissions from selling alcohol. At first, when a Chen asked him to reserve a table, he declined because he thought he had earned enough tonight and it was not necessary to put in a lot of effort to reserve a table. But now, when he heard that Chen wanted to order 99 bottles of Spades A, he suddenly had the courage to put the salesperson in a difficult position. Without saying a word, he immediately found some acquaintances to discuss, and in no time, Chen's VIP table was ready. Chen didn't care where the table came from. "Keep the table for me. I will order 99 bottles of Spades A again. You bring them here for me, but the expenses will be counted separately, got it?" The words were clear. Li Hao naturally understood that Chen was spending this money to save face for him. He was stunned for a moment, picked up a bottle of whiskey in front of him and poured it into his mouth. "Yuangu, stop talking. From today on, you are my brother. We may not be born on the same day of the same month, but we hope to die on the same day of the same month. Even if we die, we will be buried together. In the next life, we will still be together." "Stop, stop, stop." Li Hao's words gave Chen goosebumps. He quickly waved his hand, lowered his head and kissed Zhao Qingxue several times. Zhao Qingxue was blushing because of him, quickly pushed him away. "What are you doing?" "Wife, didn't you hear what he just said? He said he wants to be buried with me when he dies." Aiken patted his chest, rubbed his head against Zhao Qingxue's slender shoulder. "Who wants to be buried with him?" "I want to be buried with you." Watching the two of them, Li Hao, who was originally moved to the point of tears almost flowing out of his eyes, forcibly held back the tears. "Isn't it easy for me to be sentimental occasionally? The last time I cried was when my grandma passed away, and you are wasting my sincerity and emotions like this? You talk as if there's something going on between us." Aiken was ungrateful, holding Zhao Qingxue and shaking her. "Wife, I am innocent with him." "Oh wow." The boss opened another 99 bottles of Spades A. "There are so many bosses tonight." "The boss who opened the Spades A seems quite handsome." Originally, Aiken and Li Hao had already attracted a lot of attention with the previous 100 bottles of Spades A, and now with another 99 bottles opened, they directly ignited the whole place. Many charming beauties couldn't help but glance over, the blatant teasing almost suffocating. However, they quickly noticed something. Although the boss who opened 99 bottles of Spades A was impressive, he had no interest in a group of beautiful women. Many good-looking and popular women in the nightclub couldn't even approach him to get acquainted, all blocked by the waiters standing in front of the reserved table. "Sorry, the boss likes peace and quiet." "Who is that woman?" Such a tactic, one person actually monopolizing two big bosses. "Isn't she afraid of choking to death?" "What nonsense are you talking? I think that woman should be like a close relative of the man." "Why do you say that? How many men have you seen just sitting there playing with wine without doing anything with a beautiful woman?" The reserved table of Aiken and Li Hao now seemed like a piece of fat dripping with oil, being watched by a group of tigresses, naturally full of malice and speculation towards the only woman, Zhao Qingxue, on the table. Originally, a group of women thought Zhao Qingxue was very skillful, occupying two bosses. But after observing for a while, they found out it wasn't the case. Although she was sitting at the table, she had basically no interaction with the darker boss, and although she seemed very intimate with the fair and delicate boss, they didn't engage in any ambiguous actions, simply sitting together playing with various drinks, not drinking much. They really couldn't figure out what the relationship between the two was. Mixing drinks is so much fun, these colors are so beautiful. Aiken didn't know how others were speculating about his relationship with Zhao Qingxue. In fact, it was very simple for him not to touch Zhao Qingxue. Previously, no one paid attention, and he occasionally kissed Zhao Qingxue sneakily without anyone seeing, thinking it was nothing. But now, their reserved table was like a magnet, attracting too much attention. If he were to touch Zhao Qingxue now, it would seem very disrespectful. And he didn't want his wife blushing to be seen by others. "Ming Ge, do you want to open more bottles of Champagne King?" With the music beats getting more intense, it was already past 1 in the morning, and the event was about to end at 2 o'clock. But judging from the bottles of wine Ming Ge had opened, he definitely wouldn't make it to the top 3 in spending tonight. If he couldn't make it to the top 3, then his cake plan would be ruined. Therefore, this made Avril somewhat anxious. She had boasted on her social media that she would treat her girlfriends to cake tonight, and if she couldn't make it, wouldn't she lose face? Avril blocked and asked, making Minga a little unhappy, "Why are you in a hurry? Haven't we finished the drinks we ordered? Let's finish drinking first, and I promise to get the cake for you." Seeing Minga getting a little angry from the questioning, Avril also started acting cute. "I was just saying casually, Minga, don't be mad at me, okay? I know you care about me the most. As long as you know, Minga said, patting Avril's thigh and standing up. You guys keep drinking, I'll go to the restroom. Hurry back, I'll be waiting for you. After drinking so much, going to the restroom was normal, and no one thought much of it, continuing to have fun at the private room. Avril took a bottle of Spades A and twisted her body on the sofa, unable to resist glancing towards the private room where Lee Hao was sitting. Lee Hao's side was still quiet and didn't fit the nightclub atmosphere, but there were many eyes gathered on him. Thinking back to when he opened 100 bottles of Spades A in one go, Avril felt a bit uneasy. When they were together, he was clearly a poor guy, so where did he get so much money? But those 100 bottles of Spades A were real, right? Did she misjudge him? To be honest, Avril actually quite liked Lee Hao at first. After all, he had a good figure, was handsome, and made her feel special. If he wasn't so poor, she might have chosen to be with him. But his poverty got in the way. So she had to give up on him and find another way out. But what if he was actually rich? Did she miss out on a good catch? Hey, it's almost 2 o'clock, why hasn't Minga come back yet? Did he drink too much and vomit in the restroom? Let's go check quickly. While Avril was contemplating, it was already 1:50, and seeing Minga hadn't returned, she started to panic. The deadline for the cake event was approaching. Where did Minga go? Oh, did he run away? Avril, your cake is gone. I never thought Minga would pull a disappearing act like this. What a surprise today. Seeing Minga hadn't returned, someone had already asked the waiter to find him in the restroom, but the answer was that Minga had left through the back door a long time ago, leaving everyone to draw their own conclusions. Therefore, many people were smiling and teasing Avril. Avril blushed, quickly took out her phone. It's impossible, Minga promised to get me the cake. There must be something going on, I'll call him to ask. Everyone stared at her with different expressions as she dialed Minga's number. However, after dialing for a while, no one answered on the other end. Maybe Minga is busy. You all know he's a businessman and often has to deal with unexpected situations. Helpless, Avril had to make excuses for Minga. The eyes of the people around her became more and more mocking and gloating. It was clear that no one believed there was an emergency to handle at this late hour. It was obvious that he had run away. Alright, it's time for our event to end. Let me see who the top 3 spenders are tonight. First place, the young master from private room 82. Second place, the young master from private room 16. Third place, the young master from private room 99. At 1 or 2 o'clock, the host took the stage on time to announce the top 3 spenders of the night. Amid cheers, a large area of colorful ribbons exploded, and 3 exquisitely crafted dreamlike cakes were slowly pushed out. Each cake was illuminated by a bright light and pushed by 7 or 8 beautiful women towards the respective private rooms that had won the cakes. Wow, this cake is so beautiful, it truly lives up to the reputation of a Millennium Cake collaboration. If someone bought me this cake, I would be so happy. Quick, take a picture so I can post it on my social media. Watching the 3 beautiful cakes moving around the venue, they almost captured the attention of most of the girls present. After all, who wouldn't want such a gorgeous cake? Wife, the cake is here. Although Aiken's reservation was for table 16, he was seated at table 82, so both cakes were pushed towards their table. The waiter stood in front of the table, said a few words of blessing, and then placed the cakes on the table. Aiken immediately pushed one of the cakes in front of Zhao Qingshui. It looks even more beautiful up close. How could a cake be made so delicately? It must be delicious. Blinking her eyes at the cake in front of her, Zhao Qingshui couldn't help but exclaim. The cake was truly dreamy, completely satisfying her girlish heart. If you like it, go ahead and cut it to eat. Aiken picked up a knife, ready to cut the cake, but was stopped by Zhao Qingshui. Shihan also likes desserts. Let's bring it back and invite her over to share it later. Although her mouth was salivating at the thought, Zhao Qingshui resisted the temptation, planning to bring the cake back to share with Shihan. The reason she always thought of Shihan when she had something good was simple. Besides their compatible personalities, Shihan had helped her a lot in the past year since graduation. Knowing she was frugal, Shihan would buy double of things she couldn't bear to buy and insist on giving her one. Isn't this simple? After hearing Zhao Qingshua's words, Aiken put down the knife in his hand, turned around, and pushed the cake that the waiter had placed in front of Li Hao over to Zhao Qingxue. Let's eat one and pack the other. Hey. Isn't this too much? Li Hao, who was thinking of using the cake to impress girls, felt aggrieved when Aiken took the cake away. This is my secret weapon for picking up girls. You just said you wanted to be buried with me earlier, now you can't give me a cake? Ignoring him, Aiken placed both cakes in front of Zhao Qingxue, took out his phone, and said, "Wife, let me take a picture of you." Then, he started snapping photos of Zhao Qingxue, who posed beautifully. "Wife, this one looks great, this one too. I think this one is good too. Enough, let's make a 9-grid post on our social media." Watching the couple lovingly choosing photos on their phones, Li Hao, feeling frustrated, picked up a bottle of wine. He had learned his lesson: never go out with a couple when you're single. Come on, tonight let's pick a lucky person to party with me. Drinking alone was no fun, so Li Hao stood on the table, holding the bottle of wine, and shouted loudly. The many girls who had been eyeing him eagerly immediately became excited upon hearing Li Hao's call. "Hey handsome, look at me." Seductive women from all sides moved closer, swaying their bodies and throwing flirtatious glances at Li Hao. Squinting his eyes, Li Hao jumped off the table and casually pulled a woman into his arms. "Baby, it's you, I can tell you're my true love." The woman in his arms also looked seductive. "Is that so?" Of course. Li Hao grinned and led her to the table, introducing her to Zhao Qingxue and Aiken, "My girlfriend." Zhao Qingxue was puzzled by Li Hao's actions. Just a second ago, he was sad about his ex-girlfriend, and now he was calling another woman his girlfriend. She looked confused. The woman over there was very calm, smiling and nodding to Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, introducing herself. "I'm Casey." "Oh, I'm Zhao Qingxue." "Hello." Aiken couldn't be bothered to get to know this woman who seemed to be there just to make up the numbers, but Zhao Qingxue earnestly gave her name. It's rare for someone to use their real name when playing at a nightclub. After all, everyone is just passing through, going their separate ways when morning comes. Seeing Zhao Qingxue so sincere and even using her real name surprised Casey, who covered her mouth and laughed. "You don't come here often?" "No, it's my first time." No wonder. Although Casey was leaning on Li Hao's chest, her gaze kept falling on Aiken. "And who is this?" "This is my husband." Zhao Qingxue hugged Aiken's arm. "My husband is reserved and doesn't talk much." "I see, you're really lucky." Many people had envied Zhao Qingxue before, and Casey was no exception. She was especially curious about the relationship between Zhao Qingxue and Aiken, and now that she had the answer, she felt a mix of envy and jealousy. People like them who frequented nightclubs might have men around them, but those men were just after their bodies. How many of them were sincere? Someone like Aiken, bringing his wife to a nightclub, spending a lot of money on drinks and cakes for her, and keeping his attention solely on his wife, was truly rare. No. It was non-existent. At least, she had never seen it before. They played at the disco until 3 o'clock. Zhao Qingxue was dozing off in her seat. Li Hao and Casey were also quite drunk, so Aiken arranged for them to go home. With the help of the waiter, Aiken took the drunken Li Hao to the front desk to settle the bill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 879,912 on his wife Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold rebate of 8,791,200, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. They each paid their share, and Li Hao, after paying, looked a bit regretful, muttering to himself, "I shouldn't have shown off, what a waste." Although Li Hao was a second-generation rich kid, he usually did nothing and just asked his family for pocket money. In the past 2 years, he had been quite extravagant, so his family reduced his pocket money from 3 million to 1 million. He spent a whole month's pocket money in just one night. Aiken didn't think much of it. It's just 100 bottles of Spades A. But that's 100 bottles. Li Hao swayed. 100 bottles, 100 bottles, what was it? Seeing that he was almost unconscious from drinking, Aiken arranged for the bar staff to send him back later, then called for 2 cars. One car was for Li Hao and Casey, and the other for himself and Zhao Qingxue. They quickly returned to the grand flat at the Delan mansion. "Wife, you rest first, I'll settle them and come back." Seeing Li Hao in that state, Aiken felt it wasn't right to leave him alone in the hotel, so he decided to settle him in the upstairs flat. Since he had bought an extra set at the time and no one was using it. Here's the key, take care of him. After taking him upstairs, Aiken saw that Lee Hao was fine, just asleep, so he handed the key to Casey to take care of him. Casey looked at the multi-million-dollar flat with undisguised surprise in her eyes and nodded quickly, I'll take care of him. Okay. Aiken hurried back to sleep with Zhao Qingxue, not bothering with what was happening upstairs. After all, they weren't staying in that house, so let them do as they pleased. Darling, sweetie, don't leave. However, just as Aiken was about to leave, Lee Hao suddenly sat up as if playing dead, and shouted. Aiken was startled, Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. Lee Hao didn't know if he was awake, but subconsciously responded to Aiken's words before falling back down. Wife, you're not going to work, why are you up so early? They stayed up late playing yesterday, so it was already 4 o'clock when they fell asleep, so Aiken slept a little longer. When he opened his eyes, it was already 11 in the morning, and he wanted to cuddle with Zhao Qingxue in bed. But when he turned around, he found the bed empty. After searching the house, he found Zhao Qingxue already cooking in the kitchen wearing an apron. Even if I'm not working, I still want to maintain the habit of getting up early. Besides, I can't just not work forever. In a few days, I'll go find a new job. Although Aiken is now wealthy and has achieved his previous goals of a house and a car, Zhao Qingxue feels that she can't let herself go like this. After hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Aiken walked up behind her, hugged her waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, like a clingy big dog. Licking Zhao Qingxue's round and full earlobes that looked like pearls, Aiken whispered, Wife, how about we stop working? Ha? How can we not work? This is what I think. Before we worked for others because we didn't have capital. Now that we have capital, we should do what we want to do. You've always wanted to be a beauty makeup influencer, right? Now that you're not working, you can use this time to make videos. Although Zhao Qingxue is a fashion designer, she is also interested in makeup and has always wanted to be a beauty influencer. She had opened an account to occasionally share her makeup tips, but due to being too busy with work, she never had time to manage it. Now, hearing Aiken's words, she was a bit tempted, but if I do this, the income may not be stable. Then let your husband support you. Aiken hugged Zhao Qingxue tighter. When my wife becomes a big influencer with millions of fans in the future, I can just stay at home and enjoy life. What do you mean by enjoying life? Why do you say it so harshly? But I love enjoying my wife's life. The two were cuddling in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Unexpectedly. Zhao Qingxue pushed Aiken, Alright, go open the door. Aiken had planned to cuddle a bit more in the morning, but now his plans were ruined, so he reluctantly walked to the door. Standing at the door were Casey and Lee Hao. Casey thought Aiken was a second-generation rich, so she wasn't surprised. But Lee Hao was shocked, Oh my god, bro, what's going on? With the sports car and the luxury apartment, you're living more lavishly than me. They had lived together for 3 years, so Lee Hao knew about Aiken's family situation. It was just an ordinary family, very simple in terms of living expenses, and the price of one of Lee Hao's clothes could cover Aiken's annual clothing budget. So when they first met, Lee Hao thought Aiken was showing off by inviting him to dinner at Tonga, spending a lot of money, and even thought Aiken was pretending to be rich, so he insisted on paying. But who knew, after leaving the restaurant, Aiken drove off in a sports car. They had drunk too much the night before and didn't have time to think about it, but when Lee Hao woke up in the luxury apartment today, he was stunned. It was Casey who told him it was Aiken's place. I'm just low-key. Aiken replied casually, Do you think I'm like you, flaunting everywhere when I have a bit of money? Lee Hao, this person, sometimes has a hot temper. He would get into fights with people at the drop of a hat. In high school, he caused a lot of trouble and was a headache for the teachers and principal. Although he has matured somewhat in recent years and his temper has improved, he still retains the vigor of youth. If someone else brags about having money, he would get angry. But when he came to Aiken's place, Lee Hao didn't react at all. Instead, he walked in and sat on the soft sofa in the living room, smiling and saying, I'm broke now, I have no money. Aiken, I'll rely on you from now on. You're not my wife, why should I support you? Aiken also sat down and said, Unless you call me dad, then I can support my son. Dad. Please accept a bow from your son. As a rich second generation who can take advantage of any benefit, Li Hao didn't hesitate to bend over. Go away, are you really calling me that? Aiken was just joking, but he didn't expect Li Hao to actually call him that, giving him goosebumps. Original Dad, I'm your only real son, you can't deny me. Sometimes Li Hao's thick skin is thicker than a city wall. He stood up and went to the kitchen. Where is my super beautiful fairy mom? What delicious food is she making? In the kitchen, Zhao Qingxue, who was making breakfast, heard what Aiken and Li Hao had said in the living room, but she didn't expect Li Hao to bring the joke to herself. She shook the pan in her hand. Turning to look at Li Hao's black face with 12 big white teeth exposed for 2 seconds, Zhao Qingxue said, I don't have a son as dark as you. This is beautifully dark. Beautifully dark. Beautifully dark. Li Hao jumped up when he heard Zhao Qingxue's words. This was the result of his hard work in the sun for half a month. He even shed 2 layers of skin. After Zhao Qingxue made breakfast, the 4 of them sat in the dining room and had a breakfast that didn't really count as breakfast. After eating, Aiken, feeling full, took the keys and went upstairs to take a nap, reminding them before leaving, I'll come down for dinner later. Aiken raised an eyebrow, are you really planning to stay here? Don't joke around, Dad. I don't live here, are you going to kick me out? Li Hao looked innocently at Aiken, by the way, my pocket money for this month hasn't been deposited yet. When will you find time to give it to me? Love you, Manhwa, get lost. Seeing that Li Hao insisted on staying here, Aiken thought for a moment, but since he wasn't living in the house anyway, he didn't mind. But the problem was that he came down every day to disturb their time together. Aiken thought sadly and took out his phone to call for a maid to come over, so he wouldn't have to come downstairs all the time. Honey, come over and do my makeup. While Aiken was looking at the maid's booth, Zhao Qingxue had already finished cleaning the kitchen, brought out her bottles and jars, and sat obediently in front of the dressing table, waiting for Aiken. Aiken put down his phone and skillfully walked to Zhao Qingxue's side, took a bottle of primer and applied a little on his palm, then gently spread it on Zhao Qingxue's face, using his fingertips to evenly spread it on her face. This was something Aiken did regularly. He didn't know how to do makeup at first, but at one point, Zhao Qingxue was very busy with work, coming home very late, too tired to even remove her makeup. So he felt sorry for her and learned how to remove and apply makeup, just so she could relax and enjoy it every day. After watching some professional makeup tutorials, he surprisingly became quite good at it. Now, if he's not busy, he would personally do Zhao Qingxue's makeup. Everyone, when it comes to applying makeup on the school flower, the key is to have a clean face. Also, the eyebrows should look natural. For the lips, make sure to choose a lipstick that gives a lively vibe. I think this vibrant orange shade is quite nice, it looks light and not too mature, yet it really brightens up the face. A short video of 3 minutes took Zhao Qingxue about an hour to film. Then, she spent another hour editing it, and after watching it several times and feeling satisfied, she solemnly posted the video on her personal account. After posting the video, Zhao Qingxue started eagerly waiting for comments on her phone. Her account was not new, as she had previously posted a few videos, but they didn't receive much attention. One reason was that there were too many beauties, and her video was not outstanding. Secondly, she had not managed her account well. But now she planned to make a living from this, so she cared a lot about the response to her video. Okay, you think about new video ideas at home. I have something to do, so I'll go out for a while. Seeing Zhao Qingxue looking nervous, Aiken playfully pinched her face. Alright, go ahead, come back soon. Zhao Qingxue didn't ask where he was going, she just waved him off and let him leave. Aiken took the keys, left his house, went upstairs, and rang the doorbell. This time, Li Hao, who was taking a nap, grumpily got up to open the door. Aiken raised an eyebrow at his disheveled appearance and asked, doing business? What else? Li Hao's face brightened upon seeing Aiken, just in the middle of something, and you show up. Do you know this can lead to impotence? Stop talking nonsense. Come with me for a while, hurry up and change your clothes. Aiken ignored him, picked up his phone from the table, and said, I'll call a cab with your phone. Tisk, if it weren't for our long-standing relationship since birth, I would have killed you long ago. Although reluctant, Lee Hao grumpily went to change his clothes. Aiken saw Casey standing there in a big shirt and said to her, "If you're free, come along." Sure. Earlier, Aiken only asked Lee Hao to go out, so Casey tactfully didn't suggest joining them. But now, hearing Aiken's invitation, she immediately raised her eyebrows, turned around, and went to do her makeup. Once both were dressed, Aiken took them downstairs. Lee Hao asked, "Where are we going?" "You'll find out when we get there." Oh. Since Aiken didn't want to say, Lee Hao didn't press further, but he felt something was off. When he saw Aiken driving a Porsche Cayenne, he finally realized, "Damn, don't you have a car? Why did you use my phone to call a cab?" Aiken turned to him with a grin, "The cab is my car." Lee Hao was shocked by Aiken's move. "I'm really broke now, and you're still squeezing me like this." In fact, Lee Hao wasn't just pretending to be poor, he really was broke. It was mainly because he had been spending recklessly before, and when he arrived this time, he had around $1 million in his account. But last night at the bar, he spent most of it, and now he only had a few thousand left. And he had to make that last for half a month. "Are you just going to freeload off me? Aren't you rich now? I told you, my money is for supporting my wife." The two of them bickered all the way, and soon Aiken drove to Manhwa Tian Plaza. When he saw the food street below the square, Lee Hao was satisfied. "I have to admit you have a bit of conscience, knowing to treat me to a meal." Giving him a look, Aiken ignored him and led him and Casey into the flagship store of Millennium Cakes. As a well-known international cake brand, Millennium Cakes specializes in making luxury cakes, hence being called the Hermes of cakes. The cakes here are certainly not cheap, with the lowest price being over $1,000 each. The store, decorated with great style, was filled with transparent display windows, with warm orange light shining down on various styles of cakes. "What's this? Are you planning a birthday surprise for me?" Lee Hao was not interested in these cakes at all and didn't even want to look at them. But Casey next to him started looking at each one. "These cakes are really beautiful, no wonder the girls at the nightclub went crazy for that Millennium collaboration cake. Which girl do you think would like it the most?" Aiken glanced at Casey, confirming that bringing her was the right choice. As soon as Casey heard Aiken's question, she understood what he meant and blinked at him. "Are you planning a birthday surprise for your wife?" "Yes." Aiken nodded as he looked at the cakes. "But I want to surprise her, so don't tell her." "That's really nice." Watching Aiken carefully choose a cake, Casey sighed almost inaudibly. Aiken didn't hear what she said clearly and subconsciously asked, "What?" "Nothing. I think this one is very nice." Casey pointed to a 6-tier gold foil rose cake in the middle of the store. "I think the design of this one is beautiful." "It's just a birthday, why buy something so expensive?" Lee Hao leaned over to look at the price and thought the cake was too expensive. But it's no wonder he thought so, because this cake costs over $2 million. That money could buy a house. Is it really beautiful? Actually, Aiken didn't quite understand what girls liked, so he invited Casey and Lee Hao to help him choose. Now that Lee Hao had no opinion, only Casey was left. When Aiken asked her, Casey nodded seriously. "It's true, if my boyfriend gave me this cake, I would be willing to marry him on the spot even if he asked me to." After saying that, she glanced at Lee Hao. Lee Hao was straightforward. "What are you looking at me for? I can't afford such an expensive cake." After he finished speaking, he pointed to a regular one next to it. "I think this one is fine for a birthday, why make it so complicated?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Aiken had already walked to the counter to place an order for that cake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $2,009,000 on a cake for his wife Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold return of $20,090,000, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it carefully. Spending over $2 million on a cake. Lee Hao, seeing Aiken pay for it so easily, immediately covered his chest, looking at Aiken with resentment. "You charge me for a ride in your car, yet you dare to order a $2 million cake." In fact, although Millennium Cakes specializes in high-end cakes, it's rare for individuals to buy such expensive cakes. Usually, they are ordered by companies or brands for major events, as the cake needs to be displayed, and a beautiful cake enhances the brand's image. Li Hao watched Aiken spend money like water, feeling heartbroken as if it were his own money. Aiken, however, ignored Li Hao's complaints as he was lost in thought. After ordering the cake for Zhao Qingxue, not only did he trigger a tenfold return, but also a lucky return. This time, the lucky return was a pile of seeds. A pile of fruit seeds. A pile of fruit seeds with various effects, such as weight loss, whitening, and so on. It's heard that fruits can whiten the skin, like how people often say that drinking lemon water can whiten the skin, but the idea that fruits can help with weight loss is simply absurd, right? After all, fruits contain a lot of sugar, so not gaining weight from eating too much is already good enough, let alone losing weight. But the system shouldn't be lying, right? Are you really listening to what I'm saying? After talking a lot, Li Hao was completely ignored by Aiken, which made Li Hao feel a bit frustrated. He simply sat down on the nearby rattan chair and didn't move. Aiken also stopped in his tracks. He looked at the various dresses displayed in the storefront and remembered the expectant and shy eyes of Zhao Qingxue when she passed by the bridal shop before. If he remembered correctly, the wedding dresses Zhao Qingxue was looking at back then were from the same brand as this store. If she bought a dress from this brand, she would definitely like it, right? Originally, Aiken came here today to order a cake and book a venue for his birthday. He hadn't thought about dresses at all, but when he saw this dress, he suddenly had the idea, I have to go in and take a look. Li Hao was still waiting for Aiken to come and coax him, but unexpectedly, Aiken went into the dress shop without looking back, so Li Hao hurried to catch up. You really, can't you walk slowly? Li Hao's scolding of Aiken suddenly softened when he saw the saleswoman at the door. He adjusted his clothes, turned around, and pulled Casey out of the store. After a while, he saw him walking in alone. Aiken was being led by the saleswoman to choose a dress suitable for Zhao Qingxue. When he saw Li Hao coming in but not Casey, he asked, "Where is she?" He was still counting on Casey to help with choosing the dress for Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao was throwing flirtatious glances at the saleswoman. When Aiken asked, he was taken aback. Who? Casey. Oh, she said she had something to do, so she left first. Li Hao looked at Aiken without changing his expression. Anyway, she's just a friend, I can't control what she does. You're looking for someone to help choose clothes, right? I think this saleswoman is more suitable. She works here every day and must have a keen eye for choosing clothes that suit your wife. This time it was Aiken's turn to be stunned. He looked at the saleswoman, then at Li Hao. Although he knew he was good with women, the speed at which he switched targets was too fast, right? He just hooked up with Casey last night, and today he's already ditching her? This gentleman is quite the smooth talker. The saleswoman was amused by Li Hao's smooth talking. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao approached her, his eyes very sincere. Actually, I'm usually very quiet, but when I see you, I always feel like I have to say something. Alright, go pick out clothes. Aiken couldn't be bothered to watch Li Hao flirt, so he quickly asked the saleswoman to help choose clothes. The saleswoman was very professional and didn't just recommend expensive items. Instead, she asked Aiken for a photo and measurements of Zhao Qingxue before leading him to the innermost section. There was a single red evening gown displayed there. The design of this red evening gown was not very complex, it could even be said to be simple, but the cut of the gown was very sharp, and the embroidered flowers on the dress were hand-stitched, exuding a graceful and slightly charming aura. The teacher's wife tends to lean towards a pure and elegant style, so this evening gown's style and color are very suitable for her, but the size may need some adjustments. Rest assured about altering the clothes, we have a dedicated designer here responsible for this area, and if you need it, we can have it altered for you within 24 hours. Aiken was very satisfied with her recommendation. Let's go with this one. How much is it? The saleswoman smiled. This evening gown is the final work of the internationally renowned designer Wei Rui, priced at 9.99 million. Isn't that too expensive? Aiken hadn't spoken yet, but Li Hao on the side immediately exclaimed, that money would be enough for him to spend for half a year. He glanced at Aiken beside him. Hey, you just spent over 2 million ordering a cake for your wife. Do you really need to buy such an expensive dress? In his opinion, with that 10 million, it would be better to buy a better car instead of wasting it on clothes. The saleswoman didn't interfere with their conversation, just smiling on the side. If you're not satisfied, we can look at other options. We have a wide variety of evening gowns in our store. After all, a 10 million gown was already considered a luxury item, and the saleswoman didn't expect to sell it so easily. No, I'll take this one. Aiken touched the hem of the dress, a slight smile on his lips. At least the symbolism of this dress is good. I and Qingshui also want to be like this dress, each other's last person. Sir, it's clear that you really love your wife. The saleswoman, seeing the tenderness in Aiken's eyes, also felt envious and couldn't help but praise. It's rare to see a man as affectionate as you these days. No, you haven't seen me. Originally, Li Hao wanted to persuade Aiken to buy a cheaper dress, but after being fed a dose of dog food by him, he calmed down and turned to the saleswoman, saying affectionately, if you look at me more, you'll know, I will also be your last person. With that, he emotionally took her hand. The saleswoman was probably skilled in handling such situations. Facing Li Hao's confession without being moved, she gently withdrew her hand, smiling, Sir, we have many customers in our store, you won't be the last one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 9.99 million on his wife Zhao Qingshui, receiving a tenfold rebate of 99 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 9.99 million on his wife Zhao Qingshui, triggering a lucky rebate to receive a Super Galaxy Guard team. Please check it. After paying the money, although it was getting late, Aiken also planned to quickly book a venue for the birthday banquet. But who knew that the system's prompt sound would stop him in his tracks? Just now, he could overlook the strange seeds as rewards, but now he was rewarded with a Galaxy Guard team? He also opened the data of the Galaxy Guard team in his mind with just one glance. However, with just that one glance, he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind how awesome it was. This Galaxy Guard team consisted of 22 members, 20 of whom were ordinary Galaxy Guards, with combat power similar to that of a king of soldiers. The other 2 were Silver Rose Galaxy Nurses, known for their extreme speed and explosive combat power, with one person equivalent to a well-equipped and advanced army. Not only that, these Galaxy Guards had a unique ability, they could enter the void. Most of the time, they were in a state of void, and only Aiken's command could bring them from the void to the real world. So powerful, but won't they turn against the owner in the end? Looking at their formidable abilities, Aiken's first concern was his own safety, but as he looked further, he felt reassured. It has been written clearly above, these Galaxy Guards are absolutely loyal, because if they have any intention of rebelling against their master, they will be directly destroyed by the power of the void. I don't know where such a strong guard system came from. There is a bit of doubt in my heart about this issue, but Aiken just wonders about it. After all, with such a buggy system, even money can be reasonably returned to him tenfold. What else can he do? Galaxy Guards arrived just in time. Actually, although Aiken is rich now, he also has some uneasiness in his heart. There has always been a saying that wealth should not be flaunted. You have so much money in your hands, but your own strength is not enough. You can only become a piece of fat in the eyes of those powerful people, not knowing when you will be targeted. He doesn't want to die inexplicably. But now with such powerful Galaxy Guards, there is no need to worry about such things. Yuan, please add my WeChat. If you have any questions, I can communicate with you in time, and you can also contact me directly if you need anything. I am always at your service. Aiken bought a dress for 10 million so happily, it looks like he is a rich man. Therefore, after he paid the money, the saleswoman immediately informed the designer to adjust the size of the dress. Li Hao stubbornly followed along. After the saleswoman communicated with the designer, she also came out and actively asked Aiken for his contact information. Aiken also readily added the saleswoman's WeChat. After seeing the name on WeChat, he knew that the saleswoman's name was Ruan. Quick, give me her WeChat. As soon as they walked out of the clothing store, Li Hao couldn't wait to snatch the phone from Aiken's hand. Aiken immediately tightened his grip on his phone. If you want her WeChat, why don't you ask her yourself? I asked, but she didn't give it to me. Li Hao smiled and looked at Aiken. You are my good brother, can't you even give me a woman's WeChat? If she doesn't give you her WeChat, it means she's not interested in you. Why bother pestering her? You don't understand this, do you? What's the point of those girls who are easy to get? I've seen too many of them. I like her indifference to me, that's what arouses my desire to conquer. While Aiken wasn't paying attention, Li Hao reached into Aiken's pocket and searched for a moment. But he found nothing. Husband. Are there any other makeup videos to watch? Seeing the replies, Zhao Qingxue had an idea. We can make a compilation of your makeup. Now, when making videos, it's about what the fans want to see, so seeing Chen's popularity, Zhao Qingxue wanted to make a compilation. She had many instances of Chen doing her makeup before, but they were scattered, so she needed to edit them. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingxue quickly got up to find materials and edit on her computer. Chen lay next to her in despair, not daring to disturb her, so he took out his phone to study the seeds given by the system. Even the awesome Galaxy Guard system can reward him, so these seeds that were sent must be amazing too. But the problem is, these seeds need to be planted to be effective. But the space at home is so limited, it's obviously impractical to plant those things. Should I buy a farm instead? With this thought in mind, Aiken began searching for information about farms in the Magic City. However, there was very little information about this, but there was a farmhouse that was urgently up for sale. This farmhouse is located in the outskirts of the Magic City, about an hour's drive from Pudong. Aiken took a look at the pictures of the farmhouse and to be honest, this farmhouse didn't have any special features. Looking at the pictures, it was just average, nothing that would make people want to visit. He searched for reviews of this farmhouse on other public review platforms, and basically, they were all negative reviews. It wouldn't be a bad idea to buy this place and plant some fruits. After thinking for a while, Aiken also had this idea and got in touch with the owner of the farmhouse. The farmhouse covers an area of about 10 acres, all the entertainment facilities are complete, and the transfer fee is 3.5 million. The owner seemed tired of being asked by many people, so after quickly throwing out this string of information about the farmhouse, he didn't say anything else. Aiken roughly looked at it. I'll come over tomorrow to take a look, prepare the contract, and if everything is okay, we can sign the contract tomorrow. Okay. After confirming this matter, Aiken unknowingly waited for Zhao Qingxue to fall asleep. The next day, early in the morning, he set off to the farmhouse with Zhao Qingxue. He originally wanted to take Li Hao with him, but Li Hao said he was going to have dinner with Ruan today and directly refused. Driving a Porsche Cayenne all the way there, an hour later, he stopped at the entrance of the farmhouse. Zhao Qingxue was still a bit confused. Why did you bring me here? Are we going to the farmhouse today? Then I'll call Han too. I'm not here to play, I want to see how this place is, and then buy this place. Aiken patted Zhao Qingxue's head and led her inside. Inside the farmhouse, there were not many people, and when the two entered, a couple came out from around the corner. Both of them looked very cold, the atmosphere was a bit off, and they seemed to have just had an argument. The woman remained silent with a cold face, but the man took the initiative to speak. Are you here to? I made an appointment yesterday, I'm here to take a look today. Aiken hugged Zhao Qingxue's waist and nodded to the two. Can I take a look around here? Sure, go ahead. The man pointed around with his hand, just go over there. Seeing that the man and woman didn't seem to want to follow, Aiken and Zhao Qingxue happily walked around holding hands inside the farmhouse. As the male owner said, this farmhouse indeed had complete entertainment facilities, including a chess room, a billiards room, and a KTV, but the biggest problem was the lack of natural charm. People come to a farmhouse for the rustic charm, and while having these entertainment facilities is not a problem, the theme should be well done. Looking at the pond in the middle that was pitifully stinking, Aiken couldn't help but sigh. No wonder no one comes here. I don't think the environment here is that great, maybe we shouldn't buy this place. Zhao Qingxue didn't know what Aiken was up to, thinking that he was just impulsively buying a farmhouse. No, this place is just right. Aiken wasn't really planning to run a farmhouse, he just wanted to buy this place for the convenience of planting fruit trees. There happens to be quite a bit of open space here. When the time comes, we'll clear out all the useless things inside, tidy up properly, and probably free up about 5 acres of land for planting trees. He still doesn't know the specific yield of those fruit trees, but for now, let's plant this many and give it a try. We can expand later if the results are good. So tired after walking around inside, Zhao Qingxue coquettishly grabbed Aiken's hand. Aiken immediately squatted down. Come up. Hee hee, you're the best, husband. Seeing no one around, Zhao Qingxue jumped onto Aiken's back without hesitation. Honey, am I heavy? Of course you are. Aiken paused. Who wouldn't feel heavy carrying their whole world? Only you would say that, although this sweet talk is already cliché, Zhao Qingxue still finds it sweet, her smile spreading in the wind, full of happiness. Have you two finished looking? Aiken walked slowly on the path with Zhao Qingxue on his back, and at some point, the woman from the farmhouse gate suddenly appeared. The woman was stunned to see Aiken carrying Zhao Qingxue on his back, then casually turned her head away. Embarrassed to be seen like this, Zhao Qingxue instinctively wanted to get off Aiken's back. But Aiken held her tighter. Didn't you say your feet were tired? Just stay on my back honestly. Hey! When no one is around, it's fine to hug and carry each other, but with someone watching, she couldn't bear it. She's already an adult and still being carried on someone's back. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? However, after struggling a bit, Zhao Qingxue realized she couldn't break free from Aiken's grip with her small arms and legs, so she gave up and buried her face in Aiken's back, covering her face. As long as her face is hidden. Aiken saw that Zhao Qingxue had calmed down on his back, chuckled lightly, and then responded to the farmhouse hostess, have you seen enough? 35 million, right? I bought it for my wife. It has been a month since they decided not to run the farmhouse. During this month, many people came to visit the farmhouse, but most of them just looked around, and when asked if they would buy, they said they needed to see the situation first and then disappeared. So when Aiken agreed so readily, it really startled the hostess. Afraid that Aiken might change his mind, she quickly led them, since you've decided, come with me to sign the contract. After saying that, she led them to a small cabin. Have some water first. After pouring them a glass of water, the hostess suddenly turned serious and shouted inside, are you dead or what? Hurry up and bring out the contract, someone wants to buy the farmhouse. Aiken placed Zhao Qingxue on a nearby chair, handed her the water, and then casually chatted with the hostess, why are you not running the farmhouse anymore? These days, running a farmhouse is not easy. In recent years, due to rapid economic development, infrastructure in various places has improved, and people's living standards have risen sharply. Many children nowadays have never even seen a vegetable garden, so visiting farmhouses became popular for a while. When the couple had just gotten married, they also followed the trend and set one up. Since the land was theirs anyway, they didn't lose much even if it failed, just considered it a fun experience. But who knew that it was okay in the beginning when they first opened, at least they could break even, but after a while, no one came to the farmhouse anymore. Both of them had decent conditions at home, and they didn't pay much attention to running the farmhouse, just left it unattended. But recently, both families had some unexpected financial needs, so they had to sell the farmhouse along with the land. What's not easy? What do you know? The hostess only spoke one sentence, and the male host over there came out with a contract in his hand and a stern face. I told you that you have long hair but short knowledge. Don't talk nonsense about things you don't know, okay? It's not that the farmhouse business is hard to do, it's just that we are too busy. Are you pretending to be dead? The woman also retorted directly after being scolded. The atmosphere between the two immediately became tense. Aiken waved his hand, enough talk, let's sign the contract first. Aiken had seen many arguments between couples and couldn't be bothered to mediate. He let them finish the formalities and then argue later. The couple finally stopped. Honey, didn't you say, this place isn't suitable? Zhao Qingxue, who was beside them, seemed nervous and asked. This farmhouse isn't cheap, it costs 35 million. Even if Aiken made 70 million from selling bitcoins, he shouldn't spend it recklessly. If we buy it, can't we make some changes? Didn't you tell me before that you wanted a bigger place to live? Although our current large flat is close to 300 square meters, it doesn't allow you to fully express yourself. Aiken explained, but this farmhouse comes with 10 acres of land. I'll buy it for you, and you can plant trees as you wish. The rest is up to you. How does that sound? Really? Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up when she heard Aiken say this. In fact, she had fantasized about buying a wide piece of land before, building a wooden house on it, planting flowers, trees, and raising dogs, cats, and rabbits, but it was just a thought. After all, the land and housing prices in the city were too high. She used to think that if she and Aiken worked hard together, they could afford a 3-bedroom apartment with a 70-year property right in the city, so she didn't dare to dream of owning a piece of land in the city. After all, even the cheapest suburban land here costs millions per acre. But unexpectedly, Aiken remembered her little wish. Really? Aiken tapped her nose, you can start planning the layout here. After that, he discussed the specific details of buying the farmhouse with the male host over there. And about half an hour later, they signed the contract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $35 million on his wife Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold return of $350 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. After the payment was successful, the system also sounded a notification in his ear. Another $350 million received. At this rate, he probably wouldn't have to worry about money for 8 lifetimes. After settling the contract, Aiken planned to leave. He squatted in front of Zhao Qingxue, indicating for her to climb on his back. There were others around, and Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed, but seeing Aiken already squatting down, she quickly climbed onto his back. Let's go. Aiken smiled at the couple and carried Zhao Qingxue out to the car. The couple saw them off at the door, watched them leave in the car, and then returned to their small cabin. Look at how other people's husbands are, and then look at you. Thinking of Aiken's extremely caring attitude towards Zhao Qingxue just now, the hostess couldn't help but sneer at her own husband. The male host didn't back down, then look at other people's wives. Not only are they beautiful with a good figure, but most importantly, they don't interfere with their husband's thoughts. Their husbands can do whatever they want, unlike a mother tiger constantly controlling them. If you were reliable, I would be willing to control you. You're so carefree even with me watching over you. If I didn't, you wouldn't even know where you'd end up. Long hair but short knowledge. Your JJ is short. You. The two argued back and forth, then fell silent with cold faces, entering into a long period of silent treatment. The woman walked out of the cabin, thinking about the way Aiken carried Zhao Qingxue just now. Her heart was filled with bitterness and envy. She thought to herself, she should find someone who was kind to her and willing to carry her when her feet are tired, and also someone who doesn't criticize her every day for her shortcomings, right? After thinking for 5 minutes, she made up her mind. Divorce. Meanwhile, Aiken and Zhao Qingxue were already in the car discussing how to plan the land use and renovate the newly purchased farmhouse, completely unaware that their unintentional actions had broken up a couple. Honey, I'm going to draw a plan of the land we discussed earlier, then we can find someone to start the renovation. Earlier in the car, the two of them discussed how to renovate the farmhouse, and they roughly agreed to leave 5 acres of land for Aiken to plant trees, while the rest of the area would be planned according to Zhao Qingxue's preferences. As a fashion designer, drawing plans was definitely not a problem for Zhao Qingxue, so she was entrusted with the task. Wife, I'll go upstairs for a moment. Seeing Zhao Qingxue drawing the plan, Aiken took the keys and went to Li Hao's place. Where are you going? Just something. Zhao Qingxue asked, but seeing Aiken didn't respond, she continued with her drawing. When Aiken entered the room, Li Hao was watching TV shirtless, and upon seeing Aiken, he complained while rubbing his belly, "Where did you two go today? You didn't even cook, is this how you treat your child?" "We bought a farmhouse." Aiken sat down next to Li Hao and started contacting someone on his phone. "Huh? Bought a farmhouse? Why did you buy this useless thing? Farmhouses are not profitable now, it's easy to lose money. The farmhouses my family invested in didn't make any profit." Hearing that Aiken had actually gone to buy a farmhouse, Li Hao was shocked, wondering how there could still be such a gullible person. Ignoring his words, Aiken focused on sending messages while sitting on the sofa. Aiken didn't return home to sleep until after 11 o'clock that night, and the next morning he left early without telling Zhao Qingxue where he was going. Aiken had been like this for the past few days. This made Zhao Qingxue a bit upset, but she didn't think too much about it. She found a renovation company and had the farmhouse renovation fully contracted out at a price of 1,000 yuan per square meter. Besides her daily editing work, she would go to the farmhouse to watch the renovation work whenever she had free time, leading a fairly relaxed and fulfilling life. However, on this Saturday, when she saw Aiken leaving early in the morning, she suddenly felt a bit unhappy. Because it was her birthday today. She had planned to go to various scenic spots in the city with Aiken today, but who knew he had disappeared early in the morning and didn't reply to any messages. Opening her phone, there were no messages, only Chi-han asking her to go shopping. Originally, Xiao Qingxue wanted to wait for Aiken to come back home, but thinking that she hadn't seen him for the past 2 days, she got dressed and went out in frustration. Why are you out alone today? Your relationship is so good, I thought Aiken would come out with you too. They met at Wanha Square, and Chi-han was also dressed very beautifully today. Seeing Xiao Qingxue coming alone, she curiously asked. Xiao Qingxue? Feeling a bit down, said, he's been very busy lately, so I came out by myself. Don't you know what he's been busy with lately? He has his own things to do, how would I know? Hearing Chi-han's question, Xiao Qingxue also felt frustrated. She actually wanted to know what Aiken had been up to lately, but he never told her anything. After speaking, she couldn't help but complain about Aiken for a few moments. Beside her, Chi-han was walking with her, pretending to be surprised, saying, What? Is he really that outrageous? He didn't even accompany you on your birthday. Indeed, men are all big pig's feet. Once they have money, they will turn bad. Look, he is already on the path to becoming bad. Impossible. Despite the complaints, when Chi-han criticized Aiken, Xiao Qingxue immediately stood up to defend him. He recently bought me a car and a house. He must have spent a lot of money. It's normal for him to go out and make money. All men in the world will turn bad, except him. Do you really believe him like that? Seeing Xiao Qingxue's silly look, Chi-han couldn't help but poke her head with her finger. You fool, if he is really out making money, why wouldn't he tell you? He must be doing something shady. It's impossible. If he doesn't say it, it's probably because what he's doing now is too tiring, and he's afraid I'll worry. Xiao Qingxue replied seriously. Well, maybe he just strained his back while he was out. Chi-han. Alright, my little ancestor, I won't speak ill of him anymore. Seeing Xiao Qingxue on the verge of anger, Chi-han immediately closed her mouth, took out a bag from somewhere, and handed it to her. As your good best friend, I've been preparing your birthday gift for a long time. Curiously, Xiao Qingxue looked at the bag in her hand. What is this? Of course, it's a dress I picked for you. Oh, never mind, just go try it on in the fitting room to see if it fits. Without saying another word, Chi-han pushed the bag and Xiao Qingxue into the fitting room. Helplessly, Xiao Qingxue opened the bag and found a very gorgeous red dress inside, and surprisingly, a pair of red high heels were thoughtfully included. The dress was beautiful, but how could she wear it out now? Hanin, I really like this dress, but can I try it on at home? No, you have to try it on now. But? No buts. Under Chi-han's strong insistence, Xiao Qingxue reluctantly took off her clothes and put on the dress. What she didn't expect was that the dress fit perfectly. The size of the high heels was also very suitable. It was as if they were tailor-made for her. Are you done changing? Just as Xiao Qingxue put on the high heels, Chi-han's urging voice came from outside the door. Xiao Qingxue nodded. I'm done, I'm coming out to look in the mirror. With that, she tried to push open the door of the fitting room. But to her surprise, the door was stuck and wouldn't budge no matter how hard she pushed. Getting a bit anxious, she said, What's wrong with this fitting room door? It seems to be broken. Really? Then try pushing the back. Chi-han's voice came from outside the door. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Qingxue followed her advice and tried pushing the panel at the back of the fitting room. She thought it would be difficult to open, but to her surprise, with a gentle push, the panel at the back of the fitting room opened, revealing a dark passage. She didn't expect there to be such a mechanism here and was very surprised. Hanin, did I really open it? But I don't know where this leads to. Just walk through, you'll find your way out. Okay. Xiao Qingxue still trusted Chi-han, so she lifted her skirt and walked over. But as soon as she entered the passage, the partition behind her in the fitting room suddenly closed automatically. The passage was instantly plunged into darkness. Ah! The sudden darkness startled Xiao Qingxue, and she instinctively screamed, wanting to go back and push open the partition. But she hadn't turned around yet, suddenly feeling a bright light in front of her. A beam of light shone down from the darkness above her head. And under the light appeared a huge 3-layer gold foil red rose cake, with the red roses on the cake blooming brightly, and the shiny gold foil sparkling like tiny butterflies. "Happy birthday to you!" Suddenly, a clear and bright male voice singing a birthday song came to mind. As the voice rang out, a handsome and refined face appeared behind the cake. "Happy birthday to you!" Singing the second verse, Aiken also pushed the cake cart towards Zhao Qingxue, his deep eyes gazing affectionately at her. Zhao Qingxue was stunned by this scene, her bright eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open, as enticing as cherries in August. "Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!" When it came to the third and fourth verses, it suddenly turned into a chorus, and as the birthday song ended, the lights in the entire room gradually lit up. Zhao Qingxue then realized that the room was full of people. There was Qihan, her former colleagues, and Li Hao, everyone holding gifts, smiling and shouting, "Qingxue, happy birthday!" Unexpectedly, Aiken had been silently planning her birthday for the past few days, going out early and returning late every day. Zhao Qingxue was instantly moved, covering her mouth and revealing only a pair of sparkling eyes. There seemed to be a bright light in her eyes, as if about to fall. "Silly girl, I've been preparing for your birthday for so long, you can't cry." Aiken knew Zhao Qingxue so well that when he saw her expression, he knew she was about to cry, so he quickly walked over and held her hand. "Yeah, these past few days he's been with me all the time, almost driving me crazy. If you cry now, it's really unfair to me for the suffering I've endured these past few days." Li Hao also said with a smile. Yeah, Zhao Qingxue's colleagues nodded. "Your husband contacted us several days ago and told us that today I prepared a birthday surprise for you. Thank you all for coming today." The group of people made Zhao Qingxue feel embarrassed and cry. She looked at the huge cake in front of her, picked up the special knife next to her, carefully cut the cake into many pieces, and then invited everyone to eat the cake. "Ha! This cake should be from Millennium, right?" One person picked up a piece of cake from the small plate on the table, ready to eat, but suddenly Enin noticed that the plate and small fork that came with the cake were very exquisite, not only in material but also with a gold logo embossed on them. This was no ordinary cake. "Oh, it's really the Millennium logo." The others also noticed something was off and quickly looked at their cake plates. As girls, they were more concerned about cakes and desserts. After all, Millennium's desserts were also very famous. "Last time I went to Millennium's flagship store, a regular 16-inch cake cost several thousand. My goodness, such a big cake must cost at least tens of thousands, right? I just checked on my phone, this cake is one of Millennium's flagship models, guess how much it costs?" "How much?" Everyone looked at Enin, their eyes widening with curiosity. Enin held up 2 fingers and shook them. "Oh my god, does this cake really cost 200,000? I don't even make that much in a year." 200,000? Enin shook her head when she heard the number, sneered, and said, "Do you think the flagship model of the Millennium cake is too cheap? This cake costs over 2,200,000. Over 2,200,000? For Li Hao, a small second-generation rich, a cake costing over 2 million is considered a luxury item, let alone for them, white-collar workers who work for a living. In their eyes, a cake costing over 2 million only exists at luxurious upper-class banquets and in the news. However, they could never have imagined that this level of cake would appear in their world. A cake that costs 2 million, just cutting a piece off would cost tens of thousands. What kind of family does Qingxue's boyfriend come from? Now Zhao Qingxue's former colleagues are all confused. When they were in the same office as Zhao Qingxue, she told them that she and her boyfriend were poor and were saving money to buy a house in the Magic City. And Zhao Qingxue was not joking. She was very frugal in her daily expenses. But her poor boyfriend bought her a Porsche Cayenne? And a Lamborghini? And bought her a cake that costs 2 million for her birthday? Compared to these, the Tiffany diamond ring worth 220,000 that Zhao Qingxue showed off in her circle of friends seemed insignificant. Could it be that before, Qingxue's husband hid his rich second-generation identity to test her? Ying speculated while eating cake, isn't it said that many rich second-generation are afraid that others are marrying them for money? Now that you mention it. Ah, if that's really the case, it's so romantic. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. While the group was discussing happily, Zhao Qingxue, with a smile on her face, walked over. Qingxue, you look so beautiful today. Zhao Qingxue was already very beautiful, even with just a light makeup, she looked stunning. Today, after changing into a red evening gown, the dress not only perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure but also highlighted her delicate face, making her look as radiant as a blooming rose. Thank you. Zhao Qingxue graciously nodded in response to the compliment, then pulled Shihan over. Let me introduce you all, this is my good friend Shihan, and she's the one who gave me this dress. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Yingying's expression changed, looking at Shihan with surprise in her eyes. Qingxue, not only does your boyfriend have money, but your friend is also so wealthy? Ha! Zhao Qingxue didn't understand Yingying's words for a moment, she looked at Yingying puzzled. Yingying smirked. Qingxue, stop pretending. We are all in the fashion design industry, how could we not recognize the value of the dress you're wearing? This dress. Upon hearing Yingying's words, Zhao Qingxue lowered her head and carefully examined the dress she was wearing. Because it was a gift from Shihan, she felt familiar. When she put it on, but didn't think much about it. Plus, the lighting in the fitting room was dim, so she didn't get a clear look at what the dress looked like, just that it was a red evening gown. But now, she realized that this red dress was actually the final work of the renowned designer Wei Rue. Wei Rue was considered one of the industry's big shots, and she had analyzed his designs with her mentor before, so she knew him. But Wei Rue's works usually started at $1 million, and she never thought she would wear a dress designed by Wei Rue. And it was Wei Rue's final work. Although she didn't know the exact price of this red dress, she could tell it was definitely not cheap. Hanin, why did you give me such an expensive dress? Zhao Qingxue's lips trembled as she spoke, looking incredulously at Shihan beside her. Shihan covered his mouth and chuckled. What are you thinking? How could I afford such expensive clothes? These were bought for you by your husband, Aiken. I just brought them over for you. At this point, Shihan added with some indignation, let me tell you, your husband Aiken has been bothering me these past few days, insisting that I practice the scene of tricking you out of the house several times. My old waist is almost breaking from exhaustion. So that's how it is. Qingxue, what kind of magical husband did you find? Heavens, my big oaf of a husband has never prepared such a surprise for me. I'm so jealous, Qingxue. After hearing Shihan's words, Zhao Qingxue's colleagues suddenly found the cakes in their mouths not as delicious. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such an extraordinary good man existed in the world. Not only rich, but also so good to his wife. I'll excuse myself for now. Amidst the envy of the group, Zhao Qingxue quickly ran to find Aiken chatting with Li Hao on the side. She pulled Aiken aside. Honey, how much did you spend on this birthday banquet? She had been so moved just now that she had forgotten about this question. Now she calculated that this birthday banquet alone cost at least millions. Aiken innocently looked at Zhao Qingxue. Wife, I always want the best for you. Zhao Qingxue didn't know what to say, but, it's too expensive. Don't worry about it, your husband has plenty of money. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's puzzled expression, Aiken couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Do you really doubt your husband's ability to make money? Although I only made 7 million from Bitcoin, I also made a lot of money from investing it. So that's how it is. Zhao Qingxue had been afraid that Aiken would squander the money he earned from Bitcoin on her, but now that she heard he had made more money from investments, she felt relieved. Well, then you can spend your husband's money with peace of mind. When Aiken saw that there was no one around, he hugged his wife's slender waist. Wife, you look so beautiful today, I've put a lot of thought into celebrating your birthday, don't you want to reward me? Aiken's deep gaze was close, filled with seriousness and indulgence almost overflowing, and his warm breath brushed against her face, making Zhao Qingxue blush instantly. Her small face turned charmingly crimson, and she stammered, Our reward? What reward? What do you think? I don't know. Hurry up and give me a kiss. Just as the two were gazing affectionately at each other, Li Hao's voice suddenly interrupted, sounding impatient. Startled by the voice, Zhao Qingxue pushed Aiken away. Li Hao, are you trying to get yourself killed? Just as the shy beauty was about to take the bait, Li Hao interrupted the moment, causing Aiken to glare at him with gritted teeth. I didn't mean to, I was just too eager. Li Hao suddenly covered his mouth. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you, I just accidentally caught a glimpse. After speaking, Li Hao looked innocently at Aiken. You always interrupt me when I'm doing good deeds, now you know you're wrong? I'll go get a glass of water. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Qingxue couldn't stay any longer and quickly fled. Wife, wait for me. Don't leave. Li Hao pulled Aiken back. You have a beauty in your arms, are you going to ignore me? The one who gets along well with my sister-in-law is the one I feel is my type. Can you give me her contact information? Li Hao looked at Achun, smiling in a pleasing manner. Achun decisively pushed away his hand. I'm telling you, you can pursue anyone, but don't you dare touch Chihan. As Zhao Qingxue's best friend, Zhao Qingxue holds Chihan in high regard, and he doesn't want Li Hao to mess things up with Chihan. What if Zhao Qingxue ends up heartbroken too? Come on, I just want a contact information. Achun was getting a headache from his persistence. What about Ruan Ruan? Aren't you pursuing her anymore? Question mark. Li Hao looked at him puzzled. Can't I pursue two people at the same time? Get lost. Achun ignored him and turned to find Zhao Qingxue. Watching Achun walk away, Li Hao pursed his lips. If you don't want to give me the contact information, then don't. It's just a contact information, I can get it myself. With that, he grabbed a glass of wine from somewhere and walked towards Chihan. On the other side, Chihan was chatting with Zhao Qingxue's colleagues and didn't notice Li Hao approaching. As she turned around, she bumped into Li Hao, spilling the wine on her skirt. Oh, I'm so sorry. Li Hao insincerely apologized and took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket. Let me help you clean it. Thank you. Although it was their first meeting, Chihan knew that Li Hao was Achen's friend, and they seemed to get along well. She actually quite liked Li Hao. Not only was he good looking, but he also seemed very polite. Most importantly, in this day and age, he still used a handkerchief, showing how refined his lifestyle was. You've dirted my skirt. I'm really sorry. How about this, you give me your contact information, and I'll treat you to dinner another day to make up for it. How does that sound? Li Hao saw that she took the bait and quickly intensified his efforts. Chihan naturally couldn't find a reason to refuse. Sure. Attended a friend's birthday party. The husband of a rich second generation is so lucky being able to attend such a luxurious birthday banquet. Ying and her friends wasted no time in taking a photo of the Millennium flagship cake they had just eaten, along with a selfie, and posted it on their social circle. Which friend of yours is so amazing? They can afford such an expensive Millennium flagship cake. Hee, it's a former colleague I have a good relationship with. Her husband is super rich. Seeing the envy-filled comments on her social circle, Ying also felt a sense of pride. Although she was poor, having a cool friend gave her some face. Ying, stop looking at the social circle. Have you seen that guy named Li Hao? He's very handsome, and he seems to have a good relationship with Qingxue's boyfriend. He must be a rich second generation too. In the office, only Ying, Zhao Qingxue, and another older female colleague had boyfriends. The rest of the girls were single. Therefore, many of them had noticed Li Hao. He was a high-quality catch. Let me see. He's wearing Versace clothes, an LV belt, and a classic Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth tens of thousands. He's indeed a genuine rich second generation, richer than my boyfriend. You single ladies better work hard. Ying looked at Li Hao for a while and then smiled at her colleagues. Excited, they said, he's truly a rich second generation. Oh my, he looks like he's single. Yes, let's go for it. Maybe the next Qingxue will be one of you. How do we get his contact information? Asked Qingxue. A few people quickly touched up their makeup and gathered around Qingxue. Qingxue, your husband's friend is quite interesting. We would like to get to know him. Zhao Qingxue was originally chatting with Aiken on the rattan chair next to her. Upon hearing the words of a few people, Zhao Qingxue hesitated and glanced at Aiken, unsure of how to respond. One reason was that she was not very familiar with Li Hao and did not have his contact information. Another reason was that based on Li Hao's previous behavior, he did not seem like a good man. If she gave her colleagues his contact information, what would they do if Li Hao treated them badly later on? Understanding Zhao Qingxue's expression, Aiken immediately understood what she meant. You want his contact information, huh? Well, I can give it to you, but I suggest you just chat with him, don't get too close. Aiken hesitated as she looked at the group of people and gave them his contact information. Initially, when they received the contact information, they were all quite happy. Each of them added Li Hao, and some even secretly started to think about how to win over the wealthy potential husband. However, Aiken's gaze made them uncomfortable. After much hesitation, they asked Aiken what she meant by her earlier statement. Aiken looked very embarrassed. I actually didn't want to say. Just say it, what can't be said? Exactly, we just want to know more about him. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't say this, but you are Qingshua's colleagues and good friends. If I don't say this, I would be harming you. So, I'll tell you. The reason he still doesn't have a girlfriend is because of his past in that area. Aiken sighed and didn't explain further. Anyway, you can chat with him, but don't get too close, especially in high-risk situations. I wouldn't dare to get too close to him. Oh, I see. After hearing Aiken's words, the group of people were not only shocked but also somewhat skeptical. They couldn't believe that someone like Li Hao could have that kind of disease. Seeing the group's half-believing expressions, Aiken continued to emphasize, you should treat him well, chat with him often. Recently, he was about to get engaged, but after finding out about this, he just went through a breakup not long ago, he's quite fragile. Oh, okay, we'll help. Seeing Aiken speak so earnestly, the group couldn't help but feel disappointed. Such a good potential husband, who would have thought he had that kind of disease? But at least he was a second-generation wealthy individual, so chatting with him was still possible. Honey, Li Hao, is he? Thinking back to what Aiken had said earlier, not only were Ying and the others shocked, but Zhao Qingxue was also taken aback. Aiken nodded seriously, yes. I understand. I will show him more care. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Aiken immediately hugged her waist and teased, you said you would only love me in this lifetime, but now you're saying you love other men, what's going on? Have you changed? Do women turn bad when they have money? Shoo. Embarrassed by Aiken's actions, Zhao Qingxue covered his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. But as she lowered her head, she met Aiken's pitiful eyes. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, with a fair and innocent face and large eyes, Aiken's pitiful look was irresistible to any woman. Zhao Qingxue smiled faintly and whispered to him, don't worry, my care for him is like that of a son. Even a son is not okay. Then it's like a grandson. This is barely acceptable. It took a lot of effort to coax Aiken, and originally Zhao Qingxue wanted to take him out to eat something. But as soon as Aiken looked around and didn't see Li Hao, she had a bad feeling, send a message to Chihan and ask if she's with Li Hao. You know a lot, you must come from a good background. Chihan went to the restroom to fix her skirt, and when she came back, she found Li Hao waiting for her at the door, and naturally started chatting with him. The two of them tacitly left Zhao Qingxue's birthday party and found a nearby stylish cafe to sit down. As soon as they sat down, Li Hao started talking enthusiastically about coffee, discussing the characteristics and differences of various coffees, and how to drink them best. The knowledge he shared was quite obscure, using many professional terms that Chihan didn't understand, making her feel like she was learning something even though she was a bit confused. Seeing Chihan's admiring eyes, Li Hao felt a sense of accomplishment. He slowly sipped his coffee, chuckled lightly, his eyes showing a hint of melancholy. Others think I come from a good background, but in reality, what's the use of a good background? At most, it means being slightly better off materially than others, but it's better to be an ordinary person, at least you can receive genuine love. Chihan knew that many wealthy second-generation individuals who grew up in wealthy families were often raised by nannies due to their parents' busy work schedules, rarely having the opportunity to see their parents, thus lacking love. Therefore, when Li Hao said this, she automatically empathized. Thinking about the little Li Hao coming home from school every day to face an empty house and a nanny with only an employment relationship, day after day like this. Feeling cold with no one to put on extra clothes for him, hungry with only pre-made frozen food from the fridge, feeling wronged and having to silently lick his wounds in a corner alone, her heart softened instantly. It's okay, someday, someone will be willing to wait for you at home and give you genuine love. Her voice was gentle, and as she spoke, she couldn't help but lean closer to Li Hao. Li Hao also leaned in, looking at her affectionately. Do you think you could be that person? Buzz Chihan was about to answer, but her phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Someone had sent her a message. Feeling a bit annoyed, she picked it up and glanced at it, realizing it was from Zhao Qingxue, who had sent several messages in a row. Hanin, where are you? Are you with Li Hao? He has that disease, be careful. Despite the romantic atmosphere, Shihan glanced at the messages in front of her and was about to silence her phone and ignore them. But who knew she would read the last sentence? That disease, what disease? Feeling a vague sense of unease, Shihan couldn't help but send a message asking, what disease? In simple terms, AIDS. She looked up at Li Hao, whose features were sharp under the light, incredibly handsome. Just as Chihan was about to sink into despair, she was suddenly startled by Zhao Qingxue's words. Is it true? It's true. Shihan knew Zhao Qingxue wouldn't lie to her, so when she heard Zhao Qingxue speak so seriously, she didn't want to believe it but had no choice but to believe it. Setting down her phone, Shihan uncomfortably picked up her coffee and took a sip. Are we done talking? Patiently waiting for Chihan to finish her thoughts, Li Hao continued his gentle approach, looking at her affectionately. Shihan nodded, a bit afraid to meet his eyes. Can I continue with the question I asked earlier? Are you willing to wait for me at home? Well. I have something else to do. Faced with Li Hao's affectionate eyes, Shihan suddenly stood up, with a look of apology and a hint of fear. I'll leave first, we'll talk later. With that, she grabbed her skirt and ran away. Li Hao looked at the coffee he had just taken a few sips of, and a few question marks slowly appeared above his head, completely unaware of what had happened. What exactly is the matter with Chihan? Even if there is something, she shouldn't just leave him like that, right? Could it be that his charm is no longer working? Unconvinced, he went to the bathroom, looked in the mirror for a while, and Li Hao felt that his handsome face today was impeccable. Capturing a woman like Chihan should have been a piece of cake. But he failed? After finishing the cake, everyone went to a high-end KTV and booked a luxurious private room to sing and have fun together. Order whatever you want, tonight's on me. In order to make Zhao Qingxue's friends happy, Chen was naturally generous. However, he wasn't interested in singing, so he just hugged Zhao Qingxue and whispered to her on the side. Zhao Qingxue also took out her phone and showed Chen pictures of the farmhouse renovation. The renovation is almost done overall, but those things you planted probably won't grow for a while. After the land was planned, Chen gave the seeds directly to the renovation company to plant. As for the rest of the area, the flowers and trees were directly transplanted over, so once those were done, the effects could be seen immediately. But the few acres of land he planted seeds on looked bare. Most importantly, it was uncertain what would grow from those seeds. This made Zhao Qingxue worried that the final result of the farmhouse might not look good. Do you believe me? Looking at Zhao Qingxue's worried eyes, Chen smirked. No matter what grows from those seeds, I can sell them like gold. After all the effort, Chen was aiming for high returns. However, he wasn't worried about not being able to sell the fruits he planted. As long as the results were good, those beauty-loving girls would surely line up to buy from him. Pfft, you're just bragging. Zhao Qingxue didn't believe what he said. Is it not a good day to go out today? While the two were talking, Li Hao sat down next to them with a worried expression. Today, for some reason, the attitude of Chihan, whom he had his eye on, was very strange towards him. Every time he went to find her, she would say she was busy and had things to do, but as soon as he left, she happily started singing. Not only that, Zhao Qingxue's colleagues were the same way. Clearly, an hour ago he received friend requests from them, indicating they were interested in him. But as soon as he mentioned singing together on WeChat, they avoided him like he was a pathogen. It was as if he was some kind of infectious agent. Now he was starting to suspect if he was just too ugly. But his features were clearly good-looking. Could it be that his dark complexion made him look like a black ghost under the colorful lights at the KTV? What's wrong? Seeing Li Hao like this, Chen knowingly asked, Did you mess up today? Yeah. Running a hand through his hair, Li Hao looked towards Chihan with frustration. Did I do something wrong today? Have you ever thought that the reason your charm suddenly decreased is not because they don't like you anymore, but because the country is testing you? Chen looked at Li Hao seriously. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Testing me? Yes. Chen nodded. You can look at Chihan 100 times, whether she likes you or not, but if you study 100 times, you'll be a badass boss. Placing a heavy hand on Li Hao's shoulder, Aiken continued, so, brother, don't waste your thoughts on women. Your task is to dedicate yourself to the motherland. You? Li Hao stared into Aiken's eyes for 3 seconds. What nonsense are you talking? I'd rather die in the land of tenderness than read any damn books. No wonder. Watching Li Hao's stubborn look, Zhao Qingxue sighed, suddenly enlightened. This statement puzzled Li Hao. No wonder what? Nothing. Zhao Qingxue was naturally embarrassed to say such things in person. She looked gentle and spoke softly. I was just sighing casually. Don't take my words to heart, don't feel any psychological pressure, okay? Psychological pressure? Her words made Li Hao even more confused, feeling that everyone tonight was acting strangely. Aiken coughed. It's getting late, I think we should go home. He patted Li Hao's shoulder. You should go rest too. Excessive indulgence is not good. Look at those big dark circles under your eyes. Li Hao exploded. Damn it, this is eyeshadow. Eyeshadow. Sir, hello, your total spending this time is 12,006. Credit card. Aiken handed over the card, and soon the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, the host has spent 12,006 on his wife Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold rebate of 126,000, already deposited into your account balance, please check. Ding. Congratulations, the host has spent 12,006 on his wife Zhao Qingxue, triggering a lucky rebate to receive 100 bags of rapid fertilizer, please check. Originally, Aiken was ready to leave with Zhao Qingxue after receiving the rebate. He didn't expect any amazing lucky rebates from spending just over 10,000, but he ended up with 100 bags of rapid fertilizer. He looked at the introduction of the rapid fertilizer, which not only ensures the nutrition of plant growth at all stages but also accelerates the growth rate of plants by 100 times in 3 days. Good stuff. Thinking of the 5 acres of trees in the farmhouse, Aiken couldn't help but smile. What did you say, husband? Hearing him say that, Zhao Qingxue in his arms raised her head with some confusion. Aiken lowered his head and whispered in Zhao Qingxue's ear. I said, it's late, let's go home quickly, I'll show you something good, get lost. While the two were talking, a few colleagues also came over to bid farewell to Zhao Qingxue and left in a taxi. I envy you all being in pairs. I'll leave first. Shihan also came over to say goodbye to Zhao Qingxue, then prepared to get up and leave in her own car. However, as she walked to her car's door, before she could get in, a hand blocked her way. Baby, it's very dangerous for a girl to go home alone now. How about I drive you? Be your driver? Leaning against Shihan's car, Li Hao smoothed his hair and asked very gentlemanly. His words startled Shihan, making her stutter, I can go back by myself, no need for you to send me. You're my brother's wife's good friend, it's only right for me to send you. Don't be polite. But we're not going the same way. I said I'll send you, what's the problem whether it's on the way or not? Shihan took a deep breath, looked sincerely at Li Hao. I know it's not your fault to have that kind of illness, I'm not discriminating against people with that illness, but you should have some awareness, right? You're standing so close to me, I'm really scared. Afraid that after saying these words, Li Hao might retaliate, Shihan subconsciously took a few steps back. But Li Hao was completely confused. What are you talking about? What disease do I have? You don't need to pretend with me here, I already know. Seeing Li Hao like this, Shihan became angry. Now that the truth is out, can you promise me to keep your distance from me? Normal interactions are fine, but anything further, I can only apologize. Alright. Li Hao looked at Shihan, who was on guard against him, and took 2 steps back. I can promise to keep my distance from you, but you have to tell me who told you about this. It doesn't matter who told me. Shihan said coldly, I think I have the right to know about this kind of thing. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao tried to calm himself down, thinking about what Chen said today, he felt he already knew the answer. With a forced smile, Li Hao nodded towards Chihan, "Thank you." Su Yuan. Sitting on Chen's sofa, Li Hao gritted his teeth and glared at him. "Explain to me clearly what's going on." "There's nothing going on, right?" Chen innocently spread his hands. "What do you want to say?" "Stop pretending with me, I already know, you've been telling people that I have a contagious disease, right?" Li Hao's face twisted in anger. "I always thought I was so charming, how could it suddenly fail tonight? Turns out you've been scheming behind my back." "Explain it to me, are you jealous of my good looks, or jealous of my talent?" Both." Chen looked at him earnestly. "Humans are naturally envious creatures. Under the drive of jealousy, I did some uncontrollable things, it's quite normal. Here, I sincerely apologize to you." "Really?" Li Hao looked at him skeptically. Chen continued to nod, as genuine as gold. "Forget it, since you admit you're jealous of me, I won't hold it against you. After all, my conditions are not even comparable to an average person, jealousy is normal." Li Hao casually picked up a mirror from the table, carefully examined his handsome face, then glanced at Chen. "But while the death penalty can be avoided, the living sin is hard to escape. Quickly think about how to compensate me. I'll take you for a barbecue in the wild tomorrow." "Just that?" Chen shrugged. "What else do you want?" "Invite Wan as well." "Deal." After a round of territorial compensation, Li Hao finally went upstairs to sleep contentedly. The bedroom door was pushed open by Zhao Qingxue. She walked out wearing a pink bunny pajama, her black hair cascading down, her skin fair as snow, her bright eyes shining. "He's gone?" "He's gone." "Finally gone, you really, how can you joke about such things?" "I really thought he..." Coming over to Nestle in Chen's arms, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but scold Chen a few words. "Chen didn't mind, if I didn't say that, do you believe that your colleagues and girlfriends would definitely suffer?" "You have a point. You seem so happy, is there something good happening?" Chen smiled at Zhao Qingxue. Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue happily showed her phone to him. "Did you see it? The makeup compilation I posted has already exceeded 100,000 likes." Previously, Zhao Qingxue had posted many beauty makeup videos, with likes ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, the best being just over 10,000 likes. But this time, the makeup compilation she posted directly exceeded 100,000 likes. Author's note: let me see, it really exceeded 100,000 likes, my wife is amazing. Enough said, I'll reward you by taking you to a farmhouse barbecue tomorrow, how about that? Zhao Qingxue pretended to be angry. "You're trying to coax me again. You went to the barbecue tomorrow clearly to make amends to Li Hao. Taking him along was just a side note. The main point is to bring my wife. If you don't want him to go with you, I won't let him go tomorrow. Hey, you already said you're taking him along, don't go back on your word." "What's breaking a promise for my wife?" Aiken tightly hugged Zhao Qingxue's slender waist, burying his head in her soft chest. "Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes, of course, the wife is important." Zhao Qingxue was at a loss. "Are you sure that saying brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes is meant to emphasize my importance?" "Of course." Aiken remained composed, saying seriously, "Brothers are like the limbs of a centipede, women are like winter clothes, wife, you are my indispensable little cotton jacket. TSK." Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle at Aiken's words, holding her phone up to him. "Look, this video went viral because of you." Her honest makeup videos didn't attract much attention before, but as soon as a male lead did her makeup, a group of girls below started screaming about their dreamy husband. "Schwer, quickly delete this video. If I had such a treasure of a husband, I would definitely keep him to myself." "If you had a husband like that, would you just lie in bed like a lazy bum in the morning? His hands are so beautiful, and his makeup skills are even better than mine, that's so unfair. Perfect match, harmonious melody, so envious." The comments below were mostly praising Aiken, making Zhao Qingxue both happy and slightly jealous. As a serious beauty blogger, she was losing face, wasn't she? Ha! There's even a request for advertising cooperation here. After the video went viral, she received many private messages, mostly complimenting her looks or asking for beauty tips. Zhao Qingxue replied to each one, and among the messages, she found a request for advertising cooperation. Aiken leaned over to take a look. Yufeng Cosmetics Limited. I haven't heard of them, but the compensation they offer is quite generous. Should we consider it? It was clear that as long as Zhao Qingxue used the beauty products provided by Yufeng in a short video and praised their products, she would receive a payment of 10,000 yuan. For a small beauty influencer, this was already a good deal. I'm not very keen on accepting it. Zhao Qingxue looked at the advertising cooperation message, furrowing her brows. Why not, wife? Because I know this brand, their products are really not good. Do you remember the time I tried their new makeup product and had acne for a month? It was their product. After saying this, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit reluctant, but this is my first advertising deal, and the payment is 10,000. No matter what it was, the first time always held special significance for people. And 10,000 yuan was already a good payment for her. After all, her previous job only paid 8,000 yuan a month, so this money was equivalent to more than a month's salary, making it hard for her not to be tempted. Don't accept it. While Zhao Qingxue hesitated, Aiken quickly made a decision for her. Since you're not very willing to accept it, why bother? Your husband can support you. When you become a top beauty influencer one day, you'll definitely get better advertising deals. Husband, thank you. Hearing Aiken's words, Zhao Qingxue's nose tingled, and she hugged his waist, whispering softly. The author has something to say. Because they had agreed to go to the farmhouse for a barbecue the next evening, in the afternoon, Aiken, Zhao Qingxue, and Li Hao went to the market together to buy ingredients. Li Hao thought Ruan would also go with them to buy ingredients, but he found out after leaving that Ruan would go directly to the farmhouse, which made Li Hao lose interest and he had a sour expression while shopping. We must buy some lamb skewers. How can we have a barbecue without lamb skewers? Aiken pushed the large shopping cart, while Zhao Qingxue put things into the cart one by one, quickly filling it up. Li Hao, on the other hand, approached them and said, "Is it female sheep? I don't eat male sheep skewers." Aiken turned back and smiled at him. You don't have to eat if you don't want to. Hey, are you still human? You left me alone in an empty house all night yesterday, and today you promised to compensate me. Is this your attitude? Upon hearing Aiken's words, Li Hao immediately started complaining angrily. People around them heard his words, looked at him, then at Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, showing meaningful glances. Li Hao didn't think he said anything wrong. Do you know how lonely I was when I slept alone last night? Although I am an adult, I am afraid of the dark. You sleep sweetly with your wife, but do you understand the loneliness and solitude of a person at night? You didn't accompany me. Aiken was afraid that Li Hao would continue to complain and they would end up in the news the next day, so he quickly told him to shut up and they left the supermarket. They drove from the city to the farmhouse, arriving exactly at 8 o'clock. A red Land Rover was already parked at the entrance of the farmhouse. Just by looking at this Land Rover, I know there must be a beauty sitting inside. Li Hao happily jumped out of the back seat, ran to Ruan to show his courtesy. Ruan, why did you come so early? You must have waited a long time. I'm used to arriving 10 minutes early, so I didn't wait long. Ruan was dressed casually today, with a high ponytail, looking very energetic, quite different from the person Li Hao saw at the formal dress store before. After Aiken greeted her, he introduced Zhao Qingxue to her. Ruan, this is my wife. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Seeing Zhao Qingxue, Ruan immediately smiled and said, I knew from your photos that you must be a beauty, but I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than in the pictures. Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed by Ruan's praise. No, I'm just an ordinary person. If you're ordinary, then what does that make me? Ruan, you're beautiful too. Li Hao interjected, and you look good in anything. Oh? I think for you, I'm only the most beautiful when I'm not wearing clothes. As a master of love affairs, Ruan saw through Li Hao's scoundrel nature with a smile. Li Hao, not feeling embarrassed at all, smiled and said, I think you may have some misunderstandings about me, but it's okay, I'll make you change your opinion soon. Do you have anything? Let me help you carry things inside. Seeing his eager attitude, Aiken grabbed his collar and pulled him to the back of the Porsche Cayenne. This is where you should be carrying things. Go! Li Hao pushed Aiken's hand away. Stop pulling me around. If you don't care about your image, I still have to care about mine. The farmhouse was almost finished with its decoration. Walking in, surrounded by lush bamboo and abundant vegetation, it lifted people's spirits. Aiken took out the prepared grill from the small wooden house, arranged the ingredients neatly, while Zhao Qingxue and Ruan also helped out enthusiastically. Only Li Hao walked around the farmhouse and was quite dissatisfied with it. Yuan Gu, I have to say, you are making a lot of money here, right? What are those bare pieces of land planted with? There's nothing there. You know nothing. Humph, I don't know? You are the one who doesn't know. Li Hao sneered disdainfully. There were not many trees planted in the farmhouse either. Where could people go for outdoor activities? It lacked any charm. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. Ruan, making skewers? I can help you, sure. Ruan placed a basin in front of him. Skewer all these vegetables. Sure, serving the beauty, delighted glancing at Li Hao, Ruan ignored him and instead talked to Zhao Qingxue next to her. Qingxue, how much did you guys spend to buy this farmhouse? It seems to be over 30 million, my husband bought it. But it seems like you guys are not planning to open a farmhouse. The farmhouse was almost renovated, with no promotional flyers, no online promotion, no promotion in the circle of friends. This was not the rhythm of opening a store. People who really wanted to do business had already started promoting before the farmhouse renovation began. Yeah, my husband said opening a farmhouse is not profitable now, mainly bought it for me to plant flowers. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed, of course. We'll see how it goes. Opening a farmhouse to subsidize household expenses is also possible. So envious Ruan looked at Zhao Qingxue with starry eyes. I knew your husband loved you a lot when he came to buy a wedding dress, but he's even better to you than I imagined. I also want a husband who treats me well. I will treat you well, Li Hao interjected from the side. I will never say 2 after saying 1. Then you will say 3. Ruan rolled her eyes, skewering vegetables while leisurely saying, I have many pursuers, I know what kind of people they are, so I won't be fooled. Curiously, Zhao Qingxue looked at Ruan. How do you distinguish them? By their eyes. After some thought, Ruan said, when Yuan Shao looked at you, his eyes were particularly focused and gentle, without any impurities, because he genuinely loves you. But my pursuers either try to please me or have impure intentions. Anyway, I can tell the difference. That's impressive. Zhao Qingxue truly admired Ruan's skill. She pointed to Li Hao beside her. What do you think of his eyes? Zhao Qingxue always felt that Li Hao's eyes looked sincere and innocent, the kind that makes you believe he wouldn't lie even when he's lying. Yeah, what about my eyes? Li Hao also leaned in front of Ruan, looking at her expectantly. And Zhuji, but unfortunately, both of them went abroad, and they had no contact afterwards. Therefore, when she heard that they were also coming, Zhao Qingxue was eager to go. Okay, I'm free tomorrow, let's have dinner together. Zhao Qingxue also readily agreed. Because Zhao Qingxue was not fond of participating in group activities and had a more introverted personality, Lin Jian initially thought he had to say a lot of good things for Zhao Qingxue to attend the class reunion, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily, which made him extremely happy. He typed a long string of words, then thought better of it and deleted them. I'm very happy that you agreed to come. Zhao Qingxue did not reply. Wife, who are you chatting with? After dividing the grilled fish into 4 portions, Ruan and Li Hao on the other side felt that the fish was so deliciously grilled that their mouths were already full of oil. He couldn't help taking a big bite himself, and turned around to find that Zhao Qingxue not only did not move, but also chatted happily on the phone, so he went over. Zhao Qingxue did not hide it. I'm chatting with my high school classmate. He said he wants to treat me to dinner tomorrow. Is it a guy or a girl? Hearing Zhao Qingxue say this, Aiken pursed his lips. Forget it, whether it's a guy or a girl, I want to go with you. Okay. Zhao Qingxue smiled and nodded. Since no one said they couldn't bring family members, she happened to bring her husband along to introduce everyone. Let's have grilled fish. Seeing Zhao Qingshua's quick agreement, Aiken handed her the grilled fish he had just finished skewering. You're the best, honey. Class reunion? Li Hao, who was eating grilled fish next to them, also perked up his ears and heard these two words, but he glanced at Ruan next to him and did not say anything. After everyone had their fill, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. The next day, Ruan had something to do, so she left early in the morning. Li Hao, who was idle, originally wanted to stick with Ruan, but he was firmly rejected by the girl. Aiken had hired several farmers from the nearby farmhouse to fertilize the trees. Seeing Li Hao's appearance, he raised his eyebrows. I thought with your charm, you would have already won her over, but it seems you haven't succeeded yet. According to Aiken's observation, Li Hao was the typical scumbag who changed his face as soon as he succeeded. Commonly known as heartless. Seeing him so sticky, he definitely hadn't succeeded yet. Seeing Aiken's gloating expression, Li Hao became alert. Tell me honestly, did you badmouth me in front of Ruan again? Aiken raised his hand. I swear on my conscience, this time I didn't say anything. Then why is Ruan treating me so badly? It's not logical. I don't care if it's logical or not. Aiken directly threw a set of old clothes to Li Hao. Hurry up and change into these clothes and help me work. Are you comfortable eating and drinking for free every day? Question mark. Looking at the old clothes in his hand, Li Hao had a question mark over his head. You're not going to make me go with you to fertilize those bald patches of land, are you? Bingo damn. Although very unwilling, but after all, living in someone else's house and eating their food, Li Hao had to change into the clothes and go over to help out, considering it as exercise. I don't know what's planted in this broken land, I can't tell at all. While working, Li Hao's mouth didn't stop. Fertilizing? Ha, let me fertilize. I'll fertilize. Will these rotten seeds have the blessing to bear it? They definitely won't grow any hair. After a hard day's work, Li Hao was as tired as a dead dog and was directly pulled back to the flat to rest. He took a shower upstairs, changed into clean clothes, and then remembered he hadn't eaten yet. When he thought of food, he hurriedly ran downstairs to knock on the door. What's up? Aiken looked at Li Hao at the door. Are you here to mooch a meal? What's up? I worked for you all day. If you don't pay me, that's fine. But are you not going to provide food either? Li Hao walked into the living room like an old man and sat on the sofa. I want to eat sweet and sour mandarin fish today. We're going to a class reunion, so we're not cooking today. Zhao Qingxue had just changed into a yellow floral dress and was about to go out with a light green bag. When Li Hao heard the words class reunion, he immediately jumped up. I love attending class reunions the most, so why not take me with you? It's just a matter of more chopsticks. I won't eat much anyway. This. Zhao Qingxue was a bit embarrassed. Originally, there were only 4 people at this small classmate gathering. It was understandable for her to bring Aiken along, but what was the matter with bringing Li Hao? My good sister-in-law, my good mother, just take me with you. Seeing Zhao Qingxue hesitate, Li Hao ran over and grabbed her sleeve. Look, I'm all alone out here, I don't have much money, can't even afford a meal now, and there's no one to accompany me. I'm really pitiful. If you don't care about me, then I might as well go die. Go! Aiken pulled Li Hao's hand off Zhao Qingxue's sleeve. Who allowed you to touch my wife? I'm just asking if you're taking me or not. Seeing Li Hao's appearance, Zhao Qingxue felt very helpless. Fine, then come with us. She could just treat everyone at this gathering. Okay, I'll go downstairs to be your driver. Hearing Zhao Qingxue agree to go to the classmate gathering, Aiken was very happy and went downstairs on his own to get the keys to the Porsche Cayenne from the coffee table. He was calculating in his mind, sister-in-law, are there many female classmates coming to this gathering? Are they single? Whether they are single or not doesn't really matter, as long as they are pretty. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand, I'm just asking, not planning anything with them, you know? There's a saying, beauty is a feast for the eyes. I enjoy watching beautiful women eat. Sister-in-law, do you know why I always come downstairs to eat? Because watching you eat is a delight. Ha ha. Zhao Qingxue didn't want to engage with Li Hao, but he managed to make her laugh in the end. When they reached the garage, Aiken opened the car door with the key, and Li Hao was planning to ask Zhao Qingxue for a photo of her high school female classmates, but when he turned around, he saw Aiken had already pulled Zhao Qingxue into the Ferrari and left. Hey, Are you so focused on beauty over friendship? Li Hao stomped his foot in anger, but all he got in response was the Ferrari speeding away. If it weren't for the beautiful women, Li Hao would have turned around and left. Finally arriving at Old Jiangnan, they handed the car keys to the valet at the entrance, and the three of them walked inside. Looking at the decoration of Old Jiangnan, Li Hao sighed, "Sister-in-law, are all your classmates wealthy? Having a classmate gathering at such a high-end place." Author's note: Jian Gu, you've changed a lot in these 2 years. I can hardly recognize you. Yes, Gigi is right, Jian Gu, your transformation is really significant. Not only that, if I remember correctly, you should now have the highest education level among us, right? In a private room on the second floor of Old Jiangnan, Lin Jian was dressed in a sharp Armani suit, meticulously groomed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a scholar. Sitting on his left and right were two flamboyantly dressed women, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Although Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were not from poor families, their families had also sent them abroad, but they just managed to get a diploma from a university. After getting their diplomas, they returned as overseas graduates, found high-level management jobs, and spent their days relatively leisurely in the office. But compared to Lin Jian, who had obtained a master's degree from a prestigious American university, they were far behind. "Ah, it's just a master's degree, I dare not say my education level is high. There are many senior brothers in my school who have higher education levels than me." Lin Jian pushed his glasses and looked towards the door, shifting the conversation to Zhao Qingxue. "Why hasn't Qingxue arrived yet?" "Jian Gu, it seems like you're not inviting us for dinner this time. The real intention is not about the food." When Lin Jian mentioned Zhao Qingxue, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi immediately covered their mouths and laughed. In fact, they had a group of returnees where they chatted a lot. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi knew that after Lin Jian got his master's degree, they became more friendly and flattering towards him. After chatting a few times, they asked Lin Jian if he had a girlfriend. That was when Lin Jian told them that the person he liked was Zhao Qingxue. Although he had no chance, they were not so disappointed and were willing to play matchmakers. "Yes, you know I have liked her for many years. I used to think I was not mature enough, so I didn't dare to confess to her. But this time, I came back specifically to be with her, and I need your help." Zhu Zhizhi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Jian Gu, but a few days ago I saw a Tiffany ring in her moments. She's either engaged or married." "Engaged or married, so what?" Lin Jian shrugged. "I'm not a conservative person, in fact, I'm very open-minded. As long as she is willing to be with me, beside her." One was tall, elegant, and reserved, exuding charisma. The other was dressed in designer clothes, with a dark tan that couldn't hide his handsome features. Just by their appearance, it was clear they were exceptional. "Lin Jian, long time no see." Zhao Qingxue greeted Lin Jian first, then seeing his puzzled expression, she quickly introduced, "This is Aiken, my husband." "This?" She hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Li Hao, "This is my younger brother. We happened to be shopping nearby, so we came together. I hope you don't mind?" "Oh, hello to you all, of course, I don't mind." After exchanging greetings with Aiken and Li Hao, Lin Jian invited them in. "Please, have a seat." Because Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were also in the room, Zhao Qingxue introduced them as well. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, they started ordering food. Lin Jian handed the menu to Zhao Qingxue. "Qingxue, feel free to order whatever you want, I'm treating today." "Oh, okay." Lin Jian's gaze and attitude made Zhao Qingxue feel particularly uncomfortable, but since he didn't do anything out of line, she didn't say anything. After ordering, they started chatting. Bai Ling was the first to ask, "Qingxue, you only graduated from college a year ago, you're not going to tell me you're already married, are you?" When it came to her marriage, Zhao Qingxue was very happy and held Aiken's hand under the table. "Yes, we got married recently." "Qingxue, you're not very considerate. You didn't even invite us to your wedding. Aren't we worthy of being your bridesmaids?" Zhu Zhizhi looked at her somewhat reproachfully. Zhao Qingxue smiled. "We just got the marriage certificate, we haven't had the wedding yet." "Oh, nowadays, it's common to get married before obtaining the marriage certificate. How can you get the certificate first without having a wedding ceremony?" Upon hearing Zhao Qingshua's words, Bai Ling immediately exchanged a glance with Lin Jian, then put on an innocent face and asked, "Is it because there's not enough money for the wedding?" "Oh, when getting married, a wedding ceremony is definitely necessary. Even if there's not enough money, you can borrow from us. You can return the money to us after receiving the betrothal gifts, right?" Xu Zhizhi quickly added, "Exactly, how can a woman get married without having a wedding ceremony? This is too disrespectful to women." The two had already observed when Zhao Qingxue introduced Aiken as her husband. Although Aiken was not dressed in cheap street stall clothes, he was wearing affordable domestic leisure brands, with each piece of clothing not exceeding 1,000. Attending a class reunion with his wife in such clothes meant there were no better clothes to wear. In addition, the bag Zhao Qingxue carried was an unknown miscellaneous brand, definitely not worth more than 500. Their life was certainly not as comfortable as it seemed. Even if Zhao Qingxue was naive, she could tell that Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji's words were unfriendly towards Aiken. She was about to frown and say something when Li Hao next to her spoke first. "You two probably don't have boyfriends yet, right?" "That's right, we are still single now, haven't met anyone suitable." Compared to Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, Li Hao was dressed more decently and could be considered handsome. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji had a good impression of him. Upon hearing Li Hao ask if they had boyfriends, the two hurriedly replied that they didn't. "The author has something to say, you're all grown up, and you don't even have boyfriends. You women are really failing, aren't you?" However, Li Hao's next words caused the two's faces to change dramatically. Unfortunately, Li Hao seemed oblivious to their reactions and continued, "Let me tell you, the older a woman gets, the less valuable she becomes. Look at my sister, who is so beautiful, she was married off early by my brother-in-law. What are you waiting for? Do you want to wait until you're in your 30s or 40s to become old women before looking for boyfriends? By then, you'll only be able to find an old widower. How can you speak like that?" Bai Ling was so angry that she stood up and slammed the table, her chest heaving with anger. Seeing the situation was not right, Lin Jian quickly pulled her back to sit down. "He's Qingshue's younger brother, still young and not very sensible. Don't argue with him. Young? Just because he's young, he can say whatever he wants?" Although she sat back down, Bai Ling was still very angry. Li Hao, on the other hand, didn't care at all. "I'm telling you, you two are obviously classmates with my sister, but why do you look several years older than my sister? It turns out you just like to get angry. You." Seeing Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji about to hit someone, Zhao Qingxue hurriedly stood up to stop Li Hao from speaking nonsense. She glared at Li Hao, "Just sit there and eat quietly, why do you talk so much?" "Yes, sis." In order to get a free meal, Li Hao obediently shut up, giving Zhao Qingxue some face. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji calmed down under Lin Jian's soothing, but despite the calm, the two were not going to let go of the anger they had just received from Li Hao, directing it towards Zhao Qingxue and Aiken. Why didn't they properly discipline their brother as elder sister and brother-in-law? "Qingxue, back then you were among the best students in our class, you must be doing well now, right?" Bai Ling smiled. "For those of us with poor academic performance, we can only casually go abroad to attend university. Now there are so many returnees, we have no future prospects, and can only be white-collar workers. I'm currently unemployed." Zhao Qingxue calmly replied, looking at Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji. She always felt very strange, completely different from her memory. When she was in high school, she rarely heard the two of them speak so sarcastically, but now. "No job? Then you must be a housewife." Zhu Zhiji took over. "Is your husband very capable? Where does he work?" "He works in a small company, and he was even fired recently." Chen didn't have a good impression of Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji either, so he said indifferently, before the two could mock him, he raised his voice, "So now I can only do some investments. Fortunately, there is still some return." After listening to Chen's words, Bai Ling deliberately laughed exaggeratedly. "Qingxue, your husband is quite good at bragging, right? Are the investments he's doing now profitable? I think you should advise him to go out and find a job." Xu Zhiji also nodded. "Yes, it's more reliable to find a job. Speaking of work, I really envy Jian Gu. You don't know how popular he is now. Several Fortune 500 companies have reached out to him, asking him to be a project manager." As long as he agrees to one company, he will make 500,000 a year. Don't say that, I feel embarrassed. Actually, 500,000 is not much. Lin Jian modestly said, pushing his glasses. Speaking of work, recently I have been focusing on starting a business. Didn't I earn 2 million through investments while studying in the United States before? Now we plan to invest all of these 2 million into the project that looks the most promising to me. If the returns are good, we could easily make several million a year. Several million a year. Jian Gu, you are amazing. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi really didn't know about this, so when they heard him say that, they admired him a lot. Jian Gu, can you also guide us? We also want to earn some pocket money with you. No problem, we are all classmates, I will help you make connections when the time comes. Lin Jian nodded with a smile, looking at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, didn't your husband just say he's also doing investments? Why not join me as well? I guarantee this project will only bring profits. How can I accept that? I'd rather not. Zhao Qingxue shook her head and held Chen's hand tighter. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's firm refusal, Bai Ling sneered, what are you pretending for here? Others offer to help you and you're not happy, you really know how to pretend. Exactly, what's the point of suffering for the sake of face, not even accepting money that falls from the sky? I've seen it all. Zhu Zhizhi chimed in. After a long time of back and forth, Bai Ling seemed to suddenly understand something. Looking at Zhao Qingxue, she said, Qingxue, you just said your husband doesn't have a job now, right? Could it be that the reason you're not investing is because you don't have money? Lin Jian also thought Bai Ling made sense. He continued to smile at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, if your husband doesn't have money to invest, it's not a problem. There will definitely be a need for people in my company later, so when the time comes, let him come work for us. We are all old classmates, I won't mistreat him. This almost made Chen feel worthless. Even someone with a good temper like Zhao Qingxue was now feeling like she wanted to scold someone, but after all, they were old classmates, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. Chen didn't care much about this kind of thing. He just said indifferently, I appreciate your kindness, but I have enough money for investments now, so I don't need to work for the time being. Brother-in-law, don't say that. However, as soon as Chen finished speaking, Li Hao, who had been quietly eating next to him, suddenly spoke up. Aiken raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Li Hao was not a quiet person. As soon as he spoke, it was estimated that Lin Jian and the other two would be completely defeated. Under Aiken's gaze, Li Hao calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Patek Philippe 18K rose gold classical watch on his wrist. I didn't quite like the watch you bought for me last month. How about you buy me a new one? I have my eye on the elegant sports series mechanical watch, not too expensive, just over 700,000. Is this watch bought by your brother-in-law? Looking at the Patek Philippe 18K rose gold classical watch on Aiken's wrist, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were very surprised. This watch costs at least 200,000 to start. Wearing clothes that cost a few hundred, buying such an expensive watch for his brother? Author's note, in fact, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi always misunderstood Aiken by looking at his clothes. Firstly, he doesn't have much pursuit of clothing brands and thinks comfort is the most important. Although these domestic casual brands are not expensive, each piece is around 500, the materials are solid, the workmanship is exquisite, the style is good, and they are very comfortable to wear. Secondly, these clothes were bought by him for Zhao Qingxue when he was shopping, considered clothes bought by his wife, which also showed Zhao Qingxue's affection. Although once a person has money, there will definitely be retaliatory consumption behavior. For Aiken, all his retaliatory consumption is spent on Zhao Qingxue, and he doesn't have much pursuit for himself. Aiken saw Li Hao showing off there and could only go along. I'll buy it for you later. Brother-in-law, you better not break your promise. Seeing that he was going to get the watch from Aiken, Li Hao was in a particularly good mood. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Lin Jian over there. Didn't you ask me to go to work as your brother-in-law? I actually think my brother-in-law is too idle at home, easily spending money when idle. Just last week, he spent millions on a farmhouse for my sister, not doing business, just eating barbecue in the farmhouse. Isn't this a spendthrift? After he finished, he began to complain to Aiken, brother-in-law, not to criticize you, can you save some money? Do you know that the money you spend casually could take someone over 10 years to earn back by running a company? Ah, he. Li Hao's words made Lin Jian's face very embarrassed, and he could only smile awkwardly on the side. But at the same time, he was also very puzzled. Is this true or false? And you too, being white-collar workers in the company is so boring, doing repetitive work, facing the computer every day, easy to age and gain weight, not to mention not making much money. Li Hao stuffed a scallop into his mouth and mumbled to Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, otherwise, you can go to the farmhouse my brother-in-law bought and work on the land for him. I'll give you a monthly salary of 15,000, weekends off, no overtime, full holiday benefits, sick leave and maternity leave all provided. Isn't this treatment good? Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi looked at each other with unpleasant expressions, their faces becoming extremely ugly. Burp. Seeing that they had eaten enough, Li Hao stood up. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm full. Are you full? Full, let's go. Originally, it was a class reunion to catch up, but Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi's remarks were sharp. Lin Jian's intentions were impure, which made Zhao Qingshui and Aiken lose their appetite for eating here. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, they stood up and were ready to leave. I'll walk you out. After being scolded by Li Hao, Lin Jian, Bai Ling, and Zhu Zhizhi all had very unpleasant expressions. Seeing Zhao Qingshui and the others about to leave, Lin Jian suddenly stood up as well. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, like the worms in his stomach, suddenly understood his meaning and also stood up. To see if what Li Hao said just now is true or false, isn't it very simple? Just follow and see what car Aiken is driving. If it's a taxi or a beat-up car worth a few thousand yuan, then there's no need to think. Li Hao was definitely just bragging. His Patek Philippe watch on his hand is probably fake too. However, if it's a luxury car worth millions, then what he said might actually be true. I don't think you need to send us off. Leaving the old Jiangnan, Aiken looked at Lin Jian and others with suspicious eyes. Too lazy to bother with them. I was planning to buy my wife a bag before going back. Buy a bag? That's so sweet, bring us along, we can help with the selection. Belan and Zhuji were eager to prove that Li Hao was just bragging. When they followed Aiken to old Jiangnan, they were a bit nervous, afraid that Aiken really drove a luxury car worth millions, but they didn't expect him to suddenly suggest going to buy a bag for Zhao Qingshui. They could see through his intentions, trying to find an excuse to leave. How could they let Aiken leave? Acting all high and mighty and wanting to leave, no way. Question mark. Even buying a bag, they have to follow, are they crazy? Aiken looked at Belan and Zhuji, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He could roughly guess what they were thinking. But he really just wanted to buy a bag for Zhao Qingshui. Although he had cleared Zhao Qingshui's shopping cart before, there were several bags inside, but they were only worth a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, nothing particularly expensive. Seeing Belan carrying Chanel bags, he thought he should buy a better bag for Zhao Qingshui. What's wrong? Are you changing your mind about not buying a bag? Seeing Aiken hesitate, Zhuji beside him quickly mocked, pretending. Let's go. Ignoring Zhuji, Aiken directly took Zhao Qingshui to a nearby Hermes store. Welcome, what can I do for you? Seeing a group of people coming in, all dressed decently, several store clerks greeted them with smiles. Before Zhao Qingshui, who came to see the bags, could speak, Belan preemptively said, my classmate wants to buy a few bags. After speaking, she pointed to Zhao Qingshui. Is that so? The clerk also looked at Zhao Qingshui and asked gently, Miss, do you have any particular style in mind? I can show you some options. I'll just take a look first. Zhao Qingshui looked at the expensive bags in the display cabinet. Although she knew Aiken was wealthy now, she still felt hesitant. And she also felt that there was no need to show off in front of her classmates by picking an expensive bag to take back. That would be too childish. What's the matter? All the bags here are nice, just pick whichever you like. Your husband is so rich, he can easily buy you a farm, can't he afford a few bags? Belan and Zhuji on the side laughed and mocked as they saw Zhao Qingshui hesitating. Seeing Zhao Qingshui's hesitation, Lin Jian seemed to understand something, pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and said to Zhao Qingshui, it's okay, if you like any of the bags, I'll buy it for you. Jian go, we also want one. Seeing Lin Jian being so generous, even though they knew it was impossible, Belan and Zhuji couldn't help but speak up. A celebrity once said, I know more than one woman who would kill for a Birkin bag. If it's a crocodile Birkin, it could start a massacre. As the top luxury item in bags, some people would even kill for a Hermes bag, let alone just being shameless. Then I'll give each of you a picotin lock. Both Belan and Zuzitzi spoke up. If it were a normal situation, Lin Jian would have just laughed it off. But now, in front of Zhao Qingxue and Aiken, he didn't want to lose face, so he generously picked 2 bags to give to Belan and Zuzitzi. Really? That's great, Jian is so generous. The 2 of them didn't expect Lin Jian to actually be willing to give them bags, so they were instantly overjoyed, looking as if they had won a big prize. In reality, the picotin lock, as a bucket bag from Hermes, was just a basic entry-level item from the brand, priced at just over 10,000. Even if he gave each of them one, it would only be a little over 20,000. But they wouldn't normally buy this entry-level bag themselves, so they were extremely happy to receive it, showering Lin Jian with praise. Lin Jian was very comfortable being praised by the 2 of them, and he elegantly looked at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, don't hesitate, pick one too. But I really don't know which one to buy. Zhao Qingxue hesitated, wanting to leave, mainly because she found shopping to be a joyful activity. In the atmosphere of today, she simply didn't feel like buying anything. Belan and Zuzitzi, who had received their picotin lock bags, were comparing them on themselves while taunting. Qingxue, don't act like you've never seen the world before, okay? It's normal for wealthy people to casually gift each other bags. Don't feel embarrassed, Jian said he's buying one for you, so just pick one. Their meaning was clear, implying that Zhao Qingxue couldn't afford it and was just pretending. Really don't know which one to buy? Aiken, looking at the disdainful attitude of Belan and Zuzitzi, directly hugged Zhao Qingxue's waist and led her to the counter. The counter staff were very enthusiastic. Hello, can I help you with anything? Oh, my wife doesn't know which one to choose, so please give us one of each bag in your store, and I'll let her choose later. Probably hearing such a request for the first time, the staff were startled by Aiken's words, finding it hard to believe what they heard, and repeated to confirm, did you just say you want one of each bag in the store? Aiken nodded, yes, if there are many colors for a bag, then one of each color. Okay, but it will take some time. Could you and your wife wait over there for a moment? Hearing Aiken's sincerity, the staff quickly got other staff members to start packing. Then, they stood at the counter to tally up. This was a big customer, they must not neglect. The store suddenly became busy. On the other side, watching this scene unfold before them, Belan, Zuzitzi, and Lin Jian were all stunned. Lin Jian widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Aiken, who was sitting on a soft chair with Zhao Qingxue in his arms, resting. He couldn't believe what he heard. One of each bag in the store? Hermes bags, as luxury items, even the basic entry-level picotin lot cost 10,000 each, not to mention those crocodile Birkin bags that cost tens of thousands to millions. If they were to get one of each bag in the store, wouldn't that cost hundreds of thousands? Spending hundreds of thousands on bags? Belan and Zuzitzi beside them felt even more ashamed. Zhao Qingxue's husband bought her bags without blinking an eye, getting one of each bag in the store, while they were so happy over a basic entry-level picotin lock. Not only did they appear very inexperienced, but they also seemed very poor. Just thinking about the things they said to Zhao Qingxue earlier made her feel a burning sensation on her face. Not only that, they still felt insanely envious and jealous. If all the Hermes bags were bought, wouldn't that mean buying over 100 bags? What's the difference between that and buying the whole store directly? With so many bags, you can just buy them home and choose which one to carry every day. Isn't that almost every woman's dream? Always seeing the rich heiresses sharing their wardrobes on the platform is one thing, after all, who let them be born lucky and with a silver spoon in their mouth? But just thinking that Zhao Qingxue, who originally had a similar starting point as them, received this treatment, they were truly envious to the core. However, they could only envy in vain, unable to do anything. Hello, sir, there are a total of 112 bags here, with a total price of 25 million. It took about 20 minutes for the store clerk over there to pack all the bags. Upon hearing this price, Zhao Qingxue felt like her heart was bleeding, but she couldn't bear to refuse and lose face for Aiken, so she could only accept it with a heavy heart. Aiken took out his bank card directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 25 million on his wife Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold rebate of 250 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 25 million on his wife Zhao Qingxue, triggering the lucky rebate of the Venus Tower. Please check it out. Unexpectedly, this time the system directly gave a whole building, which also surprised Aiken greatly. Venus Tower, the name sounds familiar. Because he didn't have time to read the introduction of the Venus Tower carefully, Aiken didn't pay much attention to it either. He just instructed the store clerk to deliver the bags directly to the penthouse of the Pudong Dilan mansion and was about to leave. But as he turned around, he found that Li Hao had disappeared at some point. At the same time, his Lamborghini keys were also missing. He was thinking whether Li Hao took his car to pick up girls on the street, when he heard a faint exclamation at the door. Wow, it's a Lamborghini! At the same time, Lin Jian and others standing nearby also noticed the Lamborghini at the door. For some reason, after seeing the Lamborghini parked at the door, they subconsciously glanced at Aiken and Zhao Qingxue. Aiken couldn't be bothered with them. He walked straight towards the Lamborghini at the door. But Zhao Qingxue politely turned back to bid farewell to the few people. Sorry, I've finished buying the bags, so I'll leave first. You guys take your time. Watching Li Hao jump off the Lamborghini and hand the car keys to Aiken, while he himself walked away with another car key in hand, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were already stunned in place, their brains almost unable to function. Only Lin Jian's face was as ugly as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists, his eyes shocked as he looked at the Lamborghini. What exactly is Aiken's identity? How could he afford to drive a Lamborghini? It's just a class reunion. Zhao Qingxue sighed that the once valuable high school friendship had become worthless. But anyway, they were just old high school classmates, and it was unlikely that they would have any further interaction in the future, so she forgot about it after returning home. Swear, your makeup tutorial videos are very detailed. It would be even better if you did a live broadcast, doing makeup while answering questions. As soon as she opened Bilibili, Zhao Qingxue received countless reminders to update her videos. Some of them suggested that she should do a live broadcast. Actually, she was quite interested in trying a live broadcast, but because she was more introverted and didn't know how to interact with the barrage, she just thought about it. Aiken could see her thoughts and asked with a smile, "Are you really not going to try a live broadcast?" To be honest, Aiken thinks that Zhao Qingxue's appearance belongs to the type with both superficial and bone beauty, very photogenic. And there are no blind spots in 360 degrees, while others have to style their hair and find the right angle before going live. She can just start broadcasting without makeup. With such good conditions, it's really a waste not to do live streaming. But I don't know how to interact with them. What if I say the wrong thing? Shooting videos is fine, but facing the live camera, Zhao Qingxue really lacks confidence. Silly, the live room is your home ground. Say whatever you want to say, even if you say the wrong thing, it doesn't matter. Those who don't like it can leave. My wife can say whatever she wants to say, then should I give it a try? After much hesitation, encouraged by Aiken, Zhao Qingxue decided to give it a try. She quickly prepared the equipment for the live broadcast, sitting upright on the sofa in the living room as if she was about to perform a task, her little face serious. Aiken suppressed a smile. "I'm about to start the live broadcast." Don't. At the critical moment, Zhao Qingxue hesitated and reached out to grab the camera from Aiken's hand. But Aiken whispered, "I've already started. Hello, everyone, I'm Zhao. I'm Shuer. Welcome to my live broadcast room to learn makeup tips. If you have any questions, remember to interact with me in the barrage in time. I will answer them one by one." As soon as she heard that the camera was filming her, Zhao Qingxue seemed to transform into a different person. Aiken gestured to her to cheer her on. "I see that everyone is very interested in the Tang makeup I did before, so today I will live broadcast to teach everyone how to do a Tang makeup that suits themselves." After all, it was her first live broadcast, and even though Zhao Qingxue had a lot of filming experience, she was still a bit nervous facing the camera, so she was a bit flustered during the makeup process, sometimes unable to find what she wanted. Aiken found it for her and handed it over. "Wow, Shuer, you look even more beautiful during the live broadcast than in the videos. I feel like Shuer's appearance can definitely rank in the top 3 on this small platform. Whose hand is this? I want to lick it." More and more people in the live room, the minority asked about makeup techniques, while the majority were admiring Zhao Qingshue's appearance and lusting after Aiken's hand. This made Zhao Qingxue feel helpless. Hey, I am a serious beauty makeup content creator. I know, we're not here to learn how to be flawless from you, right? Brain, I got it. Hand, bullshit. Schwer, don't waste your youth in the live room. Debut, if you're not popular, I'll eat shit. As a new live streamer, with no conflicts of interest with others, Zhao Qingshue's live room had no haters, and the atmosphere was still very harmonious. Zhao Qingxue also became more and more relaxed, chatting with the barrage while doing makeup. Ding dong, however, the doorbell suddenly rang, and Aiken thought it was Li Hao coming down from upstairs again, but when he opened the door, he found it was a Hermes staff member. Mr. Yuan, hello, this is the bag you ordered in our store this afternoon. 7 or 8 staff members stood at the door, each holding a paper box, looking respectfully at Aiken. Aiken stepped aside and pointed to the cloakroom. You can put the bags in that room. Okay, Mr. Yuan. Several people carefully placed the paper boxes in an orderly manner into the cloakroom, making 3 trips back and forth before they were done. Because the live broadcast camera happened to be facing the cloakroom, the scene of the Hermes staff moving the bags into the room was clearly seen by the fans in the live room. Many fans in the live room were very curious about what Zhao Qingxue had bought. Zhao Qingxue hesitated for a moment. It's nothing much, just some handbags. Several big boxes of handbags, just that? Really extravagant. Schwer, what handbags did you buy? Show us, this. Originally, Zhao Qingxue didn't want to show the people in the live broadcast room, but she couldn't resist the repeated requests in the barrage. After hesitating for a long time, she reluctantly agreed. Holding the camera, she pushed open the door of the dressing room. In the nearly 40 square meter dressing room, besides 2 large solid wood wardrobes, there were various shelves. At the entrance, there were boxes that Hermes had just delivered. Schwer, is your family so wealthy? This dressing room is bigger than our living room. Oh my god, did I see it right? Does the logo on this cardboard box look like Hermes? No way. Schwer said the boxes contain handbags. If they are Hermes handbags, how much would they cost? Originally, Zhao Qingxue was opening the cardboard boxes while reading the barrage. When she saw the barrage, she paused, took out a Hermes Birkin bag with its packaging from the box, and whispered, these handbags inside are indeed all from Hermes. Oh my goodness. Schwer, what kind of family are you from? Dozens of boxes of Hermes, could they be fake? Schwer, tell me, are you selling counterfeit goods? Schwer turns out to be a rich woman, no wonder she doesn't usually do advertisements. They are not fake goods. With a good temper, she took out each handbag from the cardboard boxes and hung them on the shelves in the dressing room. Zhao Qingxue smiled and said, I'm just from an ordinary family. Ordinary family? Schwer, does your conscience hurt when you say that? Really? Seeing that no one believed her, Zhao Qingxue felt annoyed. I can't bear to buy such expensive handbags. They were all bought by my husband. He wanted to buy me a handbag, but I didn't know which one to choose. So he said to get one of each style and let me pick slowly at home. Is it okay to buy them all home and choose slowly? Please give me a husband like this. Refuse to deceive dogs into being killed. Protect animals, everyone has a responsibility. As a beauty influencer, most of the viewers watching Zhao Qingxue's live broadcast were girls. Watching the dozens of boxes of handbags on the camera made them envious, wishing they could become Zhao Qingxue on the spot. Although feminism is prevalent on the internet now, encouraging women to be independent, it is also a helpless move. If possible, who wouldn't want their husband to pamper them like a little princess? Because of the Hermes handbags, Zhao Qingxue's live broadcast gained a wave of new followers. The segment where she did her makeup like Tang Dynasty and unboxed the Hermes handbags was captured by someone and turned into a short video, receiving tens of thousands of likes. Although the reason for her sudden popularity seemed to have deviated, being able to interact with fans in the live broadcast room every day, watching her fan base grow, surpassing 100,000, made Zhao Qingxue very happy. Let's go, wife, let's go to the farmhouse and see the trees, they should be almost grown. Calculating the time, the seeds he had accelerated with fertilizer should have sprouted by now. It's only been a few days, they can't have grown yet. Although she said this, seeing Achun looking forward to it, Zhao Qingxue immediately went to the farmhouse with him. Unexpectedly, halfway there, it started pouring rain heavily. When the two finally arrived at the entrance of the farmhouse, they found 3 luxury cars parked there. The 3 cars are the Maybach S680, the Rolls-Royce Ghost, and the Land Rover. Although these 3 cars are not considered top luxury cars, they are not affordable for ordinary people. It seems that a group of rich second-generation individuals have come to the farmhouse. The owner of this farmhouse is really something. Why isn't it open? No wonder the reviews on the app are so bad. As Aiken looked at the group of people, the 3 men and 3 women standing under the farmhouse eaves were also constantly complaining. This group of people came out to the countryside to play, but who knew it would start raining heavily on the way? The road conditions were poor, the destination was a bit far, and they were tired and hungry. They found a farmhouse nearby and came over, but who knew that the farmhouse was not even open, wasting their trip? Now they were standing at the entrance of the farmhouse, feeling very frustrated. Stop complaining, it seems we are not the only unlucky ones. Just as they were speaking, a red Ferrari LaFerrari drove through the rain, and one of them started to smile. The others also looked at the LaFerrari with some curiosity. A LaFerrari with a soft top? I haven't heard of anyone in the city having one. Ordinary people only know that LaFerrari is very expensive, with a price of several million, and some know that there are only 499 units worldwide. But for rich second-generation individuals like them who are into cars, they know how rare Aiken's soft-top LaFerrari is. LaFerrari, as Ferrari's flagship model, not only released the regular version, but also a soft-top version, with only 29 units worldwide. 3 quotas were allocated in China, all of which were taken by a luxury car tycoon in the capital city. They never expected to see one here. And it even had a city license plate. The person coming must be a super big shot. One of the men in a hip-hop style muttered to himself, and the girl next to him, who was originally admiring the LaFerrari, asked, "He Xiao, is it really that exaggerated? You don't understand anything." He Xiao glanced at the girl impatiently. "I've told you, but remember, be polite when the person arrives, don't be rude. If you offend someone like that, I can't protect you either." As they were talking, the LaFerrari had already stopped at the entrance of the farmhouse. "Be careful not to get wet in the rain." The door opened, Aiken helped Zhao Qingxue out of the car, then hugged her and walked to the farmhouse under the eaves. "What are you doing here? Taking shelter from the rain?" Because He Xiao and the others did not expect Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, who came out of the LaFerrari, to be so young and good-looking, they were momentarily stunned and forgot to greet them, so Aiken spoke first. Sort of, we also wanted to come over for a meal, but the place wasn't open." He Xiao was the first to respond to Aiken. Aiken took out the keys from his pocket. "Oh, I just bought this place not long ago, haven't had time to hire staff, so there's no food, but the ingredients and kitchenware are available, you can cook if you want to eat." Upon hearing that Aiken was actually the owner of this farmhouse, the group of people were shocked for a moment, then nodded happily. "No problem, it's already good to have a place to eat now." "Then come in." Aiken opened the door and invited them in. They walked along the solid wood corridor at the entrance towards the small wooden house, where they could see lush greenery and a pleasant environment inside the farmhouse. This made He Xiao pause for a moment. He approached Aiken cautiously and asked, "What should I call you, brother?" "Aiken. I'm He-Yun, you're from the city, right?" "I don't know you, nice to meet you." It was clear that He-Yun was particularly interested in Aiken, speaking with a humble attitude, as if he wanted to get to know Aiken. Chen is also an easygoing person. I am usually relatively low-key, so it's normal not to know each other. Don't say that, it's really like this nowadays, the more powerful big shots are, the more low-key they are. Looking at Chen speaking in a relaxed manner with a hint of carelessness, He-Yun became even more cautious in his attitude towards him. Among these people, He-Yun is obviously the leader. Seeing He-Yun's attitude, the rest of the people are also very respectful towards Chen. Chen didn't think much of it and casually pointed in the direction of the kitchen. "If you want to eat, go make it over there, use the ingredients as you like." "Alright, Boss Yuan." Hyun called the rest of the people to cook, while he leaned in front of Ah Chen and said, "Boss Yuan, this place of yours is truly a hidden gem. With such a good environment, why not manage it properly? You'll definitely make a lot of money." "Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter to me. I bought this place to plant trees or something, mainly for the sake of happiness." Ah Chen tapped his fingers on the railing, looking at the heavy rain with some concern, wondering if the trees given by the system would be affected after being rained on. Fortunately, the heavy rain came and went quickly. It only rained for an hour, and the people on Hyun's side hadn't finished cooking yet when the rain stopped. Ah Chen led Zhao Qingxue to walk from the gravel road, and Hyun and the other two men and women who couldn't cook followed, saying that the environment here was good and they wanted to take a walk here. "Be careful, or should I carry you?" On a rainy day with slippery roads, Ah Chen was afraid that Zhao Qingxue would slip, so he felt uneasy holding her hand and decided to carry her. Seeing 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, Zhao Qingxue felt shy and pushed him away several times. "Sister-in-law, Boss Yuan is so good to you." The young girl next to Hyun, who looked like she was under 20, looked envious when she saw this scene. Zhao Qingxue smiled, "It's okay. Hee, sister-in-law, don't be modest. I've never seen such a considerate person before. I thought these kinds of people only exist in TV dramas." The girl affectionately approached Zhao Qingxue, blinked at her, and whispered, "If you have time later, sister-in-law, teach me how to manage a husband." Zhao Qingxue was a bit puzzled by the girl's words. "What do you mean by managing a husband?" "I mean, how to make a man like Boss Yuan." Zhao Qingxue thought about the details of her interactions with Ah Chen. It seemed like they were just very natural and ordinary, joking around and having fun together, without any special techniques. Girls these days are always thinking about superficial things and not studying well. Ah Chen overheard their conversation and couldn't help but comment, "Do you think men are fools? Can't you see through what tricks you're playing?" "Oh, I was just asking." The girl felt a bit wronged. Hyun, on the other hand, frowned at her. "Why are you talking to Boss Yuan like that? Just accept his words humbly. What's with your attitude?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The girl stuck out her tongue and quickly apologized. "Wow, this is like a fruit orchard." As they chatted, they had already walked to the side of the pond. The pond, which had just rained, was full of lotus flowers swaying, with various postures, and the lotus leaves were also very lush, with many lotus pods poking out. Behind the pond were various lush fruit trees, apples, crabapples, hawthorns, cherries, all hanging with abundant fruits on the emerald green branches, looking particularly tempting after being washed by the rain. Hyun also looked over at those fruit trees. To be honest, he had been to such ecological gardens or fruit orchards where you could go in and pick fruits. But the fruit trees here in Aiken are different. The fruits on the trees not only look very plump, but also have brighter colors, especially the cherries, which look like rubies. He subconsciously swallowed and turned to Aiken, asking, "Yuan Shao, can we pick and eat the fruits here?" "You can, but they are not cheap. You can decide for yourselves. The fruits from these trees have special effects, and Aiken does not intend to sell them cheaply." Hearing this, Hyun smiled. "Yuan Shao, don't worry, I won't shortchange you. Just tell me how much per kilogram? 300 to 500 is no problem." Previously, Hyun had taken people to pick and eat cherries in an orchard. He remembered that you could eat for free in the cherry orchard, but if you wanted to take them out, it was about 90 yuan per kilogram. Therefore, he naturally thought that the fruits here in Aiken were not too expensive. Aiken waved his hand. "I sell them individually, not by the kilogram." "Hey, that's interesting. How much for an apple?" Hyun asked with a smile, already standing in front of an apple tree, picking his favorite apples. Aiken held up 5 fingers. 50 each. It's a bit expensive, but still acceptable. The variety of this apple was not discernible, but the price was almost as high as those imported premium ones. Hyun picked 2 at random and threw them to a man and a woman. "Nearby, you two, try the apples here and see how they taste. It's not 50 each, it's 50,000 each." However, just as Hyun reached for the 3rd apple, Aiken's words almost made him cramp up. He turned around, thinking he misheard. "Yuan Shao, did you say how much per apple? 50,000? The man and woman next to him, who were nibbling on apples, were also stunned, completely shocked like scared hamsters, forgetting to chew the apples in their mouths, unable to swallow or spit them out. They did not mishear, so they heard clearly that this apple was indeed 50,000 each. Damn, even if it's a golden apple, it shouldn't be sold at such a high price. Isn't this a ripoff? Well, eating one of these apples can help you lose about 10 kilograms. Aiken had already anticipated their reactions and remained calm. I know you don't believe me. Hyun and the others looked at each other. Isn't that obvious? No matter who tells you that eating an apple can help you lose 10 kilograms, you wouldn't believe it. I can wait for you to see the results before you pay me. Since these people were all rich second generation, Aiken was not worried that they couldn't afford the money. This statement stunned Hyun, who looked at Aiken suspiciously. What if it doesn't work? If it doesn't work, consider it my treat. Deal. Hyun agreed readily, since he could afford 50,000 for an apple. He just didn't want to waste money for nothing. After all, no one is a fool. But if it really works, then the money spent would be worth it. He reluctantly picked an apple from the tree to eat. Hyun felt a pang in his heart as he ate. 3 apples for 15,000, that could let him have a great night out in the Magic City's best nightclub. Yuan, are you seriously telling me that you secretly transplanted so many fruit trees here without me knowing? That's one thing, but you can't rip people off, selling apples for 50,000. Watching Hyun and the others eat the apples, not only did they feel sorry, but Zhao Qingshui on the side couldn't bear it either. However, she always gave Aiken face and wouldn't expose him in public. She would talk to Aiken privately about any issues. Aiken pinched the smooth face of the little girl. Do I look like the kind of person who would deceive others? Trees grow by themselves, and eating apples can really help with weight loss. Zhao Qingshui leaned in gently to Chen's ear and chuckled softly. Let me tell you, as long as you believe in me, I am your all-powerful treasure husband. Early in the morning, a miserable scream came from the farmhouse cabin, startling the birds around into a fluttering frenzy. Zhao Qingshui, who was making breakfast for Chen in the kitchen, was so scared that her hands trembled, and the spatula almost fell to the ground. She raised the spatula and walked towards the source of the sound. When she arrived, she found that the sound was coming from Hyun's room. Several people had already gathered at the door of the room. Hyun came out of the room with disheveled hair, wearing only a pair of large underpants, exposing his white belly. Everyone thought something had happened to him and was nervous, but he pinched his belly and exclaimed, "My belly is gone. My belly is gone." Some people were puzzled. Wasn't your belly fine on your stomach? The girl who had been following Hyun before stared in amazement at his belly. Oh my goodness, you've really lost a lot of weight. Upon hearing the girl's reminder, a few people finally observed Hyun. Hyun used to be a chubby little guy, especially because of his habit of drinking alcohol. He had developed a beer belly at a young age. When he stood there in a t-shirt, his belly was particularly prominent. But now, not only had Hyun lost weight, his little belly was indeed gone. What's going on? Xiao, did you starve yourself yesterday? I didn't see you eat any less yesterday. Could it be that there's something unclean here that attracted a female ghost who sucked your belly dry? Oh my, a female ghost. I like it. As soon as they heard about the female ghost, a lean man rubbed his hands. The looks from the others towards him suddenly became more meaningful. I lost 3.5 pounds. I lost 2 pounds too. Seeing Hyun's obvious weight loss, the two who had eaten apples yesterday quickly weighed themselves. Since they were already relatively thin, the effect was not very noticeable. However, the thinner you are, the harder it is to lose weight. Losing 2 pounds for a thin person was almost equivalent to a fat person losing 10 pounds. This apple is really magical, worth 50,000 each. For someone like Hyun, a second-generation rich kid who loved to eat, drink, and party without exercising, losing weight just by eating an apple was really cost-effective, right? Even if it was 500,000 each, he didn't think it was expensive. After all, nowadays, losing weight either required serious exercise and eating like a rabbit every day, or going to extremes like getting liposuction, which was all very painful. What 50,000 apple? Xiao, what are you talking about? Only 3 people knew about the apple incident from yesterday, while the other 3 who were cooking in the kitchen were completely puzzled. Hyun explained yesterday's incident to them. Upon hearing Hyun's explanation, the group immediately ran to the orchard. Even if they didn't eat this amazing apple, they wanted to admire it properly. Is it really effective? Ah Chen, wearing pajamas and yawning, walked in and subconsciously stood behind Zhao Qingxue, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Xiao, your apple is truly amazing, I want to buy more. No, I'll buy the whole tree. After all, they were in the business of selling things, and Hyun's mind was quick to make money. With such an amazing apple, even if the price was multiplied tenfold, there would still be people willing to buy it. If he bought all the apples from Ah Chen's orchard and then sold them off, he could easily make tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Although it was a bit unethical, there's no business without deceit. You're dreaming. Ah Chen saw through his intentions at a glance. I forgot to tell you, the fruits in my orchard are not allowed to be taken out and eaten. Although selling fruits is slower in making money compared to buying things for his wife, Aiken didn't expect to earn much from it. But he couldn't let others take advantage of him. Ha! Yuan Xiao, don't be so cruel, the price is negotiable. 100,000 each is fine. How about 150,000? 200,000 is also negotiable. No matter how much Hyun raised the price, Aiken's answer was always the same, not for sale. He could only hope to eat more here. These cherries look so tempting. Apples for weight loss, what can cherries do? What kind of varieties are these? I've never seen them before. A group of people gathered in the orchard, looking at the magical fruits on the trees with curiosity and amazement. Although they knew that with the continuous development of science and technology, there were many innovations in the field of fruits, resulting in many new varieties. They had seen the world eating fruits imported daily or famous new varieties domestically, but the fruits in Aiken's orchard, they had truly never seen before. Apples for weight loss, cherries for whitening, hawthorn for skin care, hawthorn for eyesight, lotus seeds for spot removal. Seeing a few people gathered together, Aiken also walked over with Zhao Qingxue. So many benefits? At first, everyone thought that only apples had special effects, but they were surprised to find that other fruits did too. So amazing, can I take a picture to post on Moments? Such rare things had to be captured to show off, otherwise it would be a waste to come here. Aiken didn't stop this kind of thing, he made a gesture of permission and then took Zhao Qingxue for a walk. 50,000 for an apple? 11,000 for a cherry? How can fruits be so expensive? Are you being scammed? I believe in apples for weight loss, but cherries for whitening, hawthorn for skin care, lotus seeds for spot removal are too far-fetched, right? I think you're not eating fruits, but Nanyun's mushrooms, right? Are you hallucinating from eating them? They thought posting on Moments could show off, but instead of showing off, they were mocked. This made several people feel a bit depressed. Especially Hyun, he couldn't stand it, especially when these people indirectly mocked him. You're the one eating mushrooms. Your whole family eats mushrooms. He took a picture of his stomach and sent it out, see? I slimmed down by eating apples, just overnight. Please tell me what photo editing software you used, He Xiao. Yeah, this software leaves no trace of editing. Taking a deep breath, Hyun was almost about to curse, but he managed to hold back. Damn it, the opportunity to become slim, beautiful, and fair is right in front of you. As long as you pay 1 or 200,000, you can happily change. If you don't cherish it now, you probably won't be able to buy this opportunity for 2 million in the future. Consider this Moment's post as a reminder, come back in a few months, and I'll wait for you to call me daddy. After posting, Hyun turned off his phone. What Hyun didn't know was that he was wrong. He originally thought it would take a few months for these fruits to be known to everyone, but just a week later, he had hundreds of followers. Crunch, crunch. What's that sound? Holding Zhao Qingxue's hand, the two walked leisurely under the fruit trees, the air mixed with the sweet scent of berries. Seeing no one around, Aiken had planned to push Zhao Qingxue against a tree and take a few bites, but then he heard the sound of someone eating fruits. He thought it was someone breaking the rules and daring to eat here, but when he followed the sound and looked into the dry leaves at the base of the wall, he saw a big dirty yellow furry animal burying its head and gnawing on an apple. Is this a dog? if it weren't for the golden retriever's iconic size and golden. For that was so recognizable, Zhao Qingxue wouldn't dare to confirm that the thing in front of her was a dog. Mainly because it was too dirty. The fur all over its body was tangled and stuck together in clumps, mixed with leaves, grass roots, and the like, making it look like a little monster. After noticing the two people, the golden retriever looked at them warily, then turned around without looking back and started to crawl back. It was only then that Chan and Zhao Qingxue noticed that there was a hole next to the wall that they didn't know when it appeared. Judging by the freshness of the soil, it seemed that the dog had dug its way in. Oh, odd however, this golden retriever probably came in hungry, and after eating, its size increased, so when it tried to crawl out, its head went through, but its body got stuck in the middle of the hole. It was struggling frantically, whimpering and kicking its hind legs pitifully. In fact, Zhao Qingxue really liked pets. When she was in college, she had told Chen that she wanted to have a cat or a dog after graduation. However, because both of them were busy with work after graduation, they had no time to raise pets, so the plan to have pets had to be temporarily put on hold. Now seeing this dog, she also had the idea of keeping it. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Zhao Qingxue had some understanding of golden retrievers, known for their gentle nature and lack of aggressiveness. Seeing the big golden retriever struggling in the hole, she spoke softly. She said it subconsciously, not really expecting the golden retriever to understand. Even though golden retrievers were considered intelligent among dogs, they were still just dogs. Many dogs that could understand their owner's words were not really smart, but had developed a tacit understanding from spending a long time together. However, after hearing Zhao Qingxue's voice, the big golden retriever stopped struggling. The frantic whimpering turned into a soft whimper, looking pitiful. Chen found it quite interesting. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Zhao Qingxue to stay put and walk behind the dog, grabbing its hind legs and pulling it back. I'll get you out. Soon, the dirty big dog was pulled out by Chen as if pulling out a radish, with fresh soil clinging to it. After being pulled out, it cautiously lay on the ground, whimpering, observing Zhao Qingxue and Chen with its clear black and white eyes. When it found that the two of them didn't seem to mind it, it started wagging its golden tail frantically like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves. Husband keep. Before Zhao Qingxue could speak, Chen grabbed her, but you can't touch it now, it's too dirty. I'll take it to the pet store to clean it up before letting you keep it. Zhao Qingxue rarely took the initiative to hug Chen's neck and gave him a kiss. Honey, you're so good, let's go. Chen took Zhao Qingxue and walked outside, waving to the golden retriever. Little monster, hurry up. Awed, the golden retriever, seeing Chen willing to take it, happily followed along. However, it seemed to know it was too dirty, so it didn't follow too closely, keeping a certain distance and leisurely following behind the two. Zhao Qingxue kept looking back at it, growing fonder the more she looked. Honey, what should we name it? Since we found it, let's call it Jian. Isn't that too hasty? Zhao Qingxue pouted, pointing her slender, fair fingers at her head. It loves to eat fruit, how about calling it Ligua? Go, listen to the wife. Liguagua, come over here. After walking to the small wooden house with Ligua, a group of rich second-generation kids were startled to see such a dirty dog. Fortunately, Ligua was very well behaved, not running around or jumping, not even entering the door, just obediently lying in the corner, with his round eyes rolling around. Thinking about how hungry Ligua looked when he was gnawing on an apple today, Aiken took a moment, took out a piece of steak from the refrigerator to thaw, and put it in a bowl for him. It was estimated that Ligua had been astray for so long and hadn't eaten meat in a long time. He looked at the meat in the bowl in front of him, and drool dripped all over the floor. However, to Aiken's surprise, he did not immediately go to eat the meat in the bowl, but kept nudging the bowl towards Aiken and Zhao Qingxue with his nose, looking expectantly at the two. Seeing Aiken and Zhao Qingxue not moving, he wagged his tail. Zhao Qingxue was somewhat amused and helpless. She squatted down, patted the big dog's head. You eat it yourself, we're already full. As if understanding Zhao Qingxue's words, Ligua finally lowered his head and began to gnaw on the beef in the bowl. Hey, this dog is so smart, completely unlike a stray dog. After seeing Ligua's behavior, the people around were all amazed. A big dog like a golden retriever, after being hungry for a few days, would turn red-eyed at the sight of meat. After all, no matter how gentle, it couldn't escape its biological instincts. But isn't this obedient one going too far? Yuan Shao, how about I keep this dog? Seeing Li Guo's appearance, He Yun came over. I'll buy it for 5,000. Go away, pack up and all of you roll back home. I have to take the dog to the pet store now, no time for running the farmhouse. Aiken ignored He Yun, waved his hand and started shooing people away. He Yun and the others were dumbfounded. Yuan Shao, aren't you being too arbitrary? You're kicking people out just like that. Don't you know the customer is God? Then maybe you should go up to heaven? Having money and resources is the capital of being arbitrary. Seeing Aiken like this, He Yun knew he couldn't afford to provoke him, so he could only ask people to pack up and leave. Aiken didn't leave Li Guo behind, he also took Li Guo to a nearby pet store. After a few back and forth trips, the two exchanged contact information. Before leaving, He Yun warmly waved to Aiken from the car. Yuan Shao, I'll introduce customers to you when I have time. No, I may not be in the mood to open a store. After taking Li Guo to the pet store, arranging for bathing, deworming, vaccination, and other services, Aiken had the pet store staff send him back later, while he drove back home. Schwer, it's time for the live broadcast. Quick, start the broadcast. Schwer, can you do a daily makeup today? As soon as she got home, before she could start doing anything else, Zhao Qingshua's phone kept buzzing with messages urging her to start the live broadcast. She had to prepare things and start the live broadcast. Aiken had nothing to do, so he washed a basin of fruits picked from the orchard and sat across from her eating, while also opening his phone, registering an account on a small platform, and following Zhao Qingxue. Welcome Schwer's husband to the live broadcast room. A message quickly appeared in the lower left corner of the screen, and several people who saw it scolded him for being shameless. Ah, I was beaten to registering first, forget it, I'll change to Schwer's husband number 2. I'll be Schwer's wife. Give it to me, Schwer's wife ID is mine. Originally, Aiken registered this account just to watch the live broadcast, but he didn't expect it to cause a storm of ID disputes. Even Zhao Qingxue herself was a bit speechless. Alright, I only have one husband, no wife, everyone stop arguing, let's start today's daily makeup tutorial over there. Zhao Qingxue was very serious as she began teaching step by step in front of the mirror, starting from the base makeup steps. But on the barrage, the argument over the ID of Schwer's husband became more and more intense. I am Schwer's husband, number 29. Darn it, then I am number 99. Hello everyone, I am Schwer's husband, number 521. To suddenly find himself with so many more husbands for his wife, even Aiken was surprised. He had only intended to be a small transparent figure lurking here, but seeing Schwer's husband's situation getting out of hand, he couldn't just sit by. As Schwer's legitimate husband, I hope you all respect me. Don't think just because you were the first to register this ID, you are the legitimate husband. Have some face. I, number 99, do not acknowledge. I am the legitimate Schwer husband, number 1314. Aiken? Seeing his position as the main husband in jeopardy, he directly recharged 5 million into the account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 5 million on his wife Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold rebate of 50 million, already deposited into your account balance, please check carefully. Schwer's husband, sent a Dream Castle X1 to the host Schwer. Soon, a bright prompt appeared on the barrage, instantly freezing the atmosphere. The Dream Castle is one of the tipping props on the small station, costing 50,000 coins each, which is exactly 5,000 renminbi. Generally, as experienced live streamers, hosts will guide fans to tip in various ways. Like in beauty makeup live streams, tipping 99 renminbi for a cactus might teach an exclusive technique, or just be cute. But Zhao Qingxue didn't do much of this kind of thing. She would casually chat or focus on teaching. Although fans in the live stream room would tip, most of them would send free small flowers, occasionally a few bucks for glow sticks, and the daily gift income would be just tens of dollars. But today in the live stream room, someone sent a dream castle worth 5,000. What's the concept behind this? Although it is said that the economy is developing rapidly and everyone is striving for a better life, for ordinary people, 5,000 is still not a small amount of money. After all, those tens of thousands of monthly salaries only exist in first-tier big cities. In places like 18th tier small cities, the average salary is only a few thousand a month. Some people may not even make 5,000 in a month. So, the dream castle is completely a luxury item for the wealthy. Play is play, fun is fun, don't joke with your wallet. Is it necessary to spend so much money for an ID? You'll be eating dirt next month. Really? Really? In this day and age, are there still people willing to spend a fortune for someone else's wife? Seeing that Aiken's account was new, with no spending records or signs of membership, everyone thought he was just an ordinary person, which prompted him to grit his teeth and spend 5,000. Most people in the live stream room felt that joking around was normal, but spending money for real was a different story. Dream Castle. Even Zhao Qingxue, who was live in front of the camera, didn't expect to receive such a valuable gift. She was stunned for a moment, almost smudging her eyeliner. Thanks to the fan named Schwer's husband for sending the dream castle. As she said this, Zhao Qingxue was still slightly excited because it was indeed the first time she had received such an expensive gift. She is not the type of person who likes to force fans to send gifts. She is usually happy with small gifts worth tens of dollars. But when doing live broadcasts, there still needs to be some income. After all, she is now a full-time streamer and relies on making videos and live streaming to make a living. However, this person's ID is really too. She was afraid that Aiken would get jealous. Zhao Qingxue glanced at Aiken sitting on the sofa opposite her and saw him holding his phone, not knowing what he was doing. "Honey, my coral lipstick is in the room, can you help me find it?" Seeing that her daily makeup was about to be completed, Zhao Qingxue realized that her favorite coral lipstick was missing and quickly called out, "Okay." Hearing the call from his wife, Aiken stood up from the sofa and went to the room after placing his phone on the coffee table. Soon, he found several coral lipsticks. "Wife, use this Lancome one, I think this color suits you best on camera." When handing the lipstick to Zhao Qingxue, Aiken reminded her, "How did you know that Lancome looks good on me on camera?" Just now, Zhao Qingxue was focused on the live broadcast and reading the comments on her phone, so she didn't notice what was on Aiken's phone placed on the coffee table. Hearing Aiken's words, she subconsciously glanced at Aiken's phone on the coffee table. It seemed to be her live stream? Could it be the husband of Schwer who was playing Dream Castle just now is Aiken? Although Aiken didn't say anything, there were already discussions about him in the online community, and the discussion about him directly surpassed the previous discussion about the ID. Aiken was finally satisfied. He picked up his phone, sat back on the sofa, and said, "I am Schwer's husband, of course, I must be good-looking enough to match Schwer. To be honest, I am at the school grass level." Aiken was not bragging about this. Although Aiken's father is not handsome, his mother is a great beauty. As the saying goes, sons resemble their mothers, daughters resemble their fathers. He perfectly inherited the beautiful genes from his mother. With long eyebrows, deep eyes, an elegant nose, and thin lips with a good shape, he had a cold and delicate appearance. Because of his face, many young girls pursued him in high school. Unfortunately, he was not interested in love during high school due to focusing on studying and playing games. When he entered college and indulged himself after the first year, he met Zhao Qingxue in his second year. During college, he had many confessions on the confession wall. Don't brag without a draft. If there's no picture, treat it as the neighbor's old Wang. How can the school grass call himself the school grass? Is he the real Qiao Biluo? Seeing the disbelief in the comments, Aiken smiled and said, "If you don't believe it, that's fine. Let me tell you, Schwer is not as superficial as you guys. She loves my face, she loves my soul." After saying that, a 10-pull in Dream Castle was completed. "Boss, I was blind, please accept my knees. Everyone, make way and give the ID of Schwer's husband to brother number 1 on the list." Just now it was just a Dream Castle pull, although everyone was shocked, they didn't take it too seriously. But now, a 10-pull in Dream Castle was different. One Dream Castle pull is 5,000, 10 pulls are 50,000. This is not a small amount. Only big spenders can afford to spend 50,000 in one go. They were about to witness the birth of a big spender. These 10 Dream Castles made Zhao Qingxue a little confused. she had already started to suspect that the husband of that Schwer was Aiken. Now, watching him pointing at the screen on the opposite side and the castle special effects appearing in the barrage, it was a direct confirmation. Honey, stop messing around. She also sighed helplessly, mainly because Aiken was too generous in giving her gifts. He spent 50,000 yuan on gifts, but in reality, she had to share it with the platform. When calculated, she ended up with less than half the money. Empire before Zhao Qingxue could react, Aiken had already pulled her downstairs to the parking lot. Quickly tidy up your workstations, the boss is coming today, don't mess up. Where is the cleaning supervisor? Quickly mop the floor again and clean the windows too. Xiaozhang, why do all the flowers on your desk look wilted? He just made a phone call to the boss, and he actually said he would come to see. But it's already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, there's no time to prepare, so he had to drop everything and deal with the boss's inspection first. The leasing department of the Venus building was in a panic. Xiaozhang nodded nervously when he heard that his flowers were wilted. Okay, I'll call my boyfriend to bring me a new bouquet. ? Jing Kai was taken aback for a moment, feeling that something was off, but he nodded, sure. After preparing almost everything, he quickly brought his team to wait at the entrance of the leasing department. Let me tell you guys, when I was in Boss Jing's office looking for documents today, I saw a photo of the new boss. My god, he's super handsome, just like those young idols on TV. Seeing Jing Kai nervously heading to the restroom, the people below stood at the door, bored, and started chatting secretly. One woman's words caught everyone's interest. They had heard some rumors about the new boss, but they had no idea what the situation was. But in their imagination, they thought the boss who could directly acquire such a large building must be an old man or a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, that's the typical image of a boss, right? However, someone actually said the boss looks like a young idol? Are you using a money filter on this? Look at Dongda, he's just an ordinary person in the crowd, but when you think of him as Jingdong's leader, don't you feel he looks elegant holding a glass of red wine? Wake up, sister, it's not time to dream yet. Basically, no one believed the woman's words, and she was about to speak up to defend herself, but Jing Kai returned from the restroom, so she had to shut up obediently. Here it is. Aiken drove with Zhao Qingxue to the leasing department of the Venus building, and from afar, they could see a dozen people waiting at the entrance. Zhao Qingxue was completely confused. Honey, you didn't say you bought this building with the 70 million bitcoins? For some reason, she felt like Aiken was hiding something from her. Suddenly becoming so rich, even with bitcoins, didn't make sense. Could it be that he was actually a young master from some family? But he clearly told her he came from an ordinary family. Of course not. Looking at Zhao Qingxue's eyes wandering around, Aiken knew what she was thinking. However, he didn't plan to tell her about the system yet, so he just patted her head and said, "That's what you think." Zhao Qingxue wanted to say something, but the car had already stopped at the entrance of the leasing department, and Jing Kai led a group of people to greet them. Welcome, boss, to take time out of your busy schedule to inspect our work. With a deep bow from the leasing department staff, Zhao Qingxue was startled by the formal greeting. Aiken didn't expect to make such a grand gesture just to come and see, feeling a bit careless. He wished he had told them to keep it low-key. Boss, hello, madam. The boss had visited the leasing department before, but they usually called ahead a few days to let them know when they were coming and how many people to expect, giving them time to prepare. But this young boss suddenly showing up without notice, and bringing a young lady along, left them a bit puzzled. After observing for a while, he cautiously addressed her as madam. Yes, take me inside to have a look. Aiken didn't waste any time and led Zhao Qingxue into the leasing department of the Gold Star building. Quick, keep up. Seeing that he hadn't mistaken the person, Jing Kai quickly waved his hand, signaling the others to come in. After instructing everyone to work well, Jing Kai led Aiken to the office. Boss, here is our financial report for this month, please take a look. Two fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged female employees came in to pour tea, and Jing Kai handed the financial report to Aiken. Aiken picked up the report, moved closer to Zhao Qingxue, and started reading it. Upon seeing the figures, he was shocked. The rent for the Gold Star building was indeed expensive, reaching up to 15 yuan per square meter per day. Although 15 yuan may not sound like much, the minimum leasing area in the building was 450 square meters, with a minimum lease term of 3 months. This meant that even for the smallest space, the rent alone would cost over 600,000 yuan. And that didn't include the deposit for renovations. With a total leasing area of 320,000 square meters, at the current price, the building was making a daily gross profit of 4.8 million yuan, excluding costs. Making 5 million a day, that was quite comfortable, like winning the first prize in the lottery every day. Wife, didn't you want to be a landlady before? How about you take care of the rent for this building in the future? Aiken asked with a smile. In the past, when the little girl was tired from work, she would lie in bed and talk about buying many houses in the future, preferably several buildings together. Then, at the end of each month, she would go to collect rent with a little notebook and slippers, living a happy and carefree life as a landlady. Zhao Qingxue, overwhelmed by the financial report, said, No. Although she had mentioned collecting rent before, it wasn't like this. Managing the rent for this kind of building was not a simple task. It involved overseeing the cleanliness, electricity usage, water usage of the entire building every month. There were too many details to handle, and just one glance at the financial report with its dense numbers gave her a headache. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's hesitant expression, Aiken couldn't help but pat her head and say, "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm asking you to collect rent here to do manual labor? The accounting matters will be handled by the accountants, you don't need to worry about everything. Just come here every month to look at the financial report and have some tea." Blinking her big eyes, Zhao Qingxue shook her head like a rattle drum. "Then I won't come either. If it's free, what's the point of being a landlady? Boss, Mr. Jin is looking for you outside." Just as Jing Kai was accompanying Chan and Zhao Qingxue in the office to look at financial reports, there was a knock on the office door, and the person outside spoke respectfully. Jing Kai waved his hand, let him wait for a while. "Yes." The person at the door responded and left. Soon, he walked to the door and apologized to Jin Jiwen. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Jin. Please come with me and wait for a while. Our boss is busy and can't get away." "It's okay." Jin Jiwen, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, although in a hurry, had to wait as they asked him to. Sitting in the VIP lounge, he poured a glass of water to drink. Feeling a bit bored, he opened his phone and glanced at the chat interface. There were quite a few messages from his caring younger sister, but he casually swiped past them, and finally clicked on Zhao Qingxue's profile picture. He was still stuck in a conversation with Zhao Qingxue from several days ago. Originally, he thought that with his way of pursuing women, someone as beautiful as Zhao Qingxue but with an average family background would be easy to win over. But who knew that despite all his efforts, it was like punching cotton with a fist, all in vain. Whether it was his scheming behind the scenes or his attentiveness in front of Zhao Qingxue, nothing was effective. A few days ago, he had planned to put some pressure on her company and try again, but not only did it not work, but it also drove her away. He had wanted to persist, but then his father told him to open a branch office and deal with the site fees, so he had to put this matter aside for now and focus on sorting out the site issue first. The Golden Star building was the best place he had chosen after comparing it with the surrounding properties. It was close to the subway, had a good environment, good management, and the price was not high compared to other office buildings in the area. However, there were too many tenants here, and he had to have several meals with the person in charge here before he could secure the desired location. "Qingxue, wait for me, I'll come find you after signing the contract today," he silently repeated in his mind, changing his posture and leaning back on the sofa. However, in the time it took to change his posture, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a slender figure passing by. "Qingxue." He stood up abruptly and chased after her, thinking he might have been mistaken, but when the person he had been thinking about day and night turned around, it was indeed her. Zhao Qingxue had originally planned to return to the office after using the restroom, but she was unexpectedly stopped by a familiar voice. When she turned around, she saw Jin Jiwen, who was full of surprise. "Is there something you need, Mr. Jin?" After all, he was a former client of her company, and Zhao Qingxue couldn't pretend not to know him, so she had to respond coldly. "Why are you here? I haven't seen you in days." I even mentioned you to your manager before, you. I'm sorry, Mr. Jean, I have something to do, I don't have time to catch up with you. Jean Jiwon used to be a major client of her company, so she had to deal with him to make a living, but now that they had no relationship, Zhao Qingxue couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and turned to leave. Qingxue. Jean Jiwon was about to catch up, but he was stopped by the woman next to Zhao Qingxue. Why are you blocking me? Jean Jiwon was a bit displeased and was about to bypass the woman, but he was shocked by her next words. I'm sorry, Mr. Jean, our boss said she's busy and can't entertain you. Please be patient. If you have something urgent, please make an appointment in advance. What did you say? Boss? Seeing Zhao Qingxue entering the office door, Jean Jiwon stood still, thunderstruck, and incredulously asked again, which boss? The woman found Jean Jiwon's question strange. This was the leasing department of the Golden Star Building, so the boss naturally referred to the owner of the Golden Star Building. Who else could it be? Who is your boss? Jean Jiwon asked another question that made the woman even more puzzled. Mr. Jean, I know you're in a hurry, but please be patient. Our manager is currently talking to the boss. Once they're done, they will come find you. After the woman finished speaking without bothering to answer Jean Jiwon's irrelevant questions, she prepared to leave. However, he caught up. Wait, can you tell me about your boss? He had wanted to ask who the owner of the building was, but before he could finish his sentence, the office door opened. Zhao Qingxue walked out arm in arm with Aiken, chatting and laughing, followed by the respectful Jing Kai. Mr. Jean, what are you doing here? Don't worry, go over there and rest first. Jing Kai was taken aback when he saw Jean Jiwon, then became somewhat displeased. Why is this person so impatient? Isn't it just a matter of signing a contract? Can't he wait a bit? Looking at Jing Kai's expression, it was obvious that Aiken and Zhao Qingxue's identities were self-evident. Jean Jiwon, upon seeing Aiken, was so shocked that he didn't even have time to deal with Jing Kai, instead staring wide-eyed at Aiken as if he had seen a ghost. Because he had investigated Aiken's background and knew that Aiken came from an ordinary family. As for the car he drove that day, Jean Jiwon initially thought there might be a problem with his investigation. But later he thought, damn, wasn't Aiken fired? Probably ended up being a driver for someone else. So he used someone else's car to show off. He didn't have time to deal with him at the moment, but if he reported Aiken's act of showing off by driving the boss's car, he would be in big trouble later on. But who knew, Aiken was actually a big boss. Although his father claimed to be worth billions, that included the valuation of their own house and company, with a lot of debt owed to the bank, who knows how much of it was inflated. But Aiken's Jinxing building was different, not to mention how much the building itself was worth in the current high land and property prices in the city. The annual rent alone was in the tens of billions. What a coincidence. Awkwardly smiling at Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, Jean Jiwon now knew that his expression must be more ugly than crying. You look familiar. Aiken also recognized Jean Jiwon, the person who had been making moves behind the scenes to pursue Zhao Qingxue. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuan. Jean Jiwon quickly put away his pride as a second-generation rich kid, and humbly apologized to Aiken, bowing his head like a quail. Now he didn't even dare to look at Zhao Qingxue in the eye. God knows what he had done before, he was practically dancing on the edge of death. But Jean Jiwon thought to himself, even if he dared to think about a woman of such unknown wealth, he could boast about it. But that was just a thought, he wouldn't dare to say such things outside, he wasn't that reckless. You're right, a good match between a fair lady and a gentleman. No, I won't dare anymore, I'm just a stupid idiot, how could I compare to you, I was just confused before. Aiken's words made Jean Jiwon tremble with fear, afraid that he would cause trouble for himself. Now he wished he could turn back time. If he had known Aiken's identity earlier, he wouldn't have dared to have any thoughts about Zhao Qingxue. Alright, I don't have time to talk to you, go do what you need to do. Actually, Aiken had just come here on a whim today, meeting Jean Jiwon was purely a coincidence, and he didn't care to pursue what happened before. It was mainly unnecessary, in his eyes, Jean Jiwon was really nothing, it was a waste of time to bother with him. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness, your heart is as broad as the sea, my admiration for you is like the continuous flow of a river. Jin Jiwon kept flattering, and together with Jing Kai, they sent Aiken and Zhao Qingxue off in the car. It wasn't until Aiken's car disappeared from sight that Jin Jiwon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jing Kai beside him stared at him. Mr. Jin, if you hadn't shown this side today, I wouldn't have known you were so good at flattery. Although Jin Jiwon had negotiated some rent and had many meals to secure a good location in the Jinxing building, there were compliments in his words, but it was nothing like the flattery he displayed today. He had just stood with Jin Jiwon, both feeling a bit confused, and for a moment he even thought that Jin Jiwon was Ah Chen's subordinate. Jin Jiwon waved his hand. Let's not talk about it. I don't want to either. Isn't it just a matter of life forcing us? Awesome, let's go sign the contract. Perhaps having seen each other's most sycophantic and flattering appearance, the distance between the two of them seemed to have closed a lot invisibly, and they went back to the office to sign the contract. And after the two entered the office, the people who were originally working diligently suddenly looked up, their voices unable to contain their excitement. Did you see that? The boss is really young and handsome. Damn, isn't he the male lead in those CEO novels? Didn't you see how pretty the boss's wife is? Oh my god, I really envy the boss's wife, being able to be with the boss. Yeah, if I were the boss's wife, I feel like I would be so happy every day waking up and seeing the boss sleeping next to me that I would faint from happiness. Although there were only a dozen people in the leasing department, most of them were women, making it a breeding ground for gossip. When they weren't busy, there was plenty of gossip to chat about, from celebrity relationships to extramarital affairs of building personnel, with a deep understanding of the topics. Most of the time, they would gather together to curse out scumbags or discuss how handsome the guys on which floor of the building were. But no matter what the topic was, there was always a lack of consensus. Just like whether the good-looking couple on the third floor of the Jinxing building could end up together, some people thought that good-looking people should be together forever, while others thought they would each cheat on each other. But when it came to their opinions on Ah Chen and Zhao Qingxue, their unanimous agreement was simply, "You planning to meet on the 21st? She is my 21st ex-girlfriend." Li Hao proudly explained, picked up the phone as if granting a favor and replied, "I'm here, what's up?" The other person quickly responded, "Can't I contact you if I'm not in trouble?" "See, do you know what this means?" "It means she has nothing to say but wants to chat with me. Honestly, I find this kind of conversation very boring, so I usually don't reply to such messages." Boasting, Li Hao replied, "If you have nothing urgent, don't contact me, I'm busy." "Wait, I do have something." "Speak." "Can you open my profile and vote for my son? It's for the Sunflower Baby Photography Contest, please." Li Hao, who was live streaming with Chen and Zhao Qingxue, saw these lines and his smile froze. He looked at Zhao Qingxue and Chen trying not to laugh, stuttered, "I have something to do, I'll leave first." After speaking, he left without even closing the door. Li Guo followed him to the door, howled discontentedly in the hallway, turned his mouth up, and closed the door. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Although they didn't know what the two were laughing about, Li Guo could feel their, "If you're great, you belong to my sister-in-law." Su Yao on the other end grumbled discontentedly, then cautiously asked another question. "Mom called me just now, saying you suddenly gave her 5 million, is it dirty money?" Dirty money refers to ill-gotten gains, so it's understandable why Aiken's actions made his mom suspicious. Mainly, she is very clear about her son's abilities. Although he has been a good student since childhood and is smart, he suddenly made so much money within a year of graduating, she really doesn't believe that it is from his salary. Su Yao's words made Aiken laugh and cry, "What quick money, I earned it through investments, let mom rest assured." By the way, why didn't mom tell me this herself? Oh, you still don't know mom. Hearing Aiken's denial, Su Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She said if she personally told you, you would be afraid to worry her and wouldn't tell the truth. We have a good relationship, so she asked me to inquire. Okay, I'll call mom back later. Aiken chuckled, "You haven't asked me for money recently, did you find a boyfriend to pay for your meals?" After the little girl went to college, she was given a monthly allowance of 2,000, which is not considered little, but anyway. Chair, Aiken's mother sighed, "Raising a son is really hard." "No, our son has been sensible since he was young, it's not as difficult as you make it out to be." "Humph, What do you mean by sensible since young? That's because of my good upbringing. As a self-proclaimed trendy mom, Aiken's mother not only dressed herself up beautifully every day while taking care of her child and running a convenience store, but she was also very attentive to raising her child, buying many educational books to read. For example, respecting the child's needs, respecting the child's privacy, not scolding the child, and reasoning with the child properly. Although she didn't apply what she learned from the books, Aiken's mother felt that it was because she had read these books that her genes were good, which allowed Aiken to be sensible even in the womb. What did you teach? The books tell you to be a reasonable parent, to guide your child's emotions during adolescence, and you advise the child to start dating early? Fortunately, our son didn't listen to you, otherwise he might not have been able to pass the college entrance exam. Staring at Aiken's father, Aiken's mother took out her phone, ready to take matters into her own hands. But before she could make the call, Aiken's call came in. How did he know I was going to call him? Could it be that because he did something wrong, we, as family members, are also being monitored by their organization? Should I still answer this call, or should I go to the police station now and let the police answer the call, since the police station is just a few steps away from here? Aiken's mother, who immersed herself in TV dramas every day, was fully in character with her phone in hand. You're not talking about the police station, you're talking about the security booth. Aiken's father was very helpless. He took the phone and answered the call. Hello, you on? Aiken was a bit puzzled. Dad, where's Mom? Why are you answering the phone? Oh, your mom suspects she's being monitored by bad guys. She might need to self-entertain for a while before she returns to normal. Let's chat for now. Didn't you give your mom $5 million yesterday? Where did that money come from? Aiken's father was straightforward and not ambitious, just an ordinary civil servant spending his days in the office, and after work, he would accompany Aiken's mother for a run and to look after the store. Therefore, he asked directly. Aiken's mother was too late to stop him. She pinched the soft flesh on Aiken's father's arm and then listened intently. Oh, I used the New Year's money to buy some bitcoins, and now I've made tens of millions by selling them. So I have money now. This $5 million is to show my filial piety to you guys. Oh, so that's how it is. You scared your mom to death. I thought you did something bad. Before Aiken's father could say anything, Aiken's mother had already spoken. After she received the money yesterday, she imagined many scenarios in her mind. She felt like the money was a time bomb. Instead of feeling happy about getting the money, she was worried that something might happen to her. Now, after listening to Aiken's explanation, she felt more at ease. Mom, both you and Dad are so honest. What bad thing could I possibly do? That's true. Hey, son, I really don't regret nurturing your talent in finance back then. It's really useful. Thinking about how she had worked hard all her life and never earned as much money as her son did, Aiken's mother felt proud. However, her words left Aiken confused. Mom, when did you nurture my talent in this area? You are so forgetful. Do you forget that in high school, every time you had breakfast, there was a copy of Principles of Economics under your bowl? After a moment of silence, Aiken praised, Mom, you really have foresight. I admire you. How about you and Ching Xue? After chatting for a while, Aiken's father brought the conversation back on track. Aiken's mother continued to listen intently. Ching Xue and I are doing well. We have already registered, and we plan to have a wedding when the time is right. Aiken quickly clarified this matter to avoid his mother's unnecessary worries day by day, so that he wouldn't scare himself in the end. Really? Upon hearing that Aiken and Ching Xue had registered, Aiken's mother's face lit up with joy. She looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. My genes are good, both my son and daughter take after me. Your genes are also good, and Ching Xue's genes as well. Your children in the future will be so beautiful, right? Aiken's father interjected. Strictly speaking, the children of the next generation are prone to atavism. It's very likely they will take after me. You talk too much. After finishing the call with his parents, Aiken sat on the sofa and hugged Zhao Qingxue, resting his chin on her shoulder, and gently said, Now that our parents agree, and we both agree, openly and honestly, how about having a child? Before Qingxue could respond, Li Gua, who was beside them, heard this and suddenly started spinning around happily in place, as if it were New Year's. Why are you, a single dog, so happy? Seeing Li Gua's expression, Aiken playfully tapped him on the head. Li Guo was a male dog, probably around a year and a half old. He had been a pet before, but unfortunately, he had been neutered and was now a eunuch. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! It seemed like Aiken's words had hurt Li Guo's feelings, as he lay sadly on the carpet, covering his eyes with his paws, and whimpering. Ha! It seems like he understood. Since the first time Qingxue saw Li Guai, she felt he was exceptionally intelligent and understanding, but she initially thought it was just a coincidence. However, now it seemed like he really understood human language. Whether he understands or not, even if he understands a lot, he can't speak. Oh, woo woo woo. Because they had to get up early in the morning to take Li Guai out, Aiken and Qingxue woke up earlier the next day. After returning from downstairs with Li Guai, the two had a hearty breakfast and were about to start working after breakfast when Aiken received a WeChat call from Hyun. Yuan, is your farmhouse open today? Yes. Aiken thought there was nothing wrong, so he nodded. Are you coming today? No, I want to introduce my cousin to you. She's been having a hard time lately. I thought I'd let her come to your place to relax. Okay, let her come. A quite friendly feeling. Come in. Okay, I'll have my people bring the stuff in. Because I believe in the places recommended by Hyun, this rare and peaceful vacation trip was all chosen to be here this time. I plan to stay here for 3 to 5 days, so naturally I brought a lot of my own things, such as cosmetics and some personal clothing. Miss Jing, is there anything I can help with? I am happy to assist. Although Li Hao's ex-girlfriends were everywhere, whether pretty or not, tall or short, fat or thin, he had collected them all, but someone like Jing Tian, he had never seen before, so after being stunned for a while, he immediately launched an attack. Who are you? Regarding Chen and Zhao Qingxue, Hyun had already told her about them, so Jing Tian recognized them, but who was this guy with a lecherous look in front of her? Ahem, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Hao, Muzili, the bright moon in the sky. You can just call me Hao Hao. Don't mind him, he's having a bout of adolescent delusion again. Seeing Jing Tian's puzzled gaze towards him, Chen also felt helpless and gave Li Hao a glare. Zhao Qingxue next to them affectionately took Jing Tian's arm. Tian, don't be fooled by him, Li Hao's words are deceiving. All right. As a smart person, how could Jing Tian not understand Chen and Zhao Qingxue's intentions? She smiled and nodded. Having the staff move their things, the group also entered the farmhouse. Looking at the lush environment of the farmhouse, Jing Tian was quite satisfied. She was usually busy filming, rushing to fulfill schedules, so having a few days of rest was rare for her. She didn't want to go too far, so finding a nice place in the suburbs of the city for a quiet retreat was perfect for her. Chen was originally going to arrange for the staff there to handle Jing Tian's things, but Li Hao was very eager to go, so he was allowed to go. He and Zhao Qingxue then strolled around the farmhouse with Jing Tian, while Li Guo leisurely followed behind the three, occasionally playing with butterflies and having a great time. The environment here is really nice, but my cousin told me that the apples here can help with weight loss? After wandering around for 2 laps, Jing Tian asked curiously. In fact, she had booked a nearby hot spring hotel for her rare break, but Ian insisted on going to a farmhouse, praising the environment and the impressive boss, and there was also a magical orchard inside the farmhouse, so she had no choice but to come. However, she didn't have much hope for apples that could help with weight loss or cherries that could whiten the skin. As a celebrity, she had to manage her figure well, spending 4 hours a week at the gym lifting weights and strictly controlling her diet, with low carbs and just a little protein and vegetables and fruits. She felt that she was already eating super healthy. So, she didn't expect much effect from eating fruits for weight loss, but it was good for maintaining her figure. Yes. Chen smiled slightly, but how much are the fruits here? I'm sure you've heard about it. Naturally, as long as it works, the price is very reasonable. Although she didn't really believe that the apples here were truly miraculous, since she was already here, she naturally wanted to give it a try. Chen walked over and picked 3 apples. He handed one to Zhao Qingxue, one to Jing Tian, and the last one he threw to Li Guo, who was sitting on the ground eagerly watching. Taking a bite of the apple, Chen chewed it vigorously, with his mouth full of apple juice, looking particularly appetizing. Jing Tian had originally planned to take a few bites and then throw it away, but in the end, she couldn't help but finish it. By the way, don't prepare dinner for me tonight, I'll just have some fruit. Although on vacation, Jing Tian doesn't want to relax here for a few days. Otherwise, when she goes back, her makeup artist and stylist will nag her again, and the media will publish articles about her being overweight after taking her photos. Just thinking about these things, Jing Tian completely loses her appetite. Are you on a diet? Surprised by her words, Zhao Qingxue said, but you are already thin, you don't need to diet, right? It's my habit, Jing Tian smiled, I have a tendency to gain weight easily, a little more food and I will gain weight. But you can't not eat. Zhao Qingxue thought for a moment, how about you eat a normal dinner tonight, then have an apple afterwards, I guarantee you won't gain weight when you wake up tomorrow, how about that? Well. Jing Tian was a bit hesitant, but under Zhao Qingxue's repeated invitations, she agreed. However, she also emphasized, I'll just eat 3 pieces of meat, and then a little bit of vegetables, that's enough, I won't eat more. I got it. In fact, the reason why Zhao Qingxue kept persuading Jing Tian to eat was mainly because she could tell that Jing Tian also wanted to eat, but she resisted. Anyway, with an apple, she wouldn't gain weight, so she kept urging Jing Tian to eat. In the late afternoon, Li Hao and Ichan moved the barbecue grill and meat rack to the front of the cabin, and then they sat together to light the charcoal fire and prepare for the barbecue. Looking at the distinct pieces of pork belly and beef on the grill, Jing Tian swallowed, it looks so delicious, do you eat like this often? Not very often, but since we're here, of course we have to have a barbecue. Zhao Qingxue put the pork belly on the grill and asked, Jing Tian, do you like fatty or lean meat? Looking at the pork belly sizzling on the grill, Jing Tian tried to swallow her saliva and whispered, there's too much fat in this, I might not be able to eat it. Jing Tian, you don't know, girls need to have some meat to look good, it's okay to eat a few pieces. Li Hao also came over to persuade her. Well, you can eat it yourself. Although her stomach and mouth were craving for the oily grilled pork, Jing Tian ultimately resisted the temptation, thinking about the criticisms she would face about her figure later. Zhao Qingxue smiled, I won't eat for now. Are you on a diet too? No, I'm waiting for my husband to grill fish for me. As someone who loves grilled fish, of course, her stomach is reserved for the fish. Zhao Qingxue glanced at Chen, who had already grilled the mackerel and squeezed some lemon juice on top. Wife, your grilled fish. Chen handed the hot and fragrant grilled mackerel to Zhao Qingxue, reminding her, be careful of the fish bones when you eat. If it weren't for the massive amount of work, he would have picked out all the fish bones before giving it to Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue took a bite happily, nodding vaguely, I know, it's delicious. Foodie. Watching her, Chen couldn't help but smile and gently touched her hair. Seeing this scene, Jing Tian's expression was very surprised. Zhao Qingxue noticed her staring and asked somewhat embarrassed, do you also like grilled fish? Then let's grill a few more. No, I prefer grilled meat. Jing Tian quickly waved her hand, then lowered her voice and curiously asked, Qingxue, how long have you been with your husband? It's been over 4 years, why? Over 4 years? Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Jing Tian was shocked and exclaimed, is it true? How come after 4 years, he still treats you so well? Jing Tian was truly surprised. She also had a boyfriend. Anyone who paid a little attention to entertainment news had probably seen photos of her and her boyfriend showing affection, and they often interacted on Weibo, always being teased for being sweet, but in reality, as clear as daylight. In the beginning of their relationship, her boyfriend was indeed very good to her, always coming to visit whenever he had free time, sending her sweet messages asking where she was, and they were as sweet as sugar. But as time went on, she clearly felt that their relationship had cooled off. He had his own life and career, and it was impossible for him to give up his original circle of friends for her, let alone give up his career, so naturally, the time he could spend with her became less and less. Initially, when he had free time, he was willing to accompany her wherever she wanted to go, but now, when she finally had some free time, he would go abroad with friends for events, leaving her to come here alone. Seeing how caring Aiken was towards Zhao Qingxue just now made her feel envious and jealous. She really wished she had a boyfriend like that. Even if he couldn't cook her favorite grilled fish with care, just spending more time with her would be good. I've always been like this with him. In response to Jing Tian's words, Zhao Qingxue was somewhat puzzled. Does it mean that after being together for a long time, you should treat each other badly? That's not what I meant, I just envy your relationship. No need to envy, you will find the one you love. I hope so. Although Jing Tian really wanted to eat barbecue, she restrained herself in the end, only eating 3 pieces of lean grilled pork belly and some grilled vegetables. Zhao Qingxue was truly amazed by her self-control. However, the next day, when Jing Tian woke up, she habitually weighed herself on an empty stomach in the morning, and the number on the scale made her wide awake. The number displayed on the scale was 43.5. She touched her face, then incredulously weighed herself again, and it still showed 43.5. If she remembered correctly, she weighed 45.1 yesterday morning. She thought she might be a bit heavier today after eating some grilled meat in the afternoon, but she was surprised to find that she had actually lost weight. And she lost 3 pounds. In disbelief, she lifted her pajamas to take a closer look at her more defined abs, almost jumping for joy. It turned out that the apple really worked. If that apple really could make her lose weight, that would mean she could eat all the grilled meat she wanted, right? Qingxue, after changing her clothes, Jing Tian couldn't wait to find Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was making breakfast for a few people in the kitchen. When she saw Jing Tian waking up, she smiled slightly. Up. Already? I'm making breakfast. How many fried eggs do you want? I made yours with less oil, so you can have an extra one. I'll have 3. Thinking that she had lost 3 pounds, Jing Tian confidently held up 3 fingers, then asked, Are we still having barbecue this afternoon? Let's not, since you won't eat much anyway. I plan to make some light dishes for you this afternoon, low in calories and tasty, so you can eat more because Aiken and she used to be relatively poor. They couldn't afford to eat out every day, so her cooking skills were honed, and she could make some delicious dishes. Ah, but I want to eat barbecue. Question mark. I lost 3 pounds today, can I have barbecue? I really want to eat barbecue yesterday, afraid of getting fat. Jing Tian really exerted all her strength to restrain her desire to indulge in eating, but now that she has no such concerns, she also wants to relax and have a good meal. Cheeks bulged as she ate. Seeing this scene, the fans below were all shocked. Tian, you've changed. You're actually not eating vegetables. Eating this will make you gain weight. Tomorrow you'll be Tian plus. Whoa, it's okay, you'll always be my baby. It's no wonder that Tian's fans were so surprised, mainly because Tian had never live-streamed herself having dinner before. Each time, it was just a little sweet potato, a small piece of chicken breast, and a small piece of various vegetables and fruits. Although these ingredients looked very appetizing when arranged on a plate, when you actually ate them, you would realize how tasteless and lacking in oil they were. Sometimes, after filming a day of period dramas, Tian would come back feeling dizzy and hungry, and the despair in her heart when faced with that plate of grass was unimaginable. Even through the screen, fans could feel how painful it was for Tian to have dinner. Therefore, seeing her unabashedly eating sizzling, oily pork belly, everyone was very surprised. Not only that, she kept eating 1 piece after another, and in no time, she had eaten 7 or 8 pieces. Tian, are you letting loose so much that you're planning to leave the entertainment industry? Watching her eat non-stop, some even began to speculate like this. Tian denied while eating, how is that possible? Why would I leave the industry in my prime? Then why are you eating so much, while your friend Snow only ate 1 piece? That's because Snow is waiting for her husband to grill fish for her. Tian glanced outside the camera, where Chen was grilling a freshly caught bass, almost done, and sprinkling seasoning on top. Is Snow's husband here too? We want to see Snow's husband. Ah, my idol. Previously, Zhao Qingxue's fans were particularly interested in Chen. When they heard that Chen was grilling fish nearby, they all requested for him to appear on camera. Zhao Qingxue smiled, alright, everyone stop messing around, my husband doesn't like being on camera. Oh, I see. Tian, how does Snow's husband look? Hurry, Tian, tell us. Snow is not allowed to answer or make any moves. Seeing so many people curious about Chen's appearance in the barrage, Tian ate another piece of grilled meat, then pondered how to describe it. I feel like Yuan Ji's looks can beat 95% of the young idols in the entertainment industry. De Tian, if you get kidnapped, just blink your eyes. No adding personal favors. Nowadays, the entertainment industry is full of talented individuals, one wave of young idols after another, like endless chives. Among them are many with extraordinary looks. Although everyone thought that a man who could match Zhao Qingxue must not be ugly, he definitely wouldn't be too handsome. After all, being rich, considerate, gentle, and doting on his wife is one thing, but having extraordinary looks too? That would be too perfect. Perfect people don't seem like they could exist in this world. I didn't lie to you guys. Jing Tian also felt a bit helpless. She really didn't tell a lie. With the foundation of features like Aiken's, a little makeup and a suitable hairstyle, basically few young fresh meats could compare. At least among the many handsome guys she had acted with, she felt that none could match Aiken. There were a few with delicate features after makeup, but those people looked terrible without makeup, their faces covered in spots. Don't listen to Dakin's nonsense. My husband didn't beat 95% of the young fresh meats in the entertainment industry. Zhao Qingxue suddenly interjected, he only beat 100% of the young fresh meats, not that impressive. Schwer, you are really cheeky. Does being cheeky make you happy? Yuan Gu is so handsome, no wonder Schwer is so devoted to him. I really want to see a photo of Schwer and Yuan Gu together, it must be very eye-catching. More and more people joined the live broadcast, and it even made it to the front page of the platform. Although most people came because of Dakin, seeing how attractive and interesting Zhao Qingxue was, they also chose to pay attention. Zhao Qingxue saw the number of followers in her backstage continuously increasing, reaching 700,000 to 800,000 in minutes. Overnight, she gained 400,000 to 500,000 new followers out of nowhere. She never dreamed that one day, her fan base would suddenly grow so rapidly, as if she was getting closer to the big broadcasters in terms of followers. Wife, here's your grilled fish. Familiar slender fingers held out a plate of grilled fish from outside the camera, and even though it was just one hand, it excited everyone in front of the camera. Ah, Yuan Ji's haunting hand Yuan Gu is really gentle. It's unimaginable. Just this hand made Schwer receive a tip of 50,000. When this hand touches the phone, it must be as perfect as a sculpture by a top artist from the Middle Ages. Just with one hand, everyone fantasized about almost a whole book, leaving Zhao Qingxue somewhat amused and exasperated. Jing Tian smiled slightly, stop thinking about it, Yuan Gu is already Schwer's husband. Even if you like him, please restrain yourselves. Stop talking nonsense. Dakin, do you want to marry someone like Yuan Gu? Of course I do. While it might be a difficult question for many female celebrities to answer, Jing Tian answered it boldly. Before the fans could challenge her, she asked back, don't you want to? Don't give me insincere answers. Humph, Dakin, you're ruthless. You've left us speechless. I'm telling your boyfriend. That's right. After chatting for over 2 hours, Jing Tian burped from eating barbecue. She patted her stomach, feeling satisfied, and smiled relaxedly at the camera. This is the most satisfying meal I've had since I was 13. Then, she took out an apple she had prepared and started crunching on it. I know you must be curious why I dare to eat barbecue so freely. Well, I won't hide it from you. The secret is right here. See it? This apple, when eaten, can help you lose weight. Depending on your body type, you can lose 1 to 10 kilograms overnight. I ate one yesterday and lost 3 kilograms. Dakin, you're not tricking us, right? This isn't an ad, is it? Seamless integration. After hearing Jing Tian's words, most people were skeptical. How could an apple have such a good weight loss effect? If it were true, wouldn't everyone be slim? But after all, they were fans. Since Jing Tian was promoting it, everyone politely asked for the link. But Zhao Qingxue's answer next surprised everyone. Sorry, this apple was grown by my husband and we don't plan to sell it to the public. You can only come here to pick and eat it yourself. If you want to eat it, you can come here to play, but you need to make a reservation in advance. In order to ensure the experience of everyone who comes to the farmhouse, Zhao Qingxue and Aiken discussed and decided to not accept more than 10 people at a time. The conditions for coming to this farmhouse are too strict. As long as this apple is really effective, I think it's worth going once. It's quite worth it. By the way, how much is this apple? At first, everyone suspected that Jing Tian was holding the apple and eating it because she had taken money from the apple merchant to advertise. But now, it seems that the farmhouse is not lacking customers at all, and the suspicion of advertising has been completely cleared. Moreover, if even celebrities are eating apples that can help with weight loss, how could there be a lack of buyers? 50,000 each. Jing Tian held out 5 fingers to the camera. I don't think it's too expensive, because the effect is really good. Most of you watching my live broadcast here are my old fans, and you know that I usually don't recommend things like substitutes because everything is worth what you pay for. There's no such thing as spending a penny and getting a great deal. That's too unrealistic. Although everyone understood that what Jing Tian said made sense, 50,000 for one apple is still a lot. Sorry for the interruption, I'll leave first. I take my leave. I'm not worthy. 50,000 yuan may not be much for celebrities like Jing Tian and rich second generation like He Yun, but for ordinary people, it's simply an astronomical figure. Because there are too many things ordinary people can do with 50,000 yuan, not only can it cover a year's worth of food expenses, but it can also buy a Santana for commuting. Forget it, I'd rather be fat than spend 50,000 to lose weight. Although the ordinary fans in the live broadcast room said they couldn't afford it, it didn't stop those who were interested from cutting Jing Tian's live broadcast into clips and posting them on other video websites. Overnight, Aiken's small farmhouse gained popularity. The next day, his phone was almost blown up by people making reservations to come and play. Seeing this, Aiken changed the online reservation phone number to a landline number. He then recruited 11 people, 1 to answer the phone, 4 chefs to handle the food here, 2 to clean, and the remaining 4 to take care of the orchard. After everything was arranged, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Gu. He was about to go find Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian, who had gone for a walk, but Li Hao and Li Guo walked in. Ao Wu. Li Guo bared his teeth, looking very unhappy being pulled by Li Hao, constantly trying to retreat, almost wearing out the wooden floor with his butt. Seeing Aiken, he immediately complained loudly to Aiken. Aiken felt that Li Guo's accusing expression was quite convincing, but he couldn't understand. What's wrong? Looking at the cherries in Li Hao's hand, Aiken asked in confusion. Li Hao extended his hand, showing the cherries to Aiken. Look at what Li Guo did, he actually picked 5 of your 10,000 yuan cherries. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have eaten them all. Ao Wu. After hearing Li Hao's words, Li Guo on the ground spun in circles in a hurry, and finally bit his pants leg and pulled it down hard. The most feared moment when the air suddenly becomes quiet. Aiken glanced down, then coughed by his hand. You aren't wearing underwear? Li Hao ran away covering his face. Aiken hadn't forgotten to scoop out cherries from his hand and feed them to Li Guo's dog, which made Li Guo happy, and he happily played around Aiken. They had a great time at the farmhouse for 3 days, and because of the nightly live broadcasts, Zhao Qingxue gained nearly 1 million followers, a terrifying speed. Dad Tian's barbecue video was also made into various emojis and went viral. Finally, the most discussed topic was Aiken's orchard. There were even journalists calling for interviews, but Aiken said he was too busy and declined. But He Yun was comfortable. His flag hanging in the circle of friends had been mocked, making him irritable, but once Aiken's orchard became popular, they all praised it. Dad! Hurry, I can't book a spot, can you help me? You have a good relationship with the owner of the farmhouse, right? Introduce me, I'll treat you to a meal, you can choose the place. Dad, I'm your considerate little cotton jacket, will you take me to the orchard to play? Within a day, his major social media accounts were flooded with messages, mostly asking about the orchard. He Yun smirked, it's too late to call me grandpa now. Ancestors. Li Guo, wipe your paws. Back home, Zhao Qingxue threw a towel on the floor, and Li Guo obediently stepped on it a few times, then wiped his paws clean and showed them to Zhao Qingxue. She nodded, our Li Guo is so good, come and remember to wipe your paws when you come in from now on. Smiling, Zhao Qingxue patted Li Guo's head and was about to go to the kitchen to cook when she saw her phone light up. It was her mother calling. Mom? What's up? They hadn't talked for several days, so Zhao Qingxue sat on the sofa with her phone and chatted with her mother. Aiken also sat next to her, so Zhao Qingxue put it on speakerphone. "Are you two doing well?" "We're doing fine." "What's up, Mom?" "As long as you two are fine. By the way, isn't tomorrow Sunday? Have you received Ningning's wedding invitation? Remember to come." Zhao Qingxue's mother reminded her. Ningning was a relative on Zhao Qingxue's mother's side, 5 years older than Zhao Qingxue. They used to play together as children but lost contact as they grew up. During the Chinese New Year, she heard that Ningning had found a very nice boyfriend. A few days ago, Zhao Qingxue received an electronic wedding invitation from Ningning and was ready to attend her wedding tomorrow. "Got it, Mom. Just so you know. I'm telling you, even though you haven't been in touch with Ningning for a long time, you must give a generous red envelope this time. Ningning's boyfriend is very capable, in his 30s, not good looking, but he started his own business, a network company with an annual turnover of over 10 million. Zhao Qingxue's mother emphasized, "This is not a trivial matter. If you get along well with Ningning, you might need her help someday." After hearing her mother's words, Zhao Qingxue and Aiken exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. Aiken had long known what kind of person Zhao Qingxue's mother was and just smiled indifferently. Zhao Qingxue felt awkward and could only respond, "Okay, I'll prepare a big red envelope. At least 10,000, got it?" After finally finishing the conversation with Zhao Qingxue's mother, Zhao Qingxue also felt a bit worried. "My relationship with Ningning is not good. We haven't been in contact for so many years. If she gets married, would it be appropriate for me to give her 10,000? Although she doesn't lack this money now, there are still rules for giving gifts at weddings. For friends, classmates, colleagues, and other distant relationships, giving 200 to 500 is about right. For closer friends, 1 or 2,000 is appropriate. As for tens of thousands, those are given by very close relatives. Who would give so much gift money for no reason? Listen to Mom." After thinking for a while, Aiken made a decision. Anyway, 10,000 is just a drop in the bucket for him now. As for what others think, that's their business. He doesn't care much, but he must take care of Zhao Qingxue's mother's emotions. Otherwise, if she gets angry, he and Zhao Qingxue will be the first to suffer. "Well, then I'll listen to my husband." After making a decision, the next day the two entrusted Li Guo to Li Hao upstairs and set off early in the morning. The location of Ningning's wedding this time was a famous resort hotel in the Magic City. The hotel was already crowded on weekends, and with the wedding, it was even more lively. People were easy to handle, but the parking lot was clearly not enough. Seeing the long line of cars at the hotel, Aiken asked Zhao Qingxue to get off the car and rest at the hotel first, while he planned to park the car in a nearby parking lot. "Ha! It's Qingxue." The wedding was grand, so there were many relatives from both sides, and they occupied 50 tables, all full of people. After entering the hotel lobby, Zhao Qingxue wanted to find her seat, but before she could, she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Ningning's bridesmaid, whom she also knew and had played with before. "Hi, you all look so beautiful today." Looking at the several people dressed up and wearing heavy makeup, they were like half of the protagonists of the wedding today. Zhao Qingxue also smiled and praised them. "How can we be as beautiful as our Qingxue, right, Qingxue? I envy you so much. You're 24, and your skin is still so good. I'm starting to get fine lines. Ha! Don't you have a boyfriend? Isn't he here today?" The group of people gathered around Zhao Qingxue warmly, pinched her face, and looked envious. "He's here. My husband went to park the car." These bridesmaids were all nice people, and Zhao Qingxue was willing to socialize with them. Since the wedding had not officially started, she took the opportunity to chat with them. "Is it a new husband?" When they heard that Zhao Qingxue's husband had also come, one of them asked curiously. She asked not with ill intentions, but because she had heard someone mention before that Zhao Qingxue had found a very poor boyfriend, and her family did not approve, forcing them to break up. Zhao Qingxue had always been a good girl, and she thought she should break up after listening to her family. However, although Zhao Qingxue knew that the person asking had no ill intentions, she was somewhat unhappy to hear that. she explains seriously to the group of people, "I made up my mind long ago. No matter what he is like, I will be with him. Besides, he is not poor." When Zhao Qingxue said this, her face was serious, and a few cold rays of light burst out of her usually gentle eyes, making people feel startled. Okay, Qingxue, I was just asking casually, sorry, don't take my words to heart." "Yeah, Qingxue, Mumu doesn't know how to speak, so don't take what she just said to heart." Several people were stunned when they saw Zhao Qingxue's serious expression, but after a moment of thought, they realized that what she said was indeed inappropriate. The girl named Mumu was the first to apologize to Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue didn't like to dwell on things, so when she heard that everyone admitted their mistakes, she let the matter pass and turned to talk about the wedding. "To be honest, I really envy Ningning. You guys don't know, Ningning's husband is so rich. When it came to Ningning's wedding, everyone was full of praise. The hotel booked for this wedding was a famous resort hotel, where staying for one night cost several $1,000s. Renting out this place for a wedding would cost at least several $100,000 a day. The wedding venue was decorated luxuriously, with Chinese cigarettes being handed out, not to mention the souvenirs. It seemed like a lavish affair. What made everyone most envious was the wedding dress that Ningning's boyfriend had ordered for her. It was said to be designed by the renowned designer Riali from the country of Fagua, completely handmade and customized. It took a team of 4 people a month to carefully attach the diamond fragments to the dress, paying attention to every detail. Of course, such an expensive wedding dress came with a hefty price tag of 890,000 yuan. This was like wearing a BMW on oneself. For ordinary families, a wedding dress, which is worn only once, would not be worth spending so much on. At most, they would choose a decent style under 100,000 yuan. Who would hire a famous designer to design one specifically? That was simply absurd. But Ningning's boyfriend waved his hand and bought her a wedding dress worth 890,000 yuan, making everyone unable to help but envy her. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every woman, so it had to be as perfect as possible. Well, Riali is indeed a good designer. The wedding dress she designed should not disappoint. Zhao Qingxue smiled slightly, showing no excessive envy. After all, she had received gifts worth millions from Aiken, so a wedding dress worth tens of thousands was nothing special to her. Hey, Qingxue, don't feel left out, really. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's indifferent demeanor, a few people thought she might be feeling down, so they patted her shoulder to comfort her. Yeah, we are all ordinary people, not everyone is as lucky as Ningning. My boyfriend is also very poor, still living with his parents to this day. The group's well-meaning words left Zhao Qingxue feeling a bit amused and exasperated. She had wanted to explain, but then she thought that explaining now would seem too deliberate. Even if she did explain, they might not believe her, so there was no need to waste her breath. She just smiled and let it pass. After chatting for a while, the entrance suddenly became lively. Glancing at the time, it seemed that the newlyweds had arrived. This was a good moment to go to the entrance, so everyone got busy and didn't have time to chat with Zhao Qingxue. She waved them off and headed towards the entrance. Welcome, newlyweds. Amidst the lively welcome, a long line of wedding cars stopped at the hotel entrance. The door of the leading Rolls-Royce Phantom opened, and Ningning and the groom, both dressed in designer wedding attire, slowly stepped out to the enthusiastic cheers and applause of the crowd. Although the groom appeared to be nearing 40, he looked spirited today, and he and the bride looked somewhat compatible. The bride Ningning happily linked arms with him, dragging the long train of her wedding dress as they walked slowly towards the hotel lobby. Ningning is so lucky. If only I had a husband like that. This kind of wedding is what I've always dreamed of, isn't it? Who can afford a wedding of this scale for me? I can marry anyone on the spot. Many of the girls present were very envious after seeing the grandeur of the wedding, whispering to each other. There were quite a few people at the scene, and in order to make room for the newlyweds, a few security personnel were using their arms to block the guests on both sides towards the sides of the red carpet. Just then, Zhao Qingxue was standing nearby, pushed by the crowd and stumbled, losing her balance and falling backwards. Instinctively reaching out, she didn't grab anything, and the crowd's screams rang in her ears. When she realized what was happening, she discovered that a flower stand next to her was also being pushed towards her by the crowd. Seeing that she was about to be hit, she struggled and raised her hand to protect her face. What time is it, and you're only thinking about protecting your face? However, the expected pain did not come, as her waist was tightly embraced by a familiar strong arm, and she heard Ah-cheng's somewhat helpless words in her ear. In his words, there was 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts indulgence, and more of concern. What are you doing here? Opening her eyes, Zhao Qingxue was surprised to see Ah-cheng's deep eyes, wondering how he appeared so timely. Silly girl, I've been following you for a long time, and you didn't even notice me. When Ah-cheng said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. After parking his car, he messaged Zhao Qingxue, but she never replied. When he finally found her, he realized that this little silly girl hadn't even thought of him, eagerly watching someone else's wedding. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit guilty hearing him say that. But now was not the time to discuss this, as an unexpected incident occurred at the wedding, almost causing injuries and shocking everyone. Even Ningning temporarily stopped filming and walking the red carpet, coming over to ask, "Qingxue, are you okay?" "I'm really sorry, it was our oversight that almost caused you harm." As she said this, her eyes couldn't help but glance towards Ah-cheng, full of admiration. Because he was so handsome. And not just her, almost all the girls around had their eyes on Ah-cheng, with little red hearts in their eyes. Who is this person? Does anyone know him? He's really handsome, I thought he was some young star. No, he's much more handsome than those young stars. Qingxue is really lucky, being held by such a handsome guy. Honestly, if I could have Qingxue's treatment, I would willingly be hit by a flower stand. Look at you being so infatuated. As if you're not infatuated. Because he was attending a wedding, Ah-cheng was wearing a light gray suit today. This suit had been placed in the shopping cart by Zhao Qingxue a long time ago, costing about 30,000 yuan, but she had never been able to bring herself to buy it. She had planned to give it to Ah-cheng on his birthday, but he ended up buying it back accidentally. As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue knew Ah-cheng's style and size like the back of her hand. Although this suit was bought online, it fit Ah-cheng exceptionally well. The elegant and understated gray color complemented his overall calm demeanor with a touch of nobility, and coupled with his good physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, it added a lot of points to this outfit. Of course, the most important thing was his appearance. Ah-cheng already had a good foundation, and before going out today, Zhao Qingxue remembered Jing Tian's words, so she specially styled his hair and slightly touched up his face. Now, his facial features were sharp and defined like a sculpture, with deep eyes under the tousled hair and a straight nose bridge, making him look like a work of art from the Middle Ages that was hard to look away from. People are visual creatures, not only Men's Appearance Association, but also Women's Appearance Association are plentiful. Therefore, seeing such a handsome guy, basically no woman is not moved. I'm fine. Seeing everyone's eyes gathered on herself, Zhao Qingxue felt particularly embarrassed and quickly wanted to get out of Ah-cheng's arms. But Ah-cheng seemed to not understand her meaning, tightly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Glaring at Ah-cheng, Zhao Qingxue felt helpless and could only let him hold her, then continued to talk to Ningning. "Luckily my husband is here, I'm really fine, you guys continue with the wedding, don't waste time." "He is your husband?" Ningning was somewhat incredulous when she heard that Ah-cheng was Zhao Qingxue's husband, slightly opening her mouth. She had only heard that Zhao Qingxue had a very poor boyfriend. When did he become her husband? And she never knew that Zhao Qingxue's husband was so handsome. No wonder even though Zhao Qingxue was so poor, she was willing to follow him. Just for this face, many girls would definitely be willing. Yes. Ningning, if there's nothing wrong here, let's not waste time here, we still need to continue with the wedding. Probably because Ningning had been staring at Ah-cheng for too long, the groom next to her was a bit unhappy, coughed and instructed the staff to quickly clean up the area so as not to delay the wedding. Obviously, normally Ningning should be dependent on the groom like a little woman. Hearing him say that, she dared not refute, apologetically glanced at Zhao Qingxue, then took the groom's arm and left. But on the other side, Zhao Qingxue did not calm down. Anyone who knew Zhao Qingxue gathered around her. "Qingxue, why didn't you say you have such a handsome husband earlier? My God, he's really handsome." As long as they were girls, they naturally had some vanity. Hearing acquaintances praise her husband's handsomeness, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but smile. It's just that I dressed a bit more formally today. I'm not usually this handsome. Don't be modest, looking like this, you're definitely at the top level. Indeed, beauty matches handsome guys. Your combination is too eye-catching. I want to sit with you guys. Although the girls around Zhao Qingxue were talking to her, their eyes were constantly stealing glances at Aiken. Even though he was already someone else's husband, if he could look at them, that would be good too. However, to their disappointment, Aiken stood by Zhao Qingxue's side from start to finish, watching her chat with others with a faint smile in his eyes. After the newlyweds walked the red carpet and the host took the stage, everyone had to return to their seats. When Zhao Qingxue finally managed to break free from the group of women and walk to her own seat, she found that her parents had already sat down next to her table. Hearing others talk about Aiken, her mother was loudly boasting to others, "Yes, that's my son-in-law. My son-in-law is so handsome, I don't think many people can compare." Zhao Qingxue's father had always been modest and sat next to her, constantly pulling her sleeve to ask her to speak more quietly, and she even hit him several times. After gritting his teeth and shaking his hand, Zhao Qingxue's father saw his daughter and son-in-law coming over and quickly invited them to sit down. "Come sit down." Dad, Mom. Aiken and Zhao Qingxue sat down and chatted with Zhao Qingxue's parents. The people at the table were very surprised to see Aiken. He really is an extremely handsome guy. He's so handsome, he could be a big star. Yes, when are you going to act in a TV drama? I will definitely watch it. Apart from Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, there weren't many young people at this table, mostly at the same level as Zhao Qingxue's parents. Seeing how good-looking Aiken was, they didn't hesitate to praise her, almost praising her to the skies. These words made Aiken feel embarrassed. "Humph, what's the use of being handsome? It won't feed you. I think Ningning's husband is better, even though he's a bit older, he is honest and hard-working. Such a person is a true golden son-in-law, unlike some people who are just empty shells. Some people are genuinely happy for you, while others can't stand you." Sitting across from Zhao Qingxue, an auntie said with a strange tone, and after speaking, she couldn't help but sneer at Zhao Qingxue's mother. "I don't know what you're showing off about. What's there to show off? If my daughter doesn't listen to me and insists on running off with a wild man, I would have broken her legs long ago." "Lin Jinhua, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Qingxue's mother has a fiery personality and a temper, always ready to argue over trivial matters. Now being mocked like this, she naturally couldn't hold back and stood up directly after slamming the table. Seeing her getting excited, the people nearby quickly pulled her back to sit down. "This is Ningning's wedding, why get angry on such a good day? Sit down and let's talk it out slowly." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's mother being pulled back to sit down, Lin Jinhua on the other side didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Exactly, what's there to be angry about? Did I hit a nerve?" Hearing Lin Jinhua's words, the anger that had subsided in Zhao Qingxue's mother suddenly surged back up. Seeing that both were about to start a fight, everyone had no choice but to separate them, forcibly pulling Lin Jinhua to another table to sit with other people. Only then was the situation resolved. "That Lin Jinhua woman has a foul mouth, everyone just ignores her, you shouldn't get angry with her, it's not worth it." "Exactly, your son-in-law is great in my eyes. If I had a daughter, just based on his looks, I would marry her to him. With good genes, the grandchildren will definitely be beautiful. Becoming a little internet celebrity would be the best. Unfortunately, our family's old man is ugly, the whole family inherited his genes, I regret it now. Come on, let's order some food." After comforting Zhao Qingxue's mother for a while, her anger subsided somewhat. The wedding was proceeding smoothly. The MC on stage first invited the officiant, and after the officiant finished his lines, it was the turn of the bride and groom to exchange rings in front of everyone. After going through a series of procedures, it was time for the most anticipated part of the wedding, the bouquet toss. There is a saying, give a rose to someone, and your hand will retain the fragrance. Our beautiful bride is about to give this beautiful bouquet to everyone. She hopes this happiness can be passed on. Now, all the unmarried girls in the audience, please come to the stage. If anyone catches this bouquet from our bride, she will be the next happy bride. After the MC finished speaking, many women in the audience stood up and moved towards the stage. As long as they were of age, whether they had a boyfriend or not, they could participate, so there were quite a few people. Many people gathered in front of the stage while glancing towards Aiken. Finally, someone couldn't resist and ran over to ask Zhao Qingxue, Shuer, why aren't you going? In fact, judging by Aiken and Zhao Qingxue's appearance, they guessed that the two probably weren't married yet. Firstly, they hadn't heard of the two having a wedding. Secondly, seeing such a handsome guy getting married so early was a bit heartbreaking for them. Don't get married too early, you might gain weight. The popular bouquet is something for you single dogs. Shuer is already my wife, no need for it. Before Zhao Qingxue could respond, Aiken had already spoken first. After speaking, he looked at her indulgently. The sweet atmosphere between the two made the people around them swallow nervously. Damn! 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 I can't help it, what kind of fairy husband is this? I feel like if that look was directed at me, I would melt. Do male and female gods have a natural resistance buff? Why does Qingxue not react at all? Maybe she's used to it? Isn't the point that he's calling us single dogs? The women who had a slight fantasy about Aiken were somewhat disappointed after hearing his words. They showed him a little love, and he mocked them as single dogs. This is like a critical hit of 999 damage. Can't you be a little less cruel to them? It's one thing to show affection publicly, but to mock them in return, it's not giving them any room to breathe. The lively bouquet tossing suddenly turned full of resentment for some reason, making the MC on stage a bit frustrated, trying to say some auspicious words to ease the atmosphere, at least getting through this segment. After the bouquet tossing, it was time for everyone to eat, drink, and toast the bride and groom. Everyone relaxed, eating and chatting, while the bride and groom went table to table with their bridesmaids and groomsmen to toast. Usually, the groomsmen just need to block the drinks during this toasting segment, but this time, two of the bridesmaids were good drinkers and joined in. Zhao Qingxue's table was towards the back, and by the time the toasting reached their table, everyone was a bit tipsy. After the bride and groom finished their toasts, one of the bridesmaids who was about to leave suddenly grabbed Zhao Qingxue, Shuer, I can't, I have to have a drink with you alone. How did you get so lucky to meet such a handsome guy? Why didn't I have such good luck? She had drunk quite a bit, and her speech was a bit unclear. But on such a joyous day, even if her behavior was a bit out of line, no one would say anything. This made Zhao Qingxue a bit embarrassed to respond. Facing the glass of wine handed to her, feeling helpless, she was about to drink it to brush it off, but Aiken grabbed her wrist. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Aiken, with his slender fingers, had already picked up the glass and stood up. With a faint smile on his lips, he touched Zhao Qingxue's hair, and said in a clear voice, my wife can't handle alcohol well, so I'll drink this for her. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the contents of the glass in one go. After showing the bottom of the glass to the bridesmaid, he continued with a smile, you're wrong, I think Qingxue is the best girl I've ever met, meeting her is my stroke of luck. Honey, don't say that. Hearing Aiken's words, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but feel touched, gently tugging at his sleeve. The bridesmaid, under the influence of alcohol, wanted to express her envy and jealousy to Zhao Qingxue, but unexpectedly, Aiken fed her a spoonful of dog food, leaving her no choice but to accept it. Well, even though it was dog food, it was at least fed by a handsome guy and a beautiful woman, so she reluctantly accepted it. But why does her throat hurt so much? Alright, you guys are showering love at a wedding, and the young couple is showering love, us old aunties are almost choked to death by all this love. Seeing that something was amiss, a lady on the other side stood up with a smile and said, come, you two lovely couples. Have a drink with me and let me share your happiness. Let's see if my husband can treat me better when I get home. The group gave face to the lady and each had a drink. After finishing the drinks, one of the bridesmaids suddenly pointed to the Hermes crocodile skin platinum bag behind Zhao Qingxue's chair and asked, is this bag real? She rubbed her eyes, stared at the Hermes crocodile skin platinum bag for a long time, feeling like she must be mistaken. Because this Hermes crocodile skin platinum bag was not just any ordinary one, but a red bay crocodile skin with a price tag of up to 2 million. With the bridesmaid's question, everyone's attention shifted to Zhao Qingxue's bag. The bridesmaid eagerly looked at her, can I take a look? Sure. It was just a bag, so there was nothing wrong with showing it to others, but being stared at by so many eyes made Zhao Qingxue feel uncomfortable. She quickly handed the bag to the bridesmaid. She sighed inwardly because she was attending a wedding today, so wearing white or red was not quite appropriate, too eye-catching. Therefore, she chose to wear a black Chanel-style suit. In her opinion, the best match for this outfit was this red Hermes bag, so she just carried it out without much thought. Who knew that this bag would become the center of attention? It's so exquisite, it must be real. Looking at the bag's accessories crafted like artwork, flawless, with a large diamond embedded in the clasp, the bridesmaids exclaimed in surprise. They never expected someone around them to carry such an expensive bag. Schwer, this bag. My husband bought it. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the bridesmaids, Zhao Qingxue held Aiken's arm and said, "My husband thought I had too few bags, so he bought me a few Hermes bags." It was too intimidating to say she had bought several large boxes, so Zhao Qingxue decided to downplay it. But even her mention of a few bags shocked the bridesmaids for a long time. Others would save up for a long time to buy an Hermes bag, entering the Hermes store with a sacred and reverent attitude, carefully carrying out one Hermes bag. But she, on the other hand, bought several bags in one go. Wasn't this answer enough to make people envious? Is this bag real? Some older ladies dressed more elegantly, carrying an entry-level Hermes bag that had been used for a long time but well maintained, seemed to know more about Hermes than the other aunties. She knew that there were many Hermes bags, but very few in this red color. Especially this bright red. She couldn't believe that Aiken could afford such an expensive bag for Zhao Qingxue. She didn't want to ask such a provocative question, but thinking of Hermes bags as her belief, she couldn't help but speak up. It's real, don't believe me, take a look." A bridesmaid enthusiastically approached and let her touch it. "The feel is nice, right? I went to the store specifically to feel it, and I'll never forget this feeling in my life." As a top luxury item inside the bag, this red Hermes Bay crocodile skin platinum bag not only used platinum and high-purity natural diamonds for its accessories, but also had a very particular treatment on the crocodile skin. Ordinary crocodile skin bags used farm short-snout crocodile skin, so although they were expensive, the price was still within reach for many. As for the higher tier, there were the Siamese crocodile and Nile crocodile, with a softer skin compared to the former. Next, this bag is made from the skin of wild bay crocodiles that are on the verge of extinction. Bay crocodile skin is very rare everywhere because of its high quality, and since bay crocodiles are scarce, the prices have been steadily rising. To make a bay crocodile handbag like this, you first need to find a suitable young bay crocodile, take the softest piece of skin from its belly, go through dozens of complex processing steps, and then have experienced craftsmen work on it to finally obtain the finished product. It's really... After touching it, the old aunt was completely conquered by the soft and delicate feel. "Schwer, what's going on?" Since everyone could attend the wedding and sit together, they were all somewhat acquainted through various connections, so they had heard about Zhao Qingxue's situation. Isn't her boyfriend quite poor? How could he afford to buy her such an expensive bay crocodile skin platinum bag? This bag is worth over 2 million. That's the down payment for a house in the Magic City. Zhao Qingxue didn't know how to answer this question and looked somewhat helplessly at her mother. "When you were promoting Chen as poor, you were so dedicated, why didn't you mention that he's wealthy now? I think there might be some misunderstandings about me." Seeing Zhao Qingxue unsure how to respond, Chen smiled slightly. "I know everyone thought I was broke and incompetent due to some hearsay, but I just prefer to keep a low profile. However, I am still generous towards my wife. Yes, although the shortest lease at the Venus building is for a quarter, because of the different leasing times, a financial report is issued every month. Sometimes when I'm lazy, I just look at the financial report sent by the leasing department, but occasionally I go there myself." At this point, Aiken turned his head and glanced helplessly at Zhao Qingxue beside him. "Of course, if my wife is willing to take care of that side of things, I won't go there." Aiken's words were already very clear, and the people present were stunned by what she said, finding it a bit hard to digest the news for a moment. Especially the groom, who had just been unhappy because Aiken and Zhao Qingxue had stolen his spotlight as the groom today, now regretted trying to show off in front of Aiken. He felt like slapping himself. What the hell was he pretending to be earlier? He was like a clown making a fool of himself in front of others. They owned the entire Venus building, did they really need to consider his small, pathetic company? If he could, he would really dig a hole and throw himself in it right now. The Venus Building, how much does it cost? Qingshua's husband is so amazing. Very familiar. Finally, when they reached the underground parking lot, it was finally quiet. They got into the car, fastened their seatbelts, and Zhao Qingxue rubbed her face. I've been smiling so much today that the muscles on my face are stiff, then let me help you relax. Aiken chuckled lightly, then reached out and brought her face closer to his. Huh? Looking at Aiken with puzzled, watery eyes, Zhao Qingxue asked, how are you going to help me relax? I'll give you a lick. Aiken didn't hesitate, lowered his head, and quickly ran his tongue across her delicate and fair face. You. After a soft hum, Zhao Qingxue gently pushed him, is this your idea of relaxing? I want you to give me a full face massage when we get back. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. As long as my wife puts on the nurse outfit I bought for you last time, you can say anything you want. Aiken smirked, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. However, Zhao Qingxue blushed suddenly and stammered, "WH. What nurse outfit? I'm not a nurse, why would I have that kind of thing? I don't care, if I don't see you wearing the nurse outfit today, I won't sleep. You figure it out yourself." Stepping on the gas, the two went straight back home. On the way, Aiken kept talking about the nurse outfit, leaving Zhao Qingxue flustered. She simply went into the bedroom and locked the door. Zhao Qingxue, hiding in the room, reached for the nurse outfit from the bottom of the closet. Looking at the white nurse outfit, her face felt hot. Once during a conversation with Aiken, she heard him say that if she wore sexy lingerie, he would most like to see her in a nurse outfit. Although she initially said it was impossible and rejected him, she secretly added a sexy nurse outfit to her shopping cart on a certain online platform, planning to surprise him on Chinese Valentine's Day. Little did she know he had bought it when he cleared her shopping cart early. She could only silently pray that he hadn't seen the nurse outfit, just used the one-click ordering function. After all, there were hundreds of items in her shopping cart. Later, when the delivery arrived, he didn't mention it, and she really thought he didn't know. Who knew this big bad guy knew everything, just pretending not to know? Wife, please open the door, I know I was wrong. Seeing Zhao Qingxue refusing to open the door, Aiken felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have told her about it. Knowing you were wrong doesn't help. Zhao Qingxue's muffled voice came from the room, not very clear. Aiken leaned his ear towards the door. Wife, what do you want? Anything you want, just open the door. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. And he stood there, eyes wide open, stunned in place. Before him, Zhao Qingxue had her hair tied up, wearing a white nurse cap, white gloves on her slender arms, milky white stockings reaching just to the thighs, revealing a tantalizing section of bare skin. Slightly pursing her red lips, Zhao Qingxue put on a serious expression, raised an eyebrow, blew gently on the syringe in her hand, and said, "Did you just say that as long as I open the door, you'll do anything?" Normally conservative, Zhao Qingxue's sudden transformation shocked Aiken. He swallowed hard, feeling parched. Yes, that's what I said. Then I'm going to punish you." Holding the syringe in one hand, Zhao Qingxue's other hand was not idle. She extended her fair fingers, lightly tapping his chest, then slowly moving up, brushing past Aiken's rapidly beating Adam's apple, finally hooking onto his tie. "Come with me." "Okay." Looking at Xiaoni displaying such a rare arrogant and domineering side, Aiken was completely captivated and obediently followed her. The two quickly arrived at the sofa. Zhao Qingxue pushed Aiken onto the sofa and said, "You performed poorly today, so I have to give you an injection." "An injection?" Aiken raised an eyebrow slightly, then suddenly held Zhao Qingxue's hand, chuckled lightly, and said, "Of course you can give me an injection, but I need to check first if this nurse of yours is real." After confirming his suspicion, Aiken's smile deepened. Clearly, she was just a clueless little white rabbit trying to act like a big bad wolf. "You." Unexpectedly, Aiken took control of the situation, leaving Zhao Qingxue feeling conflicted. This is not how the plot goes. Then how does it go? Aiken tossed the syringe aside, leaned in close to Zhao Qingxue's ear, and lightly nibbled on her earlobe. Zhao Qingxue trembled, her face turning red as her previously strong demeanor vanished. "You? I'm a nurse, you should listen to me. But you said you were going to give me an injection." Aiken placed Zhao Qingshue's hand on his thigh, separated by his thin trousers, with an innocent look in his eyes. I'm obedient, I even brought my own needle. Aren't you satisfied? You. Be good. Seeing the flustered little white rabbit in front of him, Aiken couldn't keep up the act any longer and directly pinned her down on the sofa. By the time Aiken finished showering, it was already past 9 in the evening. Sitting on the sofa, Aiken looked at his phone, enjoying the scene of a beautiful woman bathing, feeling a bit unsatisfied. How about? No, I'm not coming. Before Aiken could finish his sentence, Zhao Qingxue quickly waved her hands, pulling up her pajamas defensively. What are you doing? Aiken chuckled mischievously at her reaction. I just meant it's late, we've already exerted ourselves a lot earlier, so how about ordering takeout? I don't want my wife to work hard and cook for me this late. Pausing for a moment, Aiken added, besides, my wife worked hard earlier. If you want to order takeout, just do it. Why do you have to pause so ambiguously? It's because you interrupted me before I could finish my sentence. Seeing that she couldn't argue with Aiken, Zhao Qingxue turned away, pouting and looking down at her feet. Then, she softly said, I knew you don't love me anymore. Okay, wife, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have paused like that. Even if my wife interrupts me, I should finish what I was saying. You don't love me anymore was Zhao Qingshue's trump card. She rarely used it, but when she did, Aiken had no building staff badge. They politely asked him to register. Chen didn't hesitate, since it was someone else's job. He cooperated. After registering, he smoothly entered the interior of the blue chip building and parked the car as directed in the parking lot. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. In fact, whether a residential area is high-end and has many wealthy people can be seen from the parking lot of the residential area. The parking lot underneath the blue chip building is mostly filled with luxury cars, with even the lowest priced ones costing around 100,000. Ordinary cars seem rare here. He wondered why the security guard at the entrance was so calm, only to realize that he had seen plenty of luxury cars. Dantian told me that many wealthy ladies from the Magic City are attending the private jewelry exhibition this time. Zhao Qingxue had never attended such a grand occasion before, but she agreed to come this time upon hearing that it was a high-end jewelry exhibition. So now she was feeling a bit nervous. My wife is also a wealthy lady. No, a beautiful lady. Patting the little girl's head, Aiken took her on the elevator to the first floor of the blue chip building. Don't worry too much, your husband is here for everything. Although Aiken was also attending a private exhibition for the first time, he was not nervous because he had money in his account, and most things in the world could be solved with money. If they couldn't be solved, then double the effort. As soon as the elevator doors opened, you two blinded me. Just as the two of them walked out of the elevator, Jing Tian, sitting on a deep blue velvet sofa in the lobby on the first floor, stood up and warmly greeted them. She took a quick look at Zhao Qingxue, who was dressed in a peacock blue embroidered magnolia cheongsam today, and said with a smile, "You look so retro today, I almost didn't recognize you. I thought a beauty from the Republic of China had traveled here." Zhao Qingxue smiled lightly. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. But it looks great." Jing Tian was always generous with her praise for Zhao Qingxue, complimenting her and Aiken from head to toe before introducing them to her friends. "These are the new friends I told you about, Zhao Qingxue and her husband Aiken. By the way, you all watched the live broadcast I did with her, right? Her makeup skills are amazing. Hello, Tian Xianxian. Hello, Li Mio. Hello, Xin Lu. Hello, Gu Jing." Although Jing Tian was a star, she knew three very wealthy and beautiful friends due to her good family background, as evident from their attire. When the three saw Zhao Qingxue and Aiken, they secretly assessed the couple. Although they were not dressed very elaborately, they exuded elegance in their gestures, and both were handsome and beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Moreover, they were introduced by Jing Tian, so Tian Xianxian and her friends and Tian Xianxian's boyfriend Gu Jing politely greeted Aiken and Zhao Qingxue. "Oh, Qingxue, this pearl-embroidered bag on your hand is so unique. Where did you get it made?" Since the women were gathered together, the main topic of conversation naturally revolved around clothes and jewelry. Since they were all very familiar with each other, there were no new topics to discuss. Tian Xianxian, holding Gu Jing's arm, shifted her attention to the bag in Zhao Qingshua's hand after a quick glance around. This? I didn't have it made, but you could say I did. I designed the pattern myself, bought the materials, and had the craftsman process it. As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue would also design some accessories in her spare time. For example, a unique brooch or a special bag. The bag she was carrying was made by experienced craftsmen in a studio after she bought materials such as satin and pearl silk thread. She initially did it for fun, as there were no occasions for her to carry it around. But yesterday, when she was choosing accessories for the peacock blue embroidered magnolia cheongsam, she unexpectedly found that this bag matched perfectly, so she brought it along. Qingxue, are you really so skillful? I've never seen this pattern before, it's quite interesting. Which university did you attend and what was your major? It was unexpected that this bag was actually made by Zhao Qingxue herself. Several people were very surprised and looked at her with a hint of admiration. Stop talking so much, Tiffany's private exhibition is about to start, let's go up and talk later. The group took the elevator to the top floor of the blue chip building. Except for the ceiling above, the top floor of the building was surrounded by transparent colored glass. Sunlight refracted through these glasses, casting a surreal beauty on the velvet sofas and various exotic plants on the top floor. Miss Jing, Miss Tian. The staff at the door had already seen the group approaching and greeted them warmly, taking the initiative to register them without them having to do it themselves. It was obvious that they were regulars here. Before all the high-end jewelry was unveiled, private exhibitions were held in advance, mainly inviting VIP clients and industry insiders to visit. Of course, if they liked something, they could buy it on the spot. This was why many high-end jewelry styles were not yet on the market but were already worn by celebrities or socialites who had purchased them at private exhibitions. Are these two ladies friends of Miss Jing? Apart from Gu Jing, Zhao Qingxue, and Chen, the others present had invitations from VIP clients. Although Gu Jing did not have one, she often accompanied Tian Xianxian to sell jewelry, so she looked familiar. But Chen and Zhao Qingxue were truly meeting them for the first time. Jing Tian also made introductions. Yes, these two are my very good friends, and they are also very interested in your jewelry collection this season, so they came with me. Okay, it's our pleasure that you are interested in our jewelry. Please register over here. After the staff registered the two, they were allowed to enter. Once inside, they found a place to sit down casually. A staff member immediately came over to pour coffee for them. I heard that the jewelry designs this season are quite good, with a botanical theme. Tian Xianxian leaned against Gu Jing, pouting and acting cute, darling, exhibition, so now that she seemed interested in buying, he had the staff bring out those sets of jewelry. The staff smilingly brought them out one by one and asked Zhao Qingxue, Miss, which set would you like to try first? Looking at the various jewelry pieces displayed on the black velvet in front of her, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit overwhelmed by the choices. She hesitated for a moment, unsure of which set to choose. The staff noticed her dilemma and pushed a set of green gemstone floral design towards her. Today, Miss, you are wearing a cheongsam with a Republic of China style. It matches well with this set of green gemstone jewelry. Why not try this set first? Okay, let's go with this set. After hearing the staff's words, Zhao Qingxue nodded. Let me help you put it on, miss. Seeing her accepting the suggestion, the staff enthusiastically removed the silver hair clip from Zhao Qingxue's head. I'll do it myself. Beside her, Aiken smiled at the staff and personally took the exquisite emerald jewelry set from her hands, one piece at a time, replacing Zhao Qingxue's accessories. Wow, Qingxue, you look so beautiful in this emerald jewelry set. Just after she put it on, Jing Tian and others who were looking at the jewelry nearby also noticed her. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments and glanced at the mirror next to her. The woman in the mirror had slightly curled hair, plum red lips slightly pursed, with graceful eyebrows and eyes. Set off by the jade jewelry, she appeared even more elegant and noble, with a delicate beauty. Suddenly, Zhao Qingxue felt like she had stepped out of a noble family. Yes, it suits you perfectly. Li Mi and others nearby were also attracted by Jing Tian's words, and when they saw Zhao Qingxue, they were all amazed. How much is this emerald jewelry set? Probably due to the nature of jewelry, prices were not displayed at this private exhibition. If someone wanted to purchase, they had to inquire about the price separately. The staff smiled and replied, "The price of this emerald set is 9.99 million. So expensive?" Although she knew high-end items were not cheap, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but slightly open her mouth in surprise at the price of the jewelry set. The last time she had encountered something in the tens of millions range was probably the dress Aiken gave her for her birthday. After wearing that dress once, she personally took it to the dry cleaner, hung it neatly in the closet, covered it with a dust cloth, and dared not neglect it in the slightest. This price is indeed a bit high. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's stunned expression, Jing Tian felt a bit helpless and had to step in to smooth things over, fearing her friends might embarrass her. But before she could finish her sentence, Aiken stepped forward. He wrapped his hand around Zhao Qingxue's slender waist and directly told the staff, "We'll take this set, and also pack up these few sets together." "Of course, sir." The staff nodded with a smile and began to package the jewelry sets, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. Having worked at Tiffany for so many years, she hadn't seen many men bring their girlfriends or wives to buy jewelry, let alone be so generous. Not only was she surprised, but Jing Tian and the others were also shocked. Apart from the 9.99 million emerald set purchased by Zhao Qingxue, the other sets combined would not be cheap, costing at least 50 million. "Honey, don't buy so many, I haven't even tried them on yet. What if they don't suit me later?" Instead of admiring Zhao Qingxue, Jing Tian was the one to voice her opposition. She still had so many Hermes bags at home that she didn't know when she would be able to use them all. Buying so much jewelry this time would make their lives too extravagant. "My wife looks so beautiful, they will definitely suit her." When Aiken spoke, he had already taken out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the staff. "Honey." Zhao Qingxue felt helpless. Where would she find so many occasions to wear these jewels? And in daily life, she couldn't bear to wear such expensive jewelry casually. If she accidentally scratched or damaged them, she would be heartbroken. Maybe she would die of a heart attack one day. "I don't care, my wife must wear the best jewelry." Without hesitation, he pulled Zhao Qingxue into his arms, with a Chen wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, his gaze once again falling on the glass display case. "Quick, see if there's anything else you like, let's buy it together." No, that's enough." "Not enough." A Chen was about to ask the staff to bring out a few more sets of jewelry, but his mouth was covered by a delicate pink hand. Zhao Qingxue widened her eyes like a little deer, looking innocent and aggrieved. "If you buy more, I'll get angry. You know the consequences of me getting angry, I'll ignore you for hours." Seeing the little girl's pouting face, a Chen felt a warm flow in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. "All right, we won't buy anymore, but you have to kiss me." "Can we do it at home?" Hearing a Chen's request, the little girl blushed instantly and whispered, "There are too many people here now. No, if you don't kiss me here, I'll buy all the jewelry here and give it to you." "You're being unreasonable. To kiss or not to kiss?" Manhwa was quite different from before. Qin Lu pouted. Tian, is your new drama about a chubby person?" Although she heard that she could lose weight by eating apples, eating meat like her would still make her fat even if she were a bamboo pole. Jing Tian glanced at her. "What are you talking about? I just found a way not to get fat, okay?" "Really won't get fat?" Regarding Jing Tian's previous vacation at the farmhouse, the group had also heard about it, but they didn't believe her claims about apple weight loss, thinking she had been fooled by too many advertisements. "Hey, the boss and the boss lady are here, ask them yourselves. If I tell a lie, let me gain 10 pounds every day and become a super fat person." Jing Tian pointed to Aiken and Zhao Qingxue. The other four looked surprised at the two. "You are the owners of that farmhouse, hidden so deep, is that fruit really that magical?" "Yes." Zhao Qingxue nodded. She didn't believe in the effectiveness of those fruits at first, but after trying them herself, she found that the effects of those fruits were really amazing. Her skin became much more tender and fair after eating them. Previously, when she put on makeup, she had to use some concealer because of a few spots on her face. However, after eating those fruits, her skin condition became incredibly good. Now, she could start her makeup directly with just a layer of primer. Some fans thought she had simplified her makeup routine and was being lazy, but for her, steps like concealing and brightening were really unnecessary. Saying that, Zhao Qingxue took out comparison photos of her skin to show to the others. This excited Tian Xianxian and the others greatly. Wow, this is really effective. I thought it was fake. There are no traces of makeup at all. It's much better than the photo rejuvenation I did. I also want to eat the fruits from your orchard. Qingxue, sell us some. Zhao Qingxue couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the others and looked at her husband, Chen. Let's see what my husband says. He said those fruits are not for sale. If you want to eat them, you can only go to the farmhouse resort. Oh, I see. After hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, the others were a bit disappointed, but they quickly started queuing to make reservations to go to the farmhouse resort with Chen. After the farmhouse resort became popular, the reservation phone line was almost overwhelmed. They couldn't make a reservation to go there, as they were fully booked for the next month. Since the owner was here, they naturally wanted to secure a spot. Chen was accommodating and, seeing that the others wanted to go, he directly booked a visit for them on the first day of the next month. After dinner, because Tian Xianxian and the others were happy to have secured a spot today, and Jing Tian rarely had free time to join them, they also booked a KTV room to sing and play games. What should we play? Jing Tian tapped her chin and looked at Zhao Qingxue. You decide. We often play together and are tired of the usual games. Zhao Qingxue hesitated for a moment. How about truth or dare? She didn't frequent places like KTVs and bars, and the only popular game she knew was truth or dare. Okay, let's play truth or dare. They had some drinks during dinner, so they were excited to play truth or dare. They took a spinner from the cabinet and placed it in the center of the coffee table. Jing Tian gave it a spin, but the pointer ended up pointing at herself. However, she confidently said, I choose truth. Ask me anything, and if I lie, I lose. TSK. Tian Xianxian rolled her eyes. We've grown up together, we know everything about you. What's the point of asking you? Doesn't matter, I want the truth. Then I'll ask. Zhao Qingxue, also curious, looked at Jing Tian and asked, Don't you have a boyfriend? How far have you two progressed now? We've done everything we should. Despite Jing Tian's initial aloof appearance, she was very open and generous in private. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's question, she smiled. But Zhao Qingxue blushed at her response. The others chimed in, Jing, stop teasing Qingxue all the time. We already know all this. Next time, you must choose dare. Alright, I got it. The second person selected was Gu Jing. Before he could choose a truth question, Li Mio covered his mouth, saying, You're a grown man, you can't choose a truth question. Fine, then I'll choose a dare, what do you say? Jing Tian smiled mischievously as she flipped through her phone. Get a stranger's contact information within 3 minutes. If you can't, you'll have to dance as a punishment. Xianxian, can I go? If you don't want to, then I'll dance. Gu Jing immediately asked for Tian Xianxian's opinion. Tian Xianxian was very proud of how much he cared about his feelings, nodded, and encouraged him. My darling is so charming, he'll definitely get the WeChat contact. Go for it, good luck. I knew our Xianxian is the most understanding. Alright, you two, stop being so clingy here, I'm getting goosebumps under the disdain of the others. Gu Jing left the KTV and quickly got the contact information of the receptionist. He proudly showed off his achievement to the others. How was that? Not bad, right? The next turn was for Chen. Initially, Chen wasn't very interested in this kind of game, he was just here to hang out. He hadn't been talking much before, so it was a bit unexpected when it was his turn. Li Mio reiterated, It's a dare. Okay, what's the dare? Chen was also straightforward, it was just a game after all, there was nothing he couldn't handle. Seeing his calm demeanor, Li Mio came up with a challenge. You, like Gu Jing, have to get a stranger's WeChat contact. Okay. Chen agreed readily, nodded, and then looked at Zhao Qingxue beside him. Just when everyone thought he would ask Zhao Qingxue for her opinion, he smiled and said, Miss, can you add my contact? Ha! Not only did the others, including Zhao Qingxue, look dumbfounded for a moment. She paused, then took out her phone and pretended to nod. Sure? Hey, this is against the rules. You were supposed to get a stranger's contact. This doesn't count. Lee Mio complained, checking her watch. It's been a minute already. Chen, you have 2 minutes left, or you'll face the consequences. Can't I ask for my wife's contact in the next life? We'll be strangers then. Chen leaned back on the sofa casually. There's no rule against that. Jing Tian was the first to laugh. I give full marks for this answer. Although it's a bit against the rules, but for such a perfect answer, I'll let it slide. Hey! Jing, you're biased. Li Mio frowned, then pulled Xin Lu beside her. Say something. Xin Lu looked at Chen with starry eyes. I think Chen's answer is fine. So sweet, I want such a sweet love too. You hopeless romantic. What did you say? I'm not as man-hating as you. After rolling her eyes, Xin Lu sighed, chin in hand. It's a pity, I don't know when my sweet love will come. Looking at her, Li Mio waved her hand tiredly. Let's continue. They played until late at night, everyone had a great time, and then they left the KTV. Jing Tian bid farewell to Zhao Qingxue, looking reluctant. Qingxue, don't ignore me when you get home, I still want to live stream with you. Okay, I'll call you during the live broadcast. After bidding farewell, Aiken returned home with Zhao Qingxue. On the way, Shihan received several calls, inviting her to go shopping together tomorrow. Shihan usually works from 9 to 5, and finally has a 2-day break. Of course, Zhao Qingxue will go with her. Aiken also wanted to go, but Shihan rejected him. Oh, Qingxue, don't bring your Aiken with you. I've had enough of eating dog food. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but laugh and cry. Are you jealous of Aiken? Of course I am. We met in our freshman year. At that time, you didn't know Aiken yet. We used to eat, attend classes, and go shopping together every day. It was so happy. But after you got together with Aiken, you are always with him. I have to line up to make plans with you. He is the stumbling block in our friendship boat. Because Zhao Qingxue was using hands-free, Aiken heard this clearly. He retorted without hesitation, don't you feel like you are the third wheel between us? You are the third wheel. Shihan was furious. Qingxue, choose between him and me. Zhao Qingxue fell silent for a moment. Han, if you ask me like that, I might have to choose between love and friendship. After agreeing to go shopping with Shihan the next day, Aiken did not insist on going along. Recently, he had been with Zhao Qingxue almost 24/7, and he knew that it was easy to lose the spark by being together all the time. Occasionally, it was necessary to give each other some space. Therefore, the next day, he took Li Hao directly to the Green Rice Company. When Zhao Qingxue saw that it was just Aiken and Li Hao going, she was nowhere to be seen. Li Hao, who had been left on the side, felt a bit surprised. What's going on? Did you have a fight with your wife? Why are you suddenly so nice to me, taking me out to play? Aiken corrected him, I'm taking you to inspect my company. That's still going out to play. I've been playing games at home for the past 2 days, facing that dog face of Li Gua, I'm almost depressed. By the way, when did you start a company? When Li Hao heard that he was going to Aiken's company, he quickly changed into what he thought was a handsome outfit and boasted in front of the mirror, isn't this outfit good? I'm just afraid that the girls in your company won't be able to handle me when they see me. Let's go, stop talking nonsense. Attention all department heads, our new chairman will be holding a meeting today. Please put aside your work and gather in the conference room at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You may need to report on the situation of your departments, so please prepare in advance. On the other side, Aiken and Li Hao set off from home, while inside the building of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited, it was chaotic. The company, which was doing well, was suddenly acquired by someone who bought all the shares and directly brought in a new chairman. The departments, which were originally at odds with each other, immediately became worried about their own positions and stopped fighting each other, focusing all their attention on the new chairman. Unfortunately, this new chairman had almost no information that they could inquire about. This made them unable to curry favor with the new chairman in advance, so they had to focus on their work reports, hoping that the chairman would be impressed when they reported on their work. What is the identity of this new chairman? Why can't we find any information about him? I suspect he must have a lot of power. Although the meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock, most people arrived at the conference room by 1 o'clock. Who knows if the chairman might come early? If you arrive at 2 o'clock, even if you are not late, it's still your problem. Therefore, a group of ministers and managers who usually mock each other and have a strange atmosphere when they meet, gathered together and had a rare peaceful discussion. Of course, what is the current market value of our company? There are quite a few people eyeing our company, but no one can swallow it. This new chairman came in quietly and took over. Can the situation get any smaller? Zhou Ming, the manager of the business department, organized the files in his hands. Are your things ready? The manager of the internet department, Hai Xian, nodded. Of course, they are ready. I had my newly appointed team leader, Zhao Feng, organize them. I trust him. Oh, I see. Zhou Ming glanced at Hai Xian, with a hint of meaning in his eyes. Everyone knows that his newly promoted team leader, Zhao Feng, is his nephew. Originally, the company did not allow backdoor dealings, but Zhao Feng had some skills, and Hai Xian had a good reputation in the company, so no one went after him. But if this matter were to be exposed, there would definitely be consequences. Director Su, your hurricane drove to the entrance of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited, and the assistant to the chairman, Xin Shioli, had been waiting there. As soon as she saw his car approaching, she hurried over to greet him. Aiken nodded as he opened the car window. Please follow me to the parking lot. Although Xin Shioli had seen Aiken's photo before and knew that the newly appointed chairman was very young and handsome, almost like a fresh meat, she was still stunned when she saw him in person. Because he was really handsome. And even more handsome than in the photo. She had thought the photo was retouched, thinking that the chairman couldn't be that handsome, but the moment she saw him in person just now, she had only one thought: damn, he fits her standards for a partner perfectly. Damn. Yuan Go, what's going on? In the parking lot of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited, Li Hao, sitting in the passenger seat next to Aiken, was completely dumbfounded. Although he knew that Aiken was taking him to visit the company today, he never expected that the company he mentioned was Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. Green Rice Technology Company, Limited is so popular now, with green rice phones and smart home products everywhere. Although he didn't use them, he knew about them. But he never expected that Aiken was actually the chairman of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. When did this happen? Can you calm down? Do you find this strange? If it were before Aiken had the system, if someone told him that he would be the chairman of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited, he wouldn't have believed it himself. But now he had the system, and nothing was impossible. He could even be given the Venus building directly, let alone Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. It's very strange. Li Hao was about to jump up in the car. He looked at Aiken and suddenly felt a bit unfamiliar. At first, he thought Aiken was an ordinary person, but then he drove a Lamborghini and lived in a luxurious penthouse. Later, he thought Aiken might have a similar family background to him, but who knew that he had actually acquired Green Rice Technology Company, Limited? That's Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. One of the top companies in the country, a giant in the internet industry, a world of difference compared to his small, rundown company. Aiken looked at Li Hao, somewhat puzzled. What's strange? What else is strange? Because it shouldn't be like this. Because the plot shouldn't be like this. He should be the rich second-generation character next to an ordinary person, but now it's completely reversed. He has become the one who hangs out with the big shots. The disparity between these two roles is not just a little bit. Li Hao roared in his heart for a while, but quickly accepted the result. Well, although this kind of disparity made him feel a bit psychologically unbalanced for a while, after accepting this fact, he felt it was not bad. Having a big shot friend, he can show off as much as he wants, right? After parking the car in the parking lot, Xin Shioli directly led the way to the 19th floor of the company building with the people. In addition to the chairman's office, there is also a large conference room on that floor. Important meetings are usually held on the 19th floor, but it is usually very quiet, and not many people go there. Beauty, what's your name? When Aiken appeared, Xin Shioli felt that Aiken was shining, so all her attention was on him, and she hadn't noticed Li Hao's presence at all. Now that he spoke, Xin Xiuli realized that there was another person next to Aiken. She was unsure of who Li Hao was and hesitated. "Who are you?" "I am the assistant to your boss." In just a short while, Li Hao quickly found his position and followed Aiken, playing his role. Xin Xiuli, who listened to his words, had a question mark slowly appearing above her head. If he is the chairman's assistant, then what about her? "Stop talking nonsense, just follow me later." Aiken glanced at the restless Li Hao. "Keep talking nonsense, and you'll go home and hang out with Li Gua." "Ha!" Hearing Aiken's words, Li Hao smirked. "I won't talk if you don't want me to." "Hey, your company's building is really impressive." The elevator door opened, and Xin Xiuli led Aiken and Li Hao towards the direction of the conference room. But Aiken hadn't taken 2 steps when his phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was a call from his mother, so he waved to Xin Xiuli and Li Hao. "You guys go rest over there for a while, I'll take this call." "Okay." Xin Xiuli, upon hearing Aiken answer the phone, quickly left, while Li Hao showed no interest in Aiken's phone call but was very interested in Xin Xiuli, so he eagerly followed her. "Hello? Mom, what's up?" After answering the phone, Aiken smiled and asked, "Do you miss your son or your daughter-in-law?" "I miss my beautiful grandchildren." Aiken's mother couldn't wait to ask, "Is Qingxue showing any signs of pregnancy?" "You two are married now, and you're not short of money, it's time to have a child." "Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Let things happen naturally." "I'm bored at home now, can't you give me a grandchild so I can help take care of it?" Confident in her education level, Aiken's mother said, "Look at you and Yao Yao, both are college graduates I raised." Aiken fell silent for a moment. "Mom, just tell me what you want." Hee, it's nothing, it's Qixi festival today, your dad and I thought about it and want to come to your place for a few days, what do you think?" "That's definitely fine." Aiken had long wanted to bring his parents to Shanghai to play, but the elderly couple were usually quite busy, so he didn't mention it. Now that they volunteered to come over, he was very happy. "When do you plan to leave? I'll book your flight tickets and pick you up at the airport." "Son, if you're busy, we can come by ourselves." "Not busy." "Okay, it's settled then." After making an appointment with his mother, Aiken saw that it was almost 2 o'clock. When it was time for the meeting, he hung up the phone and planned to go to the meeting. Just as he put his phone in his pocket and hadn't had a chance to call Xinshu Li Hao, he heard the elevator door open, followed by a somewhat hesitant voice, "Aiken?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, although Aiken did not turn around, he already knew who it was. He turned around and looked at the well-dressed Zhao Feng, with a slight smile on his lips. "Oh, I forgot you work here. Are you here for an interview too?" Initially, when Zhao Feng saw Aiken's back, he hesitated a bit, thinking he had mistaken him. How could Aiken be here? But when he saw that it was indeed Aiken, he immediately added a hint of sarcasm to his tone. Looking around Aiken, he asked, "Where's Qingxue? Did you break up with her?" Aiken couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhao Feng's words. He squinted at Zhao Feng and said, "Speaking of which, you must have put in a lot of effort to get into the company back then." Although their school was a prestigious one, Zhao Feng, apart from having a few connections, didn't have good grades. He barely made it into the school. After entering the school, he didn't study well, always ranking at the bottom of the class. He either failed and had to retake exams every year or was on the verge of failing. With his background, how could he easily get into a big company like Green Rice Technology Company, Limited? Without some insider help, he wouldn't believe it. When he graduated, he saw Zhao Feng showing off in the class group. Although he had some doubts about this, he was just an ordinary person at that time and didn't have the ability to investigate. But now, he was a bit curious. "Aiken, do you really think you're the lucky one in a novel, where all good things can only happen to you and not to me?" Upon hearing Aiken's tone, Zhao Feng felt particularly angry. Of course, he also felt a bit guilty. Because the reason he could enter the company was not solely based on his own abilities. With his grades and being a fresh graduate, it was very difficult for him to get into the company. At that time, Haixian not only helped him embellish his resume and inform the HR department, but also fabricated many projects for him, which got him into the company. After joining the company, he showed off in the class group, feeling triumphant. In the past year, with Haixian's support, those who wanted to flatter Haixian in the same department took good care of him. Both female and male colleagues were very friendly to him, actively adding his name to the projects they completed. He didn't do anything, but with the achievements he accumulated, he was successfully promoted to team leader. Although being a team leader in an ordinary small company was nothing special, in such a large company, it was worth boasting about. How many people could be promoted to team leader in a large company within a year? I don't know if I'm the lucky one, but I really don't think you got into the company based on your abilities. Aiken was truly annoyed with Zhao Feng. They were in the same major, and since Zhao Qingxue rejected him back in college, he had regarded him as a thorn in his side. He would badmouth him every now and then, trying to trip him up. Although he didn't cause him any significant harm, he was like a fly buzzing around incessantly, irritating and impossible to get rid of, making him itch with hatred. Originally, when he came to the company for an inspection, he was just going to have a casual meeting and then leave, without interfering in the company's personnel changes. But since Zhao Feng is so fearless and dares to confront the gun, then don't blame him for being impolite. Heh, from the way you speak, you seem to be dissatisfied. Seeing Aiken's expression, Zhao Feng thought he was unwilling, clicked his tongue twice. You can't do anything if you're dissatisfied. I got in, and you can't. After saying that, he looked at Aiken still standing here, taunting, why are you still standing? Work did not show up on time this time, which made him very annoyed. He didn't know where the person had gone, always dropping the ball at critical moments. Director Su, please. Soon, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and the assistant to the chairman, Xin Xiuli, walked in first. Following her was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s? Could this young man Xin Xiuli mentioned be Director Su? This is our new chairman, Cheng. I'm sure everyone already knows in advance, Xin Xiuli introduced as she pulled out the boss chair at the head of the table for Cheng. Welcome. Although the people below were puzzled, they still reflexively applauded, but the subtle expressions on their faces betrayed the storm in their hearts. Is this really the new chairman who just arrived? He looks too young. Most of the department managers present had worked their way up the ranks and had finally made it to their positions. The youngest among them was already 35 years old. Compared to them, Cheng seemed like a child. Hey, isn't that your team leader, Zhao Feng? Why is he following Director Su? While applauding, the business department manager Zhou Ming glanced at Haixian beside him. Haixian also looked over at Zhao Feng and used his eyes to ask what was going on. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng seemed to be distracted or something, as he didn't even catch his eye contact. This made Haixian very frustrated. Alright, everyone, please stop for a moment. Seeing everyone applauding endlessly, Cheng waved his hand. I'm sure everyone already knows my identity. The reason I organized this meeting is mainly to get to know everyone and understand the current work situation. Although Cheng had no understanding of the company's specific operations and technology, it was his company now, and he needed to have some idea of the current situation to avoid being clueless later on. It seemed like he wanted to hear reports on the current situation of each department. The department managers straightened up immediately. But before understanding these situations, I want to address another matter. Cheng glanced at Zhao Feng standing nearby and asked in a deep voice, this person, I remember he is Zhao Feng from the Internet department, right? Who is the manager of the Internet department? Hearing Cheng's words, everyone was puzzled and didn't know what he was up to. However, their eyes all fell on Haixian. Haixian hesitated for a moment and stood up. Director Su, I am the manager of the Internet department. Is it you? Cheng's gaze swept over Haixian. For some reason, although Cheng was very young, his gaze inadvertently exuded a strong sense of pressure. This made Haixian swallow involuntarily. Yes, it's me. Alright, what is the relationship between you and Zhao Feng? Well. As soon as Cheng asked this, Haixian felt his scalp tingle. He didn't know when large beads of sweat had appeared on his face. Zhao Feng is a team leader in my department. As far as I know, our company's recruitment process is very strict. Although we do hire fresh graduates, the requirements for recruiting them are high. Apart from excellent academic performance, we also require internship experience and independent project completion. But none of these apply to Zhao Feng, right? Cheng stared into Hai Xian's eyes. Hai Xian didn't expect Cheng to come at him right away with this issue. He was taken aback by how well Cheng knew the situation and felt his legs go weak. He was at a loss for words for a moment. Seeing that he was silent, Aiken continued, "Furthermore, when did the team leaders in our company become so cheap? Employees who have qualifications and experience after working in the company for several years are still ordinary employees, while newcomers like Zhao Feng have become team leaders? Now, I'll ask you again, what is your relationship with Zhao Feng?" Just now, Hai Xian answered cleverly. When Aiken asked him, he directly used their work relationship to evade the question. But now that Aiken had said so much, Hai Xian couldn't evade anymore. "Alright, you don't need to say anything. I will have my assistant inform you of how this matter will be handled. You can go home now and wait for further instructions." Aiken waved his hand. Hai Xian, with a pale face, stood up and, amidst the sympathetic gazes of the others, walked out like a walking corpse. Following behind him was Zhao Feng, who was completely bewildered. It wasn't until the two entered the elevator that Hai Xian reacted. He glanced at Zhao Feng beside him and said, "I just asked you to deliver a file. How did you manage to offend Director Su?" Although what he did violated company rules, in such a large company, it was impossible to keep everything under wraps. There were many similar incidents. There were others who committed more serious violations, so why was he being singled out? Even if a new leader wanted to make a mark, why focus on this matter? There must be something he didn't know about. After hearing Hai Xian's words, Zhao Feng suddenly snapped out of his daze. He stammered, I don't know, Aiken is my college classmate." "Your college classmate?" Hai Xian turned to stare at him suddenly. No wonder Aiken knew him so well, as it turned out they were classmates. But if they were classmates, why target Zhao Feng? "Yes." Zhao Feng forced a smile. "I had some conflicts with him during college." You've really caused my downfall. Are you stupid? If he's your classmate, you should have tried to get on his good side. Instead, you ended up in conflict with him. Do you think you've lived too long? Hai Xian now felt like killing Zhao Feng. He had worked hard in the company for many years to reach the position of Internet Department Manager. He usually got along with people and avoided conflicts, hoping to retire gracefully from this position in a few years. But now, at this critical moment, Zhao Feng had ruined all his efforts. Zhao Feng shrank his neck, feeling bitter but unable to express it. How could he have known that Aiken had suddenly become the company's chairman? If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Aiken in the first place. But now it was too late for regrets. Alright, next, each department will report on their work. Let's start from my left, keep it simple and clear. The internal strife in the company was intense. None of the department managers were clean, especially after seeing the kind-hearted Hai Xian being directly targeted. Those who had initially thought to take advantage of Aiken's youth and deceive him now had no such intentions, fearing that Aiken's visit was not just for work reports but to overhaul the staff. Fortunately, after Hai Xian and Zhao Feng left, Aiken directly asked for work reports, bringing this matter to a close. After sitting for the whole afternoon and listening to all the department reports, Aiken's buttocks were sore. He secretly stretched his legs, feeling that he had made a mistake. If he had known the work reports would take so long, why did he come in person? He could have just had someone send him the files and glanced at them briefly. Okay, everyone, good job. I have understood the basic situation, and for now, there is no need for major changes. Proceed with your current work plan. After summarizing the meeting, Aiken stood up first. However, he did not leave immediately but instead pointed to the design department manager, Zhou Rui, and said, "Come to my office." Me? Aiken's butt was sore from sitting, and Zhou Rui was not feeling any better. She had thought she could relax after Aiken left, but the next moment, she was called by Aiken. Thinking of Hai Xian's fate, she suddenly felt a bit nervous and began to search her memory for any violations of company rules she might have committed. However, after thinking it over, she could only recall changing her clock-in records a few times recently because she was late due to taking care of her father in the hospital. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Sit. Aiken's chairman's office occupied almost half of the 19th floor, with bookshelves on two sides, full-length windows on another side, and a living room, rest area, and shower room. Even without going home, one could be quite comfortable here. Leading Zhou Rui to the living room, he asked her to sit across from him. Xin Shioli poured coffee for the three of them. Director Su, just say what you have to say. Looking at the coffee on the table, Zhou Rui had no desire to drink it and nervously sat on the sofa, waiting for Aiken's judgment. Aiken leisurely took a sip of coffee and said, "When I was listening to the report earlier, didn't the company have a new model, Green Rice 11, set to launch next month? Get ready to create a customized version for Green Rice 11. Ah. I see, okay." She had thought Aiken was going to punish her, but it turned out to be about this matter, so Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded. Director Su, how many units of this limited edition are you planning? 1 unit. Aiken opened his phone and showed her a simple sketch he had drawn. Just carve this design on the phone shell, and the rest of the details are up to you. Just 1 unit? It was normal for phones to have customized or co-branded versions, but Zhou Rui couldn't understand why only 1 unit was being made. Even if customized phones could be sold at a higher price than regular ones, it was still just a phone and couldn't fetch an exorbitant price. Designing and customizing it with so much effort seemed like a money-losing operation. Just one, for my wife. Aiken's smile widened at the mention of Zhaoqingxue, so, when designing it, make it more girly, and as for the color, my wife loves pink, so it's best to make pink the main color. Ah, understood. After a moment of confusion, Zhou Rui finally nodded. Coming out of Aiken's office and returning to her own, Zhou Rui was still immersed in the words Aiken had said earlier. Director Su was so young, yet he already had a wife? And he was customizing the only phone for his wife. How romantic. Although Zhou Rui was already 45 this year, considered a middle-aged woman, she couldn't help but admit that Aiken's actions had stirred her inner young girl. Manager Zhou, what did Director Su call you for? I heard that our Director Su is super young and super handsome, is that true? Not long after returning to her office, Zhou Rui was bombarded with questions about Aiken. Fed up with the inquiries, she decided to reply to everyone in the group chat. Director Su is indeed young and handsome. I know what you girls are thinking. Let me tell you directly, stop dreaming, don't even think about it. In addition to various work groups in the company, there is also a large group dedicated to chatting, with everyone in the company in it. Although due to the disparity in everyone's status, people don't usually chat, but during festivals and holidays, the group is quite lively, and everyone will banter in the group, creating a relatively relaxed atmosphere. Manager Zhou, what do you mean by that? In the office, gossip spreads at the speed of light. After finding out that Aiken is young and handsome, everyone can't help but be interested in him. Especially the young girls, who have read so many CEO novels, finally see the male protagonist from the novels come to life, sparking fantasies. But after hearing Zhou Rui's words, it was quite disillusioning. Zhou Rui continued somewhat irritably, because our Director Su has a wife now. Carrying the things she bought, entered first, while she continued live streaming behind. Woof 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 Li Gua, who was bored at home, became instantly happy when he saw Zhao Qingxue and Aiken return. He quickly brought slippers from the cabinet for the two, then sat nearby waiting for them to change shoes. Li Gua is so obedient. Zhao Qingxue sat down, changed into slippers, and patted Li Gua's head, explaining to the audience, "This is my big golden retriever, Li Gua." After that, she turned the camera towards Li Gua. Li Gua seemed to understand what Zhao Qingxue was doing and showed a warm smile to the camera. After filming Li Gua, Zhao Qingxue moved to the sofa, ready to end the live stream, but she saw Li Gua pushing the water cup from the table towards her. Woof woof woof, he wagged his fluffy tail, indicating that Zhao Qingxue should drink water, being very obedient. However, the fans watching were amazed by his behavior. This dog is so smart. Much more useful than my useless husband at home. Hurry and send him to school, don't delay the child's education. I know this dog. During the college entrance exam, he sat next to me and finished the test much faster than me, handed in the paper in 20 minutes. Ha, my dog is not as smart as you guys say. Zhao Qingxue was amused by the comments and couldn't help but show Li Guo a few more times on camera, saying to him, "Say goodbye to everyone, and then we'll have dinner." Wolf Li Guo became visibly excited at the mention of dinner, quickly sitting in place, shaking his paw at the camera, then opening his mouth wide, ready to eat. When the fans heard Zhao Qingxue's intention to end the broadcast, they quickly intervened. "Shuer, don't end the live stream yet, we still want to watch." "Yeah, Shuer, we want to see Li Guo eat. I can't do anything with you guys. Since you want to watch, I'll just leave the phone here for you to watch." Seeing that everyone liked Li Guo, Zhao Qingxue was also happy. She turned to the kitchen and shouted, "Honey, bring Li Guo's dinner over." "Okay." Aiken responded and brought over Li Guo's prepared dinner. There were 2 bowls for Li Guo's meal, both large ceramic bowls. One bowl contained snowflake beef, chicken breast, salmon, and egg yolk. The other bowl contained fresh vegetables and fruits. Placing the 2 bowls in front of the camera, Zhao Qingxue reached out her hand. "Do you want to eat, Li Guo?" Woof woof woof. Li Guo nodded and placed his paw on Zhao Qingxue's hand, shaking it. Zhao Qingxue patted his head. Eat. After receiving Zhao Qingxue's order, Li Guo finally squatted on the ground and started to eat heartily from the 2 bowls. "Wow, this meal is too rich, you live much better than me. I've never had snowflake steak before, it's a pity the dog ate it first." "Shuer, does your family need a dog?" "I'm considering part-time work. I can act cute, be playful, and roll around. I can also learn to serve tea and pour water, as long as I can handle the meals." Watching Li Guo eat those meats, the viewers in the barrage were envious. After all, he was just a dog. Eating so much meat was one thing, but it was all high-quality meat, and the most terrifying thing was that it even came with vegetables and fruits. They didn't pay so much attention to balanced nutrition. "I don't think these apples and cherries are ordinary varieties, they should be imported from abroad, right?" "Huh? Are you talking about these apples and cherries? They are grown in our own orchard," Zhao Qingxue said helplessly. Although Li Guo was just a dog, a stray dog at that, he was picky with his food. He would eat any kind of meat, but when it came to fruits, he would only eat those grown in the orchard, not even looking at ordinary fruits. Fortunately, there were plenty of fruits in the orchard, so Zhao Qingxue had someone pick the fruits and deliver them from the farmhouse every day. Grown in our own orchard. Could it be the apple that helps with weight loss? Most of the audience in the live broadcast room had seen Jing Tian's previous video of eating barbecue in the live broadcast room and knew that Zhao Qingxue had an orchard where the apples had a good weight loss effect. Many people had made reservations to visit the farmhouse. Basically, anyone who had been there had nothing but praise for the farmhouse. However, they had a love-hate relationship with the fruits from the orchard. Although the various effects of those fruits were indeed excellent, the prices were just too high. They couldn't afford it, right? Occasionally eating one was heartbreaking. However, a dog actually had these expensive fruits for dinner? I counted, there is 1 apple and 12 cherries in his bowl. Based on market prices, the total value is 170,000. The dogs are better than humans series. I will never say our golden retriever is silly again. After all, the breeding environment is not on the same level. You've done a great job today, you've gained tens of thousands of followers for me again. After closing the live broadcast, Zhao Qingxue was shocked when she checked the data backstage. She hadn't gained many followers during the afternoon broadcast, but after just broadcasting the dog eating, she gained tens of thousands of followers in an hour. Although Li Guo didn't understand what Zhao Qingxue was saying, he wagged his tail happily and spun around in place. "It's so late, why don't you go to sleep?" Seeing Zhao Qingxue's attention focused on Li Guo, Aiken frowned slightly. Li Guo sensibly wagged his tail, opened the balcony door himself, returned to his doghouse on the balcony, and also closed the balcony sliding door. When there were only 2 people left in the living room, Aiken was finally satisfied. He reached out and embraced the soft body of the little girl, lowered his head, gently blew in her ear, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. "Wife, Li Guo is full, but I'm not." Zhao Qingxue shivered at the breath he blew in her ear. Then I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat?" "I want something ready-made." As the Qixi festival approached, Aiken said he wanted to come over, so he had already booked tickets for his parents early in the morning. It was also the day when his parents were coming over. Zhao Qingxue got up early in the morning, hurriedly tidied herself up, and made breakfast for herself and Aiken. After breakfast, when everything was ready, the two of them set off from home to the airport in a Porsche Cayenne. Zhao Qingxue was still very nervous on the way. Originally, last year during the Chinese New Year, Zhao Qingxue planned to let Aiken meet her parents first, then after meeting her own parents, she would follow Aiken back to their hometown for the New Year. But unexpectedly, she encountered obstacles with her own parents, causing the New Year trip home to be postponed. Although she had talked to Aiken's parents on the phone, they had not formally met. Therefore, she was very nervous now, afraid that Aiken's parents would not be satisfied with her. "Don't worry, you've talked to my parents on the phone, right? My parents are very easygoing. Talking on the phone is one thing." Zhao Qingxue pouted, but talking on the phone and meeting in person are completely different. People can have online relationships just by talking on the phone. What if they don't like me when we meet? You? Aiken chuckled at Zhao Qingxue's words, patting her head. "I'm here for everything." The two arrived at the airport half an hour early. Aiken sent his parents the location of the airport exit, so they could head towards that location after exiting the airport. Soon, the two met Aiken's parents. "Dad, Mom." Aiken went up and took the luggage from them. Before he could introduce Zhao Qingxue, Aiken's mother had already reached out and held her hand. "Oh, she's even more beautiful than in the photos, a real little fairy." Aiken's mother had seen photos of Zhao Qingxue before and thought she was very beautiful, urging Aiken to bring his girlfriend home to meet them. Now seeing her in person, she found her even more attractive than in the photos. "Mom, you look very young too, almost like you're in your 30s. Looking at Aiken's mother, Zhao Qingxue was also surprised. When chatting with Aiken's mother, she found her to be lively and different from typical middle-aged women, very cute. Now seeing her in person, she realized she looked much younger than her actual age of 45. And with her well-defined features, she was a beauty even in her youth. "Am I really that young?" Aiken's mother was flattered by Zhao Qingxue's praise, looking at Aiken's father next to her. "Your father always says I'm getting old, stop being so vain. I think he's just jealous of me." "Of course, if you look so good, it would be Dad's loss if someone else snatched you away." As Aiken's mother spoke just like on the phone, Zhao Qingxue gradually relaxed and started joking with them. The family of four arrived at the parking lot. Aiken loaded the luggage into the car, and had the elders sit in the back. Zhao Qingxue also handed the prepared drinks to Aiken's parents in the front. "Are you thirsty? Have some, okay?" Aiken's mother took a sip of water and suddenly asked, "By the way, that child Hao told me some time ago that he also came to Shanghai. Where is he now?" "Mom, you still remember him?" Surprised by his mother mentioning Li Hao, Aiken said, "He's living upstairs in our building now." "That's great. Mom, do you still keep in touch with Li Hao?" Aiken, seeing his mother lost in thought, couldn't help but ask. Back in high school, he used to bring Li Hao home for meals on weekends. Li Hao was sweet-talking and made Aiken's mother very happy, but that was 4 or 5 years ago, and he didn't expect his mother to still be in contact with Li Hao. Aiken's mother smiled. There must be a connection. Hao is a child who knows how to be grateful. He always sends me blessings on holidays, and last time he even told me he had a girlfriend. He got a girlfriend last time? It's probably that female Sea King who deceived his feelings. Aiken couldn't bear to tell his mother that Li Hao had been cheated on, so he just laughed and said they had broken up, leaving his mother somewhat disappointed. She held Zhao Qingxue's hand. "You two must take care of each other, no matter what happens, communicate and don't argue. Qingxue has a good personality, and our Aiken has a good personality too. We definitely won't argue. Why are you worrying?" Aiken's father next to them chuckled as he drank water. For a couple to get along, either both have good personalities, or one has an exceptionally good personality. That's the only way to make it work. "Yes, what your father said. Wait a minute." Aiken's mother, who was agreeing halfway, suddenly realized something was wrong. "Who are you calling an old man? Are you saying you have a particularly good personality and can put up with me? Tell me, what have I done that you're not satisfied with?" "No, I meant the person with the exceptionally good personality is you. I don't think anyone can put up with me, only you can. Aiken's father rubbed Aiken's mother's hand. I've really made things difficult for you all these years. As long as you know. After hearing Aiken's father's response, Aiken's mother nodded in satisfaction and continued, what your father said earlier is right. This neighborhood seems quite upscale, right? The group chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Delan Mansion community. Seeing the grand entrance of the community, Aiken's mother asked, the houses in this place must be expensive, right? Yes, we bought a large flat for over 20 million. Over 20 million? Upon hearing how expensive the house was, Aiken's mother pursed her lips, unable to hide her smile. Your father used to say he would let me live in a big house in the future, but he hasn't fulfilled that promise yet. It's all thanks to you, son. After speaking, she glanced at Aiken's father with a hint of blame. Aiken's father chuckled, I know I've let you down, it's my fault. But my salary is all in your hands. If you like, we can also move to a bigger house this year. Tisk, all talk and no action. Aiken's mother remained non-committal. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingxue was smiling to herself. She opened the car window and asked, Mom, Dad, how do you like the environment of this neighborhood? It's nice, right? It's great, with mountains and water. The flowers in the garden are so beautiful, I haven't seen many of them before. It makes me want to dig up a few and plant them at home. You're going too far. Aiken's father quickly stopped her. What if you get caught digging up someone else's flowers? If anyone's going to dig, it'll be me. Enough. Aiken couldn't stand listening to their conversation sprinkled with affection anymore, so he expressed his thoughts. Mom, Dad, I think you two have worked hard for most of your lives, raised us siblings to this point, and now it's time for me to repay you. You should retire and close the convenience store, then come live with us. Our house is quite big, and we can take care of you. This was the result of Aiken and Zhao Qingxue's discussion from the night before. It's not convenient for us to live with you young people. Before Aiken could finish, Aiken's mother interrupted him, don't give me so many reasons. I've been through your age, I know what you're thinking. Mom, there's nothing inconvenient. Aiken was helpless. His mother was good in many ways, but she loved to imagine things. If the house was small, it would indeed be inconvenient for 4 people to live together. But with such a big house, there wouldn't be so many concerns. After all, the master bedroom and the guest bedroom both have separate shower rooms, providing enough private space. Stop. Aunt Shen waved her hand, it's convenient for you, but not for us. We've raised you and Yao Yao with so much effort, and your dad and I were looking forward to a few years of alone time. After a moment of silence, Shen said again, well, we have a set upstairs, you can stay there, or there are other houses in the neighborhood. I'll take you to see them in the next few days. You can choose which one you like, and we can all live together, it'll be lively. Shen really wanted his parents to live closer so he could take care of them. But Aunt Shen shook her head like a rattle, no, I came to the big city to spend a few days with your dad, see how you and Qingxue are doing, I don't want to stay here. Don't worry too much. Dad, seeing that he couldn't convince his mom, Shen looked at his dad. Although Aunt Shen usually made the big decisions at home, as long as Chen's dad spoke up, she would listen in the end. He had 100 ways to persuade Aunt Shen to agree to things. But this time, Chen's dad smiled and said, don't look at me, I don't want to stay here either. We've lived in our hometown for 30 or 40 years, we know everyone in the neighborhood, it's familiar. Coming here means meeting new people. We're old, we don't have the energy for that. Besides, they say old leaves return to their roots. We've been in our hometown for decades, it doesn't make sense to go somewhere else. After hearing Chen's dad's words, Chen and Zhao Qingxue exchanged a glance. In fact, they both knew that what Chen's dad said made sense. Most people don't want to change their environment when they get older, either out of nostalgia or difficulty in accepting new surroundings. If they were forced to stay in the big city, they probably wouldn't be happy. Dad, Mom, you can go back to live, and I'll get you a new house. No, we're happy with our current house. You and Yao Yao grew up there, we can't bear to move. Aunt Chen waved her hand. If you really want to buy a house, buy one for your sister. Even though she'll get married in the future, having a house will be a big help. Mom, don't worry about that, I'll take care of it when the time comes. Suya was Chen's sister, whom he had watched grow up, almost like his own daughter. Chen wouldn't forget about her. Since she was still in college, Chen hadn't given her much money yet, planning to give her a monthly allowance first and buy her a few houses after she graduated. As for her career, Chen would support whatever she wanted to do, money wasn't an issue. Giving her a few million for a startup fund was no big deal, but he couldn't let her make reckless decisions, he had to advise her properly. Yuan, you've grown up now, not only did you marry such a good wife, but you can also help your sister. Mom can finally relax. Dad, Mom, this way. Opening the door, Zhao Qingxue was about to invite Chen's parents in when she suddenly saw Li Guo's dog head in her line of sight. He had 2 pairs of indoor slippers in his mouth. Li Guo, go get 2 more pairs of slippers. After Zhao Qingxue finished speaking, she glanced at Chen beside her, asking with her eyes if his parents were afraid of dogs. Chen shook his head. Oh, this is a golden retriever? So cute. Aunt Chen was overjoyed to see Li Guo. She happily went up and rubbed his head. Li Guo also happily rubbed Aunt Chen's hand with his head. Normally, Li Guo, this silly dog, was quite aloof, not as friendly to everyone when taken out for a walk as a typical golden retriever. On the contrary, he is very disdainful when others touch him, and he even drives away other dogs who want to play with him by baring his teeth and snarling, as if he looks down on playing with other silly dogs. But he is particularly attentive to Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, chatting with them while they walk, and he also responds with howls as if he understands. Originally, Zhao Qingxue was afraid that he would reject Aiken's parents when they arrived, but he unexpectedly showed such enthusiasm towards Aiken's mother. Mom and Dad, I've put your luggage in the room, and I've also prepared the toiletries for you in the room. Is there anything else you need? Knowing that Aiken's parents were coming early, the 2 of them cleaned the guest room overnight, preparing everything that needed to be prepared. Your house is so beautiful. Aiken's mother walked into the bedroom and saw that not only did the bedroom have a separate shower room, but also a large balcony, making the bedroom almost the size of a studio apartment. It's beautiful, why don't you live with us? Staying for a few days is fine, but not every day. After touring the house, Zhao Qingxue went back to the kitchen to cook. She originally wanted Aiken's parents to rest on the sofa. But Aiken's mother warmly offered to help. Rest? I'm not tired at all. Aiken bought us first-class tickets, very spacious. We slept on the plane, and now we're full of energy. Aiken has been eating the food I cook since he was young. Let me cook a couple of dishes for you to taste my cooking, Mom, honey. Hearing Aiken's mother say this, Zhao Qingxue had no objections. But when Aiken and his father saw her so eager to cook, they quickly stood up to stop her. Mom, you're visiting us this time, there's no reason for you to cook. Let Qingxue make a meal to show respect to you and my dad. Yes, honey, come here, let me massage your shoulders, don't tire yourself out. The 2 of them tried to lead Aiken's mother to the sofa. But when Aiken's mother saw them like this, her desire to cook became even stronger, and she directly shook off their hands. No, how can I let my daughter-in-law do all the work alone? After saying that, she resolutely entered the kitchen. Aiken and his father exchanged a glance, both seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. On the other hand, at first, Zhao Qingxue didn't understand why Aiken and his father were so vehemently against Aiken's mother cooking when she expressed her intention to do so. But after she and Aiken's mother entered the kitchen together, she understood. Oh, don't put garlic in the oilseed rape, just boil it in water, it's healthier. Don't add salt, too much salt can cause edema, thyroid. For this fish, just steam it, don't add garlic, we want the original flavor. An hour later, the 4 of them sat at the table, looking at the 4 dishes and a soup in silence. Aiken's mother warmly invited, what are you all waiting for, start eating. Aiken's father glanced at Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, taking the initiative. Aiken, you haven't eaten your mom's cooking in a year, right? Hurry up and eat, don't waste it, your mom's cooking is especially nutritious. Dad, my mom came here and still remembers to cook for you. This is a loving lunch she made for you, you eat first. After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish for his father. Aiken's father was stunned for a moment. Have you made so much money recently? You must be eating well every day. Here, have some of the green vegetables your mom made, eat more. Dad, you should eat more too. Seeing the two of them pushing food back and forth on the dining table, Aiken's mother glared at them. What's wrong with you two? There are still so many dishes on the table, why be so modest? Hurry up and eat, stop dawdling. After saying that, she considerately picked up a bite of food for Zhao Qingxue. Here, Qingxue, try my cooking. Your dad has been diligent lately, so I haven't been cooking. Zhao Qingxue reluctantly took a bite of the fish in the bowl and struggled to swallow it. Mom, did Dad usually cook at home? I used to cook, but then I read a lot of articles and found out that my cooking was unhealthy, so I changed. But then your dad suddenly became diligent and said he wanted to cook. I told him his cooking was unhealthy, but he said he wanted to learn culinary skills, so I couldn't do anything about it. At this point, Aiken's mom glanced at Aiken's dad. Aiken's dad quickly chimed in, I just don't want your mom to be too tired. She's been cooking for most of her life and deserves a break. Dad, Mom, you have such a good relationship. Zhao Qingxue quickly praised the two. But Aiken's mom on the other side was still very enthusiastic. Enough talking, eat meat, eat meat. After saying that, she picked up a big piece of fish for Zhao Qingxue's bowl. Mom, you're so kind. Looking at the fish in her bowl, Zhao Qingxue was speechless and thought to herself that she couldn't let Aiken's mom into the kitchen tomorrow. Seeing the distressed look on the girl's face, Aiken next to her proactively picked up the fish from her bowl and put it in his own. I love this fish, let me have it. Honey, no, let me have it. I'll have it. Just as the two were being polite, the doorbell rang, and Li Guo, who was lying nearby, quickly got up to open the door. Seeing Li Hao standing at the door, he slammed the door shut again. Li Hao, you're here. But Aiken, who usually found Li Hao annoying, quickly got up from his chair, opened the door himself, and invited him in. My mom is here and made a table full of dishes. You used to come to my house for dinner on weekends during high school, you must miss my mom's cooking. Come, let me serve you a bowl of rice, have some. Okay. Li Hao, who had been rejected many times, was somewhat surprised by Aiken's attitude and sat down at the table with his bowl. But when he saw the table full of dishes, his eyes widened. These dishes were made by my godmother? Yes, I made them. The taste may not be great, but they're healthy. You young people nowadays stay up late playing on your phones and don't like to exercise, so you should eat healthier to maintain your health. Aiken's aunt smiled at Li Hao. Aiken also smiled, yes, this is a gesture from my mom, you should eat more. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized and looked at Li Hao. What did you call my mom? Did he just call his own mom his godmother? When did this happen? I called her godmother. When Li Hao said this, he felt a little guilty. What's wrong? No, when did this happen? Aiken was a little confused. Although his mom liked Li Hao when he brought him home during high school, he hadn't heard of her wanting to adopt him as a godson. How did she suddenly start calling herself his godmother? It happened a couple of years ago. Li Hao didn't say anything, but Aiken's mom on the side continued, smiling, I told you that Hao was very grateful, right? You only brought him home for dinner in high school, but he often messaged me on WeChat in the following years, occasionally came to see me, and even sent me gifts when there was no occasion. I saw that he was such a good kid, so I adopted him as my godson. I was going to tell you about it, but he said he would tell you, so I didn't say anything. But we've talked so many times, and you didn't plan to tell me? Although the two went their separate ways after graduating from high school, Aiken went to school while Li Hao traveled far and wide. In theory, the two should not have much in common, but they would chat about their lives on WeChat every month or so. Even though the conversations were brief, they never lost contact. When Li Hao came to the seaside, he looked for him right away. But Aiken couldn't understand why Li Hao would talk about trivial matters like where he went and what girls he met every time they chatted, but never mentioned the important matter of recognizing him as a godson. I forgot, didn't I? Forgot? Under Aiken's probing gaze, Li Hao coughed twice. Actually, I didn't forget, I just didn't know how to tell you about it. I couldn't suddenly tell you, I'm really your younger brother now, could I? We've been fake brothers for so long, suddenly becoming real brothers, I was afraid you wouldn't get used to it. Question mark. Seeing Li Hao struggling to explain, Aiken didn't press further. He paused for a moment. Since you call me mom and call her godmother, when my wife and I have a wedding, you can't skimp on the betrothal gifts. Aiken's custom was that for a wedding, the starting betrothal gift for a brother was usually 5,000. By saying this, he acknowledged Li Hao's status as a godson. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, then stared seriously into Aiken's eyes and said clearly, "Don't worry, when you and your wife get married, I will definitely not skimp on the gifts. Don't just talk about our wedding, when are you going to seriously find a girlfriend?" Speaking of Li Hao, Zhao Qingxue was truly frustrated. She really couldn't stand his habit of flirting around, but he was Aiken's friend, so she couldn't say anything, so she had been holding back. But now that their relationship had changed, she had truly become Li Hao's sister-in-law in the real sense, so she had to say a few words. "You're always causing trouble for other girls, changing girlfriends one after another, never settling down. When are you going to get serious? If you can, find a girlfriend soon. We won't ask for betrothal gifts at our wedding, just bring your girlfriend to catch the bouquet." Sister-in-law is right, okay? Li Hao also nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone talking happily, Aiken's mother's smile became even brighter. She called out, "Come on, everyone stop talking and eat quickly." After that, she lovingly picked up a piece of food for Li Hao. Li Hao sniffed it, endured the discomfort, and took a bite of the fish. 3 seconds later, he suddenly put down his bowl, stood up. "Godmother, godfather, didn't I say I would take you to eat at a very authentic old hot pot place? Let's go now." Aiken's mother didn't mind. It's not too late to go tomorrow, but Aiken's father stood up immediately. "This is also a gesture from Hao, just accept it." Everyone agreed to go eat hot pot. Aiken and Li Hao said many good things, which finally persuaded Aiken's mother to change and go out. "I'll go change first." Aiken's mother went to her bedroom to change clothes, while Zhao Qingxue and Aiken's father followed her to pick out clothes. In the living room, only Aiken and Li Hao were left. Each lit a cigarette and smoked silently for a few puffs. The smoke dispersed in the air. "You won't mind me recognizing godmother, will you?" 10 seconds later, Li Hao broke the silence, speaking in a rare serious tone, without his usual nonchalant attitude. Aiken was surprised by his usually carefree demeanor. "Why would I mind such a thing? Several people helping me to be filial to my mother makes me so happy that I can't even contain my joy." "It's your mother who should be concerned. She raised you with so much effort, but you call someone else your godmother and act as a son to them. My mother won't mind." In fact, Aiken's words were just casual remarks, but to his surprise, Li Hao let out a bitter smile and a hint of desolation in his eyes. "My mother would rather not have me as her son. How could she mind such a thing? Are you saying this because you had a disagreement with your mother? Don't worry, no matter how much you argue, your mother will always be your mother. How could she possibly wish to not have you as her son?" Hearing Li Hao's words, Aiken didn't take them to heart, thinking he was just having a fight with his family. Although he had arguments with his own mother before, at most exchanging a few words, he had seen classmates arguing with their families. Sometimes they even threatened to sever the mother-son relationship. But a few days later, everything would be fine again. After all, family is family. No matter how much they argue, the blood ties cannot be broken. It's different for me. I'm not having a disagreement with my mother. She has always disliked and resented me since I was young, wishing I would die outside. In her eyes, only my younger brother is her son. Li Hao let out a bitter smile, trying to sound lighthearted. "It's a pity that I'm a useless person. I've been wandering outside for so many years without any achievements, disappointing her, right? Well." Hearing Li Hao's tone, Aiken felt that there must be something between him and his mother. Upon careful recollection, when they first met, although Aiken had the best living conditions, Li Hao always took him out and treated him well. But he never seemed to call home, never went back during holidays, and his family never visited him. No wonder back in high school, Li Hao always insisted on taking him home for meals. At that time, Aiken had less pocket money, and he often ate snacks bought by Li Hao at school, so he didn't think much about it. He thought since he was eating Li Hao's snacks, he could bring him home for a meal, without paying attention to so many details. He had wanted to ask in detail about Li Hao's family situation, but Aiken's mother had already come out in different clothes. She was wearing a dark velvet long dress with a light-colored scarf around her neck. Isn't this scarf beautiful? It was bought for me by Qingxue last time, made of real silk. Godmother, you are so elegant, you look good in anything you wear. Li Hao probably feared further questioning from Aiken, so he quickly went to flatter Aiken's mother. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Aiken did not continue to ask. The family then went out together to have hot pot. The hot pot restaurant Li Hao mentioned was a nationwide chain called Dreamback to 1998. It had a retro-style decoration with red lanterns and chili peppers hanging all over the place. Under the orange light, it looked particularly lively. It was common to see internet celebrities coming to take photos in the restaurant, so the place was quite popular. Although it was not yet mealtime, the restaurant was already full of people. This hot pot restaurant looks great at first sight. Aiken's mother had been advocating for healthy eating in recent years, so Aiken's father had been cooking at home or eating boiled vegetables with her. It had been a long time since they had eaten out. As long as you like it. Entering the restaurant, the waiters warmly approached them. Do you have a reservation? Yes. After showing the reserved spot and the selected set menu to the waiter, they were led to a private room. Would you like to add any other dishes? Although this restaurant allowed online ordering, it was only for basic set menus, and additional dishes needed to be ordered separately. Here, godmother, godfather, you can order first. Placing the menu in front of the two elders, Aiken's father enthusiastically ordered several portions of fatty beef, duck intestines, and tripe. Why did you order so much meat? You should also order some vegetables, like enoki mushrooms, oilseed rape, and baby bok choy. I ordered for the young people. Young people should also eat more vegetables. After finally finishing ordering the dishes, Li Hao raised his glass and toasted everyone, and they chatted and drank together, creating a pleasant atmosphere. However, Aiken's mother, who had just taken a bite of the egg brought to her, suddenly made a displeased face and spat out the egg in her mouth. This egg tastes off. At first, no one took her words seriously. Aiken's father joked, maybe the eggs laid by the chickens here taste different from the ones at our place. Don't make a big deal out of it. No, this egg is moldy. Aiken's mother showed the egg to a few people. Although they found it unlikely, they still leaned in to take a look and indeed saw some black mold spots on the half-eaten fried egg. How could a fried egg get moldy? How long has this fried egg been sitting here? Aiken's expression darkened upon seeing the fried egg. He quickly handed a glass of water to his mother. Mom, rinse your mouth quickly. You didn't swallow that egg, did you? No, I felt something was off and spat it out. That's good you didn't eat it. Li Hao, who was sitting nearby, stood up angrily. The hygiene of this restaurant is terrible. I will talk to them. The fried eggs in this restaurant come in a set of 4, priced at 28 each, which is quite expensive. To be treated like this was unacceptable, and anyone would be angry, especially since Li Hao was the one treating. He immediately found a waiter and showed her the fried egg. What are the people in your restaurant doing? How dare you serve moldy fried eggs to customers? I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, we're not done. It seemed that Li Hao was truly angry this time. Despite the waitress being a particularly cute girl, he showed no mercy. I'm sorry, it was our negligence. Look, shall I bring you a new plate of fried eggs? Seeing the state of the fried eggs, the waitress knew she was at fault and quickly apologized, offering to replace them. Is replacing the fried eggs enough? Li Hao sneered, with the hygiene conditions in your kitchen, do you expect us to continue eating? Do we dare? Fried eggs are something with very low difficulty in preparation, quick to make, and require little skill. Setting aside the taste, the fact that they were moldy already revealed the hygiene situation behind this hot pot restaurant. How do you propose to resolve this? The waitress asked. Seeing Li Hao's extreme displeasure, Aiken also stood up and said to the waitress, your hygiene is questionable, and we dare not eat here anymore. We will go to another place, but we won't pay for the dishes on this table. After saying this, he and the others prepared to leave. However, the waitress looked troubled. You ordered so many dishes, I can't make that decision. I need to consult our manager. Please wait a moment, I will go ask our manager. With that, she turned and left. The group didn't want to make things difficult for the waitress, so they waited in the private room. I heard that the exec not only did not back down, but instead became even more disdainful. She turned and called a few waiters over. The new waiters she called were all tall and strong young men, standing there like small mountains, still very imposing. If it were an ordinary customer who was scared by them like this, they might have backed down. But Aiken's expression became even colder. A few poor bastards still want to cause trouble here. I'm telling you, there's no way. Eat if you want, if not then pay up and get out quickly. This is not a place where you can take advantage. Although Aiken and Zhao Qingshue's group were dressed decently, the manager did not treat them as anything special. Mainly because there are too many people nowadays who look good but are nothing special. Xiuli, go to the bank and withdraw 10 million for me to send to Dream back to 1998, the faster the better, I need it. Aiken called Xin Xiuli directly. After making the call, he sat down. Qingxue, you haven't done a live broadcast today, right? Today is a good day to do one. Okay. Upon hearing Aiken say this, Zhao Qingxue immediately understood what he meant and opened her phone. As a top influencer with millions of followers, there were many people waiting in Zhao Qingxue's live broadcast room, so when they saw her suddenly start a live broadcast, her fans were very happy. A little surprise for today, however, Zhao Qingxue was not as relaxed as usual. She pointed the camera at the manager and others. I'm now at Dream Back to 1998 Hot Pot Restaurant. Have you heard of this place? Dream Back to 1998? It seems to be a very popular hot pot restaurant recently. I plan to go eat there in a few days. I've been there, the taste is just so. The service at that place is terrible, the hygiene is also worrying. Last time I even found cockroaches inside. The manager of that place sent me a few dishes, so I didn't say anything. After all, we are just ordinary people, we can't afford to confront big establishments. Upon hearing about Dream Back to 1998, many fans knew about it. Zhao Qingxue continued to explain the situation. Today my husband and I brought my parents-in-law here to eat. My mother-in-law even ate a moldy fried egg. Originally we asked for a free meal, but the attitude of this restaurant is too arrogant. What are you doing? Did you take the video? Originally, the manager was planning to quickly drive Aiken and the others away. After all, it was almost mealtime, and it wouldn't be good if things escalated. But who knew that Aiken and the others not only showed no intention of leaving, but also started a live broadcast? The manager only realized belatedly that Zhao Qingxue might be a very famous internet celebrity with many fans. If this matter were to be publicized, she would definitely be punished from above. Therefore, she decisively brought people over to try to snatch the phone from Zhao Qingxue's hands. This scene was also broadcast live by Zhao Qingxue. Oh my god, this manager of Dream Back to 1998 is too terrifying, her attitude is too arrogant. Are service staff these days also arrogant? I was planning to go eat there in a couple of days. I dare not go now. A moldy fried egg? Can fried eggs even get moldy? How did that happen? The female manager of Dream Back to 1998 didn't look good to begin with a fierce expression, and when she tried to grab Zhao Qingxue's phone, she looked even more terrifying, scaring many fans in the live broadcast room to the point of almost dropping their phones. I'm here today, let's see who dares to touch my godmother and my sister-in-law. Watching several staff members rushing over, Li Hao and Chen stood in front. Chen was fine, as he had bodyguards as a backup, knowing that his family would not be harmed, so he remained calm. But Li Hao's eyes turned red, looking like he was ready to fight the shopkeeper. This intimidated the staff members, weakening their momentum a bit. They turned back to look at the female manager who looked like a shrew. The female manager was surprised by Chen and his group's toughness, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists as she looked at them. Have you had enough trouble? Just want some compensation, right? It's not embarrassing at all, you people have no shame. After speaking, she turned to the people beside her and ordered, they just want money, right? Go get them 300 yuan as compensation. She spoke with a dismissive tone. Yes. A staff member nodded and walked away. Did you hear that? We're compensating you, so stop causing trouble here. What's this about smashing our shop? Do you know how much it costs to renovate our shop? It's hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to pay for the damages? Seeing the female manager like this, not only did Chen and his group sneer, but even the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Someone who can easily buy hundreds of Hermes bags for his wife can't afford to compensate for your shop's renovation? Who taught you math? I don't understand how someone like this can become a manager of a big restaurant. She doesn't seem like she got there through hard work. You never know, some people have unique hobbies. Although this female manager is not attractive, I estimate she's at least a D-cup. Many people found the female manager's behavior similar to a comedy sketch. With the service industry so developed nowadays, everyone treats customers like kings. It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant female manager. But in this vast world, there are all kinds of people, and even in the service industry, there are a few bad apples that lower the standards. It's fine not to encounter such people, but when you do, it's really frustrating. Schwer, we absolutely cannot accept this 300 yuan. The eggs they served are probably spoiled, there must be a food safety issue, investigate them. Yes, these internet famous shops have been spoiled too much, they must be punished. This female manager is really infuriating. If it were me, I would definitely have hit someone on the spot. What's happening? It sounds like a commotion? Although this was a private room, the noise was so loud that people in the lobby noticed something was wrong and started looking over. The more people watching, the greater the impact on the business inside the shop. The female manager couldn't hold back anymore and quickly slammed the 300 yuan brought by the staff on the table. This is the compensation from our shop, take it and leave. 300 yuan. You really think highly of us. Li Hao chuckled at the 300 yuan on the table, infuriating the female manager. Chen also didn't touch the 300 yuan, just glanced at the message Xinxiuli had sent on his phone. Su Don, we're here. He had just received the message when the female manager was still showing off, and then the glass door at the shop entrance was pushed open. Over a dozen men in black suits entered, carrying silver briefcases. The leader was a woman also dressed professionally. She held a folder and glanced at the situation inside the shop before walking straight towards Chen's private room. What's this? The mafia? In this day and age, they're still doing this. But this kind of display really is intimidating. That silver safe is filled with money, right? I used to see in movies where a silver safe could easily pour out tens of millions in minutes. Everyone here is carrying a safe in their hands, does that mean they brought over billions in cash? I beg you not to watch those brainless movies. A hand-carried safe like this can generally only hold 1 million in cash, even if it's custom-made, it can only hold 2 million. How could it possibly hold tens of millions? The people brought by Xin Xiuli not only successfully attracted the attention of all the diners in the hot pot restaurant, but also left the female manager dumbfounded. She looked at Xin Xiuli walking towards them, forcing a smile on her face. May I ask if you are here to eat or? But Xin Xiuli ignored her coldly and walked gracefully towards Aiken. Director Su, I have brought the money you ordered, here is 10 million, she said, pointing to the dozen men behind her. Very good. Aiken nodded slightly, his eyes indifferent. Smash this place for me. After speaking, he glanced at Xin Xiuli. I think you know what to do. Yes, Director Su. Speculating on the chairman's mind is what every assistant should do. Although the two have not spent much time together during this period, Xin Xiuli has gained some understanding of Aiken from his previous actions. She turned to instruct the people below, compensate those diners who are eating enough to make them leave. If they choose not to leave, let them finish eating, and then smash everything. Yes. After receiving Xin Xiuli's command, the people below placed the safes aside and began to act in an orderly manner. 2 people were specifically negotiating with other customers, while the rest started smashing. Soon, the restaurant turned into a mess. Manager, what should we do now? The several store employees who were previously imposing completely cowered when they saw these men in black suits, trembling in the corner like quails. After all, these men looked professional, and they might even be armed, so they dared not confront them head-on. As for the female manager, she was completely dumbfounded at the scene. She originally thought these were just a few customers trying to take advantage, and she could easily give them some money to send them away. She had encountered such situations before, but who knew this time she had met a tough nut, as the other party dared to smash the store. Moreover, the woman who brought the guests earlier called that customer Director Sue, indicating that the customer had a significant background. It seems she has really caused trouble this time. The female manager was extremely fearful, suddenly turned around, and made a call to the side. Yun, what should I do? The store I am in charge of has been smashed. What? What happened? Boss Jin Yun, who was transported back to 1998, was stunned when she heard her sister say this, quickly asking for the details. After listening to the whole story from her sister, she was furious. I've told you countless times not to be so arrogant. You are a service staff, can you treat customers with that attitude? Now the store has been smashed. If I had known you were incompetent, I wouldn't have let you become a floor manager. How do I explain this to my brother-in-law now? He will definitely come after me. Jin Yun was extremely angry. She and her husband had worked hard to start from a regular hot pot restaurant and build it up to its current scale. Seeing the chain of hot pot restaurants grow, life became prosperous, but her sister had encountered misfortune, was unhappy at work, and she had to support her sister at home. Jia Yun was originally unwilling, because she knew her sister well, who had no abilities but lofty ambitions, and was not cut out for doing things properly. Initially, she thought of giving her sister a few $100,000 to open a small supermarket, but who knew her sister refused, saying that running a supermarket was not prestigious enough, and insisted on becoming the manager of a hot pot restaurant. She was unwilling, but her sister mobilized the aunts and uncles in the family to persuade her, leaving her with no choice but to agree, as she couldn't refuse. She had to let her sister become the manager of a branch store. Before her sister became the manager, she repeatedly advised her not to cause trouble and just manage the store normally, but who knew that trouble would still arise in the end? The decision to make her sister the manager was made without her husband's knowledge, and now that the store has been vandalized, she can't keep it a secret any longer. I just wanted to save costs for our store. How would I know that customer was a wealthy boss? I thought he was just here for a bargain. The female manager said confidently. Jia Yun was almost driven mad by her words. Seeing her husband's call on her phone, she had no choice but to hang up on her sister and answer her husband's call first. After explaining the situation, the couple rushed to the hot pot restaurant immediately. The restaurant was located on a street next to a square, so there were many onlookers at the entrance. As soon as the couple got out of the car, they headed straight to the private room. They didn't even glance at the men in black smashing things in the hall, and went straight to Aiken. I am the owner of this restaurant, Yu. We are aware of what happened here and take full responsibility. Firstly, our hygiene control was not strict enough, putting several people at risk of food poisoning. We will conduct thorough checks and take full responsibility. Secondly, our staff provided a poor experience, which is our fault in hiring. We will hold them accountable and punish them accordingly. While Aiken was smashing the store with his men, the female manager stood by silently, but the owner and his wife took responsibility and had a good attitude. There's no need for checks, we will handle it ourselves later, Aiken said calmly. I just want to know, what will you do with her? Jia Yun, seeing Aiken pointing at her sister, hesitated for a moment and quickly said, to be honest, this is my sister. It was my kindness that led me to let her become the manager here. I know it was disrespectful to the customers to let someone unqualified be the manager. I apologize to you and all the customers here. As for her, I will dismiss her from her position, prepare a gift, and personally go to your place to apologize. Are you satisfied with this resolution? Mom, wife, what do you think? In fact, in normal situations, Aiken wouldn't be so angry, as he was a big man who wouldn't mind eating a moldy egg, and wouldn't make a big deal out of it. But this time, it was his mother who ate the egg, and his wife was almost robbed of her phone, so he couldn't just let it go, which is why he chose to vandalize the store. Now that the owner had come to apologize in person, he looked at his mother and Zhao Qingxue. Mom, what do you think? Although Zhao Qingxue was angry at the attitude of the previous female manager, seeing the owner and his wife apologize sincerely, she had already calmed down, so she also looked at Aiken's mother. Aiken's mother is not someone who easily forgives. She thought for a moment, let's forget about firing the person, there's no need for a personal apology. Then let's listen to Mom, I have no objections. Alright, you've heard what my mom and my wife said. Aiken looked at the couple on the other side. With your attitude, let's forget about the personal apology, let's just calculate the compensation cost. Although it was true that the female manager in the store was at fault first, the fact that he smashed the store was also true. The fault lies with us in this matter, we dare not let you compensate, we are already very grateful that you are not holding our store accountable. How about this time we didn't give you a good meal, next time wherever you go to eat, it's on us, and we'll give you a lifetime 20% discount card. Whenever you come to our store to consume, no matter when, it's always 20% off. This couple was able to build the hot pot restaurant to its current scale for a reason. If they didn't compensate, they might temporarily lose the money for renovating the store, but they greatly salvaged the image of the hot pot restaurant in this incident, indirectly giving the restaurant some publicity. Maybe after this incident, the popularity of the hot pot restaurant will not only not decrease, but it may even increase. The boss really knows how to handle things. It's so good to have money and power now. People like us ordinary folks, if we encounter such a thing, forget about meeting the boss. Even if we film a short video and post it on our personal account, probably not many people will see it. How could we still receive such treatment? Wait, what about the money in the briefcase? I was looking forward to seeing the act of using money to smash the store. After the matter came to a close, the boss, who had a flashback to 1998, personally escorted the group out of the hot pot restaurant. Aiken saw that Zhao Qingxue had not ended the livestream, so he went over to take a look at the barrage. When he saw that someone was still thinking about the money in the briefcase, he chuckled, using money to smash the store? You guys can even think of that. What if the money gets damaged? That would be illegal. Let's spend the Qixi festival at this hotel, okay? Aiken's mother took a look as soon as she got out of the car and suddenly felt the urge to turn back. Because this hotel looked very expensive. Although her son was successful now, making money, and there was over 5 million in her bank account. But she had been frugal for decades, with no urge to spend, thinking that a simple life was good enough, and had no interest in hotels that only rich people on TV would go to. Yes, there's a surprise on the top floor of this hotel. A few days before Qixi, Aiken had been thinking about where to take his parents and wife to play. After much thought, he booked the top floor of this hotel, and invited Shihan, Li Haojing, and others to come and play. Staying a night in this hotel must be very expensive, right? Aiken's mother was still concerned about the price. Aiken thought for a moment, it's okay, it's just... Don't say it, I don't know what you're thinking in your heart. You must be making up lies to deceive me. Don't tell me you got some kind of discount coupon for this hotel, only need a few hundred for a night, I don't believe it. Aiken's mother immediately covered Aiken's mouth. No, Mom, I didn't plan to deceive you. The price I paid to book this hotel is really not cheap, but it's non-refundable, so don't think about going back, just relax and have fun with us. That's right, this is also your son's filial piety. Aiken's father chimed in with a smile. Today, he rarely dressed up under the urging of Aiken. He wore a trendy floral shirt on top, paired with loose pants and some scattered accessories, giving off a stylish vibe. The four of them got off the car, with Aiken's parents embracing each other, Aiken holding Zhao Qingxue, presenting a pleasing sight. I must owe you from my past life. Why is it always me, a single dog, with you every time? Aiken and the others arrived at the Bali Grand Hotel just in time. Meanwhile, Li Hao, driving with Li Gui in the back, had a hard time dealing with Li Gui's sulking behavior. Li Gui refused to come out of the car even after it stopped, still upset. Come out. Seeing Li Gui refusing to budge, Li Hao had no choice but to physically pull him out. However, due to Li Gui's size, he was hard to move when he was in a bad mood. Li Hao! What are you doing here? Just as he was struggling with Li Gui, Shihan's voice came from behind. Li Hao's eyes lit up. He turned around. Who is this next to you? Not seeing a woman for a few days made Li Hao uncomfortable, but upon hearing it was Shihan, he perked up. However, when he turned around, he noticed a young man standing next to her. The man, well-dressed and smiling, nodded at him. Hello, I'm Shihan's colleague He Jing, her date for today. Oh, hello. Hearing that Shihan brought a date, and a good-looking one at that, Li Hao felt a bit disheartened. He was about to turn back to continue pulling Li Gua out of the car when suddenly a shadow rushed towards Jihan. "Oh, you must be Li Gua? So cute, come, shake hands." Li Gua, who was sulking just moments ago, now happily wagged his golden tail and enthusiastically greeted Jihan, even shaking hands with her. "Come back here, damn it!" Li Hao grabbed Li Gua by the neck. Li Gua grumbled in protest, but Li Hao ignored him, casually chatting with Jihan. "It's Chinese Valentine's Day today, and instead of bringing a boyfriend, you brought a male colleague? Seems like your relationship is quite special." Jihan held He Jing's arm, looking a bit shy. "Well, we're both single, he doesn't have a girlfriend, I don't have a boyfriend, so we're temporarily a pair for Chinese Valentine's Day. After all, we can't always watch Aiken and Qingshua's lovey-dovey moments." Li Hao silently watched them holding hands, then looked at the dog leash in his hand. He reached out. "Come on, Li Gua, let's hold hands too." "Woof." Li Gua proudly turned his head, snorted lightly, and walked ahead. Guided by the hotel receptionist, they soon reached the top floor of the Bali Hotel. Although they had checked the view beforehand, seeing it in person left them breathless. The rooftop was open air, surrounded by blue water blending into the night sky, making it hard to distinguish between sky and water. The city lights under the water were magnificent. You're here. Qingshui and her friends, already in swimsuits, were sitting on a platform in the pool, enjoying drinks and cakes. Seeing the others arrive, Qingshui waved happily. "Qingshui, wearing a swimsuit like that is almost criminal, you know?" Zhao Qingshui's swimsuit is not very revealing, her upper body is completely covered, and she wears a short skirt on the lower body. But her slender waist, elegant posture, fair long legs, and long straight black hair exude an irresistible charm, making Jihan unable to resist pinching her waist. Aiken immediately pulled Zhao Qingshui aside. Hey, she is my wife, who allowed you to touch her? I was the first one to sleep with your wife. I did it way before you." Jihan also refused to back down, as he held onto He Jing's arm next to him. "Let me tell you, Aiken, today I have someone backing me up, so stop showing affection to me every day." Han, don't talk nonsense. When did I sleep with you?" Zhao Qingshui felt helpless. "You forgot, it was in our freshman year when we played that game with Jiawei one night, and you told me you were scared and climbed into my bed. You were wearing pajamas at the time, and the buttons were not fastened." Alright, don't bring that up again. Hurry up and change into another swimsuit." Zhao Qingshui quickly interrupted Jihan, afraid that this big sister would describe the details of her sleeping habits. "Don't rush, by the way, who is this lady?" Jihan's gaze fell on Aiken's mother next to him. "Oh my, am I that young? You little girl even call me sister, you should call me aunt." Aiken's mother and father were sitting next to each other watching Zhao Qingshui and Jihan chat. When they heard Jihan's words, they burst into laughter. She touched her face. "I feel like I'm getting old." "Aunt?" Jihan pretended to be surprised as he glanced at Aiken's mother. "So you are the elder? You look so young, I thought you were only a few years older than us." Although Aiken's mother, a beauty in her 40s, still maintained her charm and actively exercised to keep fit, she was not as exaggerated as Jihan described. Although she knew that others were complimenting her, who wouldn't like to hear flattering words? She explained with a smile, "You are Qingshui's good friend Jihan, right? They often talk about you to me. I am Aiken's mother. So you are uncle and aunt, you both look really young." Hey, aren't you going too far? She is my godmother, don't be more attentive than me." Seeing Aiken's mother chatting happily with Jihan, Li Hao also joined in. Aiken gave him a sideways glance. "So you were deliberately being attentive to my mother all this time? What's my relationship with my godmother? It's normal to be attentive, right? Godmother. Yes, you are all good kids, go change your clothes quickly." The group went to change clothes first, and during their break, Jing Tian also arrived with her boyfriend Zhang Ku. She knew they were going to the top floor swimming pool at the Boli Hotel, so she had already worn her swimsuit under her coat, casually draping the coat over the chair, ready to swim without the hassle of changing. Zhao Qingshui had planned to introduce Aiken's parents to Jing Tian, but Aiken's mother stood up in surprise. You are Jing Tian, right? The girl who often acts in TV dramas. I watch your dramas frequently." To be honest, some young people may not find Jing Tian's heavy makeup style to their taste, thinking she looks a bit too flashy. But Aiken's mother really liked her, as she found the girl cheerful and upright, very likable. Yes, it's Jing Tian. Besides, Aiken's father also smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't expect the big star to come here to play today, uncle, aunt. Hello, I am Yuan Gu and Ching Shue's friend, also your junior. Please don't call me a big star, it makes me feel embarrassed." Aiken's parents were happy to recognize Jing Tian and introduced her boyfriend Zhang Ke to them. Zhang Ke didn't say much, just smiled and greeted a few people before falling silent. Hey, it's strange. It's normal for mom to know Jing Tian, but how does dad know too? Watching Aiken's parents chatting with Jing Tian, Zhao Qingxue whispered to Aiken beside her. Aiken hugged her waist and whispered back, "Because my dad often watches all kinds of TV dramas with my mom." Are your parents really that close? This surprised Zhao Qingxue. To be honest, her parents' relationship has always been envied by others. Although her father is just a math teacher, he is very honest and kind. Whatever her mother says, her father listens, and they have gone through many years without much conflict. But besides eating and walking, they usually do their own things at home. Her mother knits sweaters and watches TV dramas, while her father reads books or plays chess. They basically have no common interests or hobbies. She had never seen a man like Aiken's father who watches soap operas with his wife. Their relationship is really good, isn't it? Of course, without such a good father, how could you have such a good husband? Aiken smiled slightly. By the way, aren't you live streaming today? I remember you promised your fans yesterday that you would stream today. Oh, I almost forgot about it. I'll start a live stream later. Because she has more and more fans recently, Zhao Qingxue has also fallen in love with live streaming. When reminded by Aiken, she quickly opened her phone, placed it on the table, and started a live stream. After all, it's Chinese Valentine's Day, and many people are off work, so there are more people in the live stream room than usual. I don't understand. Why do you single people spend your Chinese Valentine's Day here instead of finding a partner? How come you come to the live stream room every day to eat dog food? Well, it's cheaper to watch live streams here, you know? Shui'er, you're finally live streaming. Where did you go today? As soon as Zhao Qingxue started the live stream, the barrage on her phone became dense. Zhao Qingxue also walked around with her phone, showing everyone the surroundings. Looking at the beautiful scenery, everyone was extremely envious and jealous. Ah, other people's Chinese Valentine's Day versus our own Chinese Valentine's Day. I saw Big Tian caught a single dog. Luckily, it's not just us eating dog food. Seeing the teasing comments and the barrage, Zhao Qingxue explained with a smile, "You're wrong. Today, Big Tian and my best friend Shihan both brought their boyfriends here. There are no single dogs here, only couples. Are there really no single dogs? I don't believe it. Really, what about Li Gua? Someone saw Li Gua swimming in the water on the screen." Zhao Qingxue turned the camera to Li Gua. Li Gua was not very thin when adopted, and after being carefully fed by Zhao Qingxue and Aiken during this time, it was now as fat as a pig. Originally, everyone thought it had a lot of fur, so it looked strong, but when they saw it soaked in water, they fell silent. Caught a single pig? No, a eunuch pig. We said not to raise pigs as dogs, but you guys never listen. It turns out it's not just bloated, it's really fat. Ow 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 ow. Originally, Li Gua saw everyone chatting and ignoring him. He felt lonely swimming in the water by himself. When Zhao Qingxue's attention turned to him, he happily climbed out of the water and pounced towards her. Behind Zhao Qingxue was also a swimming pool. She didn't have time to stand firm before the massive body of Li Gua also plunged into the water. Splashes of water everywhere. Through the splashes in the sky, there were also brilliant fireworks bursting. This is too romantic. Watching the fireworks burst open in the deep blue sky and slowly dissipate, revealing the word Snow Yuan, everyone in front of the screen and in the pool was stunned. These are customized fireworks, so thoughtful. I really want to see fireworks in person. Even though these fireworks aren't for me, just watching them would make me happy. Can you make a wish on fireworks? If so, I want to wish to find a partner next year. When Zhao Qingxue saw the fireworks go off, she felt Aiken appear behind her. His warm chest pressed against her back, he reached out, took the phone from her hand, and threw it aside, pointing the camera towards the sky. Then he hugged her, guiding her through the water to the edge of the rooftop. From this vantage point, the entire city lay beneath them, and the deep blue sky belonged to her fireworks. Honey, you're so sweet. Resting her head gently on Aiken's chest, Zhao Qingxue felt both secure and happy. Wife. Aiken's parents were just swimming on the side and hadn't entered the pool. Watching Aiken's mother looking up at the fireworks, Aiken's father sat beside her at some point. Aiken's mother glanced at him and said with a smile, "Look at how romantic our son is. You, on the other hand, still carry my strong genes. Wife, happy Qixi festival." However, as soon as Aiken's mother finished speaking, a huge bouquet of roses suddenly appeared in front of her. The bright red roses were wrapped in blue packaging, looking dazzling and eye-catching. She was stunned when she saw the flowers, a hint of suspicion coloring her face. "We're both getting old, why are you giving me flowers?" "Wife, just take them." Aiken's father was usually reserved, though considerate in daily life, he wasn't one for romance. This was the first time he had given roses. The last time Aiken's mother received flowers was at their wedding. This time, he didn't intend to give them. Aiken had prepared the flowers to give to Li Hao, who had discreetly passed them to him while setting off fireworks. He thought, at their age, with children in their 20s, there was no need for such frivolous things. But since Li Hao had given him the flowers, he had to go along with it. However, when he handed the flowers to Aiken's mother and saw her shy expression, he suddenly felt that giving the flowers was the right thing to do. "Oomph, why are you suddenly so nice to me today? You're not up to something, are you?" Although Aiken's mother said this, she still sweetly accepted the roses. "Let me tell you, even if you give me flowers, I won't forgive you if you make a mistake." Aiken's father was helpless. "What mistake could I make?" "How would I know what mistake you might make? But I can tell you're not being honest. Quickly confess." "I really haven't done anything wrong. Look at you, you're not even as romantic as uncle and auntie." Although Zhang Ku accompanied himself to come here to celebrate Qixi festival with Zhao Qingxue and others, Aiken prepared fireworks for Zhao Qingxue, and Aiken's father also prepared roses for Aiken's mother. But she didn't have any gifts. Feeling a little disappointed, she couldn't help but push Zhang Ku next to her. Zhang Ke looked at the couples in the swimming pool and hugged Jing Tian's slender waist with a smile. "Although I didn't prepare a gift, I can take you to experience something they can't." After that, he dived into the water like a whale, carrying Jing Tian on the water. "Ah, be careful." Jing Tian was startled by his sudden action, but when she realized there was no danger, she smiled happily. On the field, four pairs of people found a suitable place to play in pairs, and Li Hao sadly found himself alone in this situation. The only other person left alone was Li Guo. Just now, Li Guo's pouncing behavior was severely reprimanded by Aiken, and Li Guo whimpered and squatted in the corner. Normally, Zhao Qingxue and Aiken's mother would come to comfort him when they saw him being wronged, but today they ignored him, making him even more aggrieved. Seeing only Li Hao alone, he immediately looked at Li Hao warily. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're not even a female dog, why would I be interested in you?" Li Hao impatiently patted his head. Ah. Dissatisfied, Li Guo shook his head and grabbed Li Hao's phone before running off. "Damn, this is my only comfort, give it back to me quickly." Unexpectedly, Li Guo was so cunning, Li Hao quickly chased after him. Splash! Seeing him catching up, Li Guo jumped into the water in a panic, interrupting Jing Tian and Zhang Ke's moment. Ah! Seeing that he had done something wrong again, Li Guo quickly pretended to be wronged, looking at Jing Tian innocently with his big eyes. Jing Tian softened and patted his head. "Okay, I understand, it's not your fault." Li Hao, standing on the shore, was still looking around for his phone. Luckily, his phone was waterproof. Hearing Jing Tian indulging Li Guo, Li Hao said irritably, "If it's not his fault, is it my fault? Help me find my phone." "It's definitely your fault, what does a dog know?" Jing Tian said, pointing at Li Hao and said softly, "Honey, he ruined our moment, punish him." Okay, Zhang Ke said, scooping up water and splashing it towards Li Hao. Hey, you guys are being unreasonable. Li Hao ran towards Aiken's mother. Aunt, uncle, they're teaming up to bully me, you big scumbag, you deserve to be bullied. Shi Han and Zhao Qingxue and others on the other side also noticed the commotion and ran over to help, causing chaos on the field. Ah! Seeing everyone excitedly splashing water at each other, Li Guo swam ashore and stood in the middle of the group, frantically shaking his fur, causing everyone to run away. Li Guo, you silly dog, you're attacking indiscriminately. Ah, dog hair. Truly a silly dog, let's get him. What goes around comes around, it's your turn to be bullied, right? Li Hao watched with a smile as Li Guo was chased by several people, gloating on the side. But he was soon discovered by Aiken. Stop chasing Li Guo, come and see, there's a single dog here. Li Hao. A few people played in the pool for more than an hour. Except for Zhang Ke, everyone was exhausted and climbed out of the pool to lie on the lounge chairs covered with a towel to rest. Oh, you young people have such good stamina. After playing for so long, you still look energetic. We can't keep up, we need to go to sleep, said one of them. In fact, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening after such casual play. Chun's parents were used to going to bed early and waking up early, so they went downstairs directly to their room to sleep. Mom, let me escort you to bed first, we'll play a bit more, said Chun. Chun and Zhao Qingxue also planned to escort the two back to their room. Chun's mother was quite dissatisfied. We are not senile yet. Of course, we know where our room is. We can go back by ourselves. I know you young people don't sleep early, but playing for a while is enough. Staying in the water for too long is easy to catch a cold, and sleeping too late can affect memory. Alright, dear, stop nagging. Let them have fun. Listening to Chun's mother's nagging, Zhao Qingxue and the others didn't feel annoyed. Chun's father instead pulled her away first. Watching the two leave, Jing Tian smiled. Uncle and auntie have such a good relationship. Of course, otherwise how could they raise a dog food factory owner like Chun? Shi Han said with a smile, holding He Jing's hand and going downstairs. Alright, you guys have fun, we're going to rest too. Ha? Zhao Qingxue looked puzzled. Why are you guys resting so early too? Don't forget, we are different from you. We have to go to work tomorrow, and the way back to work from here is not close. Hearing Shi Han's explanation, Zhao Qingxue didn't insist and let them rest. The remaining group consisted of 5 people and a dog. Li Hao glanced at Zhao Qingxue, Chun on his left, and then at Jing Tian and Zhang Ke on his right. He tactfully stood up. Alright, I'm going to bed too. Come back. But as he stood up, Chun grabbed him. If you don't wake up early or go to work, why are you going to sleep? Play games with us. Chun shook his phone. Online. Helplessly, Li Hao had to join the game. However, when he entered the room, he found himself alone because on the left side of the room was a couple with the IDs temper and temperamental love. On the right side, there was another couple with the IDs blade and you are all weaknesses and she and spiderweb are all traps. Li Hao felt like he couldn't breathe being sandwiched in between. He hesitated. Should I leave? No, let's all play together and have fun, they said. By the time they finished matching players, Jing Tian, on the first floor, looked at the commonly used heroes of Zhao Qingxue and the others and chose Yao as support. My husband and I will go bottom lane. Okay, Chun nodded. Wife, I'll jungle, you go mid lane. Okay, Zhao Qingxue picked her frequently used Xiao sister, while Chun chose Han Xian for jungle. The only position left was the top lane. Chun looked at the weary Li Hao and said, you go top lane, it's up to you. Okay. At that moment, Li Hao was not aware of the danger. Anyway, he could play any position in the game, so it didn't matter which lane he went to. He chose Yuan Ge for the top lane. With the lineup set, they entered the game. Oh, there are 2 pairs of lovers on the other side. Hee. Let's crush them and make them break up in the next game. Exactly, let these lovebirds show off. Don't they know showing off love leads to a quick breakup? The person opposite took a look at Aiken's side, where 2 couples' IDs were shining brightly, and maliciously pointed towards the mid lane and bottom lane to gank. Because both Jing Tian and Zhang Ku in the bottom lane were novices at the game and only played occasionally, they were not very skilled. Therefore, the two of them were extremely cautious and stayed under the tower, clearing minions and guarding the tower without leaving. The opponents tried to gank the two of them 3 or 4 times in the bottom lane, but both managed to escape with a sliver of health, making the opponents quite annoyed, so they headed straight for Xiaomei in the mid lane. Angela, control Xiaomei, I'll deal damage, let's dive the tower and kill her directly. Okay. The opponent's Angela nodded, flashed forward, and used her second skill to slow down Zhao Qingxue. Meanwhile, the opponent's jungler Li Bai seized the opportunity, leaping out from the nearby wolves, preparing to use his ultimate to take down Xiaomei. The script was already written, but just as Li Bai flew to the mid lane and before he could activate his invincibility with his second skill, Han Xian suddenly appeared from the side and comboed him, taking him down. Watching his screen turn black and white, Li Bai slapped his thigh. What the hell is going on? Han Xian's reaction speed is too fast, isn't it? Wait, why does Han Xian have such high economy? I didn't see him get any kills. Ha? Why is my jungle completely empty? Where the hell is my jungle? Honey, you scared me, you're amazing. Zhao Qingxue, who narrowly escaped death, kissed Aiken on the face and said, if it weren't for you, I would have died. Aiken patted her head, come to the blue area opposite, I'll get you a blue buff. Okay, Zhao Qingxue happily ran towards the enemy's blue area, and incidentally caught Li Bai who was jungling, securing both kills and the blue buff. The opponent's Angela was dumbfounded and angrily scolded their Li Bai, are you stupid? You got killed by such a trashy Xiaomei, and you even gave away the blue buff. How am I supposed to play now? I couldn't help it, Han Xian on the other side is too good at playing. Damn it, these two couples are not easy to deal with. You focus on farming, I'll go top lane for a few ganks. Li Bai, who had initially planned to break up the enemy team, looked at his pitiful economy and shifted his focus to the top lane. On the opposite side of the top lane, Yuangu was still fighting fiercely with their own Kai Huang. Since all his jungle monsters were stolen by Han Xian, Li Bai decided to abandon jungling and headed straight to the top lane. After Yuangu and Kai Huang finished their fight, he rushed out and successfully secured the first blood of the game for their team. Indeed, it's easier to gank in the top lane. Li Bai gleefully held the kill and continued to farm Kai Huang's minions, seeing a glimmer of victory. However, Li Hao was not happy. Yuangu, what are you doing? Hurry up and come help me. I'm taking the enemy's red buff for my wife. What? Why would a Xiao need a red buff? She bleeds every month, shouldn't she get some red to make up for it? Li Hao. Although speechless, Aiken's words miraculously made Li Hao feel that they made sense. He had always thought that women were a particularly mysterious species, after all, they bled every month for decades without any issues. Wasn't that miraculous enough? Alright, take your time with the red buff. Since he couldn't rely on Aiken, he had to work hard on his own. It was just a Kai Huang, with such short arms, he could even kill the opponent's dog. However, damn it, Li Bai, is Kai Huang your wife? Are you living in the top lane now? After being camped 3 times, Li Hao couldn't help but fight back directly. He could endure being camped once, but Li Bai living in the top lane was too much. Didn't he see the two couples next door showing affection? If it were him on the other side, he would gank the couple. Don't talk nonsense, Angela in the mid lane is my wife. I don't want to stay on the top lane either, won't you just be an easy target there? Li Bai on the opposite side got 3 kills in a row on the top lane, his economy was rising rapidly, and he was in a good mood interacting with Li Hao. Li Hao was dumbfounded, you're amazing. After saying that, he didn't want the top lane anymore and went straight to the mid lane. Angela, defeated. Seeing the question mark slowly typed out by Angela on the opposite side, Li Hao finally felt relieved. Darling, I'm here to help you. Li Bai, seeing his wife being bullied, immediately came to the mid lane to assist. Damn it, with such powerful teammates, how could you still be bullied? Seeing this scene, Li Hao felt quite disdainful. But he soon realized that he was the only one in the mid lane. Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, where did you guys go? Chen didn't even look up. I'm on the top lane having some alone time with my wife, don't disturb us. Ha? Why is there a transfer here? Coming out of the KTV with her roommates, Suyao looked at her phone and discovered an unclaimed transfer in it. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and they happened to have a day off. The roommates were all single, so there were no dates planned for the day. They decided to have a barbecue together in the afternoon and sing karaoke in a private room. They were having so much fun that Suyao didn't check her phone. When she finally noticed the transfer, it was already 10 p.m. Since the dormitory doors would close at 11 p.m., they hurriedly rushed back to the school. The car is here, get in quickly. The four of them took two cars, and Suyao was pulled into one of them. After getting into the car, Suyao opened the transfer interface to see who had sent her the money. But when she opened the transfer interface, she didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a normal transfer between friends, usually around 52 yuan. But when she saw the amount transferred, she was stunned. The transfer interface displayed the number 52,000. Thinking she might be a bit tipsy from drinking, Suyao rubbed her eyes, recounted the numbers, and confirmed it was indeed 52,000. Bro, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Looking at the money, Suyao felt a mix of shock and fear. Although she was in college, her family had 2 children to support, so she didn't have much money. She had never had this much money before. This amount was astronomical to her. It's Chinese Valentine's Day today, this is your pocket money, spend it and tell me when it's gone. Initially, Chen thought it might not be good to give Suyao too much money since she was in college. But then he thought that his sister was so sensible now, giving her a bit more pocket money wouldn't hurt. After all, girls love beauty, so she needed more money to buy cosmetics and clothes. Bro, you're so kind, truly my dear brother, love you. Thinking about the over 50,000 in her WeChat, Suyao was ecstatic. Previously, Chen had given her 3344, which was already a lot for her. She not only upgraded the quality of her cosmetics, but also had an extra 2,000 yuan in hand, which she used to cover all the expenses for this outing. Ha, my brother sent me a red envelope today, I paid for the meal and the KTV singing today. The barbecue restaurant and KTV they went to were not high-end, so the total cost for the barbecue and singing was just over 900 yuan. Originally, they agreed that she would pay first, and then everyone would pay her back in the dormitory. But now Aiken transferred 52,000 to her at once, and she generously treated everyone. Several roommates are also from ordinary families. When they saw Zhao Qingxue being so generous and waiving so much money for everyone, they were stunned. Yao Yao, what's going on? Yeah, how much red envelope did your brother send you? This expense is too big. Otherwise, you should keep this money to buy some clothes for yourself. Just treat us to the cafeteria next time. Although everyone knew that it was Suyao's brother who transferred the money to her, how much could be transferred for the Qixi Festival red envelope? At most, it would be 520. Hehe, then I'll show you guys. Although it said that wealth should not be flaunted, because everyone usually gets along well, Suyao didn't hide anything and directly took a screenshot of the transfer interface that Aiken sent her and posted it in the dormitory group chat. Alright, now you guys don't have to feel guilty, right? Hehe, I really have money now. Oh my god, Yao Yao, what kind of brother do you have? Damn, this is not 520, not 5,200, it's 52,000. 3 zeros. What kind of family is this, transferring so much money to his sister at once? When the people in the group saw the transfer screenshot, they were all envious and started asking Suyao what was going on. Is she a low-key rich girl? Suyao felt helpless when asked, your imagination is too rich. How could I live as a rich girl like that? It's just that my brother made some money recently. Oh, speaking of that. Yao Yao, you are so beautiful, your brother must be handsome too. And he can make money so well. Right, do you need a sister-in-law? Quick, give us your brother's contact information. Get out of here. Suyao was very helpless when she saw that her roommates were interested in her brother. I already have a sister-in-law, and my sister-in-law and my brother are very loving, so I suggest you not think too much. After a happy Qixi festival, the next morning, Shihan and the two youngest left early, followed by Jing Tian and Zhang Ku. Aiken and the others had nothing to do, so they slept until after 10 in the morning, then went downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast before leisurely planning to go home. Dad, Mom, there are many fun things in the Magic City. Let me take you around these 2 days. They had visited various famous attractions in the past 2 days, but the Magic City is so big that they had only visited a few relatively common attractions in 2 days. There are still many fun places to go. Zhao Qingxue next to them also nodded. Yeah, Dad, Mom, let me show you these places, you can decide where to go first. With that, she also took out her phone. Aiken's mother waved her hand, no need to play, we should go home, you two enjoy your time together. Mom! Zhao Qingxue held Aiken's mother's hand, just stay here and play for a while, anyway, we are not working now, we have plenty of time to accompany you. I know you two are very filial, but we really should go home. Aiken's parents insisted. Zhao Qingxue had to look at Aiken. After a moment of contemplation, Aiken held Zhao Qingxue's hand. Qingxue, how about we send our parents back this time? He had planned to take Zhao Qingxue home during the Chinese New Year, but due to some unexpected circumstances, the plan changed. This time, he happened to take her to his hometown to visit. It's also a good opportunity to properly take care of his parents and spend time with them at home. Isn't there a saying that goes, the tree wants to be still, but the wind keeps blowing, the child wants to support, but the parents are not around? This can be said to be the regret of most people. He didn't want this regret to happen to him. Okay. Zhao Qingxue had long heard from Aiken about Rongqing, although it was a small fourth-tier city, it was the place where Aiken was born and raised. Aiken had told her that the breakfast shop downstairs, Zaya Hunden, made delicious food, and the braised pork next to the breakfast stall was tender and flavorful, and cheap. He could eat 3 bowls of rice with the braised pork, and there was a spicy hot pot restaurant outside the small city that made exceptionally delicious food. Although it was a bit far, he was willing to walk an hour to eat there. She had never seen these things, so she really wanted to go and see. She wanted to go to the place where he had lived before, to make up for the first half of his life without her. Well, then I'll leave tomorrow. After deciding to go home tomorrow, as soon as they arrived home, Zhao Qingxue and Aiken started packing clothes and luggage. Since Li Guo was so big, they could only check it in if they wanted to bring it, which was too troublesome back and forth, so they planned to leave Li Guo with Li Hao upstairs. Aiken was about to message Li Hao that he would send Li Guo over later, but he received a message from Li Hao saying that he was also going home. This immediately confused Aiken. Why are you going home too? Well, my dad asked me to come back for a visit, I'm leaving tonight. Li Hao quickly replied, thank you for taking care of me during this time, I just had someone clean the house for you, there shouldn't be any problems. After that, he transferred 20,000 yuan to Aiken. Li Hao was usually shameless, Aiken was already used to it, but he suddenly became so serious, which made Aiken somewhat unable to accept it. After a pause, he remembered that Li Hao seemed to have a bad relationship with his family, so he asked, is everything okay at home? It's fine. Good, if there's anything, let me know. Okay. Li Hao quickly replied, his eyes slightly red, hesitated for a moment, and then sent a message, thank you. Thank you for what? I have to find a foster family for Li Guo. Since Li Hao couldn't foster Li Guo, Jihan had to go to work, and it was inconvenient to foster, so they could only send Li Guo to Qin Lu's place. Qin Lu happened to have a very lively Labrador retriever, and a large lawn at home, so it was the best place to send Li Guo. After everything was settled, the next day at noon, the 4 of them boarded a plane back to Rongqing. So this is Rongqing, it feels so flavorful. After a 4-hour flight, the 4 of them arrived in Rongqing. For this small city where Aiken's parents had lived for decades, it was very familiar to them, nothing special to look at. But Zhao Qingxue looked around excitedly, appearing very happy. Let's go home and rest first, you've been on a plane all day, aren't you tired? Seeing Zhao Qingxue's excited face, Aiken felt a bit helpless. The family quickly took a taxi back home. Aiken's home was on the 2nd floor of an old small community, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. Although the place was not very big, it had good lighting, and was decorated extremely warm. I'll go out with your mom to buy some groceries, you take Qingxue around nearby to get familiar. After entering the house, Aiken's parents went out shortly. Aiken had wanted to take Zhao Qingxue around the neighborhood, but she stood still and refused to move, blinking her big eyes with a look that he understood. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Humph, I don't want to see any neighborhood, I want to see your room," Zhao Qingxue said, walking straight to Aiken's room door, pushing it open and walking in. Although Aiken has been away from home for 4 or 5 years, his room is still kept very clean by Aiken's mother. There is not a speck of dust on the bookshelf and table, the bedsheets have been newly changed, and there are 2 lovely cacti on the windowsill, each with 2 white flowers blooming. "Wow, is your room always this clean?" Zhao Qingxue walked in and looked around. What's this, a junior high school yearbook?" Looking at the old yearbook on the table, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but pick it up and shake it. "Can I take a look?" "It's just a yearbook, of course you can look." "Then I won't be polite." Zhao Qingxue flipped through the yearbook. The handwriting inside was very childish, clearly written by children. "Where's your high school yearbook?" Aiken sat next to her, watching her with curled eyelashes like little brushes, and casually replied, "Who uses yearbooks in high school? It was only popular in junior high." "That's true." Zhao Qingxue nodded, but her gaze suddenly stopped on a certain page. "Who is this person?" "Your first love?" "Huh? I don't have a first love, didn't I tell you before, you are my first love?" Aiken was a bit puzzled by Zhao Qingxue's sudden words. He leaned over to see the page she was looking at, and then he was stunned. The person who wrote in the yearbook was named Tan Xiuling, a name that sounded like a girl's. The age, zodiac sign, blood type, and other information filled in were all normal, but the key was in the message section, where Tan Xiuling wrote his name, and below it drew a shape of Cupid's love arrow. When did this get here? Aiken was confused. Seeing him like this, Zhao Qingxue pouted. "This is your yearbook, don't you know when it got here?" "I really don't know. That Tan Xiuling lives in the neighboring community. We did go to school together, we were in the same class in junior high, but I really don't know she wrote this yearbook. When we graduated from junior high, everyone had a yearbook. There were over 40 people in the class, which means when you handed out 40 yearbooks, you also had to fill out 40 yearbooks." At first, Aiken was a bit patient when filling them out, but after filling out many yearbooks, it became a mechanical assembly line operation, and the messages he left for everyone were all the same: "Tomorrow will be better." Later, when the yearbooks were collected, he was too lazy to look through them, so he brought them back and put them on the bookshelf. Who knew someone would draw this kind of thing for him? "Humph. I'm ignoring you." Seeing Aiken's confused look, Zhao Qingxue turned and walked out of the room, heading straight to the living room. Aiken helplessly followed her. Seeing that she was ignoring him, he took out his phone. Seeing Aiken sitting across from her, not coming over to coax her, but instead picking up his phone to play with it, Zhao Qingxue became even more upset. Fine, she was already angry and he was just playing with his phone. He must not love her anymore. "Humph, you really don't care about me." With a snort, Zhao Qingxue stood up and walked outside. But as she reached the door, she heard a beep from her phone. Subconsciously, she looked down. The message was from Aiken. She was angry at first and didn't intend to read the message, but after walking out the door, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at her phone. It was an old photo. In the photo, a little girl and a little boy were standing together, smiling happily. "This is me." After looking carefully, Zhao Qingxue realized that the little girl in the photo was her, and the person standing next to the little girl was Aiken from childhood. After a while, he had just been editing the photo there. Damn, she had misunderstood him. Humph, even if I wrongly accused him, I will never admit it. "Darling, I know I was wrong, it's all my fault for not being virtuous." A clear voice of Aiken came from behind. At the same time, a pair of big hands appeared on Zhao Qingxue's waist. "Humph, as long as you know you were wrong, and with such a good attitude of admitting your mistake, I forgive you." Seeing Aiken being so clever and giving himself a way out, Zhao Qingxue also took the opportunity to climb down. She turned around in Aiken's arms, stretched out her fair arm to hook his neck, and her pink lips puckered into the shape of a cherry blossom. "Think about it, if you were taken away by another girl in junior high school, with your devoted appearance, she would definitely be your white moonlight. Then what about me? Oh, this must be your wife, right?" Just as the two were being affectionate at the door, Lin Auntie next door opened the door and saw the two embracing in the corridor. The sweet appearance of the young couple made her squint with a smile. Aiken felt particularly embarrassed. "Auntie Lin, long time no see, you still look so young." Lin Auntie had been living next to Aiken for a long time, and had been neighbors with their family for decades. Their relationship had always been good, the two families often visited each other, and it could be said that Aiken and Su Yao had grown up under Lin Auntie's watch. Now, after several years of not seeing each other, Lin Auntie was still the same. Yuan, you have always been sweet-talking since you were young. I knew you would have a bright future, and now, you have indeed brought back a beautiful daughter-in-law." Lin Auntie looked at Zhao Qingxue and was very satisfied. "With such a charming appearance, I have not seen anyone more beautiful than her in the surrounding neighborhoods, like a big star. Auntie Lin, you are too kind." I feel embarrassed, probably because Lin Auntie often danced square dances with Aiken's mother. The two had a very similar temperament, giving a very friendly feeling. Zhao Qingxue, who was usually shy, took the initiative to greet her. Lin Auntie smiled. "I am telling the truth. By the way, when are you planning to have the wedding? Remember to invite me to the wedding banquet." Of course, after exchanging pleasantries with Lin Auntie, Aiken took Zhao Qingxue for a stroll around the neighborhood. After all, he had grown up here and knew many people, so after a round of strolling, Aiken had introduced Zhao Qingxue to almost everyone in the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood knew that Aiken had found a beautiful wife. Seeing Aiken introducing himself to others with a gentle yet proud look, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit helpless. "Honey, why don't we go home? Why the rush? Let me introduce you to more people. It's good to say hello when we meet them later." "Ha!" As Aiken continued to lead Zhao Qingxue along, they ran into a young woman wearing a red tight skirt coming towards them. The woman was very happy to see Aiken and greeted him. "Aiken, I can't believe it's really you. Someone told me you were back and I didn't believe it." Looking at the familiar woman in front of him, Aiken couldn't remember who she was for a moment. "Aiken, did you forget about me after finding a beautiful wife? I'm your junior high school classmate, Tan Xiuling." Tan Xiuling looked at Aiken with some helplessness. On the other hand, Zhao Qingxue was surprised. "You are Tan Xiuling? Sister-in-law, you know me?" Tan Xiuling looked at Zhao Qingxue with confusion. Zhao Qingxue was too embarrassed to say that she had been jealous of her, so she just coughed. "I saw your name in my husband's yearbook." "Oh, that." Hearing Zhao Qingxue say this, Tan Xiuling seemed to remember something and felt a bit embarrassed. "I won't hide it from you, sister-in-law. Aiken has always been the school grass, whether in junior high or high school. Back in junior high, I even had a crush on him. Not just me, several girls in our class had a crush on him too." She paused, then sighed. "But Aiken, this blockhead, is completely clueless. Back then, the class flower used to ask him for help with questions every day just to get close to him. But when she asked him a question and he responded with 'You don't know how to do this? Why are you even in class?' it made the class flower cry." Tan Xiuling was outgoing and frank, and her way of speaking was quite interesting. Zhao Qingxue, seeing her candid demeanor, no longer felt jealous and listened with interest to the stories about Aiken from junior high. Aiken looked puzzled. "What time are you talking about?" "I don't remember." "Of course you don't remember. When the class flower was crying, you went over to ask her why. She thought you finally understood and wanted a hug, but you just took a step back and told her not to get snot on your clothes because your mom works hard to wash them." "Ha ha." Zhao Qingxue almost laughed to death, giving Aiken an incredulous look. "So you had such a straight moment." "Where was I being straight?" Tan Xiuling's recounting jogged Aiken's memory, and he frowned. It was close to the entrance exam, and seeing her struggle with basic questions, I knew she wouldn't get into a good high school. I was worried. And then what happened? Didn't she end up going to vocational school? Yes, she went to vocational school. Tan Xiuling nodded. She got married after graduating from there. I heard she's expecting her second child now. That's good. Hey. Zhao Qingxue, watching Aiken's contemplative expression, couldn't help but nudge his shoulder. Do you feel any regret that the class flower got married? Regret? No, I feel fortunate. She be anything less? Aiken's mother and father chatted all the way home, and upon entering, they started changing shoes. Zhao Qingxue immediately took the vegetables from them. Mom and Dad, I'll cook. I'll help too. Aiken remembered the last time his mother cooked, and he didn't dare let her in the kitchen, so he quickly took on the role of assisting in the kitchen. You two young people just wait at home to eat, no need to cook, I'll do it. Aiken's mother went straight to the kitchen. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit silly. Mom, really, I can do it. Mom, let Dad give you a shoulder massage, okay? Stop fussing. Don't try to persuade us. Aiken's mother took out a book titled Complete Health Recipe from the fridge and waved it in front of them. Don't want to eat healthily? Today, I'm in a good mood, forget about health. After saying that, she tossed the health recipe aside. Aiken's father finally showed a gentle smile. He patted Aiken and Zhao Qingxue on the shoulder. Alright, you two go play, your mom will cook today. Okay, Dad. Aiken nodded, intending to take Zhao Qingxue back to the room, but his phone rang. He glanced at the message sender, it was Li Hao. Brother Yuan, are you there? Can you lend me 10,000 yuan first? Upon seeing the message from Li Hao, Aiken first breathed a sigh of relief. Without asking for the reason, he immediately transferred 10,000 yuan. After transferring the money, he asked, what happened? Nothing happened, my dad just froze my card, so now I have no money at all. Li Hao on the other end said casually. Aiken hesitated for a moment, you're already an adult, don't always argue with your parents, just listen to them, be filial at least. In this world, perhaps all emotions could be fake, all feelings could deteriorate, but only a parent's love won't. Of course, this was Aiken's thought. Okay, I got it, bro Yuan. Li Hao quickly replied, then set a location, I'm staying at this hotel now, come over for a drink when you're free. Forget it, I'm at home with my parents now, no time. Then say hi to them for me. After ending the chat, Aiken went to the kitchen with Zhao Qingxue to help Aiken's mother. When he entered the kitchen, Aiken's mother had just finished washing the fennel. She placed the fennel on the cutting board and spoke without looking back, didn't we agree that I would cook today? Why are you here? Don't worry, I'm not making health food today, just making fennel dumplings for you to eat. Fennel is warm in nature, it can help with digestion and warm the stomach, and it can dispel cold and reduce swelling, especially suitable for young people like you. Mom, we'll help you make them. Seeing Aiken and Zhao Qingxue being so diligent, Aiken's mother simply mixed the dumpling filling, then placed the dumpling wrappers and filling on the coffee table in the living room, letting everyone make dumplings together while watching TV and chatting. After all the dumplings were made, Aiken's mother cooked them, and everyone sat at the dining table eating with sweat on their foreheads. By the way, didn't Hao Hao come back home too? We made so many dumplings today, let's invite him over tomorrow to eat at home. I remember he liked the fennel dumplings I made before. After everyone finished eating, Aiken's mother instructed Aiken. Thinking that Li Hao was alone in the hotel now, Aiken hesitated, Mom, why don't you cook a bowl now? I'll take it to him later, it seems like he was kicked out by his family. Kicked out by his family? What's going on? Aiken's mother had always been very fond of Aiken and Su Yao's siblings since they were young, thinking that children are angels in this world. Li Hao was also a well-behaved child in her eyes, she couldn't understand why Li Hao's family would kick him out. I'm not sure about the details, I'll ask him when I take the dumplings later. Then go quickly. Aiken's mother cooked a box of dumplings and handed it to Aiken. If he has any difficulties, help him if you can. I got it, Mom. After taking the dumplings, Aiken set off from home with Zhao Qingxue. They drove Aiken's father's Chevrolet Cruze. Although the car had been bought for several years and cost only 90,000 at the time, it had been well maintained by Aiken's father, and the car was still in good condition. Zhao Qingxue touched the interior of the car as soon as she got in, and discussed with Aiken, I think your parents have been driving this car for a long time, why not buy them a new car? Okay, let's discuss which car model is suitable for your dad and mine. Aiken smiled and said. Yeah, by the way, what's the situation with Li Hao? Why was he kicked out? Don't worry, I'll ask. Aiken took out his phone and called Li Hao, what are you up to? You should still be in the hotel, right? I'm lying dead in the hotel right now, what's up? Are you here to drink with me? What drink? I brought you dumplings, my mom made them, they're filled with fennel. Aiken paused. Before Li Hao could respond, he asked again, "Why exactly were you kicked out of the house this time? Just tell us." Obviously, Li Hao didn't want to talk about it, so there was immediate silence on the phone. "If you don't tell me, I won't bring you dumplings." No, can't I just say it?" With a sigh, Li Hao slowly said, "It's like this, didn't I tell you before that I went to the Magic City because my family was pressuring me to get married? I wasn't lying to you, it's true that my family was pressuring me to get married, so I ran to the Magic City to avoid it. Yesterday, my dad suddenly called me and said he wasn't feeling well, asked me to come back quickly. When I got home, I realized I was deceived. They tricked me into coming back, just to quickly get me married. No, I think it's pretty good. You running around outside all the time is not a good thing. If you get married and have a wife to look after you, it might be good." Ha! Li Hao coldly laughed after hearing Aiken's words. "Good? If you were sold off, would you still think it's good?" "What do you mean sold off?" "You don't understand, my parents really don't like me," this time the girl's side said. "As long as I marry her, their family company will cooperate with ours, so my parents hurriedly sold me off." After Li Hao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. "Anyway, that's about it, hurry up and bring me the dumplings, I'm starving." Aiken and Zhao Qingxue looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Both of them came from ordinary families, so they couldn't understand these marriages between wealthy families. About half an hour later, Aiken parked the car in the underground parking lot of the hotel where Li Hao was staying. Just as he got out of the car, carrying fennel dumplings and wanting to take the elevator upstairs, he suddenly heard the voice of a young man. "Is this really going to work?" "Of course it will, as long as I stay in the same room with him and have solid evidence, whether it's for my reputation or for the face of both families, he will definitely have to marry me." I don't believe that at that critical moment he won't agree. The person answering the young man's question was a cold female voice. Hearing this conversation, it was certain that they weren't up to anything good. Aiken shook his head, not wanting to get involved. He pulled Zhao Qingxue and was about to leave, but he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly heard Li Hao's name from the young man's mouth. "That fool Li Hao, I don't know what he's trying to compete with me for, still struggling on his deathbed." After hearing this, Aiken abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked towards the source of the voice. He felt a bit dumbfounded at the sight. Because it was a man who looked 5 points similar to Li Hao, just a bit fairer. If Li Hao didn't tan himself so dark, they would at least be 70% alike. They looked like real brothers. It seemed like Li Hao had a younger brother named Li Jie, but he hadn't mentioned it before. Aiken hadn't seen him before, but now that he looked, it seemed to be true. However, from the tone, it seemed like he had a very poor relationship with Li Hao. "Shoo, keep your voice down, don't talk so much." While Aiken observed Li Jie also saw Aiken. He didn't know Aiken, but he felt particularly uncomfortable with Aiken's gaze. If it were usual, he would have gone to trouble Aiken long ago. But today he had things to do, so he didn't plan to bother with Aiken. The woman naturally also noticed Aiken. She gave a cold glance at Aiken and Zhao Qingxue, and together with Li Jie, entered the elevator with 2 tall male bodyguards. Originally, Zhao Qingxue planned to follow up and take a look, but was stopped by Aiken. Consider them lucky. Seeing that Aiken and Zhao Qingxue did not follow, the woman in the elevator said lightly, then stared as the elevator continued to rise. Aiken also stared as the elevator continued to rise. Li Hao's floor was on the 16th floor, and when the woman and Li Jie reached the 10th floor, Aiken finally took Zhao Qingxue into another elevator. Soon, the elevator reached the 16th floor. After the elevator stopped, Aiken observed the surroundings, then took Zhao Qingxue to the blind spot at the end of the corridor where Li Hao's room was and looked over there. Sure enough, Li Jie and the woman with 2 bodyguards were standing at the door knocking. "You're here, quite fast." Because Aiken had called ahead to say he was coming, Li Hao didn't bother to check who was outside and just opened the door. But when he saw that it was Li Jie and Xiaoyu standing at the door, his expression darkened. "What are you running over for?" After speaking, he tried to close the door. But the 2 bodyguards grabbed Li Hao's hand. "Young master, our second young master has something to tell you. Speak quickly or get lost." Li Hao looked at the 2 men, his eyes alert. "My dear brother, I know you've never liked me since we were young, but this time I came with Sister Yu to see you." Do you have to be so hostile towards us? With that, they forcibly squeezed into the room with Xiaoyu. What are you doing? Li Hao was about to push them out, but before he could act, one of the tall bodyguards grabbed his hand and pushed him inside. The other bodyguard went to close the door. This didn't look like a simple conversation at all. Li Hao immediately struggled, but despite his usual workouts at the gym and his decent physique, with a few abs, it was all for show. Compared to the bodyguards, he was no match and was easily overpowered. Wait, what are you talking about? I want to hear too. As the door was about to close, a hand suddenly held it open. Through the crack in the door, Li Hao saw Aiken's face and immediately shouted, "Brother Yuan, call the police quickly, these guys definitely want to harm me." Who are you? Get lost, stop meddling. Li Jie and Xiaoyu thought everything was going smoothly, but unexpectedly, a spanner was thrown in the works, leaving them frustrated. I'm Li Hao's brother. Aiken opened the door without hesitation, taking Zhao Qingshui inside. Initially, Aiken had just said it casually, but when Li Hao heard the title, he stopped struggling and stared blankly at Aiken. Are you here to cause trouble? His brother? He's my real brother, how come I've never heard of you being his brother? Annoyed by Aiken and Zhao Qingshui, Li Jie didn't want to complicate matters further. He took out an LV wallet from his pocket, emptied all the cash onto the floor in front of Aiken, and said, "You want money, right? Here, take it and get lost." His reasoning was mainly because earlier in the parking lot, he saw Aiken and Zhao Qingshui driving a Chevrolet worth tens of thousands. People who dress well but drive old cars are likely to be poor show-offs. The quickest way to get rid of them is to give them money. Aiken looked at the red banknotes on the ground, his lips slightly curling up. You think this little money can get rid of beggars? TMD, you have no shame at all. There are thousands of dollars involved here. If you keep talking nonsense to me, you won't get a single penny in the end. Li Jie finished speaking and signaled to the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard understood and slowly approached Chen and Zhao Qingshui. Chen held Zhao Qingshui's waist, his expression unchanged, and asked calmly, "Enough of the chit-chat, just tell me why you're here this time." What we do is none of your business. Of course it concerns us. Didn't you hear earlier? Li Hao is my husband's younger brother. Zhao Qingshui found Li Jie's arrogance annoying and, with Chen protecting her, she spoke her mind. Don't think we didn't hear you talking in the garage earlier. You wanted to knock out Li Hao and take indecent photos. Let me tell you, we won't let you succeed. Indecent photos? Li Hao really didn't know why Li Jie and Xiaoyu brought people here. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshui's words, he was first surprised, then seemed to understand something, and incredulously looked at Xiaoyu. You despicable person, are you so obsessed with marrying me? To be honest, even Chen was surprised that someone would go to such lengths, including taking indecent photos, just to marry Li Hao. As Li Hao's friend, he couldn't see anything good about him. Did she really want to marry a womanizer like Li Hao just to wear a green hat? He couldn't help but comment, Li Hao, I can't believe you have such charisma that she went to such lengths to marry you. Maybe it's true love? Nonsense. Chen's words seemed to deeply insult Li Hao, who sneered, that woman is a lesbian, she doesn't like men at all.